In the vast and boundless desert, Thiesedingson poured forth like a molten gold, casting a dazzling layer of brilliant on the sand to sea. Agent breeze wafted through, carrying fine particle soft dust as Thaden seed across this tranquil insolent expanse. Suddenly, from at I lapidate encampment, not far away, Thethander scry soft battle erupted, shattering the serene stillness in an instant. A force of approximately 500 soldiers, clad in Ariatoff color sand-wielding gadivers array of weapons, lay tautiri halses they carjed fire solid towards the bastion. Outside the walls of the encampment, Thebody sleigh piled high, near lie level with wooden barriers. The air was thick with the scent of blood, a testament to the prolonged and brutal conflict that the unfolded here, leaving no to meet a clean zethy battlefield. Beneath the wooden walls, barbarian warriors brandished their long knives, shouting incomprehensible battle cries as they clambered the corpses off their comrades. Meanwhile, a scant few hundred fenders fought valiantly atop the walls, brandishing their pikes to repel the assailants scaling a barricade. After what felt like eternity off years of combat, the soon slowly did. The commander of the attacking forces, gazing at the stubbornly held encampment, ground his teeth and unleashed an unintelligible roar of fury towards the defenders say top wooden barricade. Subsequently, he and his weary troops retreated in disarray. The defenders, too, hastily discarded Hiramore and fled in panic. The surviving soldiers swatched at Hieronymus Fae but made no attempt to pursue instead, facing silent light of the ground to rest, allowing the blood both fierce and that off their foes to flow freely upon Thyramer. It was evident that the shallow victory brought him not joy whatsoever. Brother, spoke hero bust middle-league Edmund with the rest of the visage and narrow valor whereon, the protagonist off the stale. Huey ped the blood from his face, propping his spear beside him as Shega's Adatha retreating in the distance. General Suwanki said that if we held our ground for 3 days, reinforcements would arrive. If that's no beanton days, yet no ta shadow wofade has appeared, Wayrong lamented, wiping the blood from his brow. Ha glanced a day theather soldiers beside him, concernaching his features. Me brother shave Jufferage grievously, and the relentless defense has left us at her Lex house did. Where butayan full na shoed Thena Milan chanoter assault, our bastion will surely fall. What shall we do next? I fear their reinforcements will not come, replied a guntiet dignified mid-aligaminum Lijo, his voice gold. Hess lapped his thigh in frustration, and your flash engine highs. I suspect that the newly appointed generals was eager for ordemise. It shall not grant them that satisfaction. As the saying goes, it is better to live on than to die ennobly. Rather than waitin' for Thenamito strike again and perish needlessly, Weshold flee. Heckest a helpless glance at the gravely wounded soldiers. Alas, there is nowhere to go. Me brother Sartu endured must greet your teeth and return to Fascia City. I can only hope at General Sue, seeing her heavy losses, will show us mercy. Wayrongros, brushing Thedust from his clothes. With his right hand gripping the spear and left Thandra sting on his ship, Hefekedis gazing the flayin' genemy. We no note when Thena Mima strike again. If we're a tortriot, brother, make hasty to arrange your departure. It shall remain behind to cover or escape. Li Zu nodded. Thader minds among us in Chisha camp, you possess the most formidable skills in combat. We have faced countless skirmishes Thesidays, yet he haven ever seen I is stain an injury. Alas, what do it matter how skilled I am? Wayrong replied, his voice heavy sugar detwounded. I cannot protect me brothers, I can only watch helpless lias that depart and beyond. Lizo placed a comforting hand in Wayrong's holder. In war, casualties are inevitable. Do not burden yourself with guilt. If blamistable aid, it trests with that su fellow for sending us to our deaths. Should survive a thizer deal, I vow to sigh. Hecklincha this fists in frustration, his voice said dwindling to usper. And finally bo wet his shed, stamping his foot in resignation. A Samariminar officer, what power did possess Dofik change? Brother, don't atreprochi ourself for survival is the best outcome can hope for, Wayrong said, lifting it in his Darsky. Purged, them must not delay no longer the night grows late. I fear Thenamim may take the opportunity to launch an trade. Once you depart, it shall prepare accordingly. Li Zu nodded, refraining from further words, and turned to direct their remaining soldiers to shed Hiramer, taking Gonley provisions sandwater for Osweef to escape. The grave lie injured soldiers, unable to move, were left behind with a few comforter words. Wayrong stood atop the wall, quietly observing the retreating figures. Most cold still move, albeit with significant injuries. After following Li Zhu for short distance, many collapsed, unabletteresiegen. The remaining soldier Shasta liberated their fallen comrades before continuing towards Fascicidian Theist. Eventually, when the distant figures were no longer visible, darkness enveloped the land. Wei Rong set a work. He dragged the fallen comrades into Thayance, igniting goy lamps. Here ranged the body accentuated positions, propping them up with spears driven into the ground. He repeated this process until dozen softened swirly glow, each housing several soldiers. Then, headed with the perimeter of each tintan the outer walls off team campment with Erengo foil. Once completed, he took Canon liturge from his waist, climbed at the wooden wall, and dragged as all in front of him, awaiting Thenamis approach in silence. Time passed, and the flickering shadow sent the distant Elrong's attention. A faint smile crept upon his lips as whispered to himself, "Have a thief and a lie arrived?" Here I zed the horn from the soldier's body, feigning an intent to sound the alarm to lure Thenami. Just then, a sharp hush, resonate das an arrowpier said the throat off to corpse before him. The cold, bloody Durahwed pressed against Twarong's throat, causing him to swallow hard, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Without a moment to spare, Harold off the wooden wall, escaping towards the eastern gate and hiding behind the barricaded tubes or through a gap. He to his throat, muttering, "Had the tarot been just hoffening closer, I would have met me and something feels Samus about these newcomers." Before long, a group of approximately 50 figures led the city wall. Wei Rong squinted in the moonlight, scrutinizing their garb. These individuals are cloaked in black their number rimmel. Their formation is disciplined, unlike those barbarians. Upon entering the encampment, Thyan countered the dead and grave lion-jawed soldiers, remaining Solentas Thayanshi. Here's words Sand struck down without the citation. Barbarians don't know twield words, and these individuals are exceeding, like cautious, in Shu Rinjavin Thedasi Stravi finishing blow. Wei Rong couldn't watch helpless lie through a crack as the injured soldiers were systematically slain. He understood that this group was far from ordinary, yet should Harish lie intervena to Zavith wounded. I wouldn't lie lead to his own to my underaver omega assault. Once a black-clad figure should dealt with the exterior soldiers, the efficient lit divided into several teams, stealthily approaching Thetans. They raised their swords, and at the signal from their leader, simultaneous lipleged their blades into Thance. In an instant, the canvas was stained crimson. Although he knew the occupants were already deceased, Wei Rong clenched his fists, his eyes swidious fixate on Thegruis scene. Then, all the black-clad figure surged in Tothetans to keck foreign survivors. Thysis bad, there is nothing but the dead inside. And Thessanto foilus overpowering we have fallen into trap. Onoff te blackra beadman shout timteto flay. How cold dwe rongalo themtoscape? Seizing the opportunity, he retrieved thitterch from his waist, igniting it, and flunged into the tent. With a hush, Theflames erupted, swiftly igniting the exterior or walls off teen campment. Wei Rong quickly closed the door and dashed towards through a stern gate, the direction from which the black-clad figure had come, lying in wait for them. From within Thules came heart-wrenching screams, while Wei Rong outside felt a growing urgency. Hire Ned to capture real living Fito demand answers about this bizarre situation. Suddenly, a black-clad figure, engulfed in flames, burst through Tiwala fire, tearing off Fisklo Condro Ling on the ground and aids Berti Timto extinguish the flames. Just a shepherd Pereteris, ackling sensation known. His forehead sent Thime into a panic. Looking up, he found Wei Rong standing there, spear poised at his head. Just as Wei Rong was about to demand answers, more fiery figures emerged from the flames, diverting his attention. Themon to Cadvantage to distraction, rolling away to evade the spear's point and scrambling to escape. Returning to his senses, Wei Rong launched a spur throw, the butt-of Tupin striking them unsquarely at the fists, knocking out Wu his teeth. Blood geshed from Themon's mouth Hasha fell in town consciousness. Wei Rong turned, brandishing, spear to confront the other flaying figures. Soon, when O'Neill emerged, he approached the unconscious black-clad man, delivering gas weave kicked arouse him from his stupor. Chapter 2. Peril Wei Rong pressed his foot against the chest of the cloaked figure, exerting slight force with his hand holding the spear, causing the tip to pierce the man's throat. Blood trickling down the wound, in a deep voice, he demanded, "Who are you? Why do you seek to slay us? I beg you, do not kill me." The cloaked man stammered, trembling in pain. "We were sent by General Su to aid you." "Humph! Such lies flow from your lips with ease. Do you truly believe me to be as gullible as a child of 3? I witnessed you enter the camp, and the ones who came to murder us did so without a flicker of hesitation in their eyes. If you utter one more falsehood, I shall send you to join your companions immediately." Wei Rong barked, his face darkening. Realizing his predicament, the cloaked man quickly altered his demeanor, speaking earnestly. "We are the personal guards of General Su. This operation was ordered by him. We were tasked with investigating the situation of this camp. Should it fall to the barbarians, we were to ascertain the number of personnel and their armaments for strategic deployment. If it remains unassailed, we would pose as the vanguard reinforcements, infiltrating and eliminating all within the Qisha camp." Upon hearing this, Wei Rong's mind raced, recalling his brothers fleeing towards Feisha City, nearly causing him to falter, as if he were unwittingly walking into a trap. He could not help but curse. "What have we done to incur his wrath? Why must he drive us to our doom?" I do not know. I have shared all I know. Please spare me." The cloaked man was cut off as Wei Rong, blinded by fury, thrust his spear through the man's throat. A token inscribed with the character for Su rolled from his lifeless body. With no time for contemplation, Wei Rong snatched the token, stowed it away, discarded his spear, and hastily removed his armor, opting for a lighter approach as he sprinted towards Feisha City, hoping to arrive before the others. Yet, he was ultimately a moment too late. After a day and night of relentless pursuit, he reached the outskirts of Feisha City, only to find no trace of his comrades, exhausted from days of battle and constant travel. He dared not allow even a hint of complacency, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the guards atop the city walls as he pondered how to gain entry. The sky above was shrouded in ominous clouds, foreshadowing an impending storm. The flickering lights at the city gate barely illuminated the surrounding darkness. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap shattered the night, followed by torrential rain pelting the earth. There was no time to delay. He resolved to attempt scaling the walls. Wiping the rain from his face, Wei Rong hastened to the base of the wall and began his ascent. Feisha City, situated at the border of the Great Chu, was notorious for its harsh environment and perpetual warfare. The walls, patched and uneven, had been eroded by years of wind and sand, and now, with the rain soaking the dust and turning it to mud, the surface had become alarmingly slick. After barely a few attempts, he slipped and fell into the mire. "This wall is too treacherous. I must devise another plan." Wei Rong, disregarding the mud that coated him, recalled the token of the slain cloaked man. Perhaps he could masquerade as one of General Su's guards to infiltrate the city. To avoid being exposed as an imposter, he crouched down and smeared mud across his face. Then, taking the token from his cloak, he approached the city gate, raising it high and shouting, "Open the gate swiftly. I have urgent matters to report to General Su." The drowsy guards atop the wall perked up, raising their spears as one called down, "Who goes there?" "I am one of General Su's personal guards, with crucial news to relay. If you delay, you shall face General Su's wrath," Wei Rong exclaimed, forcefully tossing the token towards the guards on the wall. As one guard retrieved the token and scrutinized it, he confirmed its authenticity as belonging to General Su's personal guard. With the urgency of the situation weighing heavily upon him, he did not dwell on the fact that a single individual had returned from the previous mission. The darkness obscured any clear view of Wei Rong's attire or appearance. He gestured to his fellow guards to open the gate, tossing the token down. Wei Rong caught the token and tucked it away, rushing towards the slowly opening gate. But as he took a couple of steps, a guard descended from the wall and blocked his path, eyeing him suspiciously. "Your attire seems amiss. I recall that General Su's guards wear black cloaks. Where are the others?" "Humph. We were dispatched to the forward outpost to scout the enemy's movements in the Qisha camp. Indeed, we discovered that the barbarian forces had seized control there. As we attempted to retreat, we were ambushed by a pursuing detachment, leading to our complete annihilation. Only I survived by feigning death beneath a fallen comrade. Once the enemy departed, I discarded everything I could and hastened back. I must report this to General Su without delay, for the enemy may strike at any moment. Are you prepared to bear the consequences of any further delay?" Wei Rong hastily spun a flimsy tale, the final words punctuated with urgency, disrupting the guard's thoughts and forcing him to step aside tremblingly. As Wei Rong moved forward, he called back, "By the way, Have you seen anyone else enter the city? I noticed many footprints leading towards Fei Sha City, possibly indicating enemy spies, or perhaps some of our own have survived. Upon hearing this, the guard quickly replied, an hour ago, someone sought entry, claiming to be from the Qi Sha camp. However, General Su declared that the Qi Sha camp had fallen. Anyone asserting to be from there must surely be an enemy spy. I dare not make a decision without consulting General Su. It is late, and he is surely resting. We can only confine him in the dungeon until dawn for the general's judgment. Wei Rong, pondering the implications, thought, I recall there being about 10 of them. Why does this guard only mention one? Suppressing his doubts, he calmly responded, very well. I shall inform General Su of this as well. No need for you to concern yourself further. You may return. The guard acquiesced, signaling to his fellow sentries to close the gate before returning to his post. Chapter 3. Rescue. Wei Rong, having refrained from inquiring about the dungeon's location, quickened his pace, searching for it amidst the downpour. Fortunately, the dungeon was not far from the city gate, and as a local, though he had not visited frequently, he was familiar with several key locations. Within half a mile, he located it. Concealed behind a wall, Wei Rong observed a guard dozing against the entrance, seemingly unaware of his surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, he stealthily approached, relying on the shadows cast by the nearby buildings. Positioning himself behind the guard, he swiftly clamped a hand over the man's mouth and nose while delivering a precise strike to the back of his neck. The guard crumpled, limp and unconscious. Wei Rong quickly dragged the guard to a secluded corner, donning his uniform and confiscating his dagger for good measure. The attire was somewhat ill-fitting, but as he stepped before the dungeon door, he adjusted himself and took a deep breath before pushing it open. A flight of stone steps descended before him, approximately several dozen in number. From below, the sounds of laughter and curses echoed upwards. With his left hand resting on the hilt of the dagger, Wei Rong descended with calm determination. Big, 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 small, small, small. Upon reaching the bottom, he beheld 6 guards gathered around a wooden table, drinking and rolling dice. Noticing his entrance, one of them looked up and jested, well, look who it is. You look like a drenched chicken. And why are you down here before your shift change? The dim light obscured their vision. Allowing Wei Rong to respond quietly, I came down to relieve myself. I will return shortly. Continue without me. Accepting his words, the guards resumed their game. Wei Rong breathed a sigh of relief and began to move deeper into the dungeon. However, after only a few steps, the sound of dice rolling ceased. Hold on. Your voice sounds off. Turn around and let me see, called one of the guards, drawing his blade. The others swiftly reacted, placing their hands on their weapons as they scrutinized Wei Rong. Feeling the pressure, he tightened his grip on the dagger but refrained from turning back. He heard the guard advancing, stepping on the straw scattered on the floor. In an instant, Wei Rong drew his dagger with his right hand, simultaneously throwing the scabbard with his left, striking the guard in the face. Caught off guard, the guard stumbled, disoriented. Wei Rong seized the moment, delivering a powerful kick to the man's abdomen, sending him crashing into 2 others behind him. The remaining 3 guards finally registered the commotion and unsheathed their blades, charging at Wei Rong. One lunged directly at him, while the other 2 flanked him to cut off any escape. Wei Rong bent his knees slightly and leaned backward, narrowly avoiding the thrust aimed at his abdomen. With a swift kick, he struck the assailant's wrist, causing the dagger to fly from his grasp. In a fluid motion, Wei Rong executed a backflip, evading the descending blades from both sides. The battle must be swift. I cannot allow them to encircle me, he thought, his body moving with precision. He hurled the dagger in his hand at the guard to his left. As the guard raised his weapon to block, Wei Rong rolled to the ground, retrieving a fallen blade. Flipping the weapon, he struck the right guard's wrist with the back of the blade, disarming him. With a leap, he delivered a kick to the left guard's face, then propelled himself off the right guard's chest. In an instant, 2 guards fell to the ground. As he landed, Wei Rong executed a side kick, sending the last standing guard flying. The 3 guards who had just regained their footing were knocked down by their own comrade. Seizing a nearby dagger, Wei Rong pointed it menacingly at the remaining 3. Where are the keys to the cells? Produce them. A trembling jailer, pinned beneath, stammered as he pointed towards Wei Rong, saying, It's on him. Wei Rong bent down and retrieved a set of keys from the unconscious jailer. As he prepared to leave, he threatened, If you wish to live, behave yourselves. The three jailers, upon hearing his words, resembled startled chicks, obediently lying still on the ground. Wei Rong proceeded deeper into the prison, where the prisoners, roused by the earlier commotion, pressed their faces against the bars, cheering, "Well done! Well done! Hero, are you here to rescue us? Hero, let me out, and I shall be grateful to you for a lifetime." The pleas from either side were incessant. But Wei Rong frowned, choosing to ignore them as he continued on in search of Li Zhou. Before long, he found Li Zhou in the innermost cell and began to try the keys one by one to unlock the door. Li Zhou, already injured and exhausted from a relentless day and night of travel, was resting. Wei Rong approached him and gently shook him awake, exclaiming with joy, "Brother, I've finally found you." Li Zhou rubbed his bleary eyes and, upon recognizing Wei Rong, asked in astonishment, "How did you know I was here?" Wei Rong recounted the entire chain of events. After hearing the tale, Li Zhou cursed, "That scoundrel. I never imagined I would escape from the wolf's den only to walk into the tiger's lair." "Brother, what about the others?" Wei Rong asked with concern. "Don't mention it. Those brothers were already gravely wounded, and we feared pursuit from behind. So we dared not pause. In the end, they all perished along the way. And only I, with the lightest injuries, survived. I had hoped to plead for leniency from that scoundrel tomorrow, but I fear that had you not come tonight, I would have lost my head in confusion by dawn." Li Zhou sighed. "This place is no longer safe. We should make haste to escape," Wei Rong suggested. Li Zhou nodded and got up to follow Wei Rong out. Glancing at the prisoners on either side, Wei Rong inquired, "Should we not release these people to create confusion?" "Absolutely not. If we let them all out, it would surely alert the guards," Li Zhou replied. "Before long, the entire city would be under lockdown, and we would have no means of escape." Wei Rong nodded in agreement and chose to disregard the prisoners. As they moved away, the cheers and cries for help swiftly transformed into shouts of abuse, with a cacophony of offensive language echoing behind them. Upon reaching the jailers, Li Zhou stated, "Before we flee, we need to prepare some supplies, lest they inform the guards after we depart." Wei Rong nodded and removed the ropes from the torture rack, binding the 6 jailers tightly. Once everything was in order, the two exited the prison. "I will go gather some supplies. You wait nearby for me," Li Zhou said, patting Wei Rong on the shoulder as he intended to leave first. "I too shall return home to prepare a few things and bid them farewell. Who knows when I shall return again?" Wei Rong replied. "Very well, let us meet beneath that dilapidated house at the western city wall in half an hour," Li Zhou concluded before disappearing into the rain-soaked night. Chapter 4. The escape. Wei Rong followed his memory to find his home. Pushing open the wooden gate of the small courtyard, he stared blankly at the dilapidated scene before him. Realizing it had been many years since he last returned, a wave of memories surged through his mind. "Ronger, you must be 8 years old now. Today, I shall impart to you the ancestral techniques and swordplay of the Wei family. These arts complement each other." A vague silhouette appeared before him, and that familiar yet distant voice echoed in his mind. More than 20 years had passed like fleeting shadows, and Wei Rong could scarcely recall his father's appearance. "Indeed, well done. No doubt you are my son. This tiger slaughtering blade technique has been honed to perfection in just a few years. However, remember, this technique harms oneself before it harms others. Do not wield it lightly in the future." His father's towering yet blurred figure praised, filled with pride. "Ronger, I fear I may not last much longer. What a pity I shall not witness the day you establish a family of your own." His father, lying in a pool of blood against the city wall, gazed at Wei Rong, his voice frail with reluctance and regret. "Father, father, I want to fight alongside you to avenge grandfather and grandmother." A chubby little boy of about 10 clutched Wei Rong's clothing, shaking and shouting, "Biener, come back. Do not go to your father." A slim, beautiful woman cried out desperately as she dashed towards the figure outside the courtyard. Why, Biener, my Biener, why did you not protect him?" The woman, clutching her son, who was pierced with arrows, glared at Wei Rong with bitterness, her eyes filled with sorrow. Scenes of sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy memories surged like a tide, and tears blurred Wei Rong's vision. Wiping his eyes, he pushed open the door to the main hall, where his parents' memorial tablets stood, covered in dust and cobwebs from years of neglect. Sweeping away the cobwebs, he carefully dusted the tablets with his sleeve before returning them to their place. Stepping back, he bowed 3 times, saying, Son is unfilial. Amidst the urgent matters of war, I have had no chance to return home to burn paper money for you. Now, there is no need to concern yourselves with the war, but I have entangled myself in a greater trouble I am parting. I know not when I shall return. I hope you will not blame me." After speaking, Wei Rong bowed 3 more times and then moved towards the adjoining bedroom. Lifting a dusty floorboard, he discovered a wooden box containing his belongings. He took out a clean set of clothes and changed out of the filthy prison attire. He then opened a hidden compartment at the bottom of the box, revealing a long black blade, crafted from dark iron and approximately 1 meter in length, lying quietly within. Upon closer inspection, the blade was narrow, with a wide tip, and the surface was adorned with white patterns resembling cracks. The moment Wei Rong grasped the tiger's slaughtering blade, a wave of warmth surged through the hilt, racing up his arm to his dantian. The dormant internal energy, having lain still for years, began to boil upon contact with this energy, and the two forces intertwined and coursed through his entire body, sweeping away his fatigue. Looking again at the blade, the once white patterns now glowed with a sanguine radiance, an invisible aura of murderous intent enveloping Wei Rong. As he withdrew his energy, everything returned to its original state, and the fatigue that had briefly vanished came rushing back. Wei Rong caressed the white patterns on the blade, murmuring, "It has been over a decade since I last wielded you. I wonder if my skills have dulled." Shaking his head to dispel the memories, Wei Rong wrapped the tiger's slaughtering blade in cloth and secured it to his back, locking the wooden box and placing it back beneath the bed. Finished with his preparations, he approached the door. Just as he was about to step outside, he couldn't help but glance back at the hall, as if trying to imprint everything before him deeply into his memory and the rain-soaked night. Wei Rong ran towards the western part of the city, his once dry clothes now soaked through again. Eventually, he reached a dilapidated house against the city wall, where he unfastened the tiger's slaughtering blade from his back. Holding it in his arms, finding a corner that was free from leaks, he sat down and closed his eyes to rest. Before long, the faint sound of footsteps outside roused Wei Rong. He looked up to see Li Zhou, equally drenched, entering with a large bundle in his arms. "I forgot to ask you earlier. I sent to your hometown in Shaosha village. What else do you need to prepare in the city?" Wei Rong inquired. Li Zhou smiled as he pulled out 2 flatbreads and a bag of water from the bundle, saying, "Well, of course, I prepared supplies for our escape." He then retrieved a coil of rope from the package. "The city wall is quite high. If we jump down, we might break our legs, so we need to be prepared," he added. "There are also some stolen flatbreads in the bag that should last us 2 days. "Oh, don't drink all the water at once. I only brought this one," Li Zhou chided as he watched Wei Rong gulping down water voraciously. "I haven't eaten for a day and night." "I'm starving," Wei Rong replied, patting his chest after finishing half the bag. "You're quite thorough in your planning, brother. I just went home to bid them farewell and brought this ancestral blade with me." Wei Rong remarked, "Good lad. I've never seen you wield a blade in the camp. How does your swordplay compare to your marksmanship?" Li Zhou asked curiously, looking at the tiger's slaughtering blade in Wei Rong's arms. "Since I joined the army, I haven't really used a blade. I've only practiced the marksmanship I learned in the military, so I've probably forgotten it all. However, this blade is my father's only keepsake. And since we may never have the chance to return after tonight, I must take it with me," Wei Rong said humbly, though tinged with a hint of sadness. Li Zhou nodded, saying, "Have you eaten your fill? It's getting late. We must hurry and escape. The heavy rain will help mask the sound of our movements. Soon, we will stealthily ascend the city wall and descend from the western side using the rope. After running a distance, we will circle back to the east gate to throw off our pursuers." "I see. I was wondering why you wanted to gather at the western city wall when we arrived. I was caught up in the moment and didn't have the chance to ask," Wei Rong acknowledged, impressed. With that, the two began their action. Due to the heavy downpour, the torches on the city wall had long been extinguished, and only a few patrol teams of 3, holding lanterns, wandered the ramparts, oblivious to the fact that 2 individuals were quietly escaping from Fascia City right beneath their noses. After climbing down the wall, the 2 dared not let their guard down, exerting every effort to run along the muddy path for quite some time before turning towards the east. Uncertain of how long they had been running, they continued until dawn broke, the weather shifting from rain to clear skies. The sun's rays pierced through the trees, illuminating their drenched and mud-streaked bodies, and it was then they realized they had escaped into a dense forest. Exhausted, The two leaned against a tree to catch their breath. With the cold dew of autumn having passed, they had not felt the chill while fleeing. But now that they rested, the dampness of their clothing sent an icy shiver through them. "We cannot linger here," Li Zhou gasped. "If we do, we shall surely succumb to the cold. Let us find a concealed, dry spot to ignite a fire for warmth." With that, he pulled the weary Wei Rong, who had just settled down, to continue their search for shelter. Fortune favored their efforts, and soon they discovered a cave nestled beside a gentle stream. As they ventured deeper into the cave, they found the ground scattered with dried straw and tufts of animal fur. Wei Rong crouched down, picking up a clump of brown fur for closer inspection, only to pale in realization. "Alas, this is bear fur. We are in the den of a grizzly. We must flee at once." Li Zhou's face drained of color at this revelation, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and bolted after Wei Rong. A thunderous roar erupted from outside the cave, signaling that their presence had not gone unnoticed. A massive grizzly bear stood at the cave's entrance, baring its teeth at the two, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. "Alas, my life draws to a close," Li Zhou lamented. "Brother, remain calm," Wei Rong urged, trembling yet attempting to maintain composure. "This is my chance to test the prowess of the tiger slaughter blade technique." He unsheathed the blade from his back, gripping it firmly, his legs bending slightly as he adopted a combat stance. Though he appeared composed, his heart raced. He had never employed the tiger slaughter technique in real combat, let alone against such a ferocious beast. "Brother, my life now rests in your hands. Please do not falter." Li Zhou trembled, despite his fear, picking up a few stones, ready to assist at a moment's notice. With a fearsome roar, the grizzly charged at Wei Rong as the bear raised its paw to strike. Wei Rong silently activated the tiger slaughter technique. He felt a faint surge of blood energy enveloping him, merging with the intricate patterns of the blade. The moment the white designs met the blood energy, they turned crimson. The black and red tiger slaughter blade emanated a faint red aura, surrounding Wei Rong with an air of lethal intent. "Is this internal energy?" Li Zhou exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "I thought such tales were mere fabrications of storytellers. Yet here is proof of its existence." Wei Rong focused intently on the charging bear. The instant it swung its paw toward him, he thrust the blade upward. A crimson blur sliced through the bear's forelimb, accompanied by the sickening sound of flesh parting. The bear let out a pained roar as its powerful arm was severed, blood gushing forth and splattering Wei Rong's face. Strangely, the blood from the blade dripped along its engravings. Falling to the ground without tainting the weapon itself, in agony, the grizzly attempted to escape, but emboldened by the blade's formidable power, Wei Rong shouted, "You shall not flee." Energized by the blood aura, he pursued the bear with extraordinary speed, plunging the blade into its side and slicing through with force. The bear fell lifelessly to the ground, its innards spilling forth as it struggled in its final throes before succumbing to silence. Once the bear lay motionless, Wei Rong ceased channeling the technique. As the aura dissipated, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Leaning on the blade for support, he barely managed to remain standing. A brief cough escaped his lips. And just as he prepared to rise, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. In Fascia City, within the general's residence, an irate voice echoed through the halls. The servants, busy with their chores, held their breath, lowering their heads even further. "Curse it all! Bring me those useless louts, drag them out and execute them." A stout middle-aged man, in a fit of rage, smashed a vase on the table, pointing furiously at several kneeling guards and jailers. The guards and jailers, acutely aware of their unforgivable transgressions, could only plead for mercy, their foreheads striking the ground in desperation. Yet, Su Zongxin paid them no heed. Moments later, several of his personal guards arrived to drag the offenders away. Silence reclaimed the estate shortly thereafter. Suppressing his fury, Su Zongxin penned a letter, sealing it with wax before summoning a guard. "You shall depart immediately and deliver this letter to His Majesty. It must arrive within 5 days." "Understood." The guard accepted the order, tucking the letter into his cloak before departing. Once the guard was out of sight, Su Zongxin sank into a chair, eyes closed, pressing a hand to his forehead in contemplation. Recently, the second prince of the great Chu Empire, Chu Shuangguang, had ascended the throne, and Su Zongxin, a trusted confidant, was appointed as the general to eliminate the first prince's personal guards, the Red Sand Camp. He had sought the opportunity to eliminate his enemies under the guise of rightful authority, yet unforeseen complications had arisen. If they were not dealt with, they could become a persistent threat. This matter cannot be delayed. I must craft a pretext to swiftly eliminate them, he resolved. After a moment of thought, Su Zongxin called upon several guards, instructing, issue a bounty for the capture of the two who escaped last night. Claim they are enemy spies disguised as merchants, infiltrating the town to gather intelligence. The guards and jailers they bribed have already been executed, and now their whereabouts are unknown. A reward of 3,000 taels awaits anyone who captures them alive. And 1,000 taels for their heads, is that clear? Yes, General. Might I inquire about their appearances, so we may have a sketch made? One of the guards asked. Alas, those who have seen them are already dead. Su Zongxin scolded himself, pacing with frustration. The inmates in the prison must know their faces. Go and inquire. The guards bowed and retreated to carry out their orders. When Wei Rong awoke, he found himself resting upon a hide, likely that of the grizzly he had slain. Turning his head, he saw Li Zhou busily roasting meat. How long was I unconscious? He inquired. Li Zhou turned, his face lighting up with relief. You have finally awoken. You've been asleep for a full day and night. I feared you would never wake. Here, try this freshly roasted bear paw. He handed half of the succulent paw to Wei Rong. Wei Rong took the offering, devouring it ravenously until not a morsel remained. Wiping his mouth, he remarked, we fled the camp without rest, utterly exhausted, and using the tiger slaughter technique must have taken a toll on my body, which explains my prolonged slumber. Yet now, I feel invigorated. After a hearty meal, I am quite rejuvenated. You should refrain from using that technique too often. While you feel well, I have borne the brunt of your trials, not having a moment's respite. Now, take your turn on watch. I must sleep soundly, Li Zhou grumbled, shooing Wei Rong from the cave to lie upon the bare hide. Within moments, he was snoring loudly, clearly worn out. After waiting at the cave's entrance for roughly 8 hours, the stars twinkled brightly in the night sky. Wei Rong gazed up, lost in thought. At last, Li Zhou emerged from the cave, his belongings neatly packed. Cradling a roll of bear hide in his right arm and 2 roasted meat pieces speared on a branch in his left, he handed one to Wei Rong, munching as he spoke. That was a refreshing sleep. Once we finish eating, let us follow this stream and see if we can find a town to sell this hide. It should fetch a handsome sum. Hold on. Brother, the forest at night is fraught with danger. Wolves, tigers, and leopards prowl under the cover of darkness. We should wait until dawn to depart, Wei Rong advised, halting Li Zhou. Very well, then I shall keep watch tonight. And we shall set off at first light. Li Zhou agreed with a nod. On the following morning, as the sun began to rise, Li Zhou and Wei Rong packed their belongings and followed the stream's course. After a day and night of traversing rugged terrain, they finally emerged from the forest. Their once ordinary garments were now tattered and filthy, barely clinging to their bodies, marred by scratches from vines and bruises from falls. Disheveled and caked in dirt, they resembled wild men of the woods. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, their eyes sparkled with uncontainable delight. Before them lay a bustling market town, comprising around 200 households. Its size not insignificant. A grand archway, adorned with intricate carvings, proclaimed the name Luoyan Market in flowing script. Below the arch, a broad, straight stone road stretched forth, lined with shops and bustling with pedestrians. The sounds of hawkers and the cacophony of various conversations filled the air. For the two who had never encountered such vibrant life, everything was a marvel, though it could not compare to the enormity of Phasia City, which lay along the border with a hostile nation and was beset by constant warfare. The local populace had largely fled, leaving behind only the impoverished and military remnants. In stark contrast, Luoyan Market thrived with vitality. While most of the townsfolk were villagers from nearby areas, their clothing was far from pristine. Yet it paled in comparison to the ragged appearance of Li Zhou and Wei Rong. As they stood in awe, the bustling crowd hurried past them, wrinkling their noses in distaste and hastening their steps to avoid the 2 rugged figures. Yet Li Zhou remained completely oblivious, gazing dazedly at the scene before him, until Wei Rong, in frustration, nudged his shoulder with his arm, rousing him from his stupor. Elder brother, stop daydreaming, Wei Rong remarked, observing the pedestrians around them deliberately avoiding their presence. "Oh, right, right. Let us first seek out a pawn shop to sell this bear skin," Li Zhou replied, coming to his senses and awkwardly scratching his head. The two of them ambled along, stopping intermittently to inquire with passers-by. However, not a single pedestrian was inclined to approach them, hastily covering their noses and muttering obscenities before hastening away. "Humph! What a bunch of lowly wretches, judging others by appearances," Li Zhou muttered under his breath. His face darkening as he clenched his fists mid-sentence, he sighed and loosened his grip, though Wei Rong, positioned behind him, remained unaware of his turmoil. "Elder brother, over there should be the pawn shop we are seeking." Wei Rong indicated a store with a sign bearing the character for pawn hanging from the eaves. As they approached, the attendant sweeping the entrance frowned upon seeing the two ragged beggars, with one hand covering his nose and the other brandishing a broom. He barked, "What beggars are you? Get lost. Don't come here begging." Just as he was about to shoo them away, Li Zhou interjected, "Wait. We are here to pawn something, not to beg." He hastily lifted the neatly tied bear skin to make his point. The attendant glanced at the bear skin, then waved his hand dismissively while still holding his nose, exclaiming, "Stolen, no doubt. Do you two beggars even have the means to hunt a bear? Go on, get lost. We do not deal in stolen goods." Already on the brink of eruption, Li Zhou, recalling his prior humiliation of being accused of espionage, now faced further indignation from the attendant's baseless accusations of theft. Rage surged within him, and he seized the attendant's flailing hand with a grip as unyielding as iron. Regardless of the attendant's struggles, with his other hand, he landed a couple of solid punches to the attendant's face, leaving him bruised and bloodied, while cursing, "Damn it, who do you think you are to question me?" Still not satisfied, he forcefully shoved the attendant down onto the stone steps, stepping on the attendant's head as he declared, "Now do you think my bear skin is stolen?" As the commotion escalated, curious onlookers began to gather around. The attendant, dazed from the blows, found himself pinned beneath Li Zhou's foot, one hand cradling his injured arm as he pleaded for mercy. "Sir, I was wrong. Please spare me." Hearing the ruckus, a plump middle-aged man dressed in luxurious silks emerged from the pawn shop. Each of his fingers adorned with extravagant gold rings, and a jade pendant the size of a pancake hung from his waist. He epitomized the image of a nouveau riche. Twirling his handlebar mustache, he surveyed Li Zhou, who clutched the bear skin, then grinned widely, revealing a mouth full of golden teeth. "I am Li Wanjin, the proprietor of the Rue E pawn shop. I apologize on behalf of that blind fool for offending you two esteemed guests. Might I request your grace to forgive him?" Seeing this, Li Zhou's anger began to dissipate. He released the attendant and handed the bear skin to Li Wanjin, stating, "We came to sell this bear skin, and your impertinent attendant accused us of theft. Do you think he deserves punishment?" Li Wanjin, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and chastised the attendant, truly foolish as a pig. "I have always emphasized that all who come are guests and must not be judged by appearance. When esteemed guests arrive, you not only fail to treat them properly but dare to bully them. You deserve this beating, now go away." The attendant, still dazed, nodded silently and retreated inside, covering his face. As he passed by, Li Wanjin pretended to kick him, but the attendant was quick, and the kick landed empty. Turning to Li Zhou, he scrutinized the bear skin for a moment before smiling and saying, "Esteemed guest, you are indeed a man of valor. In my years of running this pawn shop, I have encountered countless rare items. And while I have seen bear skins before, I can count them on one hand. You must have exerted considerable effort to obtain this one. It is a pity that the skinning was poorly executed, leaving a significant gash in the belly, rendering it unsuitable for clothing and greatly diminishing its value. I can offer you 5 taels as compensation. How does that sound?" Li Zhou, appreciating the respect shown by the owner and his articulate reasoning, felt a sense of goodwill towards him. He waved his hand and replied with a smile, I too am at fault for striking your attendant and tarnishing your reputation. 5 taels it is." Seeing that Li Zhou was a straightforward person, Li Wanjin wasted no time. He retrieved a pouch from his sleeve and handed over a silver ingot, adding, "If you have any other items to sell in the future, do come to our shop. I assure you, the prices will be to your satisfaction." As the crowd dispersed, having lost interest in the spectacle, Li Zhou exchanged a few more pleasantries with Li Wanjin before bidding farewell. While walking down the street, Wei Rong shook his head and chuckled. That shopkeeper certainly knows how to handle people. Seeing him dressed like a nouveau riche, I assumed he was not of good character. Turns out I too judged a book by its cover. Elijah nodded in agreement. Indeed, our shabby appearance does invite judgment. However, now that we have some money, let us first buy ourselves some decent clothes and find an inn to enjoy a good meal. After days of travel subsisting on flatbread, my mouth feels as parched as a bird's. Chapter 7. Catching a thief. After their conversation, the two entered a tailor shop. Initially, the shopkeeper frowned upon seeing the two beggars and prepared to usher them out. However, upon Li Zhou slapping a piece of broken silver onto the counter, the shopkeeper immediately changed his demeanor, bowing and inquiring with a smile. Are you two gentlemen here to purchase clothes? Your ability to change faces is remarkable. You would make a fine actor. Now, fetch us 2 sets of fitting garments, Li Zhou retorted with a hint of annoyance. The shopkeeper complied, measuring them before presenting 2 outfits for their selection. Subsequently, they found an inn where they indulged in a hearty meal. Sated and content, Li Zhou and Wei Rong strolled through the bustling streets. Wei Rong could not help but exclaim, "This place is indeed prosperous, but the cost of food and drink is exorbitant. We spent 201 on a single meal. We may be elite from the Qisha camp, yet our annual salary is merely 10 taels. Indeed, if this continues, we will soon exhaust our remaining funds. We must devise a plan to earn some money," Li Zhou concurred. "Shall we seek some work?" Wei Rong proposed. Li Zhou shook his head and leaned closer to Wei Rong, whispering, "Do not forget that we are fugitives. It is possible that within days, wanted posters bearing our names will be posted beneath the archway. If that happens, running away will only serve to waste our time." Just as Wei Rong was about to ask Li Zhou for a better idea, a figure brushed past them. Turning, they saw a lean man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, impeccably dressed, exuding an aura of righteousness that naturally endeared him to others. The man glanced back, clasped his hands in apology, and hurriedly retreated. Initially, Li Zhou paid him no mind, but instinctively checking his sleeve, he discovered a cut, and his money pouch had vanished without a trace. Realization struck him, and he exclaimed to Wei Rong, "Oh no, my money pouch is missing. It must have been that man who bumped into us. Quick, let us pursue him." Wei Rong, sharp-eyed, turned and spotted the figure weaving through the crowd. He urged Li Zhou to follow and began the chase. The two pursued relentlessly, cornering the thief into an alleyway. Just as they were closing in, the man suddenly emitted a faint white aura beneath his feet, accelerating at an astonishing pace, leaving Li Zhou and Wei Rong behind in an instant. "That man possesses internal energy," Wei Rong exclaimed in surprise. Li Zhou, enraged, struck the wall beside him with a fist, cursing, "With such skill, why resort to thievery?" Just as they were about to give up, they heard a commotion nearby and hastened towards the sound. They found a group of burly men, all covered in tattoos, cornering the man in a dead-end alley. The leader of the gang barked, "Yi Changqing, you can really run. We chased you from Fengning City all the way to Lianji, a full 200 miles, and finally caught up with you. The 7-day deadline has passed. You owe us 100 taels of gambling debts. It's time to pay up." Yi Changqing's brow furrowed in distress, regretting his earlier decision to pilfer from the unfortunate duo. "Had I known this would be the outcome, I wouldn't have touched their meager 4 taels. Now I find myself trapped, with enemies in front and pursuers behind." However, Yi Changqing quickly assumed a flattering demeanor and smiled. "Gentlemen, do me a favor. I have 4 taels here. I can repay you this amount for now, but could you extend the deadline a few days?" He offered a pouch of money with both hands. Li Zhou recognized that it was indeed his own pouch, but rather than rush forward to reclaim it, he and Wei Rong leaned against the wall, ready to observe the unfolding drama. "Damn it! You dare to bargain with me?" the leader of the gang roared, snatching the money pouch and stuffing it into his own pocket, then delivering a heavy punch to Yi Changqing's face. The other 3 thugs quickly joined in, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Though they were furious, they feared killing the frail Yi Changqing would prevent them from recovering their debt, so they quickly ceased their assault. The leader of the gang observed the bruised and battered Yi Changqing on the ground and warned, "Consider this 4 taels as interest. You have 3 more days to gather the full 100 taels. Next time, if you don't have the money, be prepared for someone else to come collect your corpse. We're leaving." As they turned to depart, they suddenly found their path obstructed by the 2 men leaning against the wall. Li Zhou shrugged his shoulders and remarked with a playful smile, I would be immensely grateful if you could assist me in capturing this thieving rascal. However, he has stolen my money. Might I kindly request its return?" The burly man disdainfully curled his lip and retorted, "Whose money it originally was is of no concern to me. All I know is that this is the money he owes me. Why should I care about your loss? Why don't you confront him instead?" His argument was indeed valid. Wei Rong chuckled coldly, however. "I believe he is left with no money on him, so it seems I must retrieve it from you." With that, he delivered a powerful punch directly to the man's face. The brute, sensing the impending strike, slightly turned his head to evade the blow and swiftly seized Wei Rong's fist, pulling it forcefully. As Wei Rong was yanked forward, he seized the opportunity to raise his left hand and struck the man's throat with his elbow. Taken by surprise, the man felt a sharp pain in his throat. As if he were choking, he instinctively released Wei Rong's right hand, clutching his neck and coughing violently, while signaling his underlings to attack. The ordered lackeys immediately sprang into action, two encircling Wei Rong while one charged at Li Zhou. One of the lackeys lunged at Wei Rong with a punch aimed at his face, while the other stealthily maneuvered behind him. Wei Rong, a seasoned warrior, was accustomed to facing multiple attackers. He deftly sidestepped the punch and took a lateral step to escape the front and rear encirclement. Swiftly grasping the arm of the lackey who had yet to retract his fist and yanked him forward, he then raised his knee and delivered a crushing blow to the lackey's stomach, causing him to retch violently. Seizing the momentum, Wei Rong bent his legs slightly, channeling his inner energy into his palm, and forcefully pushed towards the lackey's chest. A muffled thud echoed as the lackey, along with another comrade behind him, was sent tumbling several meters, crashing through a window. Wei Rong dispersed his inner energy, shook his hand, and glanced towards Li Zhou. He observed that the lackey attacking Li Zhou had been rendered powerless by a relentless assault, ultimately suffering a fierce side kick to the chest, rolling 2 meters away and collapsing on the ground, clutching his chest in agony. In the blink of an eye, the 3 lackeys had been effortlessly subdued. The leader, rubbing his painfully throbbing neck, stared wide-eyed but found himself at a loss for words. "Hand over the money and scram," Li Zhou barked authoritatively. The leader hastily produced a money pouch and tossed it to the ground, dragging his defeated lackeys away in a scramble. He was acutely aware that uttering a threat at this moment would only invite another brutal beating, so he wisely departed without a word. Nearby, Yi Changqing, battered and bruised, lay on the ground, utterly astonished by the spectacle he had just witnessed. He admired the prowess of the 2 fighters, while secretly regretting having provoked such formidable adversaries. However, in his current state of excruciating pain, upon seeing the 2 approach, he quickly closed his eyes and feigned unconsciousness. Chapter 8. Wanted. Li Zhou crouched before Yi Changqing, reaching out to gently pat his rather pale face. A mischievous grin playing on his lips. "Stop pretending, young man. Just a moment ago, your eyes were as wide as saucers while watching the show. You seemed quite spirited, yet now you faint at our approach." Impressive acting. Realizing his ruse had been uncovered, Yi Changqing, enduring his bodily aches, grimaced as he climbed to his feet. He awkwardly gazed at the 2, managing a forced smile. "Thank you, noble heroes, for your selfless rescue. I am eternally grateful that a drop of kindness merits a fountain of gratitude from me. However, could you allow me to leave first? I shall repay you in the future." Wei Rong scoffed, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Tisk, you'd rather be half dead than use your inner strength to fight back. You certainly possess remarkable endurance. Yi Changqing's heart sank, realizing the gravity of his situation. Oh no, in my moment of desperation, I had to use my inner strength while being pursued by 2 groups. He warily scrutinized Wei Rong, a flicker of caution in his gaze. "Who are you? Why are you inquiring about me?" "Don't be alarmed. I merely wish to satisfy my curiosity. Your background is of no interest to me." Wei Rong shrugged nonchalantly. Yi Changqing eased a bit, yet maintained his guard. "If that is the case, you have retrieved your money. Might I request a reprieve? I shall repay your kindness at a later date." "Hold on there, young brother," Li Zhou interjected, a hint of cunning in his eyes. "Aren't you in debt to someone for 100 taels of silver? If you fail to repay them in 3 days, they may very well send someone to collect your corpse. Aren't you afraid?" Yi Changqing's expression stiffened as he stammered. "Well, I will find a way." "Ha, if you could find a way, you wouldn't have been cornered by the thugs from the gambling den," Li Zhou mocked, then continued, coincidentally, we are in need of funds ourselves. You seem to possess some skills. Why don't we collaborate to acquire some money? However, we are unfamiliar with this area and do not know where the riches lie. Are you familiar with it? Yi Chongqing scrutinized the two, contemplating, I indeed require a substantial sum to avert disaster. These two possess formidable skills. Perhaps this endeavor could succeed. After much deliberation, he gritted his teeth and declared, very well. The Luoyan market was once the most prosperous area on the western edge of our Great Chu years ago. It served as the last stop for merchants heading to the western regions, attracting traders from across the nation, with daily transactions amounting to millions of taels. Yi Chongqing continued, although recent conflicts have disrupted this trade route, causing a decline in the Luoyan market, I estimate there are still several tens of thousands of taels in daily trade. However, merchants do not carry such substantial sums with them. They conduct transactions using promissory notes and then exchange them for cash at the money exchange. Hence, the Huichu Money Exchange is the wealthiest establishment in this area. What do you say? Are you willing to take a big risk? As Yi Chongqing spoke, his breathing quickened with excitement, his heart pounding as he eagerly awaited their response. Li Zhou pondered for a moment, glancing at Wei Rong to gauge his thoughts. Wei Rong, offering no objections, calmly stated, you must be certain. Once we embark on this venture, there will be no turning back. Li Zhou chuckled. Ha, from the moment we escaped. There was no turning back, was there? You must think the same, or you wouldn't remain silent. Wei Rong chuckled softly and nodded. Yi Chongqing, perplexed, inquired, you two haven't committed a capital crime, have you? Wei Rong patted Yi Chongqing's shoulder, grinning, more severe than a capital crime. The punishment is being torn apart by 5 horses. What's the matter? Are you afraid? To claim he wasn't afraid would be a lie, but he truly saw no way to amass such a fortune in a matter of days and was left with no choice but to explore alternative avenues. Yi Chongqing lamented with a bitter smile. Li Zhou nodded, inquiring, you have the guts. Are you perhaps a fugitive? Fugitive is too strong a term. My junior sister and I have traveled far and wide. Witnessing countless events, we rely on our skills to make a living, yet we have been wrongfully accused and besmirched. Tell me, if those people hadn't come to me, how could I have deceived or taken advantage of them? Trouble seems to follow me everywhere. Fortunately, my junior sister has been able to help me out. Yi Chongqing sighed, so you refrained from using your inner strength for fear of being discovered by enemies? Wei Rong suddenly grasped the reason for Yi Chongqing's earlier vigilance and inquired. Precisely. However, speaking of which, my junior sister excels in disguise techniques. If she were to assist us, our operation would be significantly bolstered. Yi Chongqing added, why not summon your junior sister to join us in this endeavor? Li Zhou asked. Don't mention it. Just days ago, I lost every last tael she earned and now owe her 100 taels. She would skin me alive if I dared approach her. Unless we successfully complete this operation and return her double the amount, there may be no chance of appeasing her. Yi Chongqing sighed, shaking his head, and no sooner had he spoken than a commotion erupted outside the alley. The 3 men hid behind the wall and peered towards the street. They saw a crowd gathering around a notice board beneath an archway, where several soldiers were putting up announcements before departing. The surrounding pedestrians whispered among themselves, engaged in lively discussions. Li Zhou's heart sank. Could it be our wanted notice? Highly likely. It seems we must expedite our plans. I fear that delays may lead to unforeseen complications. Wei Rong frowned, observing the crowd. Chongqing, you possess exceptional agility. Seize an opportunity to investigate the internal structure and personnel distribution of the money exchange. Li Zhou quickly formulated a plan. Wei Rong, you are responsible for scouting the terrain surrounding the money exchange and mapping out our escape route. I will find a way to procure a carriage. We need a means to transport the money once we acquire it, correct? Wei Rong nodded in agreement. Yi Chongqing, however, was left dumbfounded. Brothers, have you done this before? You arranged the entire operation so swiftly. If you claim you haven't, I can hardly believe it. Li Zhou chuckled, patting Yi Chongqing's shoulder without offering an explanation. Since there are no objections, let us proceed as planned. We shall gather here tonight at the hour of the rat. With that, Li Zhou and Wei Rong departed, leaving Yi Chongqing standing there in a daze. Noticing Yi Chongqing still lost in thought, Wei Rong urged, stop dawdling. Where's the money exchange? Lead the way. Finally snapping back to reality, Yi Chongqing responded and guided Wei Rong towards the Huichu Money Exchange. As night descended, the facade of the Huichu Money Exchange loomed before them. Wei Rong and Yi Chongqing concealed themselves in a nearby alley, their eyes fixed on the brightly lit establishment across the street. The once bustling thoroughfare had quieted, with only a few drunken patrons staggering home. Two individuals patiently awaited until the deep of night, and the streets were finally deserted. Only a watchman, lantern in hand and gavel in the other, patrolled to remind the residents to be vigilant against fire. Wei Rong tore a piece of cloth from the rain cover of a nearby stall. Ripping it in half, he handed one piece to Yi Chongqing, while he himself tied the other around his face, stating, "What we are about to undertake is a matter of life and death. We cannot afford to reveal our identities. Cover your face and let us proceed." Chapter 9. Investigation. Yi Chongqing nodded slightly, wrapping the cloth around his face, and then channeled his internal energy, allowing an invisible current to swirl beneath his feet. With a light tap against the wall, he propelled himself into the air, gracefully leaping like a swift swallow into the confines of the money house's walls. Wei Rong, meanwhile, meticulously memorized the terrain surrounding the establishment. Before the entrance of the Hui Chu money house lay the main thoroughfare of Luo Yin Market, bustling with crowds during the day. Flanking it were narrow alleys, barely wide enough for 3 or 4 individuals to walk side by side, just sufficient for a cart to pass. The back alley was somewhat more spacious, lined with low houses, a few flickering candlelights visible in scattered windows. In days of yore, Luo Yin Market was the most prosperous town in Dechu, renowned for its land being worth its weight in gold, where people would go to great lengths to establish themselves. Yet, in just a few short years, frequent warfare to the west had led to its decline, causing residents to flee in droves. Now, many houses had fallen into disrepair, crumbling. The bluestone roads were neglected, riddled with potholes, rendering the entire market desolate. Wei Rong strolled slowly through the alley, contemplating. This place is seldom traversed, making it quite concealed. What a pity that the road is so uneven, even worse than a muddy path. Upon reaching the back door of the money house, despite the late hour, the interior remained brightly lit, the incessant clatter of abacuses echoing within. Wetting his fingertips, Wei Rong poked a small hole in the paper window and peered inside. He observed 6 individuals, each engrossed in their ledgers, busily manipulating their abacuses. Shifting his gaze, he noticed Yi Chongqing stealthily observing each room from the second floor through the door's crack. After gathering sufficient information, he climbed onto the beams, lifted a few tiles to sneak out, and carefully replaced them, continuing his reconnaissance elsewhere. Wei Rong withdrew his gaze and resumed his search for an escape route along the bluestone path of the back alley. Suddenly, he felt a prickling sensation on his back. As if being watched, instinctively, he grasped the hilt of his knife behind him, warily surveying his surroundings. "Have I been discovered?" Quite impressive, the young man, appearing to be in his 20s, emerged from behind a wall and stood before Wei Rong. With thick eyebrows and large eyes, his handsome visage was complemented by a silver sword slung across his back, exuding an air of heroism. "Who are you, and why are you following me?" Wei Rong inquired warily. "I am Si Chun, the heir of the Star Sword. I could not sleep, so I took a stroll," the youth replied nonchalantly. "But you, lurking about at this late hour, what are your intentions?" As he spoke, Si Chan unsheathed the giant sword from his back, gripping it with both hands, dragging it along the ground. The sword was adorned with carvings of the Big Dipper, each star embedded with gems of various hues, radiating opulence. Channeling his internal energy, the silver sword began to emit a silvery glow, the gems sparkling like stars in a kaleidoscope of colors. "I too could not sleep and merely took a stroll." "Is that so wrong?" Wei Rong countered in a similar tone. "Humph, strolling is not inherently wrong, but I have never seen anyone conceal their face while doing so," Si Chen remarked, producing a stack of papers from his bosom. Rifling through until he extracted one, scrutinizing it closely before comparing it to Wei Rong. "Though you have shrouded your face, those eyes bear a striking resemblance. Will you admit that this person is you?" Si Chun flipped the wanted poster around for Wei Rong to see. There, in stark detail, was Wei Rong's likeness. Though the resemblance was only about 60 to 70% accurate, it was close enough. Below the image read, "Wei Rong, a resident of Feisha City, 36 years of age, guilty of treason, a bounty of 3,000 taels for his capture, 1,000 taels for his head. Even if I claim to be wronged, you would not believe me," Wei Rong stated calmly. "Come, let me see if you possess the strength to apprehend me." With that, Wei Rong unsheathed his tiger sha knife, channeling his internal energy, causing a swirling red current to envelop the blade. Oh, your technique is indeed peculiar. I can sense your power rapidly escalating. Since you are so resolute, let us see if you can withstand my strike. Sichen thought to himself, this person is likely formidable. I should strike unexpectedly for a decisive victory. With that, Sichen charged at Wei Rong, dragging the giant sword along. When he was about 5 meters away, he abruptly lifted the sword, twisting his body backward. The sword, propelled by momentum, arced upward in a swift motion in an instant. A massive sword energy, imbued with the brilliance of 7 colors, surged toward Wei Rong with blinding speed. The strike came with such ferocity that Wei Rong had little choice but to grasp the hilt with one hand while bracing the back of the knife with the other. Enduring the full force of the blow, in a split second, the sword energy collided with the tiger sha knife, erupting in a violent explosion. As the dust settled, Wei Rong found himself pushed back 3 or 4 meters. His right hand trembling slightly from the impact. Internally, he was struck with dread. What overwhelming internal energy! Just one strike nearly scattered my OWNY right hand is already numb. If he strikes again, I shall surely perish. After Sichen's sword strike, the originally vibrant silvery aura enveloping the star sword began to thin, hinting at a depletion of energy. The colorful gems lost their luster as well. Observing Wei Rong, seemingly unscathed, Sichen was taken aback but maintained a facade of composure. I did not expect you to withstand that strike. I typically finish my opponents with a single blow. Since you survived, I shall spare you for today. Depart. However, Sichen's heart was heavy with concern. I cannot believe he withstood my full-force attack. I now possess no internal energy. Should he discover that, I am finished. Noticing Wei Rong's stillness, Sichen pressed on. It appears you truly wish to die. Do not blame me for being ruthless with that. He feigned raising the giant sword, but in truth, he was utterly drained, maintaining only the posture of dragging the weapon. Wei Rong scrutinized Sichen for a moment, a smirk of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. He glanced at the dimly glowing sword in Sichen's hand and replied leisurely, "Let us see just how ruthless you can be." Then, switching the knife to his left hand, he channeled his internal energy and struck the ground with force. A crimson blade of light cleaved deep into the earth, leaving a fissure half a foot deep. Following this, Wei Rong approached Sichen with deliberate calmness. Sichen's countenance paled instantly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he realized, he has seen through my facade. I did not expect that in my naivety, seeking to establish my reputation, I would encounter such a formidable opponent. What must those more ruthless bandits be like? My master, that fraud, claimed I would have few rivals with my current skill. Now I fear I may perish here. As this thought crossed his mind, Sichen couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, he was devoid of any internal energy, unable to muster the strength to wield the giant sword. Wei Rong stood before him, positioning the tiger sha knife against his throat. Sichen felt the cold steel against his neck, swallowing hard, his legs trembling involuntarily. Were I a villain, your head would have already rolled. Wei Rong stated calmly, in this world, some things you see may not be true, and some things you hear may not be real. With that, Wei Rong dissipated his internal energy, spinning the tiger sha knife before sheathing it on his back. Sichen nodded, etching Wei Rong's words into his memory, hastily shouldering the giant sword and fleeing in disgrace. Seeing Sichen intimidated into retreat, Wei Rong's tense expression finally relaxed. Hiss, he grimaced in pain, clutching his now-numb right arm. After a considerable time, as feeling returned to his arm, the intense pain gradually subsided. Chapter 10. The heist in his flight, Sichen had inadvertently dropped the stack of wanted posters. Wei Rong approached to search through them, and as expected, he found the wanted notice for Li Zhou. Li Zhou, a resident of Shaosha village in Feisha City, 44 years of age, guilty of treason. A reward of 3,000 taels for his capture, 1,000 taels for his head. After securing the wanted notices for both himself and Li Zhou, Wei Rong intended to continue his investigation of the back alley. However, the commotion from the earlier altercation had attracted the attention of the nearby residents, who had all emerged to investigate. As more and more people gathered, and with the distant approach of guards, Wei Rong had no choice but to abandon his search and swiftly take refuge in the shadows, making his escape, at the stroke of midnight. Wei Rong was resting in a dilapidated hut near the designated meeting point when he suddenly heard commotion nearby. Peering out, he saw Yi Chongqing returning. He waved his hand, beckoning Yi Chongqing to come over. "How did your investigation go?" Wei Rong inquired. Yi Chongqing took a breath, responding, "The main building has 2 stories. When I entered from the rooftop, I saw 6 individuals on the first floor engrossed in their accounts, so I did not dare to descend. I began my inspection on the 2nd floor. Not wanting to make a sound, I peered through the door's crack. It seemed to be the resting quarters for those below." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "After finishing my observations on the 2nd floor, I slipped out to explore other rooms. Not long after, I heard sounds of fighting from the back alley, accompanied by a flash of light. I thought about going to see the commotion, but as I passed by the central building of the money house, I noticed those individuals pushing open the windows to look outside, so I seized the opportunity to slip into the manager's room on the 1st floor. There was no one inside, and I couldn't tell if the manager was nearby. The room was quite clean and tidy, containing only a desk and a few bookshelves. I rummaged through them, finding nothing but ledgers. I find it rather strange that despite the incessant flow of silver entering and exiting that vast money house, I have yet to spot any place designated for the depositing of funds. I can't help but wonder if there might be a concealed entrance somewhere. However, before I could investigate further, I heard a commotion from outside. Not daring to linger, I opened the window and climbed out to continue my exploration of the other rooms and the corridor. I noticed several patrolling guards, so I circumnavigated them, meticulously inspecting each chamber in turn. Each room I encountered was either occupied by servants or designated for the kitchen and latrines, compelling me to return for the time being. With a sigh, Yi Chongqing remarked. Wei Rong nodded in silence, gesturing for Yi Chongqing to take a moment to rest and regain his strength. Before long, the distant sound of horses' hooves and the creaking of wheels reached their ears. Elijah approached slowly, driving a dilapidated cart. Heaving a sigh, the cart came to a halt, and Yi Chongqing climbed aboard, giving it a shake as he mumbled, "Is this cart even usable? It feels so wobbly as I sit here." Wei Rong followed suit, climbing up onto the cart, saying, "Let us head to the back alley of the money house. We can discuss things as we move." As Li Zhou guided the cart, he replied, "Hey, don't be disdainful of this old cart. I consider it a blessing just to have managed to borrow it." Fortunately, the ruckus outside drew the attention of a few workers at the post station, allowing me the chance to sneak into the stable and lead out a cart. Almost got caught, too. Speaking of which, that commotion originated from the money house. You didn't encounter any trouble, did you? Wei Rong chuckled. I might as well confess that the disturbance was caused by me. I ran into quite a formidable character and nearly came to grief. But fret not, it's nothing serious. We shall proceed according to our plan. Soon after, Li Zhou drove the cart to the rear entrance of the Huichu money house. It was now the witching hour, and the crowd that had gathered earlier had long since dispersed, with the few individuals in the main house already resting. Yi Chongqing harnessed his internal energy and leapt lightly, landing behind the wall and opening the back door to signal the others to enter. Li Zhou said, "Wei Rong, you go in first. I'll stand guard outside. If anything arises, I'll notify you immediately." Wei Rong nodded and jumped down from the cart, entering the money house and following Yi Chongqing through the window into the stewardess room. Yi Chongqing gestured for Wei Rong to keep watch at the door while he began to search the room, hoping to uncover a hidden entrance. As Yi Chongqing gently lifted the inkstone, still damp with residual ink, a crisp click resonated. To their astonishment, the nearby bookshelf gradually rotated, revealing a concealed door. This unexpected development startled both men, prompting Wei Rong to peer anxiously outside and up to the 2nd floor. Seeing that the coast was clear, he exhaled a sigh of relief and gestured for Yi Chongqing to investigate further while he remained alert at the door. Yi Chongqing approached the hidden entrance, where a dark passage extended downward. He produced a fire stick from his pocket, igniting it, and cautiously descended the stairs, guided by the flickering light. Before long, he reached the end of the passage. Pushing open a wooden door, he was greeted by a room brimming with treasures. Boxes of all sizes were meticulously arranged, occupying nearly every inch of the space. Yi Chongqing opened one box at random, revealing a dazzling array of gold, silver, and jewels, all neatly categorized. Grasping a handful of riches, he exclaimed joyfully, "We are about to strike it rich! Ha ha ha!" He seized a small box and hurriedly exited the passage, eagerly informing Wei Rong, "This is the vault of the money house. Let us hurry and load it up with that." He nimbly climbed out the window, carefully placing the small box onto the cart. Just as they were busy transporting the treasures, a servant happened to pass by the window on the other side of the main house while heading to the latrine. Hearing unusual noises from within, he curiously pushed the window open, only to be taken aback at the sight of two masked figures furtively moving boxes. Terrified, he cried out, "Oh no! Oh no! Thieves have broken into the money house." The sudden shout startled Yi Chongqing, causing him to nearly drop the box in his arms. A flurry of commotion erupted inside and outside the building. Quick-witted, Wei Rong shouted, "Run! If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Without a moment's hesitation, the two scrambled out the window and onto the cart. Wei Rong urged Li Zhou urgently, "Hurry! We've been compromised. Let us get out of here." They had no time for second thoughts. Leaping onto the cart, Li Zhou, upon hearing this, didn't he hesitate and flicked the reins. The horse, feeling the sharp tug, bolted forward. Just as the cart burst onto the main street, a deafening crash echoed behind them. The doors of the money house swung open with a thunderous bang, and several guards armed with long spears rushed out. The leader, mounted on horseback, bellowed, "You audacious thief! How dare you target our money house? Stop right there!" As he commanded his men to report to the authorities, he charged ahead. Spotting the leader closing in, he thrust his spear towards the wheel of the cart, intending to halt their escape. Wei Rong, quick to react, drew his tiger sha knife, channeling his internal energy, and with a flash of crimson blade light, he cleaved the spear cleanly in two. The leader, taken aback, exclaimed, "With such formidable strength, why resort to such dishonorable deeds?" Unfazed, Wei Rong leapt into action, executing a soaring kick that sent the leader crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he mounted the leader as horse. Following closely behind the cart to provide cover, the leader scrambled to his feet, shouting, "Quickly, catch the thieves!" Chapter 11. Renowned across the land, just as Li Zhou was about to burst through the outskirts of Luoyan village with the cart, a sudden flurry of hooves echoed behind them. Turning back, they saw dozens of mounted constables hot on their trail. Leading the charge was Constable Meng Chuan, his countenance dark and stern as he shouted, "You audacious brigand, halt at once! If you dare to move again, do not blame us for acting ruthlessly." Li Zhou, unfazed, turned back with a hearty laugh. "Ah, esteemed officials, what a surprise to see you personally escorting me at this late hour. I am truly flattered. However, I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot linger. I must thank you all for your kind intentions and urge you to return home for a good rest." He even pretended to bow, with an air of mockery that was undeniably provocative. Furious at this blatant defiance, Meng Chuan roared, "You insolent scoundrel! How dare you be so brazen, since you refuse to repent? Do not blame us for our lack of mercy." With a swift motion, he signaled to his men, who promptly drew their short bows, knocking arrows and aiming at the cart in unison for a volley. A rain of arrows descended, but Wei Rong, quick-witted, raised his knife to deflect most of the projectiles. His expression grave, he warned Li Zhou, "These constables are no ordinary foes. They are skilled archers. You must go on ahead. I'll hold them off." Li Zhou and Yi Chongqing exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. "Be careful." Wei Rong tugged at the reins, letting out a low grunt as the yellow-maned horse came to an abrupt halt. Turning to face the oncoming constables, Meng Chuan, a cunning strategist, realized that Wei Rong was formidable enough to stand alone, prompting him to quickly command 5 of his men to surround Wei Rong while ordering the remaining 4 to pursue the cart. Wei Rong wasted no words. He swung the reins with a flourish, bending slightly, raising the glimmering tiger sha knife high as the horse charged forward. The blade sliced through the air, leaving a chilling arc in its wake. Alarmed, Meng Chuan ordered his men to retreat, realizing they could not confront Wei Rong directly. They turned their horses around, racing in the opposite direction while drawing their bows, firing at the relentless Wei Rong. "This is troublesome," Wei Rong muttered under his breath, forced to retract the internal energy from his knife. He swung it in a series of arcs, managing to parry the incoming arrows. Seeing this, a glint of cunning flickered in Meng Chuan's eyes. He steadied his breath, waiting for the opportune moment, and suddenly released an arrow aimed directly at the front leg of Wei Rong's horse. With a piercing whinny, the horse collapsed in pain, nearly toppling forward. In an instant, Wei Rong harnessed his internal energy, leaping onto the horse's back and using the momentum to propel himself toward Meng Chuan. In midair, he raised the tiger's sha knife high. A fierce determination etched on his face and brought it down with all his might. Meng Chuan, realizing the imminent danger, hastily raised his short bow to block the incoming strike. With a resounding crack, the bow splintered, severed in two, yet the knife continued its descent, carving a deep gash into the stone road, sending sparks flying. As Wei Rong landed, he immediately surged forward, grasping the tail of Meng Chuan's steed. Yanking it with all his strength, the startled horse stumbled, causing Meng Chuan to be violently thrown off. He tumbled and rolled on the ground, utterly disheveled, while the frightened horse bolted into the distance, swiftly disappearing into the night. Quick on his feet, Wei Rong seized Meng Chuan, locking him in a vice-like grip with his left arm, using him as a human shield. This maneuver not only shielded him from the arrows fired by the remaining constables, but also made them hesitate to strike. After being subdued, Meng Chuan, unwilling to show weakness, feigned calmness and remarked, "Your martial prowess is indeed commendable. Why resort to such nefarious acts and oppose the court? I am Meng Chuan, the captain of the bounty hunters from Luo Yanji. Should you wish to repent and abandon your former ways, I am willing to vouch for you, to enlist your services to the government. With your skills, a prosperous future awaits you. Why risk your own downfall?" As he spoke, he subtly gestured to the other bounty hunters to stealthily approach and prepare for a rescue. Wei Rong shot him a cold glance, his voice frigid as he warned, "If you wish to live, then be silent." He was disinclined to engage in further banter with Meng Chuan, his gaze hawkishly fixed on the 5 bounty hunters dismounting and drawing their long knives. Seeing his subordinates drawing near, Meng Chuan felt a surge of hope and attempted to break free. He abruptly bent his right arm and delivered a forceful elbow strike backward. However, Wei Rong had anticipated this. He released his grip, channeling his inner strength into a powerful palm strike aimed at Meng Chuan's back. With a dull thud, Meng Chuan felt as if his very insides were being shattered, blood erupting from his mouth. His body flew forward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily into his approaching subordinates. One bounty hunter hastily sheathed his knife and caught Meng Chuan, while the other 4 quickly surrounded them, one swinging his blade in an attempt to incapacitate Wei Rong. Wei Rong, as elusive as a specter, bent backward, raising his right leg and delivering a fierce kick toward the sky. The bounty hunter barely had time to react before his chin met Wei Rong's foot with a resounding impact, causing him to lose consciousness and collapse. As Wei Rong retracted his foot, he kicked the fallen long knife, sending it flying like an arrow straight toward another bounty hunter who was preparing to strike. This unfortunate hunter, evidently unskilled, felt a sudden chill in his fingers before excruciating pain followed. Instinctively, he dropped his knife, clutching his injured hand and crying out in agony in the blink of an eye. Wei Rong had effortlessly defeated 2 adversaries and broken through the encirclement. The remaining 3 bounty hunters exchanged glances, hesitating to advance. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. Presumably the soldiers from Luo Yanji had arrived. Wei Rong snorted derisively, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. He strode confidently to a nearby horse, leapt onto its back with grace, and galloped toward the direction where Li Zhou and the others had fled. Lying on the ground, Meng Chuan felt blood seep from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed intently on Wei Rong's retreating figure. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he muttered curses under his breath. How infuriating! I, Meng Chuan, have galloped across battlefields for years without suffering such a severe blow. You wretched scoundrel, await your reckoning. One day, I shall personally escort you to prison. With great effort, he endured the pain and shakily rose to his feet. His face contorted in agony, yet the fire of rage in his eyes remained undiminished. He turned to the bewildered bounty hunters and barked, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and report to the county magistrate. This matter is of great significance. It is beyond our capacity to handle. Inform them that a gang of ruthless bandits is wreaking havoc in Luo Yanji and that we urgently require skilled officials from the court to apprehend them." The bounty hunters complied promptly and turned to leave, but Meng Chuan called out to them, adding, "Remember to specify in the wanted notice that generous rewards await those who provide useful information. If anyone can capture that swordsman alive, a bounty of 1,000 taels will be offered." Once his subordinates departed in haste, Meng Chuan leaned against the wall and slowly made his way out. Meanwhile, Li Zhou and Yi Changqing found themselves relentlessly pursued by the 4 bounty hunters trailing closely behind. One of the hunters knocked an arrow and aimed at Yi Changqing's back, releasing it with a swift motion. Yi Changqing felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he sidestepped just in time, the arrow whizzing past his face and narrowly missing his cheek, with a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Yi Changqing deftly flicked his wrist, revealing 4 gleaming willow leaf knives now firmly gripped in his hands. He concentrated his inner energy, infusing it into the blades. An invisible current swirled around the knives, causing them to vibrate slightly and emit a low, resonant hum. With a sudden flick of his hand, the knives shot forth like lightning, accurately striking the pursuing bounty hunters, before they could comprehend what had transpired. They felt a sharp pain in their bodies, and their wounds began to visibly blacken and rot before their very eyes. They cried out in agony, tumbling from their horses and writhing in torment upon the ground. Li Zhou, witnessing this scene, exclaimed in astonishment, "Good heavens! You've coated your hidden weapons with such potent poison?" Yi Changqing nodded nonchalantly, explaining, "This poison is not lethal. It merely inflicts a bit of suffering." "Oh, this." Li Zhou responded with a sigh. "These men, once healed, will likely bear lasting disabilities. Your methods are more torturous than simply killing them." Just as he finished speaking, a sharp crack echoed from beneath the carriage, and one of the wheels rolled away. Li Zhou's heart sank as he realized the axle had snapped, with the carriage on the verge of overturning. Both Li Zhou and Yi Changqing instinctively leapt out just in time. The out-of-control carriage continued to roll forward due to momentum, tragically crushing the unfortunate horse pulling it, the broken axle piercing deep into its abdomen. The horse let out a heart-wrenching scream before falling silent. The carriage halted upon crushing the horse, but the riches it carried spilled out onto the ground. Li Zhou and Yi Changqing exchanged glances, both instinctively bending down to collect the scattered treasures. Wei Rong followed the wheel tracks and stumbled upon the 4 bounty hunters who lay unconscious on the ground. After walking a short distance, he finally located Li Zhou and Yi Changqing. The sight before him made him gasp in shock. The carriage lay overturned, a wheel shattered, and gold and silver scattered everywhere. Most distressingly, the horse lay lifeless, the axle having pierced through its body, its blood staining the earth. Unable to contain himself, Wei Rong exclaimed, "What calamity has befallen you?" Seeing the carriage overturned, the wheel broken, treasures strewn about, and the horse's gruesome demise, Wei Rong couldn't help but ask, "What has happened?" Li Zhou and Yi Changqing, busy gathering the fallen riches, turned at the sound of his voice, relief washing over them upon seeing Wei Rong unharmed. Li Zhou inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" Wei Rong shook his head and replied tersely, "I am fine. Let me assist." With that, he joined them in collecting the scattered valuables. After a considerable amount of time, the 3 finally organized all the wealth. Upon counting, they discovered they had salvaged 7 small boxes from the money house. They had opted for these smaller boxes for ease of transport rather than larger chests. 5 of the boxes contained silver, each holding 20 taels, totaling 1,000 taels of silver. The other 2 boxes brimmed with invaluable jewels and jade. Carefully wrapping the boxes in cloth, they placed them onto the horse that Wei Rong had brought. As Yi Changqing surveyed the treasures, a smile crept onto his face. "What a pity that we were discovered after only acquiring a few boxes. Nevertheless, this should suffice for us to enjoy a bit of luxury." Li Zhou laughed heartily with riches in hand. "My heart is at ease. Let anyone dare to look down upon me now. However, we cannot linger in Luo Yanji any longer. Fengning City is not far. A 200-mile journey east will take us there. My junior sister resides there, and now that we have money, I believe she will be more amiable," Li Changqing remarked. Li Zhou's eyes lit up at this prospect. "We have no destination, so anywhere will do. If your junior sister's disguise technique is as remarkable as you claim, with her assistance, we can live freely without the constant dread." Wei Rong nodded in agreement. Yi Changqing decisively declared, "Then it is settled that Tio evade pursuit. We shall set off immediately and find a place to rest once we are far enough away." They quickly organized their belongings, leading their horses as they quietly ventured toward Fengning City in the east. 3 days later, in the capital, the imperial palace, with a resounding thud, the current emperor of Dechu, Chu Xian, stood furiously from his dragon throne, hurling 2 letters to the ground. "Su Zongxin, this useless fool, cannot even handle this minor affair. And now I must clean up his mess. And this uproar in Luo Yinji, with the money house robbed of hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, could it possibly be the work of a single group? Chu Xian paced thoughtfully, reflecting on the entire situation. The Red Sand Camp had originally been the personal soldiers of his elder brother, Chu Jun, who had sought his father's permission to gain experience in the borderlands. Over the years, Chu Jun had cultivated considerable influence in Facia City, and the Red Sand Camp was among his most formidable forces. Meanwhile, Chu Xian, the ambitious second prince, had always coveted the throne. He secretly courted courtiers and gathered followers to build his own power. In May of this year, the old Emperor Chu Xian fell gravely ill, and as his demise loomed, he planned to summon Chu Jun back to the capital to succeed him. Yet, before this edict could leave the palace, it was intercepted by Chu Xian. He stormed into the old emperor's chambers, coercing him to bequeath the throne to himself. Enraged, Chu Xian suffered a heart attack and perished. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xian forged the edict in the old emperor's handwriting and declared himself emperor. To solidify his position, he summoned Chu Jun back to the capital under the pretense of the old emperor's command. Unaware of the true circumstances, Chu Jun returned with half of the Red Sand Camp's loyal guards. Only to be ambushed in the palace, his accompanying guards slaughtered to silence them. After ascending the throne, Chu Xian appointed his confidant Su Zongxin as the new general of the West, dispatching him to Facia City to take control of Chu Jun's former troops. He specifically instructed that any remnants of the Red Sand Camp be dealt with secretly to prevent any rebellion from affecting the other factions. Now, although Chu Xian had stabilized his court, his grip on the borderlands remained tenuous. Today, I unexpectedly received 2 letters that left me in a state of unease. 2 individuals had managed to escape from Qisha Camp, and a substantial theft occurred at Luoyan Market. Chu Xian could not help but contemplate the gravest scenario. If these 2 were indeed responsible, bearing immense wealth to rally the former followers of Chu Jun for rebellion, it would likely incite widespread support. Although such a thought might be somewhat exaggerated, to err on the side of caution, he immediately summoned the commander of the Bayou Guard, Zhu Yuda, a middle-aged man clad in silver armor and helmet, adorned with a tuft of white feathers, knelt and clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" Zhu Yu, take 300 Bayou Guards to search the western cities for individuals named Wei Rong and Li Zhou. If you find them, execute them without mercy, Chu Xian instructed ominously. Zhu Yu was about to comply, but then a stunning woman strode into the hall with great purpose, with her high ponytail and breathtaking beauty. She exuded an air of confidence. Her slender, well-proportioned figure was accentuated by the silver dragon-patterned armor she wore, and her white cloak, embroidered with silver dragons, billowed majestically without the need for wind. "Chu Ning, this matter is of great importance. You must not act recklessly." Chu Xian frowned as he regarded his enchanting sister approaching him. Chu Ning picked up the 2 letters, glanced at them, and calmly remarked, "They are merely 2 petty thieves. I happen to have business outside the city. Dealing with them will be a trivial matter." Chu Xian looked at Chu Ning, who towered over him by half a head, and helplessly replied, "These thieves are likely not ordinary. Having stolen such a considerable sum and escaped unscathed, I worry for your safety if you go. You are well aware of my capabilities. Over the years, I have yet to encounter anyone who could withstand my full force. What is there to fear?" After saying this, Chu Ning unsheathed the from her back, its pure white shaft intricately carved with a spiraling silver dragon. With a casual flourish, she twirled the spear, and as the tip sliced through the air, it seemed to create a rift, the sound echoing with a faint dragon's roar. "Very well, I shall assign you 300 Bayou Guards to ensure your safety," Chu Xian said, his head throbbing at his sister's audacity. Only she would dare to bring a weapon into the palace and perform such feats before him. Had anyone else been so brazen, they would have long been reduced to mincemeat. No need. Having a bunch of burdensome guards would only distract me from my task, Chu Ning retorted unapologetically, causing Zhu Yu, who was kneeling nearby, to undergo a subtle change in expression. Though he dared not speak, after stating her intentions, Chu Ning turned on her heel and left, as though not seeking permission but merely announcing her decision. Chu Xian rubbed his forehead, thinking, perhaps it is for the best. One less troublemaker to deal with, however. Once she leaves the palace, I fear she may not sleep soundly tonight. I must ensure additional Bayou Guards patrol outside her chambers. After a prolonged contemplation, Chu Xian turned to the Minister of Revenue, Zhongliang and inquired, "How is the plague situation in Taoyuan town being managed?" "Your Majesty, this plague is quite peculiar. Those infected experience blackening blood vessels that gradually spread throughout the body, ultimately invading the heart and lungs. At which point, even the most skilled physician would be powerless to help. It is unclear why such a strange illness has arisen in Taoyuan town, and curiously, only its residents have fallen victim to this affliction. The onset of the plague was sudden, and I have not gathered much information, but local officials report that neighboring villages have not experienced any outbreaks. As it stands, the contagion seems to be minimally infectious. Nonetheless, to be cautious, I have ordered the local officials and soldiers to seal off Taoyuan town," Zhongliang explained. Chu Xian nodded silently and then turned to the Minister of War, Feng Yi, saying, "You mentioned previously that a new type of weapon has been developed with considerable power. What is its current progress?" Feng Yi clasped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty, the production of this weapon is nearing completion. Within a month, it will be finished, and once testing is complete, we can commence mass production." Chu Xian nodded again, remaining silent as he thought. Now that neighboring nations are growing restless, frequently encroaching upon our borders, and those feudal lords are unmanageable, if this new weapon truly possesses such formidable capabilities, I will surely eliminate them one by one. Chapter 12. Fengning City. After 3 days of arduous travel, Li Zhou and his companions arrived outside Fengning City. A protective moat encircled the city, and the drawbridge at the city gate was bustling with traffic, a continuous stream of pedestrians. Truly, it was a grand city in the interior, unharmed by war. The towering city walls were imposing and well-constructed, a stark contrast to the crooked walls of Facia City. Li Zhou gazed upward at the towering walls in awe. "After days of travel, my mouth has grown as dry as a bird's. Let us hurry into the city and enjoy a proper meal," Wei Rong exclaimed impatiently. "Do not rush. I will check the notice board by the city gate to see if our wanted posters are posted," Yi Chongqing said, blending into the crowd as he approached the notice board. After a thorough inspection and finding no posters bearing their names, he felt relieved. "Ha! There are no wanted posters for us. Let us enter the city," Yi Chongqing returned with a smile. Upon entering the city, Li Zhou was immediately captivated by the sights before him. The opulent pavilions and palaces on either side were magnificent, and the melodious strains of music and poetic recitations wafted from within, accompanied by the cheerful laughter of ladies and gentlemen. Even Wei Rong found himself enchanted. It was not until they heard an urging voice from behind that they regained their senses and stepped aside to avoid blocking the way. "I had thought Luoyan Market was bustling enough, but this Fengning City surpasses it by far. Comparing the two is like pitting a flickering candle against the brilliance of the sun," Wei Rong remarked with admiration. "Ah, there is no need for such awe. We are now considered wealthy individuals, free to do as we please. Just over there is Yinyu Tower, the most renowned brothel in this city. Shall I take you inside to broaden your horizons?" Yi Chongqing suggested with a grin, patting the package on the horse's back. "I am so hungry that my stomach is touching my back. Let us talk about that later. First, take us to find a place to eat," Wei Rong replied. "Since we have money now, we should indulge ourselves. The best dining in Fengning City is at Songhe Tower, where officials and dignitaries often host their banquets," Yi Chongqing declared, leading them to Songhe Tower. Songhe Tower boasted 5 stories, situated in the heart of Fengning City, and from the top floor, one could gaze upon the entire cityscape. It was midday, and the entrance of Songhe Tower was bustling with officials clad in fine silks. While inside, the lively sounds of conversation and children's laughter filled the air. The attendants at the entrance welcomed each guest with bows and cheerful smiles, sending off those who had dined well with great courtesy. As 3 rustic-looking individuals approached, one attendant intended to speak, but Li Zhou pulled out a few pieces of silver and tossed them to him. Instantly, the attendant's demeanor shifted back to a smile, bowing as he welcomed them inside. Wei Rong dismounted, handing over the horse to the attendant for stabling in the rear courtyard. The trio entered a private room, and after Yi Chongqing placed their orders, he remarked, "While we await our dishes, I will go find my junior sister." Upon opening the door to the private room, he was met by a stunningly beautiful woman leaning against the wall. Smirking as she watched Yi Chongqing, "Ah, if it isn't young Master Yi. You've struck it rich, coming to dine at Songhe Tower. I've been starving for days, resorting to stealing buns." "Aha, you jest, junior sister. I was just on my way to find you. I did not expect you to find us first. Come inside and make yourself comfortable," Yi Chongqing said with an awkward smile. scratching his head. The enchanting woman scoffed and entered the room to take a seat. Yi Changqing sat beside her and introduced, "Allow me to present my junior sister, Shen Xiangyu. These two are Li Zhou and Wei Rong." Li Zhou smiled. "You truly are the junior sister of Yi Changqing. One of you is as graceful as a jade tree, the other as lovely as a flower." Wei Rong nodded in agreement. Yi Changqing added, "Hee. I must thank both of you for your assistance in allowing me to slip away. We even managed to earn a considerable sum at Luoyan Market." He winked at Wei Rong, who understood and retrieved a small box from his pack, presenting it to Shen Xiangyu. "This is a token of our meeting." Shen Xiangyu opened the wooden box to find gleaming silver coins within. Excitedly, she counted out 200 taels and kissed a silver ingot, exclaiming, "In this bustling world, isn't it all for you?" Once the food and drinks were served, Li Zhou and Wei Rong, unable to contain their hunger, dug in with their hands, devouring the dishes voraciously. Yi Changqing and Shen Xiangyu exchanged glances, rendered speechless by the sight. After days of subsisting on dry rations, Yi Changqing, too, could no longer maintain his decorum and joined them in eating with his hands. Though Shen Xiangyu had also been eating buns for days, the sight of the sumptuous feast tempted her to follow suit. But she held back, instead increasing the speed at which she used her chopsticks. After they had all eaten their fill, Li Zhou leaned back in his chair, patting his belly, and proclaimed, "Being wealthy is wonderful. This is truly living." Wei Rong reminisced about their previous experiences, saying, "Killing and arson for gold waistbands, repairing bridges and roads without corpses. The ancients did not deceive me." After a moment of contemplation, Li Zhou straightened up and said, "I have a bold idea. I wonder if you all would be willing to hear me out." Wei Rong replied, "Elder brother, you have taken care of me for many years. I am at your service." "Whatever you wished." Yi Changqing widened his eyes in surprise, saying, "You wouldn't mean to?" Shen Xiangyu inquired curiously. "Do tell." Li Zhou began slowly. "Last time at Luoyan Market, we were inexperienced and lacked manpower, and it took considerable effort to acquire this 1,000 taels of silver." Upon reaching this point, Li Zhou looked at Shen Xiangyu and continued, "I heard from your senior brother that you are skilled in the art of disguise. The box of silver I just gave you is likely more than you could earn in a year. If you are willing to join us, with your skills in disguise, we might be able to acquire even more wealth, and do so with greater safety. Rest assured, the wealth we acquire shall be distributed fairly according to our merits." Li Zhou continued to elaborate on his scheme. "My next idea is to investigate where the most affluent individuals in Fengning City reside, and then we shall devise a means to seize a substantial sum and abscond to a distant place to revel in leisure. If you can assist us, we need not fear being pursued even if we engage in outright robbery." Shen Xiangyu listened with trepidation. After all, the previous escapades with Yi Changqing had merely involved swindling for petty gains, which, while barely sufficient for sustenance, did not warrant a manhunt by the authorities. Noticing his junior sister's hesitation, Yi Changqing hastily urged, "Junior sister, just a few days ago, I felt just as fearful when I accompanied them to pilfer from the money house. However, I assure you, Wei Rong is an unparalleled expert. He can single-handedly contend with 6 or 7 constables and still emerge unscathed. With him among us, we need not worry." Wei Rong nodded solemnly, declaring, "I would never abandon my companions." As he spoke, memories of his brothers from the Qi Sha camp surged forth, tightening his fists in a grip of self-reproach. Shen Xiangyu, akin to an innocent young girl, was easily swayed by Li Zhou's persuasion, while Yi Changqing did not hesitate to embellish the tale. Upon catching sight of a box filled with silver, her resolve shattered, and she proclaimed, "I shall join you." Li Zhou rose with a smile. Raising his cup, "Let us celebrate the addition of a new member. Cheers." The group stood in unison, lifting their cups in a hearty toast. Chapter 13. Scheming Shen Xiangyu narrowed her beautiful eyes. Taking a delicate sip of the fragrant wine, a captivating blush blooming on her cheeks, enhancing her allure, she gently wiped the corner of her lips with her sleeve and softly remarked, "As for where the wealthiest quarters lie in Fengning City, I dare not make any presumptions. However, the Misty Rain Tower, it is indeed dripping with riches." Li Zhou, intrigued, pressed further. "Oh, pray, elaborate." With a charming smile, Shen Xiangyu replied, "Not long ago, I disguised myself as the renowned courtesan of the Misty Rain Tower and managed to sneak in for a glimpse. The opulence within was dazzling, enough to leave one utterly astounded. Even a mere vase could be worth a fortune." Pausing for a moment, she continued. A certain young master requested my company while drinking, and I discreetly administered a sedative in his wine. Once he succumbed to slumber, he borrowed the jade pendant from his waist. Initially, I intended to exchange it for some silver at a pawn shop, but upon seeing the pendant, the shopkeeper recoiled in fear, refusing to accept it. Thus, I had no choice but to enlist my senior brother's assistance. However, this fellow ended up with no money in hand and instead incurred a debt of 100 taels to the gambling den. Yi Chongqing scratched his head awkwardly, offering a sheepish grin. I managed to get 100 taels in the black market for that pendant. Who would have thought that while passing by the gambling den? I couldn't resist. Humph, you were likely thrown out by the collar, weren't you? Shen Xiangyu scoffed derisively. She continued. The black market typically offers only 20% of the market value, and while it may seem cheap, they are bold enough to handle hot items. This indicates that the pendant, if taken to a legitimate pawnshop, would fetch no less than 500 taels. Just think, the patrons at the Misty Rain Tower are exactly the sort of people who would possess such wealth. Yet, I worry that should we provoke them, retaliation may ensue. Wei Rong unfazed countered. Why fear them? If you alter your appearance, they wouldn't even know where to find us after we rob them. Moreover, those young masters wouldn't carry excessive wealth when they venture out for entertainment. Our primary target is the Misty Rain Tower. The patrons are merely collateral. Elijah nodded in agreement. Then it is settled. I shall first seek out a blacksmith to procure a suitable weapon. While you all prepare the necessary items, this evening, we shall refrain from action and instead enjoy the Misty Rain Tower as reconnaissance. Why? Yi Chongqing suggested. Let us gather at that small courtyard in the eastern lane of the southern city tonight. There is a persimmon tree in the yard, currently bearing fruit, making it easy for you to recognize. That is where my junior sister and I previously stayed, discreet and tranquil. Shen Xiangyu stood up, declaring, It is still early. I shall procure some disguises and materials. Wei Rong added, Since we have to wait until evening, I will wander about to familiarize myself with the routes surrounding the Misty Rain Tower. Yi Chongqing rubbed his hands together, grinning. Heh, I have nothing to prepare. Allow me to go to the gambling den and retrieve all the money I've lost. You never change, do you? Shen Xiangyu scolded with exasperation. Li Zhou nodded. Very well, each shall receive a box of silver for discretionary spending. Xiangyu, as you already possess a box, you shall not receive another. The surplus box shall serve as a reserve. As for the 2 boxes of jewels, we shall find an opportunity to sell them at a pawn shop or the black market. Shen Xiangyu cautioned. Do not sell the jewels just yet. Keep them for disguises. Elijah nodded in agreement, and seeing no one else wished to speak, he stood up and slapped the table, calling out, Settle the bill. A waiter promptly entered, bowing with a smile. Esteemed guests. The total is 10 taels of silver. Elijah winced as he pulled a silver ingot from his pocket and tossed it to the waiter. The waiter accepted the silver, biting it with his teeth, and cheerfully stepped aside. Please, esteemed guests, take care. As the group exited the Songhe Tower, Wei Rong could not help but grumble. I wonder if this meal was prepared with gold or silver. It has consumed an entire year's worth of salary, Elijah lamented. This truly is not a place for the impoverished. 10 taels for a single meal. I would like to see if this place is worth our trial. Shen Xiangyu stepped forward, flashing a charming smile. Let us part ways for now. We shall meet again this evening. After bidding farewell to the others, Wei Rong leisurely strolled to the base of the Misty Rain Tower. The streets were bustling with activity, lively and vibrant. Navigating through a side alley to the back entrance, though not as grand as the main entrance, it was still frequented by many passers-by. Wei Rong furrowed his brow in thought, with so many people coming and going. If we cause a ruckus while robbing the Misty Rain Tower, it may be difficult to escape unscathed. Should we encounter someone as formidable as Si Chun, we might find ourselves in dire straits. He stopped a passerby and inquired, Excuse me, good sir. I am new to Fengning City and unfamiliar with my surroundings. I wish to prepare some items for leaving the city. When do the city gates close? The passerby replied, In the evening at the hour of you, all 4 city gates will be shut. If you need to gather many items for your departure, you must act swiftly. Thank you. Good sir. Wei Rong clasped his hands in gratitude, offering a few copper coins from his pocket. The man graciously accepted the coins, returning the gesture of thanks before departing. Wei Rong inwardly sighed. This complicates matters. If we act at night, it may not be feasible. Otherwise, once the gates close, we shall become trapped like fish in a barrel. Shopkeeper, how much for this knife? Li Zhou entered a blacksmith's shop, picking up a long knife from the wall and swinging it a few times as he inquired. Though proficient with a spear, its unwieldy nature and conspicuousness compelled him to opt for a long knife instead. A burly man with a brutish appearance, sweating and hammering away, replied without looking up, 10 taels of silver. Li Zhou scoffed. You are quite the opportunist. Perhaps you could deceive those naive young masters, but this is clearly a subpar product forged from inferior iron, and the blade has a chip in it. Is this not merely the discarded handiwork of your apprentice? The burly man paused, glancing up at Li Zhou, and said, 5 taels. That is more reasonable, Li Zhou replied, producing a 10-tael silver ingot and tossing it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper weighed the silver for a moment, noticing Li Zhou's generous demeanor, and spoke with greater respect. It appears our esteemed guest is an expert. The items displayed on the wall are merely the work of my less capable apprentices, meant to deceive the uninformed. The treasures I personally forge are kept in the back room. Though they are pricier, I believe you are not one to lack funds. Would you care to take a look? Li Zhou raised an eyebrow. Oh, is your claim true? Should you deceive me, I shall ruin your reputation. Oh, esteemed guest, how could you say such a thing? I, Jin Sanliang, never speak falsehoods. Our family has relied on our ancestral blacksmithing skills to thrive across the major cities of Dechu, and our craftsmanship has never been doubted. Many generals seek us out to forge their weaponry, Jin Sanliang boasted with pride. Let us see for ourselves whether you speak the truth. Enough with the idle chatter. Lead me inside to take a look, Li Zhou asserted, tossing the chipped long knife aside and following Jin Sanliang into the back room. Upon entering, Li Zhou was immediately captivated by the sight before him. The walls were adorned with an array of exquisite weapons, swords, halberds, axes, and forks, all gleaming with a cold light and sharpness. Jin Sanliang proudly declared, Esteemed guest, behold these treasures, all crafted by my own hands. He retrieved a long knife from the wall and presented it to Li Zhou. This long knife, forged from superior steel, was lightweight yet remarkably sturdy, its edge sharp enough to slice through iron with ease. Li Zhou took hold of the long knife, feeling its weight without any clumsiness. He swung it a few times, the blade slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, as if an extension of his own arm. He could not help but exclaim, A magnificent blade, Jin Sanliang beamed. Esteemed guest, your discerning eye is commendable. This knife is one of my finest creations. No ordinary sword can rival it. A single strike can sever an opponent's weapon. Li Zhou examined the blade closely, noting the intricate patterns along its surface, with a dragon subtly coiling around it. He remarked, This knife's design is exquisite. Master Jin's craftsmanship certainly lives up to its reputation. Jin Sanliang's heart swelled with joy at the praise, his round face shaking with laughter. Ha ha ha, esteemed guest, you flatter me. This knife, if sold to an ordinary household, would fetch at least 50 taels. However, seeing that you are a connoisseur, I shall let it go for 45 taels, Li Zhou frowned. While it is indeed a fine knife, that price is rather outrageous. 30 taels, and not a penny more. After a bout of haggling, the price was finally settled at 40 taels. Just as Li Zhou was about to depart, he seemed to recall something, halting his steps to turn back and inquire, Do you have any crossbows for sale? Jin Sanliang's expression changed at these words, and in a lowered voice he replied, Sir, you jest. The court strictly regulates crossbows, and they are not for sale under any circumstances. If the authorities were to find out, it could cost one their head. However, if it is a hunting bow you seek, I happen to possess one that I used previously, though its draw weight cannot compare to that of a military longbow. Li Zhou nodded and said, Show it to me. Jin Sanliang retrieved a wooden box from a nearby cabinet, opening it to reveal a rather ordinary hunting bow. Li Zhou took the bow and tested it. Indeed, its draw weight was inferior to that of the military longbow but still serviceable. How much? Li Zhou inquired. Consider it a gift, sir. I have no use for it anyway. I shall also include the quiver and the 5 arrows within it. Jin Sanliang waved his hand and smiled. Then I shall not be shy about it. Thank you. Li Zhou clasped his hands in gratitude. Exiting the blacksmith's shop, Li Zhou gazed at the long knife in his hand and mused, TSK? TSK. I have truly risked much for this. Meanwhile, Shen Xiangyu entered a tailor's shop, purchasing an array of garments, from the silks worn by the affluent to the coarse linen favored by the common folk. She then proceeded to a perfumery, selecting several boxes of rouge and powder. Once all the items were gathered, Xin Xiangyu set off toward the designated courtyard, laden with her bundles. Chapter 14. The Misty Rain Pavilion as the sun dipped below the horizon. The sky was painted in a splendid hue of orange-red in the small courtyard of the eastern alley in the southern part of the city. Several figures began to gather. Yi Chongqing was the first to arrive. Leaning against the courtyard gate, one hand gnawing on a persimmon while the other listlessly tossed a copper coin. Hearing footsteps, he looked up to see Li Zhou approaching. "Oh, have you just robbed that blacksmith's shop?" Yi Chongqing jested, eyeing the long knife and hunting bow slung across Li Zhou's back. Li Zhou retorted, "You've been standing here so early. Could it be that you've lost all your money?" "Ha, not quite. Last time, I suspected someone set me up, but this time I employed a small trick to recover my losses, and I even doubled my money without spending a dime," Yi Chongqing boasted. As they conversed, they noticed Xin Xiangyu approaching with her bundles, panting heavily, and hurried over to assist her into the courtyard. "Hey, I was just saying that the boss must have robbed the blacksmith's shop. It turns out you've cleaned out the tailor's entire stock," Yi Chongqing teased. Xin Xiangyu shot him a glare and replied, "You do talk too much. All these are preparations for tonight's operation." Xin Xiangyu picked up a silk long shirt and said to Li Zhou, "This one is for you. Later, I shall help you with your makeup. You will be unrecognizable, even to your own mother." Li Zhou accepted the long shirt, feeling its silky texture, and frowned. "Isn't this a bit too lavish? Wouldn't it stand out too much?" Xin Xiangyu smiled alluringly. "The Misty Rain Pavilion is not a place for just anyone to enter. If you dress too shabbily, it would attract even more attention." She then produced a long skirt and handed it to Yi Chongqing. "This is for you. Tonight, you shall masquerade as a woman." Yi Chongqing's eyes widened in shock. "What? You want me to dress as a woman? That simply won't do. If a familiar face recognizes me, where would I hide my shame?" Xin Xiangyu, undeterred, shoved the long skirt into his arms. Suppressing her laughter. "Enough nonsense, put it on quickly. With your delicate features, a little makeup will transform you into a great beauty, making ordinary women pale in comparison. Who knows, perhaps some wealthy young master will take a liking to you. And you might reap some benefits from him." Li Zhou, seeing this, chuckled. "Chongqing, just endure it for once. For the sake of our plan, this small sacrifice is nothing." Yi Chongqing, resigned, followed Xin Xiangyu into the house. Moments later, anguished cries echoed from within. "Ouch, be gentle. This makeup is too thick. My face is almost frozen in place." Approximately half an hour later, a graceful figure emerged from the room. She wore a long skirt of pale yellow, adorned with exquisite embroidery. Her glossy black hair was styled into an elegant bun, secured with a jade hairpin. Her face was lightly made up, features picturesque, her skin as smooth as cream. That moment, Wei Rong returned, and fortuitously, he witnessed this scene. His previously furrowed brow relaxed as he gazed at the beauty before him, exclaiming, "Oh, whose young lady is this? Surely I have entered the wrong room." After speaking, Wei Rong glanced toward Li Zhou, about to inquire. That moment, Xin Xiangyu also stepped out, nodding in satisfaction at Yi Chongqing. "I fear even the courtesans of the Misty Rain Pavilion would pale in comparison to you." Wei Rong was taken aback. "You are Chongqing?" The beauty playfully pouted, delicately pinching her fingers. "Who are you calling Chongqing?" "This young lady is named Yi Qingqing." With that, she cast a flirtatious glance at Wei Rong. He immediately felt a shiver run down his spine, taking a step back. "Tsk, it's a shame you're not a woman." Having said that, Wei Rong gestured for the others to gather around and said, "The situation is not optimistic. The Misty Rain Pavilion is bustling with patrons, and if we cause a commotion, it would be difficult to escape. What's worse is that the city gates close at the hour of the rooster every evening. If we act tonight, we would be like fish in a barrel, easy prey." Li Zhou furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment, then said, "Let us first scout the Misty Rain Pavilion and return to devise our plans." Xin Xiangyu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, tonight will serve as reconnaissance. I have prepared suitable clothing and makeup for everyone. I shall assist you all in disguising yourselves." Thus, under Xin Xiangyu's skilled hands, they all underwent a transformation. Li Zhou became a wealthy merchant, while Wei Rong disguised himself as his attendant. Xin Xiangyu transformed into a refined scholar holding a folding fan. Observing this, Yi Chongqing exclaimed, "Hey, why must I dress as a woman?" Xin Xiangyu chuckled lightly, playfully tapping Yi Chongqing's forehead with her fan. "With your looks, it would be a waste not to dress as a woman." Moreover, with such a beauty among us, gathering intelligence will be much easier. Yi Changqing scoffed. Humph, I see you are clearly teasing me. You are quite clever. Shinxiangyu teased back. Li Zhou cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone. Enough of the banter. We must set off. Remember, tonight is merely reconnaissance. Do not act rashly. As night fell and the lights began to twinkle, Li Zhou stood tall, striding confidently ahead. Wei Rong followed closely, his demeanor vigilant. Shen Xiangyu and Yi Changqing walked side by side. One a refined scholar, the other a beautiful woman, drawing the attention of passers-by. Amidst their chatter, they soon arrived at the entrance of the Misty Rain Pavilion. There, two burly men stood at the door. Inspecting incoming guests, Li Zhou approached, clasping his hands. I am Li, having heard much about the extraordinary Misty Rain Pavilion in Fengning City. I have brought a few friends to indulge in its offerings. I kindly request your assistance. The burly man scrutinized Li Zhou, noting his opulent attire and remarkable demeanor, and replied, Sir, each guest must pay 10 taels of silver to enter. Wei Rong produced 4 silver ingots from his pocket and tossed them to the man. After receiving the coins, the burly man stepped aside, granting them passage. Upon entering the Misty Rain Pavilion, Li Zhou was momentarily stunned. The resplendent hall was adorned with golden embellishments, cascading pearl curtains, and swirling incense. The walls bore paintings and calligraphy from renowned artists, while the floors were laid with luxurious wool carpets, making one feel as if walking on clouds. Various beautiful courtesans flitted about, some playing the qin, others dancing or serving drinks, each one more exquisite than the last. Shinxiangyu nudged Li Zhou with her elbow and whispered, You are now a great merchant. Do not act like a country bumpkin. Coming to his senses, Li Zhou nodded and led the group to a secluded spot to sit down. Soon, a maidservant arrived, pouring tea for each of them. Li Zhou and Wei Rong took a sip of their tea, grimacing as they set their cups down. They say tea is delightful, but why does it taste so bitter and astringent? Li Zhou remarked. Shen Xiangyu chuckled softly, covering her mouth with her fan. This is high-quality Longjing tea. It has a slight bitterness when first sipped, but the aftertaste is long and sweet. Such is its charm. Wei Rong, still skeptical, took another sip but could not discern its appeal and set the cup aside. Ignoring it.at that moment, Yi Changqing, no, now she should be called Yi Qingqing, suddenly said in a delicate voice. Ah, this tea is indeed quite good, however. I personally prefer wine. I wonder if the Misty Rain Pavilion has any fine spirits? As soon as Yi Qingqing spoke, she drew the attention of several nearby tables. With her charming expression and alluring demeanor, she captivated even more than the courtesans of the Misty Rain Pavilion. A middle-aged man in a brocade robe rose from his seat, sauntering over to Yi Qingqing with a smile. This young lady is truly enchanting. The Misty Rain Pavilion's Taohua Zue is famous far and wide. How about I treat you to a drink upstairs? Yi Changqing regarded the silver with a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes, yet maintained an air of shyness as she softly remarked. You are indeed very generous, young master, however. She deliberately elongated her tone, her hesitation eliciting an eager response from the middle-aged man. He promptly produced 2 more ingots of silver, smiling as he inquired, What do you think? If the lady finds it insufficient, feel free to speak your mind. Yi Changqing internally scoffed, recognizing that this plump sheep had indeed taken the bait. She feigned reluctance and playfully chided, You are too generous. Young master, but as I am new to this rainy pavilion, I am not yet familiar with it. Perhaps you could take me on a tour first, and if I find it suitable, we could ascend later. The middle-aged man, overjoyed by her suggestion, eagerly responded, Very well. I shall show you around right away. As he reached out to assist Yi Changqing, she deftly evaded his grasp and, in the process of rising, exchanged a knowing glance with Li Zhou and the others. Li Zhou, catching on, cleared his throat and said, Sister Yi, since this young master is so keen, you should take a stroll with him. We shall wait for you here. Yi Changqing acquiesced with a soft and followed the middle-aged man as they sauntered away. Once they were out of earshot, Shinxiangyu lowered her voice and said, Indeed, it was a splendid idea to have Changqing disguise as a woman. Let us seize this opportunity to gather intelligence. Li Zhou nodded in agreement. Indeed. Wei Rong and I shall investigate upstairs while you explore downstairs. Remember, act cautiously and avoid drawing attention. Meanwhile, upstairs, Li Zhou and Wei Rong, feigning drunkenness, staggered through the corridor, meticulously observing the layout of the rainy pavilion. Apart from a pair of guards stationed outside, they noted the absence of any security within. Continuing their ruse, they occasionally leaned against the walls as if needing a break. Carefully scrutinizing each room's arrangement, the corridor's end stood an intricately carved wooden door, distinctly different from the others. Just then, footsteps approached rapidly. Quick-witted, Li Zhou pulled Wei Rong into an unoccupied room. They held their breath. Peering through a crack in the door, a lavishly dressed middle-aged woman, accompanied by several maidservants, entered through the ornate door. That must be the madam of the rainy pavilion, Li Zhou whispered, pondering what lay beyond that door. Wei Rong nodded. We must find a way to sneak in and see. As they spoke, a familiar voice floated in from outside. Young master, this upper floor is indeed lively. Perhaps we should find a quieter place? It was Yi Changqing's voice. Li Zhou and Wei Rong exchanged glances and discreetly opened the door just enough to see. Yi Changqing was linking arms with the middle-aged man, making her way toward them. The man chuckled, very well, let us follow your lead. They approached the very room where Li Zhou and Wei Rong were concealed. In a moment of panic, the two swiftly hid behind the doors as the door swung open. Just in time to conceal them, Yi Changqing entered with a light laugh. Please, young master. The middle-aged man, unable to contain his eagerness, followed her inside, closing the door behind him as he reached out to embrace Yi Changqing. She gently pushed him away, playfully saying, no need to rush, young master. She then turned her back to him at the table, swiftly pouring a drug into the wine jug. Turning around with a glass in hand, she said, why not have a drink first, young master? The middle-aged man, already captivated, accepted without suspicion. Meanwhile, Li Zhou and Wei Rong crept toward the door, ready to exit, when a muffled sound startled them, followed by Yi Changqing's voice. All done. She turned to find the two and expressed mild surprise. Li Zhou quickly summarized the situation before inquiring, what have you done? Yi Changqing waved the wine jug triumphantly, declaring, I've added something special to his drink. Wei Rong applauded her cleverness, impressive technique. Li Zhou frowned. We should leave quickly before we attract attention, and no need to rush. I must see if this fellow is worth my sacrifice, Yi Changqing replied, proceeding to search the unconscious man for valuables. With deft movements, she rummaged through his sleeves and pockets, soon retrieving a pouch of silver, which she estimated to contain around 40 to 50 taels. Is this all? This hardly compensates for my efforts, she remarked, stripping the man of his jade pendant and ring, stashing them away. All set, let us retreat, she announced, clapping her hands together. Just as they were about to leave, footsteps echoed outside. Wei Rong peeked out to see the madam and her maidservants emerging from the intricately carved door, locking it behind them as they descended the stairs. Should we investigate? Who knows what valuable items may lie within, Li Zhou suggested. Yi Changqing, intrigued, replied, I must take a closer look with that. The trio stealthily approached the ornate door. Yi Changqing produced a piece of wire, saying, provide some cover. I'll take a look inside. Li Zhou and Wei Rong nodded, positioning themselves to obscure her while remaining in character as drunken patrons. Yi Changqing inserted the wire into the lock, pressing her ear against the mechanism. With a few deft maneuvers, a satisfying click signaled success, and she gently pushed the door ajar, peeking inside. Pay attention. If anything seems amiss, alert me, she whispered. Before her lay a lavish room, dominated by a sandalwood table at its center, surrounded by various cabinets filled with an assortment of booklets. However, there were no apparent valuables in sight. Leaning over the table, she pressed her ear against it while lightly tapping. Soon, a distinct sound emerged from one particular spot. Eagerly, she searched the table's surface and discovered a slightly raised pattern. With a gentle press, a wooden panel lifted, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside, she found a stack of papers, which she examined closely. Each sheet detailed the high-interest loans issued by the Rainy Pavilion, listing borrowers' addresses and amounts owed, all duly signed. How intriguing, Yi Changqing mused, noting the names of several court officials, each owing sums ranging from hundreds to thousands of taels. She tucked the notes into her clothing, swiftly closing the hidden compartment. After ensuring everything was restored to its original state, she slipped out of the room. Upon her return, Li Zhou inquired, Did you uncover anything? Indeed. I found something rather interesting. Let us depart and discuss it later, Yi Changqing replied mysteriously, leading the three of them downstairs to summon Shen Xiangyu before returning to their courtyard. Chapter 16. The heist at the Rainy Pavilion. Back in their quarters, Yi Chongqing spread the stack of debt notes across the table, exclaiming, "Behold this fascinating find. It is of considerable value." Each of them picked up a note for closer inspection. Shun Xiangyu furrowed her brow, somewhat puzzled. These are merely debt notes. What value do they hold? Li Zhou's eyes lit up as realization dawned. With these notes, we can replace the Rainy Pavilion in collecting debts. Look, they are all signed. Even if the debtors attempt to deny their obligations, we can formally report them to the authorities and have them dealt with. After securing the notes, Li Zhou added, "However, it's premature to discuss this further. Let us focus on our plans for tomorrow." Wei Rong contemplated for a moment before speaking. The two guards at the entrance appear quite robust, yet I sensed no internal strength from them. They merely serve as ornamental figures and pose little threat. Pausing, he continued, "As for the interior, I did not encounter any formidable characters. A few guards accompanying the influential individuals showed some promise, but they are merely minor players in the grand scheme." Li Zhou nodded thoughtfully. "It seems the Rainy Pavilion's defenses are not as formidable as we assumed. Yet we must remain vigilant." Yi Chongqing interjected, "When we execute our heist, it is certain that some fool will attempt to obstruct us. A show of force may be necessary to intimidate all present and compel them to surrender their valuables." Shun Xiangyu frowned slightly, cautioning, "Let us not forget that we can only act during the day. We must be swift. If we create too much commotion and attract onlookers, we could find ourselves surrounded, which would spell trouble. We can't afford to carve a bloody path." Wei Rong concurred, "Indeed, we must act decisively and depart quickly. By the way, the horse I acquired from Luoyan Street is still at Songhe Tower. I will retrieve it tomorrow." Seeing no objections from the group, Li Zhou clapped his hands on the table, declaring, "Then it's settled. Let us first grab a meal before preparing provisions and water." Yi Chongqing chimed in, "But first, I need to remove my makeup. I can hardly bear the discomfort of masquerading as a woman. You have no idea how unsettling it is to be gazed at by those men with lewd eyes." Shin Xiangyu stifled a laugh. "I assent it simply because you are too beautiful in your disguise. I find myself envious." The following day, at noon, at this moment, the majority of people were engaged in their meals, and the streets had grown significantly less crowded. Li Zhou and his companions stood in the alley beside the Misty Rain Tower. The four of them had merely altered their appearances slightly, rendering them unrecognizable. Wei Rong tethered his yellow-maned horse to the side and retrieved a burlap sack from the saddle, handing it to Yi Chongqing. Li Zhou observed Wei Rong and Yi Chongqing, saying, "Once we subdue the two guards at the entrance, I will block the main door with Shun Xiangyu, while the two of you will be responsible for seizing valuables from those inside." The group nodded in tacit agreement. Li Zhou took a deep breath and commanded, "Action." The four stepped out of the alley and approached the two guards stationed at the Misty Rain Tower. The guards, seeing the four, prepared to intervene. Wei Rong and Yi Chongqing harnessed their inner strength and struck the chests of the two guards with their palms. The guards instantly lost their combat capability, blood spurting from their mouths. Wei Rong and Yi Chongqing caught them to prevent their fall. Simultaneously, the four raised the cloth around their necks to conceal their faces. Li Zhou kicked open the door of the Misty Rain Tower, drawing his long knife as he surveyed the people inside. Wei Rong and Yi Chongqing dragged the two guards inside, while Shun Xiangyu promptly followed, shutting the door and securing it. Li Zhou remained silent, coldly observing the panicked crowd. As expected, a foolhardy individual soon stepped forward. A man clad in flowing white emerged, his long sword already drawn. His gaze was piercing as he fixed it upon Li Zhou, his voice deep and laden with menace. "You possess remarkable audacity to dare rob the Misty Rain Tower in broad daylight." Before he could finish, he flicked his sword, the tip aimed directly at Li Zhou's throat. Glinting menacingly, the flash of cold light crossed Li Zhou's eyes as he sidestepped the strike, and the next moment, he raised his long knife and swiftly slashed at the man's sword hand. With a sickening sound, blood gushed forth as the white-clad man's hand fell, accompanied by a piercing scream. Li Zhou sneered, disdainfully remarking, "With such meager skills, you dare to flaunt your prowess before me." He turned to face the terrified crowd, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, I advise you to cooperate willingly. Otherwise, the fate of this gentleman will serve as a cautionary tale for you all." Having uttered this, Li Zhou gestured for Wei Rong and Yi Chongqing to proceed. The two exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. Yi Chongqing opened the burlap sack, and the two quickly sprang into action. "Everyone, please hand over your valuables," Yi Chongqing stated with a smile, though his tone was as cold as frost. We do not wish to harm the innocent, but should anyone be foolish enough to resist, they shall find us most ruthless. Wei Rong then strode towards the seemingly distinguished guests, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. He extended his hand, unyieldingly commanding, "Hand over all your valuables without exception." Some timid men and women trembled in fear, handing over their jewelry and wealth with shaking hands. However, a few unwilling young scions attempted to resist. "You band of robbers! My father is." A young man in splendid attire began to threaten, but Wei Rong swiftly struck his shoulder. With a crack, the young man turned pale, cold sweat pouring down his face. Wei Rong coldly stated, "No matter how formidable your father is, he cannot save you now. If you are wise, surrender your belongings." At this, the others no longer dared to resist and hastily relinquished their valuables. Yi Chongqing deftly stuffed the items into the burlap sack, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from above. The crowd looked up to see a woman in an opulent gown descending the staircase with haste. She was the madam of the Misty Rain Tower, followed closely by 4 guards. "What audacity!" the madam scoffed. "I wondered why there was such a commotion below. It turns out a few ignorant thieves dared to wreak havoc in my establishment. Have you all grown weary of life?" Wei Rong furrowed his brow at the guards behind the madam and turned to Yi Chongqing, whispering, "How much is in the sack?" Yi Chongqing glanced at the half-full sack and replied in a hushed tone, "Mostly jewelry, difficult to estimate, but roughly several thousand taels should be there." Wei Rong nodded, slowly drawing the tiger slaughter knife from his back, a serious glint flickering in his eyes. "Those guards are not simple. Escaping unscathed may require some effort. With that, Wei Rong channeled his inner strength into the tiger slaughter knife. Its white patterns instantly stained crimson, a stream of red energy spiraling around the blade until it enveloped his entire body. Yi Chongqing, seeing this, knew the gravity of the situation. He secured the burlap sack and tossed it to Shan Xiangyu, deftly producing a willow leaf knife in his palm. The 4 guards also drew their long knives, rushing towards Wei Rong with their inner strength surging. Noticing the commotion, Li Zhou turned to Shan Xiangyu and said, "I'll assist. Keep an eye on the outside." Wei Rong faced the dual assault of the guards. The blood-red hue on the tiger slaughter knife intensifying, he propelled himself off the ground, charging at his adversaries. With a swish, the blade sliced through the air, leaving a trail of crimson. The guards, alarmed, quickly raised their blades to parry. The sounds of metal clashing echoed, sparks flying. Wei Rong's tiger slaughter knife bore down with tremendous force, pushing the 2 guards back several steps. Meanwhile, Yi Chongqing utilized his superior agility to maintain distance from one guard, hurling willow leaf knives at the guard's vital points. The guard, feeling utterly frustrated, found himself unable to catch up or assist his comrades. Any lapse in focus could lead to his demise. Li Zhou's predicament was evidently more challenging, as he faced a foe with inner strength without possessing any himself, relying solely on his years of battlefield experience. Gripping his long knife, his gaze was sharp as an eagle's, entirely focused on his opponent. Amidst the flashes of blades, Li Zhou cautiously sought an opening. Suddenly, seizing the moment, he feigned a strike, luring his opponent into a trap, and swiftly executed a sweeping blow aimed at the guard's waist. Although the guard reacted in time, Li Zhou's blade still tore through his clothing, leaving a shallow wound. The surrounding onlookers, witnessing the combat, began to shout in panic, prompting chaos to erupt. Shan Xiangyu called back, "There are many people gathering outside. We must retreat quickly." Wei Rong, upon hearing this, channeled more inner strength into the tiger slaughter knife, the energy swirling more vigorously, the crimson hue deepening, with a powerful horizontal slash. A wave of blood-red energy surged forth, targeting the 2 guards. The guards, unable to evade, braced themselves for the impact. As their long knives met the energy, they shattered into pieces, the residual force cleaving into their chests. Leaving grievous wounds, the 2 guards collapsed, blood gushing from their chests, staining the floor. If not treated promptly, their lives would be in grave jeopardy. Seizing the opportunity, Li Zhou leaped forward, his long knife aimed at the throat of one guard. The guard, in a panic, leaned back to evade, only to stumble and fall to the ground as Li Zhou kicked him down. Meanwhile, Yi Chongqing drew 6 willow leaf knives, unleashing them like a torrential downpour, forcing the remaining guard to retreat repeatedly. Let us go, Wei Rong commanded in a low voice, and the three hastily retreated towards the door. Shan Xiangyu opened the door, shouldered the sack of valuables, and rushed out of the misty rain tower alongside Li Zhou. With Wei Rong and Yi Changqing close behind, Li Zhou swiftly mounted his horse, adeptly pulling Shan Xiangyu onto the saddle as well. The horse neighed loudly, its hooves pounding the ground as they sped away. Passers-by, fearing collision, hurriedly cleared a path. Wei Rong's eyes narrowed as he spotted a spectator on horseback. Without hesitation, he pulled the man from his mount and leaped onto the horse. Chasing after Li Zhou towards the city gate, Yi Changqing, witnessing this, felt a surge of urgency, sprinting after Wei Rong while calling out, "Wait for me, I haven't mounted yet." Upon hearing this, Wei Rong reined in the horse, slowing its pace. Seizing the moment, Yi Changqing leaped gracefully onto the horse's back. The four of them rode two swift steeds towards the city gate. The misty rain tower was not far from the west city gate, and two guards, gathering their energy, shouted towards the soldiers at the distant gate, "Quickly close the gate. Do not let these robbers escape." The soldiers, unable to ponder further, hurriedly activated the mechanism to raise the drawbridge. Just as the drawbridge began to ascend, Li Zhou acted swiftly, retrieving a hunting bow from the saddle. His expression serious, he knocked an arrow and aimed at the drawbridge's ropes. With a whoosh, the arrow flew true, severing one of the ropes. Yi Changqing, witnessing this, could not help but praise, "Excellent marksmanship." Li Zhou readied another arrow, but this time misfired. Seeing this, Yi Changqing quickly drew a willow leaf knife, channeling his inner strength as he hurled it at the remaining rope. With a whoosh, the knife sliced through the last rope with precision. With both ropes severed, the drawbridge crashed down. Seizing the opportunity, the four burst forth from Fengning City, galloping away. Chapter 17. Return to Luoyin Gathering. After the four rode out of Fengning City, they immediately plunged into the nearby forest, unaware of how long they had been running. It was only after they could no longer hear any sounds that they finally halted. Yi Changqing wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his voice tinged with lingering fear. This operation was truly exhilarating. Wei Rong, feeling slightly unwell after previously employing the tiger saber technique, took a breath and remarked, "With these treasures, we can afford to rest for a while." Li Zhou nodded in agreement, saying, "Wei Rong is right. The commotion we caused was rather substantial. We should temporarily conceal ourselves and devise our next steps once the dust settles." Yi Changqing, with a glint in his eye, proposed, "What if we return to Luo Yinji?" Li Zhou and Wei Rong exchanged puzzled glances with Yi Changqing, awaiting his explanation. Yi Changqing chuckled, "Hee, that night, we were all masked. No one recognized us as the ones who robbed the Huichu Bank. Furthermore, with my junior sister's disguise skills, we could stroll down the street without raising any suspicions." Li Zhou inquired. "I'm not concerned about that. I'm merely curious as to why we must go to Luo Yinji." Yi Changqing spoke mysteriously, "Let us not overlook that Luo Yinji is the nearest market town. More importantly, there is a pawn shop owner named Li Wanjin. Do you know who he is?" Wei Rong squinted and thought, "I know him. My brother and I sold bear skins there when we first started out. He seemed quite amiable." Yi Changqing laughed. "The pawn shop owner is merely his public facade. I have heard that, in reality, Li Wanjin is the grandmaster of all the underground gambling houses in the entirety of Dechuda." "Oh? Then why does he remain in Luo Yinji?" Li Zhou asked curiously. "Because Luo Yinji is the farthest market town in the west of Dechu. That old fox is quite clever. As soon as there is any sign of trouble, he can swiftly abscond with his wealth to the western regions. It is said that he owns enterprises there," Yi Changqing elucidated. Pausing for a moment, Yi Changqing continued, "He runs a pawn shop in Luo Yinji, publicly claiming not to deal in stolen goods, yet many come to him to sell their plunder under the cover of night." "When did you learn all this?" Shan Xiangyu asked, astonished. Having mingled in gambling houses for a while, I've picked up a few tidbits of information, though I cannot guarantee their accuracy," Yi Changqing replied. Li Zhou pondered for a moment before stating, "Then we shall return to Luo Yinji to seek out Li Wanjin and dispose of the stolen goods. Moreover, our numbers were severely lacking during the robbery. Even a minor issue is difficult to manage. It would be fortuitous if we could encounter like-minded companions in Luo Yinji." After much deliberation, no one voiced any dissent, and they swiftly set off towards Luo Yinji, Fengning City. "The Yamen Dato, Your Excellency, you must do justice for me." The Madam of the Misty Rain Tower, weeping like a flower in the rain, knelt on the ground, knocking her head. Today, a band of thieves raided my establishment, robbing not only my guests but also injuring the guards I hired at great expense. This matter has already been reported to me. Your Misty Rain Tower earns gold by the day. To be robbed of a trifling sum is hardly worth such a lament. You should first compensate your guests for their losses. The rest will be taken care of by me, the magistrate said, stroking his beard. But, my lord, compensation is trivial. That thief dared to rob right under your nose, which is a slap in your face. The madam attempted to incite further outrage. Smack! The magistrate slammed the wooden block onto the table, exclaiming, "Humph! Are you threatening me?" Startled, the madam quickly lowered her head and said, "I dare not." She then crawled to the magistrate's desk, producing a pouch of coins and handing it to him. "This contains information I've gathered about the thieves. Please take a look, my lord." The magistrate accepted the pouch, weighing it briefly without opening it, and squinted as he said, "This little information is a bit troublesome." The madam understood and quickly produced another pouch to hand over. The magistrate tucked both pouches into his sleeve, nodding with a smile. "Very well, I will immediately dispatch constables to search for the whereabouts of those thieves. You may rest assured. Then I express my gratitude to you." "My lord." The madam respectfully bowed her head. Upon turning, she cursed under her breath. "Bah, a so-called dignitary? Nonsense. Just a bunch of useless gluttons." After 2 days of travel, Li Zhou and his companions finally returned to Luo Yanji. While the town's prosperity remained unchanged, it was evident that there were more patrolling soldiers present. "Hey, come look," Yi Chongqing called to the others as he ran to the notice board. The notice board displayed various proclamations from the court, as well as wanted posters for criminals. Among them, the most conspicuous were 5 wanted notices, 2 of which were for Wei Rong and Li Zhou. The other 3 bore no names, their faces obscured by masks. Below the portraits, the words read, "For the theft of over 100,000 taels from Huichu Bank, a reward of 1,000 taels for capturing these individuals alive, a reward of 100 taels for providing accurate information." "Goodness, we only stole 1,000 taels, yet it has been exaggerated to over 100,000, Li Zhou murmured. Yi Chongqing chuckled. "It seems this bank has some unsavory dealings and is using us to settle their accounts." Wei Rong gazed at his own bounty, somewhat taken aback. 3,000 taels. "I never imagined our heads would be worth so much. I almost want to turn myself in for the reward." Shun Xiangyu looked at the wanted posters for Li Zhou and Wei Rong, puzzled, and asked, "Have you really conspired against the country?" "Humph. Both Wei Rong and I are innocent victims of slander." Li Zhou recounted their past to the others. "I see. If I am not mistaken, you truly have no way back now." Yi Chongqing said thoughtfully. "Dato? What do you mean by that?" Li Zhou and Wei Rong, unaware of their own situation, asked with curiosity. "You mentioned that the former general is named Chu Jun, who is the crown prince and the first heir to the throne. Yet the current emperor is the second prince, Chu Xian. Ever since Chu Xian ascended to the throne, there has been no news of Chu Jiyuan. Is that not quite the coincidence?" Yi Chongqing explained. "Are you saying the true threat to us is not General Su, but the current emperor?" Li Zhou's eyes widened in alarm. "TOB on the emperor's radar is no trifling matter. We must find a way out, or we will surely meet our end." Wei Rong furrowed his brow. Shen Xiangyu tugged at Yi Chongqing's sleeve, fear evident in her voice. "What about us? Shouldn't we return?" Seeing Shan Xiangyu wavering, Li Zhou reassured her. "If you are afraid, you may wait until we dispose of the stolen goods before we share the spoils with you. It wouldn't be right for you, as a young lady, to accompany us in this constant state of anxiety." Yi Chongqing, observing Shun Xiangyu's reluctance to leave, sighed. "Don't forget, we were once engaged in equally dubious activities. Do you think we would end up well? At least with them, we could earn money in one go. Something we wouldn't achieve in 10 years on our own. Besides, it is exhausting to haggle for a few taels of silver." Seeing that Yi Chongqing had no intention of departing, Shen Xiangyu lowered her head and said, "Since our master passed away, you are my only family in this world. If you are unwilling to part ways, what meaning would there be in my leaving alone?" As they stood before the notice board, a young woman in a flowing white gown approached, leading a magnificent white horse, and stopped beside Wei Rong. Clad in white like snow, her brows akin to distant mountains, her eyes resembled tranquil pools, and her long hair cascaded like a waterfall. Her skin was fairer than snow, reminiscent of a snow lotus in the mountains, captivating all who beheld her. Her garments trailed the ground, untouched by any speck of dust. Wei Rong, caught off guard, found himself momentarily entranced. The young woman noticed his gaze and frowned slightly. Regaining his composure, Wei Rong marveled inwardly at her unparalleled beauty, noting that, while he was taller than most, this stunning woman towered over him by half a head. The others noticed Wei Rong's unusual demeanor and turned to look, equally mesmerized. Yi Chongqing, snapping back to reality, exclaimed, "Is it possible that such a remarkable person exists in this world? Am I dreaming?" Just then, a sharp pain at his waist caused him to yelp. Shen Xiangyu released her grip and scolded, "Still feel pain? It seems you are not dreaming." The young woman spoke, her voice like an enchanting melody. "Have you been standing here by the notice board for long? Do you recognize the individuals on the wanted posters?" Wei Rong steadied himself and replied, "We have just arrived in Luo Yinji and were curious about the wanted posters. However, you possess an extraordinary demeanor. What brings you to this place?" The young woman nodded calmly. "I am merely passing through and decided to take a look. I shall be heading to Fei Sha City in a few days." Upon hearing her destination, Li Zhou asked, "Oh? Why do you wish to go to Fei Sha City? Not only is the environment harsh, but I also hear there have been some recent disturbances there. Are you not afraid of encountering danger as a young woman?" The young woman smiled faintly but remained silent, leading her horse along the cobbled streets of Luo Yinji. Passers-by gazed in awe, some even walking into posts while distractedly turning back to stare. Wei Rong, lost in thought, continued to watch her retreating figure with furrowed brows to Li Zhou. Noticing his pensive state, inquired, "What troubles you? Is there something unusual about this woman?" Wei Rong shook his head. A woman of such unparalleled beauty traveling alone without any skills would likely have fallen victim to foul play long ago. Moreover, the long spear hanging from her saddle is clearly no ordinary weapon. Even an amateur could discern that. Yet I sense no trace of internal energy from her. She conceals her abilities well, suggesting her strength may rival my OWN. Li Zhou nodded. "She has no ties to us. There is no need to concern ourselves with her. We should find a tavern to rest, and later this evening, we will go to Li Wanjin's pawn shop to dispose of the stolen goods." Chapter 18. The woman in white. As the group arrived at the entrance of the inn, they were greeted by the sight of a brutish man, his face contorted in agony as he clutched his abdomen. Careening wildly outwards, the onlookers paid little heed, for brawls were a commonplace occurrence. A smiling attendant approached, bowing slightly, and inquired, "Gentlemen, will you be dining or lodging?" Li Zhou, as he unloaded his belongings from the saddle, replied, "We shall take rooms. Please arrange a sumptuous feast for us, and kindly tend to our horses by taking them to be well fed." The attendant nodded eagerly, clearing a path as he led the two horses to the stable in the rear. Upon entering the inn, the four were met with a bustling crowd, every table occupied. To their surprise, they spotted the woman in white within. She sat by the window, alone at her table, sipping tea while gazing outside, seemingly oblivious to their presence. The diners around her, however, were captivated, their eyes fixed upon her. Wei Rong approached her and said, "Miss, would you mind if we joined you at your table?" The woman in white merely cast a fleeting glance at Wei Rong and replied, "Be my guest." With her consent, Wei Rong signaled for the others to join him. Whispers floated around them from fellow diners. Just moments ago, a fool tried to sit with that beauty and ended up getting beaten. How is it they are allowed to? After taking a seat, Li Zhou chuckled. "I suppose the fool they mentioned is that very ruffian who fled moments ago." Recalling Wei Rong's earlier assertion regarding the woman's formidable skills, he cautiously inquired, "I am Zhou Li, and these are my siblings. My second brother Zhou Hu, Wei Rong, my third brother, Zhou Qing, and my fourth sister, Zhou Xiang. May I ask for your name?" "So we might address you properly?" Chu Ning, the woman in white said, still holding her teacup, her gaze fixed outside. Upon hearing her name, Yi Chongqing's demeanor shifted, and he nudged Wei Rong with his elbow, signaling with his eyes. Wei Rong instantly understood but remained silent, subtly alerting Li Zhou as well. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Zhou too fell silent, awaiting the arrival of their meal. After a prolonged silence, Chu Ning withdrew her gaze and scrutinized them before continuing, "I have come to investigate the recent theft at Luoyan Market. You lingered near the notice board for quite some time, so I presume you find this matter intriguing." Before she could finish her thought, the attendant arrived, carrying several steaming dishes. "Your meals are served," he announced, placing the fragrant dishes on the table. Seeing this, Yi Chongqing suggested, Miss Chu, if you do not mind, would you care to join us? Chu Ning frowned slightly, clearly displeased at being interrupted. Once her expression returned to its previous neutrality, she continued, if you are interested, you may assist me. The bounty is yours to divide. Wei Rong, wary of revealing too much, quickly shook his head, saying, Miss, you jest. We have heard tales of this band of thieves possessing remarkable martial skills. One even single-handedly defeated the constables pursuing them. We are but mere novices. Even if we were to find them, we would hardly stand a chance to— Oh, how intriguing, Chu Ning remarked, her interest piqued. I had only heard of the significant theft that transpired here, unaware that the thieves possessed such prowess. Haha, if you are intrigued, why not finish your meal first and then investigate? We shall treat you to this feast, Li Zhou offered with a smile. Indeed, one must eat well to have the strength to work, Yi Chongqing chimed in, pouring wine for each of them. Chu Ning shook her head, saying, I do not care for alcohol. Very well, then we shall drink on our own. Cheers, Li Zhou declared. Despite their outwardly calm demeanor, the group was, in truth, on edge. After finishing their meal, Li Zhou politely inquired, Might I ask where you intend to go next, miss? I shall retire upstairs. After many days of travel, I am somewhat fatigued. I bid you farewell. Chu Ning replied, rising to ascend to the guest rooms on the second floor. Attendant, bring the bill. Li Zhou called out to summon the innkeeper, placing a hefty silver ingot weighing 10 taels into his hand. Will this suffice for our stay? The attendant's eyes widened at the sight of the silver. Dear guest, this is more than enough for 10 days, however, due to the recent influx of visitors to Luoyan Market. We have but one room available. Would you be willing to make do? Li Zhou turned to Shen Xiangyu and asked, Do you mind? Shen Xiangyu shook her head, glancing at Yi Chongqing. I have traveled with him through many places, enduring far worse conditions. If I were to complain now, it would only make me seem petty. Li Zhou nodded and addressed the attendant, then prepare some blankets and bedding. We shall sleep on the floor. Very well, please follow me, the attendant replied with a smile. The group followed the attendant to a room at the end of the corridor on the second floor. This will do, he said. Rest here while I fetch the blankets and bedding. Once the attendant left to prepare their sleeping arrangements, Yi Chongqing peeked out, ensuring the corridor was empty before locking the door. He took a seat at a nearby table, gesturing for the others to gather around. In a hushed tone, Yi Chongqing urged, Let us speak quietly, lest we be overheard. His expression unusually grave, he continued, It seems our fears have materialized. Do you know who that Chu Ning is? During our meal, I observed her demeanor. She exudes the air of a refined lady, not someone a common household could cultivate. Most importantly, her surname is Chu, the same as the royal family. Li Zhou, intrigued, asked, What makes you so certain she belongs to royalty? Shen Xiangyu replied, My brother and I have survived through cunning and deceit. Our survival hinges on our ability to read people and adapt accordingly. Without that acumen, we might as well be setting traps for beggars, wasting our efforts. Yi Chongqing nodded slightly, adding, Chu Ning possesses an extraordinary presence. Even a casual glance from her carries an unspoken pressure. Such an innate aura cannot be imitated by ordinary folk. After a moment of contemplation, Li Zhou decisively stated, If that is the case, we must not delay any longer. Let us dispose of the stolen goods tonight and leave this place of troubles at once. Moreover, we are all weary from our travels. While the night is still young, let us rest and regain our strength. At the hour of the dog, we shall set our plan in motion. Chapter 19. Disposing of stolen goods at the hour of the dog. The inn lay shrouded in darkness. The lower level of the inn was deserted, save for a flickering oil lamp casting a dim glow on the table where a drowsy attendant dozed. For shadowy figures descended the stairs quietly, their footsteps rousing the half-asleep attendant. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he squinted and asked, Gentlemen, why are you still awake at this late hour? Li Zhou replied softly, We have some matters to attend to outside. We shall return shortly. The attendant did not pry further and resumed his slumped position at the table, mumbling, Take care, gentlemen, be cautious on your way. Before he could finish, he fell back into slumber. Outside, the night was as dark as ink, the clouds obscuring the moonlight and casting an eerie shadow all around. The biting cold wind cut through the air, causing Shen Xiangyu to shiver involuntarily. In such wretched weather, even the watchman preferred to huddle indoors. Wei Rong, bringing up the rear, couldn't help but glance back. Seeing nothing amiss, he shook his head, chiding himself for being overly suspicious. Finally, the group arrived at Li Wanjin's pawn shop. Yi Changqing approached the door and gently rapped on it. A rustling sound came from within, followed by a small crack as the door opened. A wary attendant peered out, scrutinizing the newcomers. "We closed long ago. If you wish to pawn something, please return in the morning." Just as the attendant was about to close the door, Li Zhou swiftly intervened, producing a jade pendant stolen from Fengning City and offering it. The attendant examined the pendant closely and, understanding their intentions, tucked it away and opened the door wider. He glanced around to ensure the coast was clear before ushering them inside, then lit an oil lamp on the counter and pressed a hidden switch beneath it. With several clicks, the floorboards below the counter shifted, revealing a staircase leading downwards. "Those who come to dispose of stolen goods here are a mixed lot. If you wish to avoid trouble, it's best to conceal your faces," the attendant advised. The group nodded, raising the cloths around their necks to obscure their features as they followed the attendant into the underground chamber. Soon, they reached a stone wall at the end of the passage. The attendant felt around until he located a hidden mechanism and pressed it with a grinding sound. A stone door swung open, revealing a well-lit chamber beyond. In the center of the room, a round table was set, and seated at the head was Li Wanjin, with a middle-aged man beside him meticulously examining some jewelry. Two black-clad bodyguards flanked Li Wanjin, their faces hidden, yet Wei Rong sensed they were formidable, far surpassing the guards from Yinyu Tower. Opposite Li Wanjin sat a short, thin man, also obscured by shadows, a straight blade resting against the back of his chair as he silently awaited Li Wanjin's inventory count. Li Wanjin, hearing the commotion at the stone door, lifted his gaze. The attendant, with a sycophantic smile, remarked, "Master, they too have come to trade goods." Li Wanjin scrutinized the group for a moment, nodding slightly to indicate they could take a seat. Observing this, the attendant withdrew into the stone chamber and closed the door behind him. Elijah pulled out a chair and sat down, while the other three stood behind him. Elijah gestured, and Wei Rong understood, placing the burlap sack from his shoulder onto the table and emptying its contents. In an instant, the room was illuminated by the dazzling array of jewels and precious artifacts. The thin, short man could not help but widen his eyes, pondering the intentions of the group. Li Wanjin chuckled. "Ah, esteemed guests, it appears you have stumbled upon quite the plump sheep. Please hold for a moment while I settle the accounts for this esteemed guest." Li Zhou, arms crossed and reclining in his chair with one leg crossed over the other, nodded in acknowledgement. After a lengthy wait, the middle-aged man beside Li Wanjin finally finished tallying the ill-gotten gains of the short man and leaned in to whisper a few words in Li Wanjin's ear. Upon hearing this, Li Wanjin turned to the short man with a smile, saying, "Esteemed guest, the total value of your possessions amounts to 620 taels of silver. I shall offer you 40% of the market price, totaling 248 taels. To foster friendship, I shall add an additional 2 taels, making it a total of 250 taels. What say you?" The thin man nodded, his raspy voice responding, "That seems fair, better than the black market that devours everything without a trace." With the agreement made, Li Wanjin waved to signal his guards to retrieve the money from the chest behind them. The guard produced 2 100-tael silver notes and 5 10-tael silver coins, handing them over to the man. "Alas, I shall accept the coins, but the notes are as worthless as scrap paper to me. I would prefer to exchange them for silver instead," the man replied. Returning the notes to the guard, Li Wanjin chuckled and made no objection, instructing the guard to present 2 one-tael gold ingots, where 1 tael of gold equals 100 taels of silver, to the man. The man weighed the gold and silver in his hands, muttering, "Damn it, I would have to slaughter their entire family to amass such sum." Elijah and his companions, standing nearby, overheard this clearly. Wei Rong, Yi Changqing, and Shun Xiangyu exchanged glances, frowning, yet said nothing. Elijah, deep in thought, stroked his chin, remaining silent as well. The thin man showed no urgency to leave, instead taking a seat and observing Li Zhou and the others. Li Wanjin, looking at Li Zhou with a grin, remarked, "Esteemed guest, your possessions are rather numerous and will take some time to evaluate. I kindly ask for your patience." Li Zhou nodded, replying, "There is no rush. Please take your time, but do ensure there are no errors in your calculations." Li Wanjin, with a cheerful demeanor, continued, "I heard that a robbery occurred at the Yinyu Tower in Fengning City a few days ago. The thieves were described as 4 in number." Elijah grasped the insinuation in Li Wanjin's words, and, without contradicting him, nodded, saying, "Oh, your information is quite astute. Indeed, we were responsible for that incident. We targeted the sons and daughters of prominent families. Would you dare to accept such goods?" The thin man, upon hearing this, could not suppress a chuckle, inwardly thinking, "Robbing a brothel? Quite amusing." Li Wanjin laughed heartily. "Ah, esteemed guest, you possess a fine sense of humor. If I dare to engage in this trade, there is nothing I would shy away from. However, considering the original owners of these goods are well known, selling them later might offend some influential individuals, and discerning buyers may also hesitate to accept them. While not exactly a burning potato, it does present some complications. I would offer to acquire them at 35% of the value. Would you be amenable to that?" 38%, Li Zhou countered. "We will undoubtedly seek your assistance in disposing of our goods in the future. You must understand, our audacity in robbing the Yinyu Tower stems from our disdain for petty sums." "Very well. I hope you will continue to support my business," Li Wanjin agreed, and he then instructed the middle-aged man beside him to begin calculating the value of the items. As the middle-aged man examined the jewels and artifacts, he occasionally gasped in astonishment, looking up at Li Zhou and giving him a thumbs-up in admiration, saying, "You truly dared to rob them. You are remarkable." Just as the group was on the verge of falling asleep from the weight, the middle-aged man finally completed his tally and whispered in Li Wanjin's ear. Li Wanjin nodded, addressing Li Zhou. "Esteemed guest, your goods have been assessed. Their total value is 5,300 taels. At 38%. That amounts to 2,014 taels. I shall offer you 2,020 taels, and I hope for your continued patronage." Upon concluding, Li Wanjin gestured for his guard to bring forth the money. Li Zhou stated, "We do not wish for silver notes. They are too troublesome to exchange." Li Wanjin nodded in agreement. "No problem." The guard retrieved 2 10-tael gold ingots and 2 10-tael silver coins, placing them in a delicate wooden box and handing it to Li Zhou. Li Zhou glanced at the box, returned it to Li Wanjin, and said, "It would be difficult for us to divide this. Kindly exchange the 10-tael gold ingots for 1-tael ones." Li Wanjin complied, and the 2 guards took back the gold ingots and returned with 21-tael gold ingots, placing them into the box. After Li Zhou confirmed the contents, he handed the box to Wei Rong, who carefully tucked it into his embrace. At that moment, Li Wanjin stood up, his smile warm and inviting, saying, "Allow me to escort you a short distance." As they reached the entrance of the building, Li Wanjin exchanged a few more pleasantries with them before bidding them farewell as they melted into the night. Chapter 20. A fierce battle. "Stay a moment, my friend," Li Zhou called out to the thin man. The thin man paused, lazily leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. He turned to glance at Li Zhou, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, and replied coolly, "What is it that you seek?" "I am Li Zhou. May I ask your esteemed name?" Li Zhou inquired with a respectful bow. The 3 companions behind him were taken aback. Yi Chongqing leaned closer to Li Zhou, lowering his voice urgently. "Why did you reveal our names? Aren't you afraid he will report us to the authorities for a reward?" The thin man, hearing this, chuckled with a hint of intrigue. "Li Zhou? Could it be that the one beside you with the long knife is Wei Rong? TSK, do you realize how much your heads are worth? My acquaintances in the underworld are searching for the 2 of you everywhere." Li Zhou laughed heartily, unperturbed. "Ha! If they have the guts, let them come and try." After a brief pause, he added, "Our team is in need of manpower. Would you be willing to join us?" "How interesting," the thin man replied with raised eyebrows. "What reason do I have to join a band of wanted criminals? Given your history of exterminating entire families, I presume you are also wanted elsewhere. Adding 1 more to our ranks would make our endeavors more manageable, wouldn't it?" Li Zhou suggested with a smile. The thin man pondered for a long while before finally nodding. "I am Wan Wendy." He then removed the cloth obscuring his face, revealing a sharp and unattractive visage. However, the others took no notice of his appearance. Wei Rong and Li Zhou had long battled against the fierce and grotesque warriors of the western regions. Compared to those brutes, Wan Wendy was almost handsome. Yi Chongqing and Shen Xiangyu, having traversed the diverse landscapes of Dazhu and mingled among various people, were indifferent to appearances. Were one to judge by looks alone, they would have long been reduced to mere scraps. "Congratulations on adding another fierce warrior to our team," Li Zhou remarked with a smile. Wei Rong frowned slightly, thinking to himself, to extinguish entire families for mere wealth? This person is ruthless. His inclusion may bring misfortune rather than fortune. However, Seeing that his elder brother Li Zhou had already extended the invitation, he remained silent, despite his discontent. He glanced at Yi Chongqing and Shun Xiangyu and noticed their expressions were equally grim. Wan Wendy, perceptive to their change in demeanor, shrugged and gestured towards Li Zhou. It seems your friends are not particularly welcoming of my presence. Wei Rong sighed, speaking solemnly, your methods are excessively ruthless. Yet, since my elder brother has chosen you, I shall not oppose. I only hope you can temper your actions in the future. Wan Wendy sneered, sometimes, killing is simply more efficient. At that moment, a cold female voice unexpectedly echoed from a nearby rooftop. Humph, so the person I seek is so close at hand. Before the words had faded, a white figure leapt to the ground like a shooting star. As the group focused, they beheld a woman clad in white, elegantly descending. Her beauty was unparalleled, her skin as pale as snow, and her features exquisitely sculpted, as if crafted by divine hands. Her phoenix-like eyes glimmered with a piercing light, fixating on the group. She exuded an air of cold nobility, resembling an ethereal being untouched by the mortal realm. This stunning beauty was none other than Chu Ning. Li Zhou, taken aback, asked, what brings you here? I saw you all sneaking about in the dead of night, so I followed to see what you were up to. To my surprise, it turned out to be an effortless endeavor. Chu Ning replied coolly. Wan Wendy, intrigued, scrutinized Chu Ning and teased, ah, what a charming young lady. You possess quite a bit of audacity, coming here alone. Should I commend your bravery or mock your naivety? Upon hearing this, Chu Ning let out a cold laugh, drawing forth the Bawang spear from her back and thrusting it forcefully into the ground. A resounding thud echoed as the stone pavement shattered beneath the impact, revealing several jagged cracks. Wei Rong, witnessing this, felt his expression grow serious, silently astonished. She did not even exert a hint of inner strength. Merely striking the ground with the spear has cracked this solid pavement. How heavy must that spear be? Chu Ning raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile gracing her lips, a bunch of worthless scoundrels. Yet your words are quite eloquent. Come at me together. You might stand a chance. Seeing that Chu Ning had no intention of sparing their group, Wei Rong drew his Tiger Slayer blade from his back. Whispering softly, he remarked, this woman likely possesses strength surpassing my own. It seems we are in for a fierce battle. Upon hearing this, the others promptly drew their respective weapons, as if facing a formidable foe. Yi Chongqing quietly instructed Shin Xiangyu, you should hide for your own safety, to avoid being caught in the fray. Observing their readiness to confront her, Chu Ning scoffed, how obedient you all are with that. She unsheathed the Bawang spear resting beside her, channeling her inner energy into the weapon. The spear emitted a resonant hum akin to a dragon's roar, as a translucent white dragon, formed from her inner energy. Coiled around the spear, exuding an imposing pressure in an instant, Chu Ning surged forth like a bolt of white lightning towards the group. Wei Rong, witnessing the manifestation of such formidable inner energy, felt a wave of dread wash over him. Is there truly someone in this world capable of cultivating their inner strength to such an extent? Exclamation point. However, he had no time for further contemplation. Positioning himself before the others, he hastily infused his own inner energy into the Hashideo, causing the intricate patterns on the blade to glow crimson. A blood-red aura enveloped Wei Rong entirely, as he raised the blade to absorb the impending strike. With a thunderous crash, the Bawang spear collided with the Hashideo, producing a deafening sound that reverberated through the air. The shockwave sent dust swirling, forcing the remaining group members to stagger back a few paces. The blood-red aura surrounding Wei Rong was shattered in an instant, as the spear's inner energy pierced through the Hashideo's defense, striking Wei Rong's shoulder and leaving a gruesome wound. The sheer power of the blow sent Wei Rong tumbling backward for several dozen meters. He stumbled, rolling another 5 or 6 meters along the ground, the cobblestones cracking under the force. Lying on the ground, Wei Rong felt as though his very insides were being crushed, and with a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Struggling to rise, he leaned heavily on the Hashideo, gasping for breath, blood dripping from his lips. Despite his grievous injuries, he was left with no strength to channel his inner energy. Chu Ning raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with surprise. To withstand 3/10 of my power and still stand, I have underestimated you. You might just be considered a mere insect. With that, she shifted her gaze to the others. Hearing her words, a wave of despair washed over the group. As Chu Ning's right hand raised the spear, with her inner energy surging forth, another white dragon appeared, coiling around the weapon once again. Just as she was about to strike, Li Zhou, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, hurriedly interjected, "Please, noble lady, hold on. We are merely driven to banditry out of desperation." Chu Ning let out a cold laugh. "Is this a futile struggle before death? I would like to see how you will defend yourselves." Li Zhou took a deep breath, recounting their plight in detail. Upon hearing his tale, Chu Ning felt a flicker of doubt. She had long harbored suspicions regarding her elder brother's demise, yet, maintaining her composure, she questioned, "Why should I believe your singular account? Even if I were to spare you this time, I cannot overlook the theft of over 100,000 taels from the Huichu Bank. If the lady does not believe us, we are powerless to change that. Only Wei Rong and I survived from the Chisha camp, and no one can testify on our behalf," Li Zhou sighed and continued. "However, we only managed to steal 1,000 taels from the Huichu Bank before we were discovered. Consider this. A mountain of over 100,000 taels would take us until dawn to transport, if we could even manage it at all. Clearly, the Huichu Bank has ulterior motives and is using us as scapegoats." After contemplating his words, Chu Ning's expression remained impassive as the white dragon coiling around her spear gradually dissipated. "I shall spare your lives for now. I will return to the capital to investigate this matter thoroughly. Should I discover any deceit in your words, be prepared to meet your end upon our next encounter." With that, she whistled, and a powerful neigh echoed from a distance. A magnificent steed leaped over the stable fence and galloped towards Chu Ning, lowering its head. She gently stroked its mane before mounting. "Go!" With a commanding shout, the sound of hooves gradually faded into the night. Chapter 21. Chu Ning. As the group watched Chu Ning disappear into the distance, Shan Xiangyu hurriedly assisted the severely injured Wei Rong, wrapping a cloth around his shoulder wound, preparing to return to the inn. Wan Windy intervened, saying, "We cannot linger here. After making such a commotion, who knows if anyone has seen and reported us? To avoid further complications, we should leave at once." Shan Xiangyu retorted angrily, "He is gravely injured. How can he endure more turmoil?" Wan Windy shrugged, falling silent while watching Li Zhou for his decision. After a moment of thought, Li Zhou replied, "Brother Wan has a point. While it is still early, we must depart quickly. If we wait for the officials to arrive, escape will be impossible with an injured comrade." Just as Shan Xiangyu was about to counter, Wei Rong struggled to raise a hand to stop her. His voice was hoarse and pained. "Brother is right. If we delay, we may not all escape." After speaking, he coughed up more blood, his complexion growing even paler. Shan Xiangyu sighed, looking helplessly at the weakened Wei Rong. "In that case, we shall heed your advice." Seeing no further objections, Li Zhou said, "I will fetch the horses. You all hide Wei Rong in the alley behind the inn." Before long, Li Zhou returned with 2 horses from the inn's backyard, while Yi Chongqing and Wan Windy helped Wei Rong onto one of the steeds. The movement jarred his wound, causing him to grimace in pain, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. As they walked, Wan Windy remarked, "Let us head south. I've heard there is a village nearby, though I don't know the distance." Yi Chongqing pondered. "I am not well acquainted with the western regions of Daqing. I only recently visited Fingning City with my junior sister." Shan Xiangyu asked, "Why not return to Fingning City?" Li Zhou shook his head. "We stirred quite the ruckus there recently. The place is likely on high alert. Moreover, with so many people around, even if we disguise ourselves, the risk of being recognized remains. Wei Rong needs time to recover, and it would be best to avoid drawing attention in the meantime." As they set off, several drowsy constables, yawning and rubbing their eyes, ambled over, evidently roused by the earlier commotion. Meng Chuan surveyed the scene of chaos, yet found no trace of anyone. He sighed inwardly, "What a commotion in Luoyan City lately. I hope nothing further transpires." He turned to his men, "Disperse. Return to your posts and rest. We shall repair this road on the morrow." 2 days later, in the northern borders of Daqing, at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains, the cold wind howled and snow fell thickly. Chu Ning led her white steed through the deep snow. Though her attire was thin, she felt no chill. It was the horse that occasionally snorted, seemingly discomforted by the biting cold. Gently stroking the horse's mane, she pulled a corn cob from a pouch at her saddle, offering it to the steed. "Patience, little white. We are nearly there. Look." She pointed towards a courtyard blanketed in snow ahead. The horse seemed to understand, nodding its head before bending down to nibble on the corn. Upon arriving at the courtyard entrance, she lightly knocked on the door. Moments later, it swung open to reveal a fair and charming face. The girl's expression lit up upon seeing Chu Ning. "Sister Chu? You have come." Chu Ning, unable to resist, pinched the girl's cheek, smiling. "You have grown even more beautiful, Jinyu. In this past year." "Sister Chu, be gentle." Hua Jinyu protested, pouting. "Is your master home?" Chu Ning inquired. "Master has been waiting for you. You usually arrive days earlier. Why have you delayed so long this year?" "I was terribly bored," Hua Jinyu exclaimed, ushering Chu Ning into the courtyard and closing the door. Outside, the snow fell heavily, yet inside, the courtyard felt like spring, as if an invisible barrier separated it from the harsh elements outside. In this warm sanctuary, flowers bloomed vibrantly, and butterflies danced gracefully, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Directly opposite the entrance stood a quaint wooden house, from which the melodious sound of a guqin wafted, enchanting all who heard it. The white steed, sensing the music, shook its head and body to dislodge the snow, wandering over to nibble on some unknown grass by the fence. "Hey, little white, don't munch on the medicinal herbs I toiled to grow," Hua Jinyu exclaimed, urgently pulling on the reins in an attempt to deter the horse, but little white yanked its head away with force, sending Hua Jinyu tumbling to the ground. The horse turned to glance at her, seemingly mocking her predicament with a snort. Sitting on the ground, Hua Jinyu looked up at Chu Ning with a pout. "Sister Chu, little white is bullying me." Chu Ning sighed. Walking over to the horse, "Little white, those are Jinyu's herbs. You must not eat them." Upon hearing this, the horse's ears drooped, adopting a look of feigned innocence. It obediently moved to the wall, grazing on the grass instead, no longer daring to approach the precious herbs. Hua Jinyu brushed herself off, wrinkling her nose and making a face at little white. That will teach you to bully me." "All right, enough of this. Let us go inside to see your master," Chu Ning said, taking Hua Jinyu's hand and leading her into the house. Inside, the light was soft, and the scent of sandalwood lingered in the air. The woman with flowing silver hair and breathtaking beauty was engrossed in playing the guqin. Her captivating appearance even surpassed that of Chu Ning, as her delicate fingers danced over the strings, producing a melody that flowed like a gentle stream, reminiscent of mountain waters, enchanting all who listened. The woman was utterly engrossed in her performance on the guqin, completely oblivious to the arrival of the two guests. Chu Ning and Hua Jinyu quietly seated themselves across from her, unwilling to disturb the enchanting melody that filled the air. The mingling scents of sandalwood and the resonant tones of the guqin crafted an ethereal ambience, as if they had stepped into a realm of immortals. After a considerable time, the music gradually ceased. The silver-haired woman slowly opened her eyes, her gaze shimmering with the brilliance of distant stars. Profound as the vast expanse of the night sky, she lifted her head to look at Chu Ning, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "You have finally arrived." Her voice flowed like a clear spring, melodious and delightful. Chu Ning, with a hint of apology, replied, "Sister Jiangyue, I was delayed by some matters a few days ago, hence my late arrival." "No matter." Jiangyue shook her head, extending her left hand, where a point of energy coalesced into a flickering light at her fingertip, which she then directed towards Chu Ning. The light darted into Chu Ning's body, coursing through her meridians. With her eyes closed, Jiangyue occasionally waved her fingers, assessing Chu Ning's condition. After a considerable while, the light within Chu Ning dissipated. Jiangyue's brow furrowed slightly, her voice tinged with a hint of anger as she softly stated, "You have used your spiritual energy again." Chu Ning lowered her head, unable to meet Jiangyue's gaze, and confessed, "A few days ago, I encountered a band of thieves at Luoyan Market and couldn't help but exchange a few blows with them. I only used 30% of my internal strength. It shouldn't be a significant issue, right?" Jiangyue shook her head and said, "It is fortunate that you arrived in time. Had you delayed for a few more days, your dantian would have shattered, and even the immortals would struggle to save you." "Hee, master, are you not an immortal?" Hua Jinyu teased, sticking out her tongue with a smile. Chapter 22. With great power comes great responsibility, Chu Ning playfully responded. "Sister Jiang, I understand. I will certainly be more cautious in the future." Observing Chu Ning's demeanor, Jiangyue couldn't help but sigh softly, continuing, "You were born with a peculiar ailment, your life hanging by a thread. Had I not fortuitously encountered your mother, who was desperately searching for a healer while I was traveling. You might not have survived a tea that time. I infused a strand of my innate spiritual energy into your dantian, barely preserving your life. However, how could a mortal body withstand such potent energy? Although you have long since integrated that innate energy into yourself, your dantian has been damaged since then, and it is unwise to summon spiritual energy lightly. Should your dantian shatter, that very energy, which is a remedy for life, could turn into a poison that claims your existence. As Jiang Yue spoke, she surrounded Chu Ning's dantian with a surge of spiritual energy. Slowly mending it, Chu Ning pouted, slightly petulant, and said, I know. You always nag me every time I come here. With a helpless shake of her head, Jiang Yue gently replied, all of this is for your own good. Hua Jinyu sighed from the side. If only Sister Chu could practice our techniques. Jiang Yue glanced at Chu Ning, who was still receiving treatment with her eyes closed, then turned to Hua Jinyu, shaking her head with a soft sigh. She possesses extraordinary talent and is indeed suited to cultivate my techniques. However, it is not that I am unwilling to teach her. Ever since I saved her life with my spiritual energy, her dantian has been compromised, unable to bear more energy. Should she attempt to practice my techniques, she would likely perish within a year from the strain. Hua Jinyu nodded, her expression tinged with disappointment as she said, I understand. Master, you often mention this. Chu Ning opened her eyes, noticing Hua Jinyu's forlorn face, and couldn't resist playfully tapping her on the head, chuckling. I'm perfectly fine. Why do you make it sound as if I'm on the verge of death? Ouch. Hua Jinyu covered her head, looking aggrieved. I'm just worried about you. If you keep hitting my head, what if I become foolish? Who will take care of me? After a considerable time, Jiang Yue noted that Chu Ning's dantian had been fully restored and softly said, all right, your dantian has been healed. Why not rest here for a couple of days before departing? Hua Jinyu nodded eagerly in agreement. Yes, stay a bit longer and play with me, with a touch of regret. Chu Ning replied, I have urgent matters to attend to back at the palace. Next time I come, I will surely stay for 10 or 15 days to spend time with you both. Jiang Yue nodded in response and did not press further. Just as Chu Ning stood up to take her leave, Jiang Yue spoke again. Hold on, I would like to ask for your assistance. Chu Ning, taken aback, asked, Sister Jiang, with your vast abilities, you still require my help? Jiang Yue nodded. Recently, I heard that a place called Taoyuan Town has been struck by a plague. When I arrived, I found it deserted, and the corpses of those who succumbed to the illness had been buried and burned by local officials. I have no means to proceed, and I fear that other areas might suffer similar calamities. If you could find someone afflicted by the plague and bring them to me, I could study a method of treatment. Hua Jinyu, filled with admiration, remarked, Master is truly kind-hearted, selflessly devoted yet unattached to fame or fortune. Jiang Yue shook her head, calmly stating, with great power comes great responsibility. What I seek is merely to alleviate suffering in this world. What significance do fame and fortune hold for us? Speaking of which, it is time for you to venture out and gain experience. Hua Jinyu nodded earnestly. I understand. However, upon hearing Jiang Yue's latter statement, she immediately panicked, clinging to Jiang Yue's arm and shaking it while whining. I don't want to leave you. Master, silly child. Jiang Yue gently stroked Hua Jinyu's long hair, speaking earnestly. Reading thousands of books is no substitute for traveling thousands of miles. If you remain by my side, how can you grow? Once your sister Chu has completed her affairs here, accompany her to broaden your horizons. Jiang Yue rose and said to Chu Ning, Allow me to see you off. Chu Ning nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, she led Xiaobai and turned back to say, I have heard a little about Taoyuan Town. My second brother once mentioned it. It is said that the plague causes the blood vessels to gradually turn black, starting from the limbs until it invades the heart and lungs, at which point it becomes hopeless. However, it seems not to be contagious. I will find a way to bring someone afflicted. Farewell. After Chu Ning departed, Jiang Yue furrowed her brows, pondering her words. Since it is not highly contagious, why did everyone in Taoyuan Town fall ill? Li Zhou and his companions endured 3 days of hardship, traversing mountains and valleys, finally emerging into the light, passing through dense forests to arrive at a plain. In the distance, a small town of modest size came into view. Accompanied by a winding river, Wei Rong, slumped over on his horse, had pale lips and a haggard appearance. Days of jostling had prevented him from recuperating. Any sudden movement caused his wounds to reopen. blood flowing profusely. Shin Xiangyu noticed the bandage on Wei Rong's shoulder had turned red once more, quickly replacing it with a clean one while saying, "The bandage is bleeding again. Hurry and clean the old ones." Li Zhou turned to Yi Chongqing, instructing, "Chongqing, quickly take all the bandages that Wei Rong has changed over the past few days to the river ahead and wash them clean." Then, unable to contain his frustration, Li Zhou complained to Wan Wendy, "Is this what you call a 100-mile journey? We nearly got stuck in this godforsaken place." Wan Wendy scratched his head awkwardly, replying, I only heard someone say it was about 100 miles, thinking it would be close, but I didn't expect it to be so treacherous." Li Zhou refrained from further comment, gazing at the distant town and exhaling a sigh of relief. At last, we can let Wei Rong recuperate properly. Upon entering the town, the group was astonished to find it eerily deserted. Wan Wendy stepped into a yard of a house to investigate, soon returning to report, "The inside is in disarray, with shattered dishes scattered everywhere, as if the residents fled in haste. We should remain vigilant." Li Zhou frowned and glanced at Wei Rong, who had fainted from blood loss, shaking his head. "He cannot withstand any more turmoil. Let him rest in this house for a few days." After pondering for a moment, Li Zhou looked again at Wei Rong, who had fainted from excessive blood loss, resignedly stating, "He cannot endure any more distress. Let him recuperate in this house for a few days." As the frost descended and the weather turned chilly, the group tidied the abandoned room, finding some unburned charcoal in the kitchen to ignite, dispelling the cold within. Wei Rong, finally spared from the torment of the past few days, lay on the prepared blanket and fell into a deep sleep, snoring softly. When Yi Chongqing returned, he hung the washed bandages on branches over the charcoal to dry. Though it was daytime, the exhaustion from their arduous journey had left everyone weary. Li Zhou surveyed the room and said, "You all should rest well. I will keep watch today." Everyone nodded in agreement, spreading out blankets beside the warm coals to lie down. Soon, the sounds of snoring echoed in the desolate house. Chapter 23. Taoyuan Town. Li Zhou kept watch until midnight, reassured by the absence of any figures outside in the darkness. Gradually, he relaxed, placing a chair against the door and then returning to the warmth of the charcoal. Laying down to sleep, the next morning, after a day of rest, the group felt invigorated. They took out some provisions to quell their hunger before Li Zhou arranged for everyone to investigate the deserted town separately. When Wei Rong opened his eyes, he found the room empty. Struggling to sit up, he noticed that his bandages had already been changed. Shaking his head in quiet lament, he thought, "Never have I endured such a severe injury in all my years." That woman's strength is truly terrifying. That moment, a rustling sound came from the main room, piquing Wei Rong's alertness. Wei Rong, gritting his teeth against the pain, slowly rose to his feet and cautiously edged towards the bedroom door. Carefully peering around the corner, there, he beheld a gaunt, ragged boy of perhaps 10 years, crouched on the ground, rummaging through their belongings. The child extracted 2 dry flatbreads from the package and began to wolf them down with fervor. Wei Rong made no sound to deter him. Instead, he leaned against the door frame, lost in contemplation as he observed the scene. He found himself murmuring, "If my son were still alive, he would be about this age now." The boy, seemingly famished, continued to devour the flatbreads with reckless abandon, only to choke on a mouthful, desperately pounding his chest. Startled back to reality, Wei Rong hastily picked up a water pouch from the ground and approached the boy. Speaking gently, "Little one, take your time eating. Here, have a sip of water." The sudden voice from behind startled the child, causing him to tremble and instinctively attempt to flee. However, the morsel lodged in his throat made it difficult for him to breathe, compelling him to accept the water pouch, gulping down several mouthfuls before finally managing to swallow the bread. At that moment, Wei Rong noticed something peculiar about the boy. The veins on his arms were an eerie black, crisscrossing like a horrifying spider's web, an unsettling sight indeed. Wei Rong's heart skipped a beat at the sight. The boy seemed to sense Wei Rong's gaze, instinctively hiding his hands behind his back. Just as Wei Rong opened his mouth to inquire, the boy turned and dashed away. Wei Rong stumbled after him, but by the time he reached the courtyard, the boy's figure had vanished without a trace. Such a strange occurrence. Standing alone on the desolate street, Wei Rong reflected on the terrifying visage of the boy and muttered to himself, "In such a vast town, how can there be not a single soul in sight? Could it be that I have encountered a ghost?" Just then, a chilling gust of wind swept by, causing Wei Rong to shiver involuntarily. He gazed down the dark, foreboding street, a sense of dread creeping into his heart as he thought, "Never mind, I shall return indoors to rest." With that, he slowly turned and staggered back towards the temporary dwelling. Each step was taken with caution, fearful of encountering any further peculiarities. He glanced back frequently, as if the mysterious boy might reappear at any moment. Upon re-entering the room, Wei Rong shut the door tightly and leaned against it, exhaling a sigh of relief. He surveyed the surroundings. The room remained as desolate as ever, with only the occasional crackle from the charcoal fire breaking the unsettling silence. Wei Rong gradually settled down in front of his bedding, his brow furrowed, replaying the bizarre encounter in his mind. The boy's eerie arms filled him with doubt. What on earth had transpired in this town? Wei Rong whispered to himself. After a while, others began to return, gathering in a circle around the charcoal fire. Li Zhou spoke up. "I just took a stroll to the south and discovered a large mound of freshly turned earth in an open area. It appears to have been disturbed not long ago, and it seems something may be buried beneath it." "What have you all found?" Yi Changqing frowned, replying, "I wandered through the houses to the west. They were all much like this one, with only a thin layer of dust accumulating on the furniture, suggesting no one has cleaned in a month or two. Yes, as if everyone vanished without a trace overnight. A truly strange occurrence." One Wendy scoffed, saying, "I thought I was going to turn into a bird from gnawing on these flatbreads for days. I headed to the river hoping to catch a few fish, but can you believe it? Such a vast river, and not a single fish in sight. I even used my internal energy to scan the waters, and not even a snail could be found." He paused for a moment and added, "Even if the water was polluted, there should at least be some dead fish floating around, yet I saw not even a single corpse." Yi Changqing, taken aback, remarked, "I used the same water from that river to wash the bandages for Wei Rong, but I didn't pay attention to this detail." At this point, Yi Changqing seemed to recall something, his expression slightly darkening as he turned to Wei Rong. "After I changed your bandages this morning, you're not feeling any unusual symptoms, are you?" Wei Rong shook his head, replying, "Not at all. I feel quite well. This injury will heal in a few days." Yi Changqing sighed with relief and nodded. "That's good to hear." Shen Xiangyu added, "I ventured to the east and saw a sign that read Peach Blossom Town. Since it's called Peach Blossom, shouldn't it resemble a paradise? Why does it feel so lifeless?" Everyone's brows furrowed. This Peach Blossom Town exuded an air of strangeness. An indescribable sense of oppression hung in the air, as if the entire town were shrouded in an invisible gloom. After a moment of hesitation, Wei Rong resolved to share his unsettling encounter with the group. Clearing his throat to garner their attention, he began, I just saw a little boy enter our house." All eyes instantly turned to Wei Rong, the air seemingly freezing in anticipation. "What?" Li Zhou exclaimed. "You're saying you saw a living person?" Wei Rong nodded and continued, "Yes, a boy of about 10. He was very thin, his clothes in tatters, looking absolutely starved. But most peculiar was that he paused, as if searching for the right words to describe the boy's arms. His veins were black, resembling a black spider's web." The room fell into a profound silence, each face etched with shock and unease. Shen Xiangyu softly inquired, "Where is that child now?" Wei Rong shook his head, responding, "He ran away. I wanted to chase after him to ask questions, but my injury is still not healed, and I couldn't catch up." Li Zhou inhaled deeply, surveying the group as he declared, "It seems the secrets of this town are more intricate than we imagined. For our safety, we must uncover what has truly transpired here." Yi Changqing suggested, "I think the mound of earth you mentioned is quite suspicious. Perhaps the town's secrets lie buried there, or perhaps they are connected to that boy you spoke of." Chapter 24. The boy. After a moment of contemplation, Li Zhou slowly spoke, "That mound of earth must not be disturbed lightly. If we act recklessly, we might inadvertently create greater trouble. It would be best to find that boy and ascertain the situation here." He then reached for a nearby package, rummaging through it with a furrowed brow. "With our provisions nearly depleted from our journey, we need to hunt in the forest where we came from and see if we can procure some food." Shen Xiangyu shook the water pouch, a faint sloshing sound emerging from within, "And our water supply is dwindling as well," Yi Changqing wisely cautioned. "Under no circumstances should we use the water from that river. We need to find a house with a well, fetch some water, and boil it before drinking. Wan Wendy and I will join the captain in the forest to hunt. Strength in numbers will help us if we encounter ferocious beasts like wild boars or bears." Shun Xiangyu nodded. I am well aware. With their roles assigned, Li Zhou strode out of the house, retrieving the hunting bow from the saddle of the horse in the yard, leading Yi Chongqing and Wan Wendy towards the forest. By evening, although dusk had arrived, the early onset of late autumn caused the sky to darken prematurely, the outside world eerily quiet. Wei Rong sat cross-legged on the blanket, focused on his internal cultivation to heal his injuries. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the courtyard, prompting him to snap back to attention. Shun Xiangyu, who was boiling water in the kitchen, also heard the noise and hurried to open the door, to her astonishment. She found Li Zhou and his companions returning. Li Zhou and Wan Wendy carried a hefty adult wild boar, bloodied and marred with deep, jagged wounds from their efforts. The creature was lifeless, evidently the result of a considerable struggle to capture it. Yi Chongqing bore a bulging cloth bag on his back. Once inside, he emptied the bag onto the floor, revealing an assortment of wild fruits. Picking one up, he chewed as he spoke. Many trees in the forest bear fruit. But fearing toxicity, I only collected those I recognized. Li Zhou and Wan Wendy placed the wild boar on the floor, each grabbing some of the fruit to eat, wiping the sweat from his brow. Li Zhou gasped. Catching this beast was no easy feat. I shot it in the neck, and it still managed to run. Wendy and I had to stab it a dozen times before it finally succumbed. Wei Rong chuckled. You all should hurry and prepare it. Skin it so we can roast some meat. I'm famished. Yi Chongqing teased. Hey, you're quite fortunate, getting to enjoy the fruits of our labor without lifting a finger. As they chatted amiably, they set about processing the wild boar. Given that none were professional butchers, it took considerable effort to skin the animal, leaving it in a rather gruesome state. Yi Chongqing, holding up a tattered piece of skin, clicked his tongue. What a pity. Had it been intact, it could have fetched a handsome price. Li Zhou cut a piece of meat, skewering it on a branch and handing it to Wei Rong with a grin. You can roast it yourself and take your time. Soon, the meat sizzled over the fire, releasing a mouth-watering aroma that filled the air. Wei Rong swallowed hard. Finally, it's ready. I'm absolutely ravenous. Just as he prepared to indulge, he caught sight of a small head peeking through the window, fixated on the roasted meat in their hands. In an instant, Wei Rong recognized it as the same boy he had encountered earlier. It's him. Quick, chase after him, Wei Rong exclaimed, dropping the meat and attempting to rise, only to remember his injury had not yet healed. As he moved, pain shot through his shoulder, causing him to wince and break out in cold sweat. Yi Chongqing immediately realized the situation, swiftly rising to his feet. Channeling his inner strength, he dashed out of the house with astonishing speed, shouting, I will pursue them. Before long, the anguished cries of a small boy echoed from outside. Let me go. Don't kill me. Yi Chongqing returned with the boy in tow, unceremoniously tossing him to the ground and brushing off his hands as he remarked, This little rascal can certainly run, but unfortunately for him, he has encountered me. The boy scrambled to a corner, where the onlookers finally took note of his disheveled appearance. His clothes tattered and his hair a wild mess, he resembled a beggar. Li Zhou approached, holding a skewer of roasted meat, squatting down to offer it to the boy. Don't be afraid. We are not villains. You must be hungry. Take this and eat. Being but a child, and already ravenous, the tantalizing aroma of the roasted meat wafting nearby made his mouth water uncontrollably. Unable to resist the temptation, the boy cautiously reached out to accept the food, disregarding the heat, and began to devour it hungrily. In that fleeting moment, as he grasped the skewer, Li Zhou's gaze fell upon the boy's arms, which were marred by grotesque, spiderweb-like black veins, causing him to gasp in shock. Once everyone had eaten their fill, they gathered around the boy. Li Zhou inquired, What is your name, little one? Why are you alone in this town? Where are the others? The boy wiped his mouth with his tattered clothing, fear evident in his eyes as he shook his head. I have no name. A few uncles took me in. They all call me Little Shirtu. Everyone else was captured and taken to the southern clearing, where they were buried after being burned alive. Wei Rong, taken aback, exclaimed, They even captured living people to burn them. Little Shirtu nodded, extending his arm to show the evidence, saying, Anyone found like me was taken to be burned. Shun Xiangyu, intrigued, asked, How did you manage to escape? With a pained expression, Little Shirtu replied, That day, I was resting with my uncles in a dilapidated temple south of the city when several men came in to capture them. I hid beneath a statue and wasn't discovered, which allowed me to escape. Yi Chongqing then questioned. What caused this illness among you? Little Shirtu shook his head. I do not know. After hearing the boy's tale, the group ceased their interrogation, no longer treating him as a criminal. Wei Rong suggested, why not let him join us from now on? Before Little Shirtu could respond, Wan Windy, frowning, interjected, don't be foolish. This child is afflicted with a contagion. If it spreads to us, we are finished, Little Shirtu murmured. This illness is not easily transmitted. I've been with a friend for 6 months, and he hasn't caught it. Li Zhou asked, and where is he now? Little Shirtu wiped his eyes, saying, he was also captured and burned. Wan Windy scoffed, why should I take your word for it? Wei Rong shot him a glance, choosing to ignore the comment, and approached Little Shirtu. Gently ruffling his hair, don't mind him. Seeing this, Wan Windy scoffed again, stepping back from Little Shirtu. If you all wish to court disaster, I won't stop you. Just keep that little plague away from me. Little Shirtu nodded, a hint of disappointment in his demeanor. Li Zhou observed Wei Rong's silence, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion, silently hoping for an explanation. Wei Rong sighed, saying, seeing him reminds me of Bien. If he were still alive, he would be about this age. Let this be a form of solace for me. If something goes awry, I will bear the consequences alone. Li Zhou, having received Wei Rong's answer, recalled having met Wei Bien before, and patted Wei Rong's shoulder in comfort. In that case, let us take him in. Wei Rong expressed his gratitude. Li Zhou shook his head. You need not thank me. We have survived thus far thanks to your efforts. We owe you our thanks. Yi Chongqing and Shun Xiangyu had no objections either, feeling a sense of pity for little Shitoyu. Yi Chongqing remarked, if we abandon him, given his current state, he will perish from the illness or starve to death first. Shun Xiangyu added, go wash up first. I will tailor some clothes for you to wear temporarily. And once Uncle Wei's injuries heal, we will go to the city to buy you a proper outfit. Wei Rong gazed at little Shita's dirty but innocent face, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. He gently patted the boy's shoulder. From now on, you are one of us. We will take good care of you. Tears glistened in little Shita's eyes as he choked out, thank you all. Chapter 25. The truth. After little Shirtu had bathed and donned the altered clothes, he stood before everyone, transformed from his previous disheveled state into a strikingly handsome young boy. The group could not help but feel a twinge of fondness for him. Yi Chongqing chuckled, with that appearance, you hardly resemble a beggar. You look more like a fallen young master. Wei Rong observed the refreshed little Shirtu, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes as he mused. If Bien were still here, he might look just like this. Feeling somewhat self-conscious under their scrutiny, little Shirtu lowered his head, bashfully asking, am I really that good-looking? Yi Chongqing burst into laughter, ruffling the boy's hair again. Naturally, if you grow up like this, you will surely charm many girls just like I do. Shun Xiangyu rolled her eyes, don't follow his example, acting all suave while engaging in deceitful schemes. Such a waste of a good appearance. Yi Chongqing retorted, hey, if it weren't for my good looks, I wouldn't be able to deceive anyone. Shun Xiangyu smirked, at least you have some self-awareness. Li Zhou cleared his throat, interrupting their banter. All right, enough bickering. It's getting late. Everyone should wash up and rest. After taking turns to wash up, they all lay down on their blankets to sleep. Wei Rong sat on his blanket, practicing his healing, as a soft glow of inner strength flowed through his body. Little Shirtu, sitting nearby, watched the mesmerizing scene with wide eyes, not fully understanding what Wei Rong was doing but wisely refraining from interrupting. The following day, after a night of recuperation, Wei Rong found that the wound on his shoulder had closed up and scabbed over. Although he still couldn't engage in any strenuous activity, he felt significantly better than the day before. Li Zhou remarked, it appears you will recover in a few days. We should start planning for what comes next. Wei Rong nodded, yes, we acquired quite a bit of wealth last time, enough to sustain us for a while. However, given the current unrest, it would be wise to lay low until things settle down. Wan Windy chimed in, we are all wanted men. Wherever we go, we cannot be seen. Why not pull off a big score? Then wash our hands of it and disappear to live carefree lives in another country? Li Zhou's interest piqued at this suggestion. Oh? Do elaborate. Wan Windy explained, I heard during my time in the southern border that there is a wide river crossing leading to the southern kingdom of Nanyue. People frequently use it to smuggle into our Great Chu. He paused for effect before continuing. Nanyue is a small and sparsely populated nation. We could settle there, become landowners, and live leisurely lives. Yi Chongqing, intrigued, asked, and what kind of score are you planning? How much wealth do you intend to gather? After a moment of consideration, Wan Wendy replied, around 100,000 taels should suffice. Shen Xiangyu gasped, 100,000 taels? You can't be serious, Wan Wendy countered. It seems like a lot. But if we divide it among ourselves, how much will each person get? It would cover our expenses for quite some time. Besides, we lack the capability to acquire such wealth on our own. We will need many accomplices along the way, and the more we gather, the less each of us will ultimately receive. Li Zhou shook his head. Let's put the idea of escaping to Nanyue on hold. Attempting to gather 100,000 taels of silver is quite fanciful, at least for now. Wan Wendy shrugged, choosing to remain silent on the matter. 2 days later, in the capital city, within the royal palace, Chu Ning returned to her chamber, contemplating Li Zhou's words. She was uncertain where to begin her investigation, for she had been absent from the palace during that critical period. The death of her elder brother stemmed solely from her second brother's accusations. To confront Chu Xian without sufficient evidence would yield no fruitful information and might even provoke him to purge the palace in blood. Remaining idle was not a viable option. Chu Ning paced back and forth, feeling a rising sense of anxiety. She gritted her teeth, deciding to investigate near the late Emperor Chu Xian's former chamber. Hoping to uncover some clues, as she approached the area outside Chu Xian's chamber, she was met with a path overgrown with weeds, long neglected and appearing particularly desolate. Chu Ning gazed at the scene, memories flooding back like a tidal wave. She was the illegitimate daughter of Chu Xian and a palace maid, and thus, Chu Xian held little affection for her and her mother. Moreover, her frail health at birth almost led to her demise, further deepening Chu Xian's disdain. Fortunately, during her mother's desperate search for a cure, she encountered Jiang Yu, who saved her life. Upon learning from her mother about Chu Ning's miraculous recovery attributed to divine intervention, Chu Xian's attitude towards her mother shifted dramatically as he incessantly pressed for details. However, as he continually received unsatisfactory answers, his true nature gradually surfaced, leading him to distance himself from the mother and daughter. Consequently, Chu Ning's mother succumbed to despair and passed away within a few years. Upon hearing the news of Chu Xian's demise, Chu Ning not only felt no sorrow but rather silently rejoiced. However, since her mother's passing, she had grown quite close to Chu Jun and Chu Xian, who had taken care of her over the years. Previously, Chu Xian mentioned that Chu Jun, devastated by their father's death, had succumbed to grief in a fit of rage. At that moment, Chu Ning had not suspected anything amiss. Retrieving her thoughts, she gazed at the somewhat dilapidated sleeping quarters and was about to push the door open when she heard a rustling sound from the nearby weeds. Approaching and parting the foliage, she discovered an elderly eunuch crouched on the ground, seemingly engaged in some mysterious activity. His tattered garments were adorned with weeds, and his disheveled white hair hung loosely down his back, giving him a madcap appearance. Upon closer inspection, she could hear him mumbling indistinctly. When the old eunuch turned and saw Chu Ning, he let out a strange cry and crawled forward on all fours. Chu Ning quickly seized him and pulled him up, exclaiming in astonishment, "Master Chen?" Chu Ning pondered. This Chen Dafu was the most trusted eunuch of Chu Xian during his lifetime. He must have been present at the time of Chu Xian's passing and might know the circumstances surrounding it. Chen Dafu, grasped tightly by Chu Ning, flailed about in a frantic struggle, producing peculiar sounds from his mouth. Just as Chu Ning was about to inquire, she noticed that not a single tooth remained in Chen Dafu's mouth, and his tongue had been severed. In a wonder he was incomprehensible. Witnessing this scene only deepened Chu Ning's belief in what Li Zhou had told her. She hurriedly asked, "Do you know how my elder brother Chu Jun died?" Chen Dafu continued to writhe and struggle, appearing quite deranged. Chu Ning added, "If you reveal the truth, I promise to ensure your safety." She keenly sensed Chen Dafu's body stiffen momentarily before he resumed his feigned madness. "Stop pretending," Chu Ning said sternly. "Did I, Chu Ning, swear on my life that if you tell me the truth, I will personally escort you out of the palace and help you find a safe haven to live out your days." Realizing that his ruse had been uncovered and contemplating the formidable strength of Chu Ning, Chen Dafu hesitated several times before ceasing his struggles and nodding in agreement to the proposed deal. Chu Ning released Chen Dafu and said, "Since you are unable to speak, follow me into Chu Xian's chambers and write it down." Chen Dafu nodded in assent. Chu Ning led him into Chu Xian's quarters, brushed the dust off the table, prepared paper and ink, and handed him a brush. Before long, Chen Dafu had clearly written down the sequence of events on the paper and handed it to Chu Ning. After reading it, her hand instinctively tightened. Chu Xian had forced Chu Exine to his death in a bid for the throne, and shortly thereafter, Chu Jun had been lured into Chu Exine's chambers under false pretenses and ambushed. The 1,000 guards from the Red Sand Camp had all been betrayed by the White Feather Guards. Just then, a commotion arose outside the room. Chu Ning opened the door to find a group of White Feather Guards surrounding the area. She shielded Chen Dafu behind her, scanning the surroundings before disdainfully remarking, "Second brother, you are indeed cautious. You don't even trust the palace, filling it with spies." Chu Xian stepped forward from the crowd, his expression complex as he regarded Chu Ning. "You should never have been allowed to leave the palace," he said. "Humph, who could stop me if I wished to leave?" Chu Ning coldly glared at Chu Xian. "Hand over Chen Dafu, and we can let this matter pass. I will pretend nothing has happened. What do you say?" Chu Xian fixed his gaze on the cowering Chen Dafu behind Chu Ning, his eyes glinting like a snake's. Aware of his precarious position, he feared the leak of information that might lead the princes to conspire against Chu Jun. Hence, he had chosen to eliminate any palace maid or eunuch who might know too much. However, Chen Dafu was different. He had held significant power and connections during their father's reign. To dispose of him hastily could draw unwanted attention and suspicion. Thus, a fabricated crime had been arranged, resulting in his teeth being pulled and tongue severed to prevent any potential leaks. Chu Xian had not anticipated that Chen Dafu would descend into madness from such cruelty, and he was rather pleased by it, neglecting the situation. Yet, the cunning old fox had feigned insanity. Reflecting on this, Chu Xian clenched his fists in frustration, cursing inwardly. "A single misstep can lead to eternal regret. I truly regret not having dismembered him at the outset." Chu Ning had always abhorred fratricide. And with a cold scoff, she declared, "I never expected you to be so heartless. That is enough." Chu Xian, fearing eavesdroppers, hastily interrupted Chu Ning. "Since you refuse to hand him over, I will take him by force." "Everyone, advance," he commanded fiercely. "You think you can snatch him from my grasp with your ragtag bunch?" Chu Ning retorted mockingly. Gripping Chen Dafu tightly with her left hand, she summoned her spiritual energy, which swiftly coalesced into a soaring white dragon. She then propelled it forward, and the dragon expanded in size, bursting through the air and roaring toward the crowd. Any White Feather Guard it touched was sent flying, incapacitated. Chu Xian instinctively closed his eyes at the sight of the charging dragon. Raising his hand to shield himself, his heart pounding with fear. After maintaining this posture for a while without feeling pain, he opened his eyes to see Chu Ning standing mere inches away, causing him to gulp nervously. "Unlike you, I am not devoid of compassion. Had you not been my brother, you would have been dead by now." Chu Ning coldly shot back that I am taking him with me. Before her words faded, Chu Ning leaped gracefully, carrying Chen Dafu with her, and vanished from sight. As she disappeared, Chu Xian's face contorted with rage, his mind racing. "Those remnants of the Red Sand Camp are to blame. And now Chu Ning knows I am in a precarious position. If she spreads the word, the princes will be alerted, and I will have no peace." The more he thought, the more anxious he became. He turned to the White Feather Guard captain, Zhu Yu, who had just risen, and commanded, "Immediately dispatch 500 White Feather Guards to search the western cities for Li Zhou and Wei Rong. If you find them, kill them on the spot." As Zhu Yu was about to comply, Chu Xian added, "Take a few White Feather Guards disguised as commoners to follow Chu Ning, but be careful not to be discovered." As soon as he finished, Zhu Yu knelt and clasped his hands, saying, "Your Majesty, we are no match for Princess Chu Ning. Pursuing her would be futile." Chu Xian replied, "I am fully aware that you are not her match, which is why I instructed you to bring only a few men. I want you to look for an opportunity to eliminate Chen Dafu. I will handle Chu Ning myself." Zhu Yu accepted the command and withdrew with the White Feather Guards. Chu Xian rushed back to his quarters and summoned the Minister of War, Feng Yi, impatiently asking, "Have the new weapons been developed?" Feng Yi bowed and reported, "Your Majesty, the new weapons have been developed, but they are still in the testing phase. Once all tests are passed, we can begin mass production." Chu Xian urged, "I give you one final month for testing. Production must commence before November. You may leave." After Feng Yi departed, Chu Xian clenched his fists, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "Only when you are all dead can I find peace." Chapter 26. Escape. Meanwhile, Chu Ning guided Qin Dafu through several walls back to her residence with ease. With a sharp whistle, Xiaobai leaped out from behind a nearby fence. Chu Ning retrieved the overlord's spear from her saddle, grasping it firmly before gracefully leaping onto her steed. She then pulled Qin Dafu onto the horse's back. "Hold tight, let's go." Chu Ning flicked the reins, and Xiaobai reared up, neighing, before dashing forward like a white shadow. The horse galloped at lightning speed, causing palace maids and eunuchs to scatter in panic, desperately dodging to the sides to avoid being trampled by the magnificent beast. One maid, frozen in shock, was so frightened that her legs gave way, causing her to tumble to the ground. Chu Ning skillfully tugged the reins, and Xiaobai leaped gracefully over the maid's head. By the time she regained her composure, Chu Ning had already vanished without a trace. Thus, Chu Ning and Qin Dafu burst through the palace as if it were an unguarded realm. Luoshui City, the capital of the Great Chu, was the most populous and prosperous city in the realm. As they galloped out of the palace's southern gate, a vast, seemingly endless avenue unfolded before them. The street was wide enough to accommodate hundreds of people walking side by side, yet the throngs of pedestrians still made it feel somewhat congested. As the townsfolk saw Chu Ning riding swiftly towards them, they fled in a panic, fearing collision with the spirited horse. They continued to gallop for about half an hour until they reached the end of the street. The guards stationed at the city wall, upon seeing Chu Ning, did not wait for her to speak and quickly opened the gates for her. Zhu Yu, meanwhile, trailed behind, having donned the attire of common citizens along with his white feather guards. As they arrived at the city gate, the guards raised their long spears to block their passage. Seeing Chu Ning's figure receding into the distance, Zhu Yu hastily produced a token from his bosom and declared in a low voice, "The white feather guards have urgent matters. Let us pass immediately." The leading guard's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing the token, and he swiftly signaled his men to let them through. Although Chu Ning had not noticed anyone following her since her escape from the palace, she nonetheless plunged into a nearby thicket shortly after leaving the city as a precaution. Before long, Zhu Yu and a few subordinates halted outside the forest, whispering orders, "Spread out and search for Princess Chu Ning's whereabouts. If you find her, do not reveal yourselves. Wait until Princess Chu Ning has settled Qin Dafu before reporting back to me." The subordinates understood that the target was Qin Dafu, not Chu Ning, and nodded in agreement before dispersing into the forest, each heading in different directions to search. Chu Ning and Qin Dafu dashed through the depths of the forest until nightfall. She gazed up at the starry sky and the radiant moon. Roughly assessing her current position, a rustling sound emerged from behind, leaving one uncertain whether it was a small beast from the forest or pursuers. Chu Ning turned to Qin Dafu, saying, "Running blindly like this may lead us nowhere. I cannot ascertain if we are being followed. I shall employ a ruse to divert our pursuers." After a brief pause, she continued, "Please remove your outer garment and give it to me, then flee southward. There lies a village named Lu not far from this forest. Seek shelter there. Once I have thrown off their trail, I will come to find you." Qin Dafu nodded promptly, hastily shedding his tattered eunuch attire. Chu Ning donned the garment and remarked, "Under the cover of night, when visibility is poor, this may confuse our pursuers. You must escape swiftly." After Qin Dafu had distanced himself, Chu Ning tugged the reins, causing her steed, Little White, to raise its forelegs and emit a resounding neigh, seemingly to deliberately attract the attention of any followers. With a swift flick of the reins, she galloped in the opposite direction. However, after a considerable time racing through the woods without encountering anyone, a frown creased Chu Ning's brow as she pondered. Could it be that no one is following us? Lingering nearby for a moment, she observed the stillness of the forest and shook her head, chiding herself for perhaps being overly cautious. She then turned her horse toward Lu Village. The hour of Su, in Lu Village. Although merely a village, its proximity to the capital had rendered it more prosperous than others. Along the river, rows of houses, approximately 40 to 50 households, stood, rivaling the scale of a small town in remote areas. By now, many homes had succumbed to slumber, with only a few flickering candlelights remaining, casting a dim glow upon the muddy path. Hidden behind a wall, Qin Dafu spotted Chu Ning and hurriedly emerged. Breathless, supporting his waist with one hand while waving with the other, Chu Ning approached him and said, "I have yet to detect any pursuers. Perhaps I have been overly suspicious." Qin Dafu pulled out a piece of paper from his bosom. Writing, "As an old servant, I am not fit to endure such hardships. Although this place is not far from the capital, I can remain incognito and seek refuge with a family. Chu Ning wished to say more, but Chen Dafu gestured to his waist and waved his hand dismissively. Seeing his state, she refrained from further words and led him to the door of a household that had yet to rest for the night. Gently knocking before long, an elderly man, stooped with age and crowned with white hair, opened the door with a cane. Upon recognizing Chu Ning, he promptly knelt, his forehead touching the ground, trembling as he exclaimed, "I did not realize the esteemed princess had graced our humble abode. I am doomed." Chu Ning quickly assisted the villager up, soothingly saying, "There is no need for such formalities, good sir." She then retrieved a pouch of silver from her bosom and offered it to the old man, saying, "It seems I shall impose upon you for some time. Might you kindly take him in, allowing him to dwell with you henceforth?" The old man, flustered, waved his hands, exclaiming, "Your Highness's presence alone has already illuminated my humble dwelling. How could I dare accept any money?" He stepped aside, permitting Chu Ning and Chen Dafu to enter. Once inside, Chu Ning explained, "This man is my servant, now of advanced age, wishing to retire from palace life. However, he is without kin and seeks refuge with a family." As she spoke, she handed the pouch to the old man, saying, "Consider this payment for his lodging." Reluctantly, the old man accepted the money, agreeing, and called for his wife to assist in preparing a spare room. As they busied themselves inside, Chu Ning leaned toward Chen Dafu and whispered, "I should not linger here. If any signs of my presence are discovered, you will all suffer. I must take my leave." With that, she quietly slipped out of the house, mounted Little White, and vanished into the night. The melodious calls of nightingales filled her ears. Gazing up at the cold crescent moon, a flicker of confusion crossed Chu Ning's eyes, leaving her uncertain of her next destination. Reflecting on the day's events, she sighed deeply and murmured to herself, "Sister Jiangyue instructed me to seek out a victim of the plague. Since Taoyuan town is the source of the affliction, I shall venture there." The sound of hooves gradually faded into the distance, disappearing into the vastness of the night, leaving behind a serene sky and the solitary, radiant moon. Chapter 27. The Tavern. After several days of recuperation, Wei Rong's wounds had healed, and the group was now preparing to depart from Taoyuan town. Wei Rong tore off 2 strips of cloth and called over the young boy, Xiao Shitu, who was folding blankets, saying, "Come here. Your illness is rather alarming. To be on the safe side, it is wise to cover up." Xiao Shitu nodded eagerly and approached Wei Rong, rolling up his sleeves and extending his hands. Wei Rong carefully wrapped the boy's arms, ensuring they were securely covered. Once finished, he patted Xiao Shitu's head, saying, "There, now you look much better." Xiao Shitu glanced at his bandaged arms and nodded, proclaiming, "I will help them carry things." Before long, the group had finished packing. With 2 horses laden heavily, Li Zhou gathered everyone and produced a wooden box from his pocket, extracting gold ingots, saying, "We have yet to divide the money from our previous dealings. Here, each of you shall receive 5 taels of gold. The surplus of 20 taels will be kept as reserve." Shun Xiangyu weighed the gold ingots in her hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, this is the first time I've ever held gold." Just as they reveled in the joy of dividing the spoils, Wan Windy entered the courtyard, stating, "I have scouted the surroundings for the past few days. We can only proceed along the road beneath the eastern archway. The southern river lacks a ferry, and I have a feeling something is amiss, so I am reluctant to wade through it. The west leads back to where we came, which we need not consider. The north is a suspension bridge, but the ropes have been severed by someone." Li Zhou nodded in agreement, saying, "In that case, we shall head east." Observing the 2 horses panting heavily, Wei Rong shook his head, stating, "We must find a cart. Otherwise, the horses will collapse from exhaustion." Li Zhou replied, "In this desolate place, where can we find a cart? We shall seize one when we reach the next town." The group led the 2 horses along a winding path through the fields. The surrounding farmland, long neglected, had become overgrown with weeds, presenting a rather desolate sight. Yi Chongqing held a fruit, munching on it while shaking his head, saying, "How strange it is. There isn't even a rat to be seen around this town. Not to mention the absence of roosters crowing or birds singing in the morning. It is eerily silent. If one were to remain here alone for too long, they might just go mad." Afterward, Yi Chongqing turned to Xiao Shitu, who was beside Wei Rong, and asked, "Xiao Shitu, I forgot to inquire earlier. How long have you been here alone?" Xiao Shitu scratched his head, replying, about half a month. I think that I am not quite sure. And what did you eat each day? I have roamed Taoyuan town inside and out for days. Yet I have not encountered a single living creature, Yi Chongqing asked curiously. Xiao Shitu recounted, at first, I scavenged rice from a family's rice jar to cook, but it ran out after a few days. I wanted to search other houses for food, but most were locked, and those I could enter had very little to eat. Just 2 days before you arrived, I even resorted to digging up tree roots outside the town. Recalling the taste of the roots, Xiao Shitu shook his head, saying, the roots were dreadful, bitter and astringent. Even when cooked, they were tough to chew. Hearing this, Wei Rong patted Xiao Shitu's head and laughed, ha ha, no need to gnaw on tree roots anymore. Stay with us, and I promise you will feast on delicious food. Time passed, and the sky began to darken. Wei Rong's keen eyes spotted something in the distance, exclaiming, look over there. It seems there is a household with lights still on. Yi Chongqing suggested, let us quicken our pace and seek shelter there for the night. This desolate wilderness is not a safe place to rest. If we sleep and are bitten by a venomous snake or insect, it would be quite a calamity. Li Zhou nodded. Night is falling. We must tread carefully in this darkness to avoid pitfalls. After considerable time spent navigating safely to the household, they discovered it was a tavern, albeit a rather dilapidated one. The establishment boasted 2 stories, with a thatched roof swaying in the cold wind as if it might collapse at any moment. The crooked door creaked ominously in the breeze, while a tattered sign, its inscription illegible, hung precariously above the entrance. The windows were boarded up entirely. Xiao Shitu, observing the scene, displayed no fear. After all, having been alone in Taoyuan town for so long, he was more curious than apprehensive as he peered inside. Li Zhou and Wei Rong tethered the horses beneath the thatched roof, unloaded their belongings, and stepped inside to take a look. Inside were 4 or 5 tables haphazardly arranged, most missing legs and propped up with bricks. The table's sorry state was surpassed only by the even more decrepit stools, some as broken as the tables, while others were mere wooden boxes serving as seats. Ahead, at the counter, a dim oil lamp cast a feeble glow. A bald man with a scraggly beard, looking fierce and portly, was sprawled beside it, snoring. Wei Rong surveyed the surroundings, shaking his head as he remarked, I feel that sleeping outside would be safer than in this wretched place. If the wind were to tear this shack apart while we sleep, we would be done for. Li Zhou approached the slumbering man and knocked on the counter, calling out loudly, Innkeeper, wake up. The plump man, groggy and barely awake, blinked in surprise upon seeing several individuals before him, only to quickly regain his composure and erupt into a tirade. Damn it, you nearly scared me to death. I thought I was seeing a ghost. Wei Rong, upon hearing these words, let out a derisive laugh and retorted, if anyone resembles a ghost here, it is certainly you. This ghastly place bears the hallmarks of a haunted house, hardly resembling a dwelling for the living. The fat man, infuriated by this remark, was about to unleash his wrath when Li Zhou abruptly produced a silver ingot from his pocket, slamming it onto the counter with a resounding thud. The man's expression brightened instantly, transforming into a beaming smile. He picked up the ingot, scrutinizing it closely and even biting down on it, before grinning broadly and inquiring, Ah, esteemed guests, do you wish to dine or take lodgings? Li Zhou replied, in this desolate wilderness, at this late hour, your establishment is the only option for both dining and lodging. May I inquire as to your name, innkeeper? Haha, I am known as Zhong Lei. Said Zhong Lei, chuckling foolishly, he continued, ever since the plague struck Taoyuan town, it has been over a month since I last had patrons. May I ask where you fine gentlemen hail from and where you are headed? Yi Chongqing began to respond, to be frank, we have just come from Taoyuan town. However, before he could finish, Zhong Lei jolted in fright and exclaimed, you mustn't jest with me. The inhabitants of Taoyuan town were wiped out a fortnight ago. Is it possible that you are not ghosts? One Wendy, seizing the moment, added in a raspy voice, indeed, we are ghosts, here to collect your life. As he spoke, he contorted his grotesque visage into a terrifying grimace. Zhong Lei, utterly terrified, hastily drew 2 glimmering axes from his waist, his eyes wide with panic as he stammered, I am not one to be easily frightened, regardless of whether you are wandering spirits or not. Prepare to face my wrath. Just as Zhong Lei was about to strike, Li Zhou quickly interjected, Innkeeper, he is merely jesting. Let us not mar the atmosphere. One Wendy, scoffing disdainfully, swaggered over to a dilapidated wooden crate and sat down. However, the crate, unable to bear his weight, cracked loudly and splintered. Caught off guard, Wendy tumbled over, landing on his back. "Damn it, what a worthless stool," he exclaimed, rising in a fit of rage and kicking the crate away. After brushing off the dust from his trousers, he cautiously settled onto a nearby chair that appeared relatively intact. He tested its sturdiness before finally relaxing, albeit with a disgruntled huff. Chapter 28. The Black and Li Zhou then retrieved another silver ingot from his pocket. Shaking it in his hand as he declared, "Let the previous ingot serve as payment for our lodging. This one is for a hearty meal." With that, he tossed the ingot to Zhong Lei, who eagerly caught it, his face alight with obsequious smiles. "Rest assured, esteemed guests, my culinary skills will surely delight you." Without missing a beat, Zhong Lei darted into the backyard. Soon, a cacophony of clucking and barking erupted from the yard, interspersed with the shrill cries of distressed chickens and ducks. Moments later, Zhong Lei emerged, one hand gripping a bloodied axe while the other carried two freshly prepared fowl, striding purposefully toward the kitchen to stoke the fire for cooking. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chongqing whispered, "There is something decidedly odd about this place. I suspect the innkeeper is not of the most reputable sort. I will ascend the stairs to investigate. You all should remain vigilant." Li Zhou nodded in agreement. "I have felt something amiss since entering this establishment." Employing his lightness skills, Yi Chongqing ascended the stairs with nary a sound, enveloped in a veil of invisible energy. The upstairs windows were securely boarded, shrouding the area in darkness, where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. As Yi Chongqing surveyed his surroundings, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him, the eerie corridor evoking a chill down his spine. Taking a deep breath to muster his courage, he cautiously opened the nearest door to the staircase. Instantly, a nauseating stench of decay assailed his senses, prompting him to grimace and wave his hand to dispel the foul odor. He then fished out a fire stick from his waist, illuminating the room with its feeble glow as he cautiously explored. With each step, the floorboards creaked ominously beneath him, sending shivers down his spine. After carefully circling the room, he found it utterly barren. Aside from the unsettling atmosphere, there was nothing particularly out of the ordinary. Suddenly, a wave of coldness enveloped him, accompanied by a strange moaning sound emanating from the sealed window. "Heavens!" Yi Chongqing gasped, nearly losing his footing in fright as he hurriedly exited the room. He returned to his companions, breathless and clutching his chest, his face pale with terror. The upstairs is not clean," Li Zhou, intrigued, asked. "Calm yourself. What do you mean by not clean?" Yi Chongqing, regaining his composure, recounted his unsettling experience, unable to hide his fear as he stammered. "Could it be that there are actually ghosts upstairs?" Shen Xiangyu glanced at the gleeful little stone beside Wei Rong, rolling her eyes as she remarked, "Little stone isn't afraid. Why are you, a grown man, so fearful?" Yi Chongqing recoiled. "It's different. If he were to go up there, he would surely feel the same chill that penetrates to the bone. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps." Wei Rong rose with a scoff. "While I cannot speak for upstairs, I certainly have a coward before me. Come, let us investigate the matter together." Yi Chongqing shook his head vigorously. "I won't go. There is something sinister about that floor." Wei Rong, shaking his head in bemusement, patted Yi Chongqing on the shoulder and said, "You possess talent, but your courage leaves much to be desired." With that, he proceeded upstairs alone, true to Yi Chongqing's words. As soon as Wei Rong entered the room, a wave of chill enveloped him, and the window continued to emit a haunting wail. Frowning, he approached the window and discovered that it was improperly sealed, allowing the cold wind to whistle through the gap. Shaking his head in annoyance at Yi Chongqing's foolishness, he prepared to leave when he caught a whiff of a faint metallic scent. Most might have overlooked it, but Wei Rong, seasoned in battle, was acutely sensitive to the smell of blood. As he walked, he followed the source of the odor, eventually kneeling down where the scent was strongest. He quickly retrieved a fire stick to examine the floor, revealing a dark red stain that appeared to be blood. Scraping a splinter of wood from the floor, he brought it to his nose. The metallic scent still lingered. It seemed someone had met their demise here not long ago. Wei Rong hurriedly descended the stairs. Upon seeing Yi Chongqing still trembling in his seat, he gently tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Startled, Yi Chongqing nearly jumped out of his skin. Wei Rong couldn't help but chuckle at his reaction. "Do you not realize that scaring someone can be lethal?" Yi Changqing exclaimed, trembling as he pointed at Wei Rong. Wei Rong shook his head. "Look at you, trembling like a leaf." I checked upstairs. It was merely the window that was ajar, causing the wind to moan. Hearing this, Yi Changqing let out a sigh of relief. His complexion gradually returning to normal as he said, "I knew there couldn't be ghosts in this world." Wei Rong returned to his seat, glancing toward the kitchen where Zhong Lei was still preparing the meal. He then motioned for everyone to gather closer and spoke in hushed tones. "I discovered bloodstains on the floor of the room Yi Changqing mentioned, and the metallic scent has not dissipated. It suggests someone met their end here not long ago." Elijah stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked, "Could this be a den of iniquity?" Wei Rong nodded. "It is highly probable. Let us proceed with caution." After a lengthy wait, Zhong Lei emerged with a beaming smile, carrying 2 large bowls of fragrant chicken and duck, placing them on the table. "Esteemed guests, please enjoy. There are still several dishes cooking," he announced, his enthusiasm palpable as he returned to the kitchen to prepare the next course. Yi Changqing raised a hand, signaling for everyone to hold off, and cautiously brought one of the bowls of meat closer. Inhaling deeply, the aroma was delectable, a welcome change after days of consuming bland wild boar meat, causing him to instinctively swallow. Observing this, Wan Wendy remarked, "Are you planning to consume that entire bowl by yourself?" "No, not at all," Yi Changqing replied, picking up a pair of chopsticks, his expression serious as he selected a piece of chicken, bringing it close to his nose for a thorough examination. After a moment, his expression shifted, and he whispered, "Indeed, this peculiar fragrance is a form of drug." Shen Xiangyu, upon hearing this, also picked up a piece of meat to sniff, nodding in agreement. "It is definitely drugged. If consumed, we would all be rendered unconscious within a quarter of an hour." Wan Wendy, scowling, unsheathed a roughly 2-foot-long blade from his waist and rose angrily. "Damn it! How dare they drug us? I will flay him alive." Li Zhou restrained Wan Wendy, saying, "Hold on. If he views us as sheep to be slaughtered, he is no less a lamb in our eyes. Let us wait for him to approach, toy with him a bit, and then take him for all he's worth." Wan Wendy's eyes lit up. "Now that's a splendid idea." Chapter 29. Black eats black. Before long, Zhong Lei reappeared, bringing several steaming bowls of dishes to the table, the aroma wafting enticingly. Noticing that the guests remained hesitant to eat, he wore a warm smile and inquired, "Esteemed guests, why do you not partake in the meal? Is it that you find my culinary skills lacking?" Before he could finish his words, he suddenly slapped his forehead in feigned annoyance and exclaimed, "Oh dear, my memory has truly failed me. I completely forgot the most important wine." With that, he turned and rummaged beneath the counter, retrieving a jar of wine and placing it on the table. Beaming with delight as he declared, "This is brewed by my old friend Zhong. I assure you, it will satisfy everyone." The moment he removed the earthen seal, an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air. Zhong Lei skillfully poured a bowl for each person, respectfully stating, "Dear guests, please enjoy." Li Zhou chuckled and said, "Innkeeper, I presume you haven't dined yet either. Why not join us at the table and let me treat you?" "No, no, no." Zhong Lei repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. "I'm not hungry at the moment. You all should eat while it's hot. It won't taste as good when it cools." Wan Di's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixating on Zhong Lei as he barked, "Inviting you to dine is a sign of respect. Why are you wasting words?" Shen Xiangyu chimed in, "There's so much food that we can't finish it all. It would be a pity to waste it. Come, let us share." Seeing that Zhong Lei continued to decline, Yi Changqing pretended to frown, his voice laced with sarcasm. "We extend such warm invitations, and yet you show no gratitude. Could it be that you have poisoned this food?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Lei's pupils constricted, and a hint of panic flickered across his face. What are you saying? I, Zhong, have roamed the world for many years. How could I engage in such despicable acts?" "Then why not take a taste?" Yi Changqing pressed. "If there's nothing amiss, we shall naturally trust you." "Fine. If you want me to eat, I will." Zhong Lei's face flushed with indignation as he angrily grabbed a piece of meat to bring to his mouth, only to suddenly realize his foolishness and curse, "I won't be fooled by you." Before he could finish, Wei Rong struck his wrist with a swift motion. The piece of meat flew into Zhong Lei's mouth, and he instinctively swallowed it. Zhong Lei dropped his chopsticks, staggering back a few steps, one hand clutching his throat while pointing at the others, demanding, "How did you figure out I had drugged it?" Wei Rong scoffed. "If I hadn't taken the opportunity to peek upstairs while you were cooking, we might have truly fallen for your trick." The effects of the mind-numbing drug were swift, and Zhong Lei now felt his vision blur, his body swaying unsteadily. Drawing two short axes from his waist, he pointed them at the group, cursing, "Damn it! I have spent a lifetime hunting eagles, only to be pecked in the eye in the end. I'll fight you all." With axes raised high, two currents of energy swirled around them. Zhong Lei hurled his left-hand axe at Wei Rong, the spinning weapon cutting through the air like a white line. Wei Rong dodged to the side, but behind him stood Wen Di. Wen Di, seeing the axe approach with alarming speed, bent low and leaned back just in time. The axe flew past, grazing his scalp and severing a strand of hair. Fuming, Wen Di shouted, "I've tolerated you for long enough." With that, he drew the straight blade from his waist, ready to charge at Zhong Lei. Whistling sound approached from behind. Wen Di turned to see the axe returning. This time, he had ample time to avoid it, yet in his rage, he spun around, swinging his blade at the incoming axe. Sparks flew upon contact, the axe was deflected to the beams above, embedding deeply. While Wen Di nearly lost grip of his blade, his wrist trembling from the impact. Switching the knife to his left hand, Wen Di pointed it at Zhong Lei, cursing, "Step aside. I will personally flay him." Wei Rong, eager for the spectacle, seized this moment to observe Wen Di's martial prowess, pulling Xiao Shurtu behind him as the others stepped aside to watch. Wen Di summoned his inner strength, the dark energy enveloping his shiny blade like water. He slightly bent his knees, then suddenly sprang forth, the blade lunging toward Zhong Lei's throat like a venomous serpent, the move executed with lethal precision. Zhong Lei, now ensnared by the drug's effects, found his gaze unfocused. He barely managed to lift his right-hand axe to block, but the force of the blow sent him stumbling back 2 steps. Unsteady and disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Di circled behind, aiming for Zhong Lei's spinal cord. Zhong Lei felt a chill creep up his neck, and for a fleeting moment, clarity returned as he ducked just in time to evade the lethal strike. Wei Rong, frowning, observed Wen Di closely and whispered to Li Zhou, "Though Wen Di's martial skills are remarkable, his strikes are ruthless, every move aimed at vital points to take lives. This is not the path of righteous martial arts. I fear the trouble he may bring if we allow him to join us." Li Zhou patted Wei Rong on the shoulder and replied, "I understand your reservations due to Xiao Shurtu, but we have come this far. No matter the trouble we stir, it will only worsen our situation. Besides, his skills could prove to be a significant asset." Wei Rong shook his head, responding, "My discord with him has nothing to do with Xiao Shurtu. If you insist on keeping him, I shall say no more." Li Zhou nodded. "After all, we are all in this together now. You must learn to coexist peacefully." Wei Rong acquiesced with a nod, returning his gaze to the ongoing fight. Meanwhile, Wen Di relentlessly targeted Zhong Lei's vital points. After barely dodging a few strikes, Zhong Lei, under the influence of the drug, felt the world spinning around him. He shook his head, unable to restrain himself from cursing. "You scoundrel, how can you be so vicious? I was only after your wealth, and yet you seek my life." With that, he swung his axe down with great force. Wen Di sidestepped, and the axe cleaved the table laden with food in two. Yi Chongqing, witnessing this, exclaimed in mockery, "Now I understand why this diver's furniture is so battered." After dodging the strike, Wen Di chuckled coldly, "I have no intention of leaving myself vulnerable." His eyes, like a serpent's, fixated on the swaying Zhong Lei, waiting for a flaw to emerge. Zhong Lei felt as if his eyelids were engaged in a fierce battle, his consciousness fading. He silently lamented, "This is the end." Before he could finish his thought, he collapsed to the ground. Snoring loudly, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Wen Di's eyes as he reversed his grip on the knife, aiming for Zhong Lei's heart, poised to end him. Just at that critical moment, Wei Rong dashed forward, clamping his iron-like grip around Wen Di's wrist. Wen Di frowned, realizing his strength was futile against Wei Rong's hold. He turned in confusion to see Wei Rong's intent. "You fool," Wei Rong scolded, "did you forget our goal is to rob him? If you kill him, where will we find his riches?" Wen Di, recognizing his disadvantage, nodded, signaling his understanding. He glanced at the unconscious Zhong Lei and remarked, "Humph, you are the first to die by my blade." Seeing this, Wei Rong finally released Wendy's left hand, allowing him to flourish the knife before sheathing it. Li Zhou instructed, bind him up with rope. Clear the table and chairs. We shall sleep here on the floor tonight. We need not waste time searching for his treasures. Tomorrow we shall interrogate him severely, and I doubt he will remain silent. Shun Xiangyu, observing the scattered food, couldn't help but shake her head. What a pity for this feast. I shall prepare another meal. With that, she turned to Yi Changqing and said, You come help me. Chapter 30. Joining the following day, morning light streamed through the cracks in the wooden boards, illuminating the hall as everyone gradually awoke. The bound Zhonglei continued to snore thunderously, deep in slumber. Li Zhou scooped a ladle of cool water from the tank, moistening his throat before dousing Zhonglei with the remainder. Zhonglei jolted awake, his gaze bleary as he surveyed his surroundings. Upon recognizing the faces before him, he struggled to rise, only to find himself tightly bound and unable to move. Li Zhou smiled broadly. Did you sleep well through the night? What do you want? Zhonglei yelled, struggling against his bindings. Li Zhou caressed Zhonglei's bald head, grinning enigmatically. You will soon find out. Though his tone was calm, it sent chills down Zhonglei's spine, raising goosebumps all over him. Li Zhou signaled for Wei Rong to step forward, saying, It seems this brother has yet to awaken. You should help him become more alert. Wei Rong approached and kicked Zhonglei on the head, rendering him dizzy. Squatting down, he inquired, Are you awake now? If you're still sleepy, I wouldn't mind offering you further assistance. After all, I do enjoy helping others. With that, Wei Rong prepared to deliver a second kick. But Zhonglei shouted, Wait, don't kick me anymore. Wei Rong seized Zhonglei, gripping his collar tightly. Now tell me, where is the money hidden? Zhonglei looked utterly baffled. What money? Wei Rong shook his head. It seems you are still not awake. He then turned to Yi Changqing, instructing, Changqing, go to the kitchen and fetch the fire tongs. With a hint of confusion, Changqing asked, What do you need the tongs for? Wei Rong made a gesture with his hand resembling scissors, grinning, to castrate him. Upon hearing this, Yi Changqing's eyes lit up, giving a thumbs up. Excellent idea. As expected of you. I'll go get them right now. Nearby, Shin Xiangyu couldn't help but roll her eyes, blushing as she muttered, Vulgar. Before long, Yi Changqing returned, brandishing the glowing red fire tongs before Zhonglei. The clattering sound echoed as he cheerfully remarked, Rest assured, I have heated it thoroughly. Once we cut it, a simple clamp will staunch the flow of blood. Zhonglei, feeling the searing heat beneath him, was utterly terrified, crying out, No, please, take it away. Li Zhou patted Zhonglei's shoulder, offering comfort. Fear not, my brother. If we do not remove it, it will only lead to endless troubles in the future. Once it is cut, you might even find yourself in the capital as a eunuch. With your abilities, I am certain you would thrive in the palace. I will tell you. I will tell you. It is beneath the bed in my bedroom. Zhonglei shouted in despair. Li Zhou nodded in satisfaction. If you had said so earlier, there would have been no need for this torment. With that, he gestured for Wan Wendy to search Zhonglei's bedroom. Wan Wendy raised an eyebrow and said, This is my forte. He then turned to Zhonglei and asked, Where do you sleep? Just out in the room behind the counter. Oh no. The fire tongs touched me. Hurry and take them away. As Zhonglei finished speaking, he felt a sudden searing pain below. Yi Changqing set down the fire tongs and chuckled awkwardly. Do not panic. I merely slipped. Upon hearing this, Wan Wendy promptly headed towards Zhonglei's bedroom. Shortly after, he emerged with a dark expression, snatching the fire tongs from Yi Changqing's hand and pointing at Zhonglei, cursing, How dare you play with me? I'll cut off your rod too. Zhonglei, terrified by the proximity of the fire tongs, felt his legs weaken and cried, Sir, I truly did not deceive you. Seeing that Zhonglei did not seem to be lying and that Wan Wendy was genuinely about to act, Li Zhou quickly intervened. First, tell us how he played you for a fool. Wan Wendy pulled out a money pouch from his pocket and handed it to Li Zhou, saying, You take a look for yourself. Li Zhou opened the pouch and found only a few dozen taels of silver, most of which were small and uneven coins. Shaking the pouch, he turned to Zhonglei and asked, Care to explain? Zhonglei, with a sobbing tone, replied, There are hardly any patrons coming here. Most are just impoverished scholars heading to the capital for exams, carrying only a little money. Moreover, with the recent plague in Taoyuan town, visitors have dwindled even further. These few dozen taels are what I have saved over the past 6 months. At this point, Zhonglei felt utterly wronged. Overwhelmed by sorrow, Elijah chuckled and shook his head, signaling to the others to untie him. Xiao Shitu handed Zhonglei a handkerchief to wipe his face. You seem to possess some skills. However, it is a pity to squander them here running a shabby establishment. Why not follow me instead? Li Zhou proposed. After cleaning his face, Zhonglei scratched his head in confusion, asking, Follow you? What do you mean? Of course, to rob the rich, Li Zhou replied, pulling out 5 gold ingots from his pocket, waving them before Zhonglei's eyes before quickly stashing them away. The moment Zhonglei caught sight of the shimmering gold, his eyes widened in astonishment, and before he could fully comprehend, Li Zhou concealed it again, prompting him to eagerly ask, Can I see it again? I didn't get a good look at that shiny thing. Elijah, chuckling, tossed 1 gold ingot to Zhonglei and said, How about this? 1 gold ingot should suffice for you to work here for an entire year. Zhonglei held the gold ingot with delight, murmuring, It has been years since I last saw gold, and this is just a fraction of my earnings. Li Zhou remarked, gesturing to the others, Last time we robbed, everyone received 500 taels. 500 taels? Goodness, if this were silver, carrying it would be a struggle, Zhonglei exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Elijah grinned. What do you say? After pondering for a moment, Zhonglei gritted his teeth and declared, All right, I will join you. Only then did Li Zhou nod, satisfied, and reclaim the fire tongs he had wrested from Wan Wendy. He tossed the tongs aside, patted Zhonglei's shoulder, and exclaimed, Congratulations on adding another member to our team. Wei Rong also patted Zhonglei on the shoulder, saying, Your cooking skills are quite impressive. The dishes you made last night were delightful. Go prepare another meal, and after we eat, we shall clean up and be on our way. Then, as an afterthought, Wei Rong made a chopping motion and added, Just remember not to poison it. If I find out, I shall cut your rod vertically. Zhonglei quickly reassured, I wouldn't dream of it. Wei Rong nodded. It is best that way. He then took Xiao Shitu outside to feed the horses. Before long, Zhonglei brought out a large pot of steaming meat porridge filled with minced meat, announcing with gusto, Dinner is ready. At the sound of his voice, everyone set aside their tasks and gathered around. Wei Rong picked up a spoon, scooping some porridge and said, You haven't forgotten what I just said, have you? Zhonglei quickly took the spoon from Wei Rong's hand, took a sip, and replied, Now you can rest assured. As everyone filled their bowls with the meat porridge, their eyes brightened with delight. Shun Xiangyu teased, What a pity you are not a chef, especially at Songhe Tower. Your monthly salary would likely surpass what you earn in half a year. Zhonglei shook his head. I cannot work as a servant. Yi Changqing laughed. But you are serving us right now? That is different. I need to eat too. Zhonglei chuckled. Chapter 31. Yunzhou City. Once everyone had eaten their fill, they continued to pack their belongings. Wei Rong approached Zhonglei and patted his shoulder, saying, I apologize for earlier. Zhonglei gazed deeply at Wei Rong and shook his head. There is nothing to apologize for. If I were in your position, I might have acted even more ruthlessly. Your cooking is excellent, Wei Rong complimented before heading outside. Zhonglei watched Wei Rong's retreating figure, scratching his head in confusion. Once everything was packed and ready for departure, Li Zhou asked Zhonglei, Do you know where the nearest town is? Zhonglei replied, If you head east for about 300 miles, there is Yunzhou City. However, despite its pleasant name, it is merely a small county town, not at all comparable to Fengning City. Yi Changqing remarked, Fengning City is the largest city to the west. It cannot be compared. I have heard of Yunzhou City, though I have never been there, Zhonglei responded. Scholars from the surrounding villages come here for exams, or villagers head to the county town for market days, all traveling through Yunzhou City. That is why I opened this shop to take advantage of them. They are all impoverished folk, far from your level of income, Elijah declared. Then let us head to Yunzhou City. Onward. After a week of travel, the group arrived at the outskirts of Yunzhou City, which indeed resembled Zhonglei's description, a small county town. Without the 10-foot-high mud walls surrounding it, it would appear merely as a larger village. Wei Rong observed the low mud walls of Yunzhou City from a distance, remarking, if a battle were to break out, those mud walls would barely hold for a quarter of an hour. Yi Changqing laughed. This is the inland. It cannot be compared to the border cities. At least there is a wall here. If you had visited towns to the east, you would find many without even walls, Li Zhou instructed. Zhonglei, go check the notice board by the city gate to see if there are any bounties on us. It would be wise to prepare. Zhonglei scratched his head awkwardly. I can count silver, but reading I cannot do, Li Zhou, in resignation, nodded and turned to Wan Wendy, saying, "Given the commotion we have caused, it would be best for you to check if there are any bounties on us." Wan Wendy nodded and swiftly walked to the notice board by the city gate. After a quick scan, he returned to the group. "There are no bounties on you. All that is posted are governmental documents. So we can safely enter," Wan Wendy reported. Elijah stroked his chin thoughtfully. "It seems the situation is not as serious as I feared. We can proceed with caution. Let us enter the city and find an inn to rest." Upon entering the city, they were greeted by unpaved streets riddled with potholes, lined with low, uneven houses. The more fortunate families resided in wooden houses with tiled roofs, while those less fortunate lived in mud brick homes topped with thatch. Many roofs were missing tiles, so when it rained, it was as if the heavens poured down within. The group surveyed the impoverished state of Yunzhou City and couldn't help but shake their heads. However, the passers-by appeared to be somewhat better off than the villagers nearby. At least their clothing was clean and presentable. After finding an inn, Wei Rong instructed everyone to dismount and retrieve their belongings from the horses. Handing the reins to an attendant to ensure the horses were well fed in the stable, A.S. Li Zhou took a seat. He pulled out a tin-tail silver ingot and placed it on the table. Calling out, "Innkeeper, prepare us some fine food and drink and 3 rooms." The innkeeper's eyes lit up at the sight of the silver ingot, and he hurried over with a fawning smile. "Please wait a moment. I will have someone prepare your meals right away." Before the innkeeper could leave, Li Zhou stopped him, asking, "Is 10 taels enough for us to stay here for 3 days?" "Absolutely," the innkeeper quickly assured. "As we are new here and unfamiliar with the area, could you recommend where wealthy patrons go for entertainment in Yunzhou City?" Li Zhou inquired. The innkeeper's expression shifted, as if to say, "I understand." With a smile, he remarked, "Our Yunzhou City may be small, yet those affluent tycoons are reluctant to establish brothels here, however." The shopkeeper lowered his voice, leaning closer to the crowd as he continued, "As long as there is demand, there shall be a market. To the north lies a notorious black street where, if one possesses wealth, nothing is beyond reach. Yet, I must caution you, the public order there is rather poor. Local ruffians gather in droves, and the authorities prefer to keep their distance. Do you understand my meaning?" Upon finishing, the shopkeeper raised an eyebrow in a suggestive manner. Yi Chongqing, intrigued, inquired, "So it is a place where the authorities turn a blind eye? Even if disturbances arise, the officials do not intervene?" The shopkeeper chuckled. "It is merely a haven for scoundrels. No matter the uproar, it only results in the demise of a few miscreants, which the authorities actually welcome." After saying this, his expression turned slightly grave. "Thus, if you truly wish to explore, exercise caution. Remember to keep your wealth concealed. If you attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals, it could spell trouble." Elijah clasped his hands in gratitude, stating, "Thank you for the warning, shopkeeper. We are well aware of this. We shall not detain you further. Please prepare our meals swiftly, lest we starve." Once the shopkeeper departed, Yi Chongqing sighed wryly. "Now I understand why this place is so impoverished." Li Zhou, curious, asked, "Pray, enlighten me." At that moment, Shen Xiangyu interjected, "My senior brother and I grew up in such places as the shopkeeper described. Fortunately, we had a master who imparted culinary skills to us, allowing us to escape that life." Yi Chongqing nodded in agreement. "Without our master, we might not have survived to this day." Though return to the topic at hand. The poverty of Yunzhou City undoubtedly stems from that black street. If the gangs were fewer, it might not be so dire. But with numerous factions, setting up a shop or stall would be futile. Each morning, a group would demand protection fees, and in the afternoon, another would come for the same. Thus, a day would pass without any profit, only paying out. Yi Chongqing spread his hands in exasperation. "And what if one refuses to pay?" Li Zhou and Wei Rong, unfamiliar with such matters, asked in unison. If they possess a modicum of benevolence, they might recruit a few beggars to sit at the entrance, shooing away anyone who approaches. However, should they encounter more ruthless individuals, not only will their stall be overturned, but their goods will be stolen, and they may also endure a brutal beating. Yi Chongqing shook his head, as if struck by a sudden thought. He added, "I recall the shopkeeper mentioning that the authorities ignore any commotion on that black street. It seems likely that the underworld and the law enforcement are colluding to siphon off the resources of Yunzhou City." After pondering for a moment, Li Zhou proposed, "Do you think that there is potential in that black street?" Chapter 32. Debt collection. Yi Chongqing understood Li Zhou's implication, replying, Such places are rife with all sorts. But the upside is that no matter how much noise is made, no one will inquire. Once we investigate, we might find an opportunity. After the group had their fill and returned to their respective rooms to rest, Wei Rong and Xiao Shitu shared a room, while Yi Changqing and Shan Xiangyu occupied another. The final room was shared by Li Zhou, Wan Wendi, and Zhong Lei. According to Li Zhou's reasoning, Wei Rong, being the strongest in their team, deserved a more comfortable accommodation. If any dared challenge him, they too could have a single room. At tea that moment, Wei Rong lay resting on the bed when a series of knocks resonated from the door. Xiao Shitu, who was playing, quickly dashed to open it, only to see Yi Changqing sneaking into the room. He ruffled Xiao Shita's hair and said, "Go play with Sister Shun for a while. I have some matters to discuss with these two uncles." Xiao Shitu turned to Wei Rong, asking, "Can I go play with Sister Shin?" Upon receiving Wei Rong's nod of approval, Xiao Shitu hopped away joyfully. After securing the door, Yi Changqing sat at the table and gestured for Wei Rong to join him. He then produced a stack of IOUs he had pilfered from the Misty Rain Tower. After sifting through them for a while, he extracted one and handed it to Wei Rong. Zhou, a resident of Yunzhou City, resides in the eastern alley of the South Street. On the 2nd day of July in the year of the Great Chu, 185, he borrowed 300 taels of silver. The term was 1 year, to be repaid with 390 taels. The remainder was filled with a multitude of clauses, causing Wei Rong's scalp to tingle, prompting him to abandon his reading. This IOU was from the previous year, and with October upon them, the deadline had long passed. Wei Rong remarked, "Why?" Yi Changqing nodded, "Indeed. The IOU states that a month of overdue incurs a 10% interest, which, by now, amounts to 520 taels." Wei Rong inquired, "Are you suggesting I go collect the debt?" Yi Changqing confirmed, "Exactly." Wei Rong could not help but shake his head. The Misty Rain Tower truly has a black heart. 300 taels of silver instantly turns into 520. But tell me, why should I be the one to collect? Yi Changqing replied, "Consider this. Who borrows from loan sharks? Typically, they are ruffians, scoundrels, and the most vicious of individuals. Who among the honorable would resort to such means?" Lowering his voice, Yi Changqing continued, "Wan Wendi is a fool who would kill without a second thought. He is not to be relied upon for debt collection. Just a few provoking words from him would make him wish to wipe out an entire family." Yi Changqing patted Wei Rong's shoulder. "Collecting debts requires finesse. It is essential to have someone of your stature, strong and imposing. Someone who appears formidable. When they see you, fear will already grip their hearts." Wei Rong chuckled, "But Zhong Lei is even sturdier than I. Why not recruit him?" Yi Changqing countered, "As I mentioned, debt collection is a meticulous task that demands both courage and careful consideration. Imagine this. If someone owes a debt and you find their home bare, you cannot simply leave empty-handed, can you? You must discern where they might hide valuables or what could be of worth. Only a discerning mind can uncover such things. Furthermore, some may be eloquent and persuasive. If one is simple-minded, they could easily be outwitted." After saying this, Yi Changqing shook his head. "Zhong Lei is strong but lacks the necessary wit." Wei Rong then queried, "What about you and the elder brother?" Yi Changqing waved his hand dismissively. "Neither I nor the elder brother are skilled in combat. If we were to encounter a truly vicious individual, we might find ourselves losing our lives before we ever collect the debt." Wei Rong scoffed, "So I am left to handle the dirty work." With that, he picked up the IOU, ready to leave. Yi Changqing quickly called out, "Remember, when collecting debts, do not let pity cloud your judgment. They may be feigning. If they refuse to pay, be relentless until they do. Those who borrow from loan sharks are hardly virtuous. There is no need to feel guilty." Wei Rong waved his hand. "Understood. Debts must be repaid. It is only right I will not show mercy." Yi Changqing affirmed, "Good, I will accompany the elder brother to explore the Black Street. If you do not find us upon your return, head to the Black Street." Wei Rong nodded just as he stepped into the hallway, spotting Xiao Shitu following Shen Xiangyu towards him. Shen Xiangyu asked, "Where are you off to?" Wei Rong waved the IOU, saying, "I am going to collect a debt for the Misty Rain Tower." Xiao Shitu inquired, "Can I come with you?" Shen Xiangyu patted Xiao Shita's head. "We will explore the Black Street soon. There are many fun things to see. So let us not disturb Uncle Wei." Xiao Shitu reluctantly waved at Wei Rong, saying, "Then goodbye, Uncle Wei. Be careful on your way." Wei Rong smiled and waved back, then set off towards the address on the IOU. After winding through narrow paths for quite some time, he finally located the place. It was a small courtyard. Peering through the fence, he noted its dilapidated state, yet the ground was meticulously clean, devoid of any dust. With vegetables lining the path. After a prolonged search, Wei Rong impatiently knocked on the door. Moments later, it swung open, revealing a young woman in a long dress. She was strikingly beautiful, with cascading hair, yet her brow bore an inescapable sorrow. "May I ask whom you seek?" Her voice was melodious and gentle. Wei Rong presented the IOU. "Is this Zhou De's residence? I am from the Misty Rain Tower, and you have an outstanding debt from 3 months ago that requires repayment." The young woman sighed. "My father is inside. Please, come in. Might I inquire your name, miss?" Wei Rong asked politely. "You may call me Zhouya." Wei Rong nodded and followed Zhouya into the house. The moment the door opened, a pungent medicinal scent assaulted his senses. He could not help but wrinkle his nose, covering it with his hand as he remarked, "Why is there such a strong smell of medicine?" Zhouya explained. "My father fell ill recently and is now bedridden." With that, she led Wei Rong to the inner room. There, a charming little girl of about 7 or 8 was preparing medicine, fanning the stove with a hand fan. The girl looked up, asking, "Sister, who has come to visit?" The young woman knelt down, gently stroking the girl's head. "Yuner, why don't you go play outside for a while? This uncle has some matters to discuss with your father." "Okay." Zhou Yun nodded obediently. Hearing the commotion, Zhou De struggled to rise from the bed, prompting Zhouya to rush over and assist him in sitting up. Only then did Wei Rong get a clear look at Zhou De's face. His eyes were sunken, and he appeared emaciated, a picture of severe illness. Cough, cough. "What brings you here, young sir?" Zhou De inquired weakly. Wei Rong produced the IOU. "Last July, you borrowed money from the Misty Rain Tower. Do you remember?" "Remember. I borrowed 300 taels. Yar, please search the adjacent room thoroughly and see if we can gather." Zhou De coughed as he spoke. "Yes, father." Zhouya nodded and proceeded to the other room. Chapter 33. Blood Debt. Wei Rong raised an eyebrow. Somewhat surprised at the ease with which he was collecting a debt for the first time, he sat in a chair nearby, observing Zhou De with keen interest, and inquired curiously, "Old sir, might it be that you borrowed money for medical treatment?" Zhou De shook his head, responding weakly, "Not at all. I am a merchant, and last year I suffered considerable losses in my business. When I passed through Fengning City, I heard people mention that the Misty Rain Tower engaged in lending." As he spoke, a sudden fit of violent coughing overtook him. Cough, cough, cough. After finally catching his breath, Zhou De continued, "Although Misty Rain Tower charges exorbitant interest at 9 out of 13, I was in dire need of funds and could not afford to be selective. Just as my business began to show signs of improvement, I fell gravely ill, and in mere months, I have become this way. Alas, cough, cough." Another severe bout of coughing ensued, prompting Wei Rong to rise and gently pat Zhou De's back to help him breathe more easily. The dimly lit room revealed to Wei Rong that Zhou De's arms were as emaciated as small stones, dark veins crawling across his entire limbs. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Did you contract this illness in Taiyuan Town?" Zhou De nodded, saying, "That was a year ago. At that time, I had just received money from the Misty Rain Tower in Fengning City. While passing through Taiyuan Town, I saw many afflicted with this strange illness. Seeing their plight, I distributed porridge to the patients, only to unknowingly contract the illness myself. Local officials, fearing for their positions, concealed the truth until last month when the news broke, prompting the court to execute and bury the entire population of Taiyuan Town. Fortunately, I had already departed by then." Wei Rong glanced at a nearby medicine jar and asked, "Does the medicine you are taking treat this illness?" Zhou De shook his head. "I have consulted numerous doctors, none of whom have encountered this ailment. They merely noted my severe coughing and prescribed a cough suppressant, which I am currently taking, but it yields little effect." While they conversed, Zhouya entered the room, holding a money pouch. With an apologetic tone, she said, "I searched every corner of the room, and this is all the money I could find." Wei Rong accepted the pouch, opened it, and upon seeing the mere fragments of silver, frowned. He tucked the pouch away and produced the promissory note, pointing coldly at the written amount. "You should see clearly. You owe 520 taels." Zhou Ya's complexion drained, her voice trembling as she asked, "Isn't it 390 taels? How can it be so much?" Wei Rong, growing impatient, pointed to the terms below the amount and replied sternly, "For each month overdue, an additional 10% interest is applied." Are you illiterate? Cough cough. Young master, I truly do not possess such wealth at present. Might you cough cough grant us a few more days? Zhou pleaded weakly. Are you implying that you have no intention of repaying? Wei Rong erupted in fury, standing and grabbing Zhou by the collar. Seeing this, Zhou rushed forward to grasp Wei Rong's arm, pleading, Please, do not harm my father. I will find a way to repay the remaining amount. Outside, Zhou Yun heard the commotion and rushed in, crying, Do not harm my father. Do not harm my father. Wei Rong released Zhou, throwing him back onto the bed, and addressed Zhou, Tomorrow and tomorrow. How many tomorrows there are? If you cannot repay today, then a year from today will mark this old man's death anniversary. You must figure it out for yourselves. Trembling, Zhou removed an earring from her ear and handed it to Wei Rong. Choking back tears, Will this suffice? Wei Rong snatched it, inspecting it with disdain. This is worth only a few dozen taels of silver, far from enough. Zhou, weeping profusely, slowly removed a jade bracelet from her left wrist. Clutching it tightly with her right hand, her eyes filled with reluctance. Surely this should be sufficient. Cough cough. Yar, that is a relic left to you by your mother. Cough cough. It cannot be given away. Zhou interjected urgently. Wei Rong grasped the jade bracelet and tugged, yet it remained in Zhou's possession. He then seized her wrist, applying pressure. Zhou cried out in pain, and her grip on the bracelet loosened. Wei Rong examined the bracelet closely and, satisfied, remarked, It is quite exquisite. It should hold considerable value. Having said that, he pocketed the bracelet and spread his hands. See? This settles the debt, does it not? Zhou collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at Wei Rong, her voice a mixture of sorrow and rage. Why must you force us so? Wei Rong crouched down, patting Zhou's shoulder, and shook his head. It is only right to repay debts. Had you known this day would come, why act so recklessly before? Your father brought this upon himself. If I do not collect this debt today, others will come tomorrow. You cannot escape it. He stood to leave. But Zhou struggled to rise from the bed, gripping Wei Rong's collar tightly, pleading, I beg you. Cough cough. That was the only relic left to her by her mother. It is her only memory. Wei Rong, growing impatient, furrowed his brow and forcefully shook Zhou off. Old man, let go of me. You best not overstep. Yet Zhou clung to Wei Rong desperately. Wei Rong turned to Zhou, coldly stating, This is his own doing. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wei Rong's fist struck Zhou's face with brutal force. Already gravely ill, Zhou could not withstand such an assault. He spat out a mouthful of dark blood, splattering Wei Rong's face. When Zhou still refused to release his grip, Wei Rong unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Father, please let go. I no longer want the bracelet. I don't want it. Zhou cried out in anguish. Do not strike my father. Do not strike my father. Zhou Yun, too, clung to Wei Rong's leg, weeping uncontrollably. Zhou's face was battered beyond recognition, yet he continued to cling to Wei Rong's collar, blood pouring from his mouth as he mumbled incoherently, Please, please. Wei Rong struck Zhou a few more times, and suddenly, he felt Zhou's grip loosen. The old man's hands fell limply to his sides, his body collapsing heavily to the ground. Lifeless. Bah! Wei Rong spat out the blood that had entered his mouth and wiped the blood from his face. Father! Father! Wake up! Zhou and Zhou Yun rushed to Zhou's side, crying out in despair as they shook his body vigorously. Wei Rong glanced at the scene before him, turned, and walked outside. Zhou's hoarse curse followed him. I curse you to an ill fate, father. Upon reaching the doorway, Wei Rong halted at the sound, turning to look at Zhou calmly, saying softly, You need not curse me. We, the desperate ones, all meet our ends in misfortune. At least I am well aware of that. With that, Wei Rong retrieved the jade bracelet from his pocket, observing the tragic scene within, heaved a light sigh, and placed the bracelet on a nearby table before departing. Zhou sprang to her feet, seizing the jade bracelet from the table and hurling it at Wei Rong with force. With a crack, the bracelet shattered into 2 pieces upon hitting the ground. Did you not come to collect a debt? Take this bracelet and be gone. I do not need your pity. Your kind only fills me with disgust. Zhouya glared fiercely at Wei Rong's retreating figure. Screaming in a fit of rage, Zhou Yun clung to Zhouya's leg, both girls seemingly intent on etching the moment into their memories. Zhouya sank to the ground again, cradling Zhou Yun, murmuring helplessly, "Such a kind man as my father, only to meet such an end." Wei Rong turned back to pick up the broken jade bracelet, gently caressing its smooth surface as if feeling the warmth and emotions contained within. After staring silently for a long while, he finally tucked it away in his pocket and turned to leave. Chapter 34. The dark street. Wei Rong entered the inn, bloodied and battered. Li Zhou and the others were preparing to head to the dark street, and upon seeing Wei Rong in such a state, they were taken aback. Yi Chongqing exclaimed, "How did you end up covered in blood while collecting a debt?" Wan Wendy, standing beside him, mocked him gleefully, "You were just lamenting my actions of wiping out entire families. You hardly seem any better off. Perhaps in a fit of rage, you killed the debtor instead?" Wei Rong cast a cold glare at Wan Wendy and growled, "If you keep yapping, I'll tear your mouth apart." Seeing that Wei Rong seemed serious, Wan Wendy quickly stepped back, chuckling nervously, "Haha, I was just joking. No need to be angry." Yi Chongqing asked, "Did you really kill the debtor?" Wei Rong tossed a pouch of coins from his pocket to Yi Chongqing, saying, "By the time I arrived, Zhoda was already on his deathbed. I accidentally killed him while collecting the debt." Yi Chongqing nodded as he opened the pouch and counted the coins. "Wait a minute. If I'm not mistaken, you were supposed to collect 520 taels, but this pouch only contains a little over 300 taels, mostly in small silver pieces." Wei Rong shook his head. "Aside from this, they are penniless." Yi Chongqing glanced at the bloodied Wei Rong and nodded. "Given your condition, it seems they truly have no money left." With that, Yi Chongqing handed the pouch to Li Zhou. "Boss, you decide how to split it." Li Zhou pondered for a moment before saying, "Strictly speaking, this endeavor was solely the result of Wei Rong's efforts, so he should receive a larger share. 100 taels for Wei Rong, another 100 taels to be split among the 5 of us, and the remaining 100 or so taels will be kept as reserve. Any objections?" Zhonglei chuckled heartily, saying, "I haven't done anything at all, yet I've received 20 taels without any effort. What objections could I possibly have?" The others nodded in agreement, expressing their lack of dissent. After distributing the wealth, Li Zhou turned to Wei Rong and suggested, "Why don't you take a bath and change your clothes first? Then we can stroll through the Black Street and see if there's anything intriguing to discover." At the hour of Shun, in the northern part of Yunzhou City, on Black Street, as the group stepped into the area, they felt countless gazes fixated upon them. Wei Rong surveyed the surrounding crowd and whispered to Li Zhou, "Those who come are not friendly to Li Zhou." Unfazed, chuckled lightly, "But we are the newcomers." Observing the tattoos adorning the skin of the passers-by, Wei Rong inquired curiously, "Do you think they were all prisoners in the past?" With a shake of his head, Yi Chongqing laughed, "Not entirely. While some of these rascals are indeed marked for their misdeeds, most have chosen to get tattooed voluntarily, seeking some incomprehensible sense of pride. Well, to be precise, they believe tattoos are impressive. In reality, to the average person, they are nothing more than a troupe of buffoons," Li Zhou remarked. "It truly is perplexing to fathom their mindset." Before they could venture further, a gang of ruffians wielding knives and clubs obstructed their path. The thugs, bare-chested and puffing out their chests to display their tattoos, appeared to be imposing. The leader brandished a short knife and brazenly demanded, "You lot look unfamiliar. What brings you here?" Li Zhou, eyeing the scrawny thugs with amusement, asked, "It's already October and winter is approaching. Aren't you cold without shirts?" The ruffian, embarrassed and angered, retorted, "Damn it, I asked what you're doing here." "Stop rambling. Do you believe I won't chop you up?" Zhonglei stepped forward from behind Li Zhou, a sinister grin on his face. Standing tall at 7 feet, he loomed over the thugs like a small mountain. The thugs, taken aback by Zhonglei's fearsome demeanor, felt their bravado deflate, their bodies slumping in submission. Zhonglei menacingly asked, "Is this how you address our leader?" The ruffian, struggling to suppress his fear, stammered, "What brings you here?" "Esteemed guests," Li Zhou approached, patting the thug's shoulder and smiling insincerely, "We are from the Huangsha gang. I presume you haven't heard of us. We are new arrivals and wish to pay our respects to the local factions. Might you be able to provide an introduction?" Realizing the newcomers were not to be trifled with, the thug eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Yes. In Yunzhou City's Black Street, There are two major gangs, the Heiyun Gang and the Baiyun Gang. He gestured down the straight road. The western part of Black Street belongs to the Baiyun Gang, while the right side is the territory of the Heiyun Gang. Li Zhou inquired. And which gang do you belong to? The thug replied, we are from the Heiyun Gang. Li Zhou nodded. Then would you escort us to meet your boss? Oh, by the way, what should we call you? Just call me Xiao Daob, the thug replied promptly. If you wish to meet our boss, follow me. With that, the group followed the thugs into a narrow alley, winding through for quite a while until they arrived at a spacious courtyard. In the center stood a two-story main house. Xiao Daob pointed to the building, saying, that is the Heiyun Hall. You will meet our boss inside. Li Zhou asked, aren't you coming in with us? Xiao Daob quickly waved his hand. I'm just a lowly minion. I am not qualified to enter. Very well, you may attend to your business. We shall introduce ourselves, Li Zhou replied, clasping his hands in gratitude, and led the group toward the Heiyun Hall. Li Zhou and Wei Rong walked in the lead. But as soon as they crossed the threshold, two gleaming steel blades were drawn against their throats. At the far end of the hall, a robust man lounged in a chair draped with tiger skin, holding a cup of wine, while a serving girl diligently massaged his legs. Dozens of subordinates flanked him. Huangsha Gang? The burly man asked nonchalantly, taking a sip of his drink. Li Zhou maintained his composure. No wonder you are the boss. We've only just entered Black Street, and you've already gathered all the details about us. If I can't manage that, I'd better watch my back at night, lest I find my head missing in the morning. The boss scoffed. Is this how you treat your guests? Wei Rong retorted coldly. Ha! If every Tom, Dick, and Harry could waltz in here, my Heiyun Hall would surely turn into a brothel. The boss's words had barely left his lips when he signaled to two of his subordinates. The thugs nodded in understanding and prepared to act, only to suddenly feel a sharp pain in their wrists. Li Zhou and Wei Rong swiftly seized their arms, twisting them and taking the long knives to hold against their throats. Wei Rong looked at the boss on the throne and taunted. It seems your subordinates are not up to par. They were subdued in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the thugs drew their weapons, but the boss raised his hand, signaling them to lower their arms. He kicked aside the servant girl who had been massaging his legs and sat upright, clasping his hands together. I am the leader of the Heiyun Gang. Xiong Hao, Li Zhou, and Wei Rong released their captives and offered their respects. I am Li Zhou, leader of the Huangsha Gang. This is Wei Rong, our second in command. Xiong Hao gestured for them to take a seat, asking, what brings you two to seek my audience? Li Zhou and Wei Rong settled into their chairs. While the others stood behind them, Li Zhou smiled. Naturally, we have come seeking wealth. Xiong Hao's eyes glimmered as he laughed heartily. Then you have come to the right person. I have a troublesome matter at hand and am in need of suitable assistance. Li Zhou, intrigued, inquired, oh, the Heiyun Gang, reigning supreme in Yunzhou City, has matters that trouble you? Xiong Hao chuckled. I wouldn't say I reign supreme. There is also the Baiyun Gang. Wei Rong asked, are you suggesting we eliminate the Baiyun Gang? After a moment of contemplation, Xiong Hao replied, well, not entirely eliminate the Baiyun Gang, but rather assist me in discreetly removing their leader, Xiong Zhe. After downing a cup of wine, he extended a finger. Should you succeed, I will reward you with 500 taels of silver. Li Zhou chuckled. It seems you have misunderstood. We are not professional assassins. Xiong Hao, seeing through the negotiation, held up 6 fingers, 600 taels. Rest assured, you need only act in secret and not expose my involvement. I shall handle the aftermath. Upon hearing this, Li Zhou laughed. Haha, Xiong Gang leader, you truly have a keen eye. We occasionally dabble in assassination ourselves. After saying this, he curiously asked, by the way, you mentioned that the Baiyun Gang's leader is named Xiong Zhe. Sharing your surname, I wonder what your relationship is. Xiong Hao did not hesitate to answer. Nodding, this is no secret. Xiong Zhe is my younger brother. Oh? I would like to hear more. Xiong Hao continued. Both Xiong Zhe and I were born to a prostitute on this Black Street, without even knowing our biological father. Hence we took our mother's surname. Our lives were manageable until our mother passed away when we were just 6. From that point on, we were left to rely on one another, he reminisced. The Black Street was even more chaotic back then, with gangs vying for control and frequent brawls erupting daily. Eventually, Xiong Zhe and I made a name for ourselves and founded the Heiyun Gang. Through our relentless efforts, we managed to eliminate numerous rival factions, establishing ourselves as the dominant force. As he spoke, Xiong Hao's eyes gleamed with nostalgia. Li Zhou remarked, from what you say, it appears you two brothers had a close bond. What led you to wish for us to eliminate your brother? Xiong shook his head. What else could it be but disputes over spoils? Even brothers must keep accounts clear, right? Eventually, he formed the Baiyun gang to oppose me. Although it seems fair that one side of the Black Street belongs to him and the other to me, he constantly harbors thoughts of rivalry. Wei Rong nodded. Enough of your familial tales. Simply tell us where he is, and we shall bring his head to you. Xiong summoned a subordinate and instructed, take them to the Baiyun Hall. Turning back to Li Zhou, he smiled. His name is Wang Ling. Let him guide Brother Wei Rong. You may stay here and enjoy some drinks while we chat. Wang Ling stepped forward and said to Wei Rong, follow me. Wei Rong stood and patted Yi Changqing's shoulder, saying, come along. Your agility will save us a lot of trouble. Sure. Yi Changqing nodded in agreement. Wait, Li Zhou interjected, blocking Wei Rong and Yi Changqing. He turned to Xiong boss, would you mind if I spoke with these two for a moment? Xiong nodded, gesturing, please, go ahead. Li Zhou pulled the two aside and whispered, I have a plan. We can play both sides. Why Yi Changqing's eyes lit up with curiosity. Boss, please elaborate. However, Wei Rong frowned. They are clearly keeping you here as hostages. How do you propose we play both sides? Li Zhou remarked, I have faith in your abilities. When you locate Xiong, do not kill him immediately. Instead, inform him of the situation. He will undoubtedly offer a higher price for you to return and eliminate Xiong. We shall repeat this process until the highest bidder emerges, and we shall assist them. Yi Changqing replied. Those who have made a name for themselves in this world are not to be trifled with. I fear that in the end, we may offend both sides and provoke them to unite against us. Li Zhou patted Yi Changqing on the shoulder and said, my goal is to take down both families. You must stoke the flames of discord between them, leading them to annihilate one another while we reap the benefits. Yi Changqing nodded thoughtfully and said, I shall give it a try. While Li Zhou conversed with Wei Rong and Yi Changqing, Xiong summoned his trusted confidant and, maintaining a calm demeanor, whispered, if they manage to bring back Xiong's head, eliminate this group. Money is not easily acquired. If they fail to retrieve Xiong, capture this group and present them to Xiong for his judgment. This way, he will owe us a favor. It will facilitate future negotiations. After Li Zhou finished giving instructions, he returned to his seat and smiled at Xiong, saying, I have instructed them to proceed with caution. They are ready to depart. Wei Rong and Yi Changqing followed Wang Ling out of the courtyard and into an alley on the west side of the Black Street. Wang Ling turned back and cautioned, be careful as you follow. This area is rife with Xiong's spies, and discovery would spell trouble. The two nodded, trailing Wang Ling as he led them through a labyrinthine route until they reached the wall of a large courtyard reminiscent of the Black Cloud Hall. By this time, it was already evening, and darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Yi Changqing, utilizing his lightness skill, leaped onto the wall and observed the brightly lit courtyard bustling with activity. He turned to Wang Ling and said, there are too many people now. Let us wait until later to act. Wang Ling, surprised by Yi Changqing's effortless ascent to the wall, could only nod in agreement. When the hour grew late and the surrounding residents had retired for the night, even the White Cloud Hall extinguished its lights. Wang Ling produced two portraits of Xiong from his pocket and handed them to Wei Rong and Yi Changqing, saying, it should be safe now. I will wait here for you. Be swift in your return. Wei Rong took the portrait, examined it, and with a surge of internal energy, leaped gracefully onto the wall, joining Yi Changqing as they traversed along the wall to a two-story building in the courtyard. Where they climbed onto the roof, Yi Changqing pried up a tile to peer inside, spotting a plump middle-aged man sleeping soundly on a couch. Comparing him to the portrait in hand, he confirmed the man's identity and signaled to Wei Rong, saying, I've found him. The two masked themselves with cloth to conceal their identities, then removed a few more tiles to create an opening just large enough for one to pass through. They leaped onto the beam and slid down the pillar. Upon landing, Wei Rong unsheathed his tiger blade and approached Xiong, who, roused from his deep slumber by a sudden chill at his neck, opened his eyes to find two masked figures brandishing knives at him. Rather than succumbing to fear, years of experience had rendered him unfazed by such threats. Xiong calmly inquired, what brings you esteemed heroes here at such an hour? If it is wealth you seek, feel free to name your price. Wei Rong chuckled, not afraid with a knife at your throat? You certainly possess some courage. What if I told you someone is paying for your life? Upon hearing the assassin's words, a flicker of panic crossed Xiong's eyes. His mind raced as he desperately tried to recall who he might have offended recently. Yet, after much contemplation, He remained at a loss. However, he quickly reasoned that since the assailants had revealed their purpose, there might still be room for negotiation. Thus, he mustered his courage and asked, "May I know who has sent you?" Yi Changqing, upon hearing this, scoffed disdainfully and retorted, "As professionals, we have our code. We cannot betray our employer. This is our moral baseline." Xiongzhe furrowed his brow, devising a plan, and quickly offered, "How much is your employer paying for my head? I will add 50 taels to that amount if you help me eliminate him." Yi Changqing's eyes sparkled with interest, yet he remained silent, subtly signaling to Wei Rong. Understanding the cue, Wei Rong applied pressure with his blade, drawing blood that trickled down Xiongzhe's neck. The pang of pain shattered Xiongzhe's remaining composure, and he stammered, 100 taels. No. I'll add 200 taels at this. Yi Changqing raised his hand, gesturing for Wei Rong to lower his weapon, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. "Ah, it seems we can indeed be flexible with our moral standards. Since you, Xiongda, are willing to offer 800 taels, we shall certainly assist you." Xiongzhe's eyes widened in disbelief, shock etching his features. "Is there truly someone willing to pay 600 taels for my life? Such a significant sum, could it be?" Wei Rong chimed in, "Your dear brother wants you dead. How touching is the bond between you two." Furious, Xiongzhe's eyes flared as he cursed, "Damn it, I suspected it was him. Who else could afford such a bounty?" Pacing the room, he clenched his teeth and declared, "I will give you 800 taels. Go fetch his head for me. Since he has dared to pierce this veil of secrecy, he shall not blame me for my ruthlessness." Yet, upon noticing the two still standing idle, he queried in confusion, "Why are you not moving?" Yi Changqing replied with a grin, "We will not proceed without the silver." With no other choice, Xiongzhe reluctantly reached beneath his pillow for a money pouch. But before he could open it, Wei Rong snatched it away and tossed it to Yi Changqing. Alarmed, Xiongzhe questioned, "What are you doing?" As Yi Changqing leisurely counted the coins, he remarked, "Do you believe you still have room for negotiation? If we kill you, this silver will naturally belong to us." Internally cursing, Xiongzhe thought, where did Xiong find such unscrupulous assassins? They are practically bandits. However, with his life at stake, he suppressed his anger and forced a smile, asking, "Is this sufficient for a deposit?" After counting, Yi Changqing tucked the pouch away, stating, "There are merely 4 gold ingots and some loose silver here, barely enough for a deposit." Xiongzhe hastily urged, "Then I implore you to swiftly retrieve Xionghao's head." Yet, seeing the two remain unmoved, he pressed again, "Esteemed heroes, what is the matter?" Wei Rong shook his head firmly, "Full payment up front." Burning with indignation, Xiongzhe cursed inwardly, "These two assassins are undoubtedly bandits, lacking any professional ethics." Yet the situation was dire, and he could only suppress his fury, his face twitching with rage. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile and replied, "Very well, I shall procure the remaining 300 taels for you." Xiongzhe crawled beneath the bed and emerged with a finely crafted wooden box. As he opened it, Yi Changqing snatched it away in one swift motion. Peering inside, Yi Changqing beheld a trove of jewels and ornaments of immeasurable value. Without hesitation, he closed the box, wrapped it in cloth, and slung it over his shoulder, declaring, "This should suffice. We shall now retrieve Xionghao's head for you." Xiongzhe quickly obstructed their path, stuttering, "Hero, that box, the contents exceed 400 taels." Wei Rong, in response, repositioned his tiger blade against Xiongzhe's throat, asserting, "These are merely jewels. We lack the time to count them meticulously. Consider it a bonus for us. I can always decapitate Xionghao and present his head in a nicer box as a gift for you." Ensuring some semblance of ceremony, "Remain here quietly and await our good news." With no recourse, Xiongzhe could only watch helplessly as the two departed, his eyes brimming with resentment and fury. Once they had distanced themselves, a glint of determination flickered in his gaze as he quickly donned his attire and rushed downstairs, summoning his trusted allies. One confederate, astonished, queried, "Boss, what urgent matter compels such a gathering?" Through gritted teeth, Xiongzhe seethed. "Xionghao just dispatched 2 assassins to kill me, but I have turned them to my side. They are now off to eliminate Xionghao. Gather all the brothers. We will surround the Black Cloud Hall. Once Xionghao is dead, they will be without a leader, and I shall have my way with them. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. Any dissenters shall be executed." We shall unify the Black Street. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, several confidants' eyes gleamed with excitement as they echoed, Unify the Black Street. Unify the Black Street. Having secured their payment, Wei Rong and Yi Chongqing retraced their steps to the outer wall. Wang Ling rushed over, inquiring, How did it go? Did you succeed? Before Wang Ling could fully process the situation, Wei Rong seized his dagger and tossed it aside, then pinned him to the ground, binding him with rope. Startled and furious, Wang Ling struggled and shouted, What are you doing? Yi Chongqing chuckled, Do not worry, brother. We merely require your head for a bit. With that, Yi Chongqing silenced Wang Ling by covering his mouth with cloth and gestured for Wei Rong to proceed. Wei Rong rolled his eyes and said, Why don't you do it? Yi Chongqing grinned, While I have taken lives, I have never severed a head. I find it somewhat daunting, but you, on the other hand, are a seasoned soldier, accustomed to such tasks. This should be a trivial matter for you. Furthermore, the denizens of the black market are nothing but a band of nefarious thugs, whose demise would be richly deserved. Wei Rong nodded and remarked, When it comes time to divide the spoils, I shall expect a larger share from you. He then inquired, What do you need his head for? Yi Chongqing promptly affirmed, Absolutely. After severing his head, wrap it in cloth to present it as the head of Xiong Zhe to Xiong Hao. Then we shall seize the opportunity to subdue him, for our comrades are still in his grasp. We must act judiciously. Wei Rong nodded, unsheathed his tiger-slaughtering blade, and with a swift, clean motion, decapitated Wang Ling, wrapping the head in cloth and securing it at his waist as he proceeded toward the alley on East Street. Chapter 37. A botched operation. As Wei Rong entered the Black Cloud Hall, carrying Xiong Zhe's severed head, Li Zhou observed the scene with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Yi Chongqing maintained a calm demeanor, signaling to Li Zhou to remain composed. Wei Rong approached Xiong Hao, tossing the bloodied bundle onto the table and declaring loudly, I have fulfilled your request. It is time for you to settle the debt. Xiong Hao's face lit up with joy as he replied, I was just pondering your prolonged absence. However, since you have returned with Xiong Zhe's head, I shall refrain from further inquiries. He gestured for one of his subordinates to fetch the payment, who understood the command and left hastily. Observing this, Wei Rong contemplated for a moment, a cold smile forming on his lips. Having discerned Xiong Hao's intentions, he feigned ignorance and asked, Oh, why must you go outside for the money? Xiong Hao chuckled, Our funds are kept in another room. Upon hearing this, Xiong Hao eagerly opened the bundle, only to be taken aback by the sight of the head. It was not Xiong Zhe's, but that of his trusted aide. Wang Ling springing to his feet, Xiong Hao was swiftly intercepted by Wei Rong, who leaped over the table, seizing Xiong Hao and blocking him. With a quick motion, he drew his tiger-slaughtering blade, its gleam reflecting ominously as it rested against Xiong Hao's throat. The subordinates of Xiong Hao, witnessing the turn of events, drew their weapons, encircling Li Zhou and the others. Unfazed, Li Zhou and his companions brandished their blades, shielding Shen Xiangyu and Xiao Shitu in the center. Xiong Hao felt the cold steel against his neck, paralyzed by fear, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he trembled. Brother, let us discuss this calmly. Wei Rong scoffed, I would indeed like to converse amicably, but your recent actions suggest otherwise. It seems your dear brother has offered us 800 taels for your head. Returning empty-handed would render his payment worthless. Xiong Hao, internally cursing the treachery, found himself powerless with the blade at his throat. Just then, a subordinate, who had rushed out to inform others, burst back in, breathlessly exclaiming, Boss, it's bad. The White Cloud Gang has surrounded us tightly. Xiong Hao's eyes widened in alarm. What? Quickly, rally the brothers to block the main entrance. Wei Rong, equally surprised by the sudden turn of events, smirked, It appears your dear brother is quite determined to settle matters with you tonight. May I offer you a suggestion? What suggestion? Xiong Hao inquired. Your brother has increased the bounty by 200 taels for your head. If you were to add a little more, perhaps we could assist you instead. A splendid proposal, wouldn't you agree? Wei Rong chuckled. Before he could finish, the sounds of battle erupted outside, and soon Xiong Hao's men retreated into the hall. Xiong Zhe, leading his men, entered the hall and, upon seeing Xiong Hao in a precarious position, laughed heartily. Xiong Hao, since you have forsaken brotherly ties, I cannot be blamed for tearing our relationship asunder. With that, Xiong Zhe turned to Wei Rong and called out, Hero, if you do not act now, when will you? It seems you are unwilling to engage in this transaction. Then perish. Wei Rong pressed the blade slightly deeper into Xiong Hao's neck, eliciting a sharp gasp from him. I'll pay. I'll pay. 1,000 taels, help me eliminate them. Xiong Hao cried out in desperation. This. Wei Rong withdrew the blade a fraction but maintained it against Xiong Hao's throat, grinning. A wise man knows the times. Your generosity is commendable, but the total comes to 1,600 taels. Xiong Hao, perplexed, exclaimed, wasn't it 1,000 taels? How did it become 1,600? Wei Rong replied, oh, the esteemed leader seems to have forgotten. Earlier, you promised 600 taels for us to deal with Xiong Zhe. Have you forgotten? Xiong Hao, seething with indignation, forced a smile, but you didn't kill Xiong Zhe. While you make a fair point, do you truly believe you have the leverage for negotiation? Wei Rong tightened his grip on the blade. These are nothing but a band of brigands. Xiong Hao cursed inwardly, realizing he had brought this upon himself. Below, Xiong Zhe, seeing Wei Rong's hesitation, furrowed his brow. Suddenly realizing something, he shouted, you treacherous brigands! You take my money yet fail to deliver. Are you merely haggling again? Brothers, attack! Bring me the heads of that brigand and Xiong Hao, and you shall be handsomely rewarded. Yi Chongqing, observing the chaos, raised his hands, saying, oh dear, this has gone awry. Elijah rolled his eyes and remarked, is this your grand plan? Heh, I intended to extort them repeatedly, but who would have thought Xiong Zhe would come charging in? Yi Chongqing scratched his head. Enough chatter. We must find a way to break out, Li Zhou urged. Seeing the tumult below, Wei Rong declared, ha! This chaos renders your head of little consequence. Furthermore, Xiong Hao interjected hastily, 1,600 taels it is. I shall pay. Wei Rong nodded. First, the payment. Xiong Hao protested in such disarray, how can I possibly fetch the money? Wei Rong shrugged, that is of no concern to me. With no other choice, Xiong Hao ordered a trusted aide to retrieve the funds. Moments later, the aide returned with a pouch of coins, which he presented to Wei Rong. Let me see, Wei Rong commanded. Upon opening the pouch, Wei Rong counted and found it contained 16 gleaming gold ingots. Satisfied, he released Xiong Hao and snatched the pouch, tucking it away. Wei Rong leaped down from the platform, turning his back to the chaotic crowd, and with a bow, smiled at Xiong Hao, your generosity is commendable. Let us see how we may assist you. With that, Wei Rong hurried to Li Zhou's side, whispering, the money is secured. We can make our exit. Li Zhou nodded in agreement, leading the group toward the wall, inching toward the window. Just as they prepared to leap down and join the fray, Xiong Hao shouted, why take the money if you won't do the job? Li Zhou laughed heartily, thank you for your generous contribution. We shan't intrude upon your festivities any longer. Farewell. With that, he led his companions through the window, directing Wei Rong to cover their retreat. Once the others had escaped, Wei Rong harnessed his inner strength, channeling it into the tiger-slaughtering blade. In an instant, the blade glowed ominously, and with a fierce swing, a visible wave of crimson energy surged toward his adversaries. Unaccustomed to such a display of power, the crowd recoiled in terror. Those quick on their feet dodged, while others hastily raised their weapons to defend. Any weapon that made contact with the blood-red energy shattered instantly, sending shockwaves of fear through the onlookers. In the ensuing chaos, one unfortunate thug, unable to evade in time, was pierced through the abdomen by the energy, collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony as blood pooled around him. Seeing the hesitation of his enemies, Wei Rong scoffed, waving his hand dismissively at Xiong Hao and Xiong Zhe. Farewell. Chapter 38. If public discard me, I wish to be your adopted father. It was only then that Xiong Hao and Xiong Zhe realized they had been thoroughly outmaneuvered, to the point of drawing swords against each other. They quickly commanded their subordinates to cease fighting. With a grim expression, Xiong Hao glared at Xiong Zhe. It appears we have been played for fools. Perhaps we should pause our conflict to address the current predicament. You were extorted for 800 taels, and yet I have been robbed of 1,600, a considerable portion of my entire fortune. Xiong Zhe scoffed. You brought this upon yourself, engaging in such deceit. As for dealing with those ruffians, are you blind? They are all highly skilled. With our limited abilities, how could we possibly contend with them? Just the blow from that brigand. How many lives do you have to withstand it? Xiong Zhe chuckled mockingly as he turned to leave, adding, the silent sufferer, unable to voice his pain. Xiong Hao, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiong Zhe, shouted, you think I am the one suffering? Xiongzhe paused at the insult, turning back with a smirk, and what of it? I rather wish to see how much you have left to support your brothers. We should thank those brigands for taking a hefty toll on you. They may not have killed you, but they certainly peeled away a layer of your skin. Ha ha! His words struck Xionghao like a knife, piercing deep into his heart. With the conclusion of his words, Xiongzhe departed with his subordinates, leaving Xionghao standing in place, his face flushed and his eyes wide with fury. His chest heaved violently, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Anger, regret, and helplessness surged like a tidal wave in his heart. He wrestled internally, contemplating whether to seek revenge. Yet the thought of Wei Rong's terrifying blade made his legs tremble slightly, resembling a deflated balloon as he collapsed to the ground. Wei Rong followed behind Li Zhou and the others, relieved to find no pursuers after a considerable time, and returned to the inn with the group. Li Zhou inquired, "So, did anyone catch up to us?" Wei Rong shook his head and replied, "No, I reckon they are still entangled in their own squabbles." Li Zhou nodded, stating, "Let us first divide the spoils. We have a total of 2,000 taels, along with jewelry worth an additional 400 taels that we can convert into cash for reserves. The credit for this operation primarily belongs to you and Yi Chongqing. Each of you shall receive 400 taels, while the remaining members will receive 300 taels each. Do you have any objections?" Just as Yi Chongqing received the money, Wei Rong seized a gold ingot from him, saying, "Do not forget, you still owe me a share." Wei Yi Chongqing lamented, "Oh dear, you're taking an extra share, which amounts to 100 taels from me. How ruthless." Wei Rong chuckled, "Then you may do the dirty work in the future, and I shall grant you an extra share of the earnings." Wei Yi Chongqing was momentarily at a loss for words, while Shun Xiangyu, with a smile, remarked, "So, you two have your moments of being put in your place?" Wan Wendy, after receiving his share of gold, exclaimed, well, it seems my loyalty to the boss has paid off. I've received 300 taels without lifting a finger, unlike my past endeavors that were fraught with bloodshed." Zhong Lei, cradling the gold in his hands, rubbed his face against it, exclaiming, "Goodness, 300 taels. Even if I were to retire now, it would sustain me for a decade." As the group reveled in the joy of their earnings, Li Zhou tapped the table and said, "All right, it's getting late. Let us each return to our rooms for rest, and tomorrow we shall explore where else in this area we can find wealth." After returning to their rooms, Wei Rong was about to wash up and sleep when Xiao Shitu tugged at his sleeve. "What is it?" Wei Rong turned and asked, Uncle Wei, could you teach me your martial arts?" Xiao Shitu hesitated for a long while before finally summoning the courage to voice his request. "Oh? What has prompted this sudden desire to learn martial arts?" Wei Rong inquired, affectionately ruffling Xiao Shitu's hair. "I don't want to be a burden to you all. I wish to contribute," Xiao Shitu declared, his fists clenched tightly. "If you were to ask others, they would certainly advise you that you are too old to practice martial arts. However, if you wish to learn my Tiger Sha skill, that should pose no issue," Wei Rong replied, then shook his head, adding, "But my techniques cannot be shared with outsiders." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shitu's eyes darted back and forth as he pondered, seemingly grasping Wei Rong's meaning. His gaze grew resolute, and he knelt on the ground, bowing deeply 3 times before Wei Rong, and looked up to say, "I have been an orphan since childhood, unencumbered by ties. Now, I sincerely hope to have a family. If you do not reject me, I would like to take you as my adoptive father." At these words, Wei Rong felt a tremor in his heart. Unbeknownst to him, the figure of Wei Bian overlapped with that of Xiao Shitu, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed as if the person before him was indeed Wei Bian. Noticing that Wei Rong had been lost in thought for a long time without responding, Xiao Shitu lowered his head, his expression forlorn, and silently wept. Snapping back to reality, Wei Rong crouched down, grasping Xiao Shitu's shoulders, and exclaimed with excitement, "Are you truly sincere in this?" Wiping his eyes, Xiao Shitu nodded. "Yes, for all these years, you have been the only one to treat me well. Very well from now on. You shall be my son," Wei Rong said, cupping Xiao Shitu's youthful face, reminiscing about his own son, and was overcome with emotion. "Father, please do not cry," Xiao Shitu said, wiping Wei Rong's cheeks. Wei Rong nodded, using his sleeve to dry his tears. "Then I shall give you a name, Wei He. How does that sound?" "Yay, I have a name now," Wei He exclaimed joyfully. Wei Rong continued, "Though the Tiger Sha skill has no strict requirements regarding age or aptitude and possesses great power, it can also backfire and harm the body. You are currently too frail. It is not yet time for you to learn. Once you strengthen your body, I shall impart the training methods to you." Upon hearing this, Wei He expressed a hint of disappointment. "Ah, but how long must I wait? I do not wish to be a burden to you all." Wei Rong smiled, patting Wei He's head. "Foolish child, without taking small steps, one cannot travel 1,000 miles. Every endeavor requires a gradual approach. Even if I were to let you practice now, it would not yield results overnight. Clean up and rest. Tomorrow, I will make arrangements for you." Wei He nodded, his fist clenched. His gaze steadfast as he declared, "I will not let you down, father." Wei Rong replied, however, "I cannot allow you to partake in our activities. We are a band of outlaws, and it is uncertain when the authorities might catch up to us. You, however, are different. I do not wish for you to live in fear like us. You deserve a better life." Just as Wei He was about to protest, Wei Rong interrupted him, his gaze firm as he said, "I have already lost one son. I do not wish to lose another. If you do not agree, I will not teach you martial arts as if recalling something." Wei Rong added, "Furthermore, you must never mention that you are my son in front of outsiders. Even to them, to prevent any future repercussions. Do you understand?" Wei He comprehended Wei Rong's heartfelt intentions and nodded, "I understand." Chapter 39. Crisis the following day, at the hour of Qin, in the inn's first floor. The group was having breakfast while chatting. Elijah took a bite of his bun and spoke first. "Today, let us split up and explore Yunzhou City to see where we might find opportunities for profit." Wei Rong replied, "I will not be going out today. Xiao Shitu wishes to learn martial arts, and I will lay a foundation for him." Yi Chongqing, intrigued, asked, "Oh, what has prompted you to suddenly teach him martial arts? Especially at his age?" Wei Rong smiled, "I will teach him some self-defense skills. It will provide him with means of protection in the future. The techniques I practice do not have stringent requirements regarding age or aptitude, though a solid physique is necessary." Upon hearing this, Yi Chongqing's interest piqued, and he shamelessly requested, "Is there such a remarkable technique? Might you teach me as well?" Wei Rong glanced at Yi Chongqing and said, "While the entry barrier is low, it does not mean you can learn at your age. One must be underage to begin training." Elijah sighed inwardly at this, as he too had been contemplating the same question. Yi Chongqing sighed, "Alas, if only I were 10 years younger." Shen Xiangyu interjected, "I will head to the horse market to purchase a carriage. Our supplies are increasing, and 2 horses are no longer sufficient. I will accompany my junior sister to the horse market as well, hoping to encounter a few fools and recoup some of the money we distributed yesterday." Yi Chongqing added eagerly. Wan Wendy declared, "I will stroll through the black market and gather news about those 2 fools. It's always wise to be prepared." Zhong Lei chimed in, "I will procure some supplies, ensuring we have pots, pans, and utensils ready. I'd rather not resort to eating flatbreads in the wild." After the group had arranged their tasks, Li Zhou stated, "I will wander near the money exchange to see if there are any opportunities." Once breakfast concluded, the group departed the inn one after another. Wei Rong took Wei He back to their room on the 2nd floor. "The first lesson in martial arts is to stabilize your stance. Let us practice horse stance for half an hour," Wei Rong said nonchalantly, settling comfortably into a chair beside Wei He. At first, Wei He managed to hold his position, but after a few minutes, he felt his legs grow sore and heavy, and he was on the verge of collapse. Observing this, Wei Rong silently sighed. Alas, his aptitude is somewhat lacking. It seems he has no talent for martial arts. However, if he can endure, he should be able to protect himself in the future. Moments later, Wei He could no longer hold on and fell to the ground, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Wei Rong said, "Rest for a while. Once you regain your strength, we will continue." Wei He gritted his teeth and nodded, taking a moment to recover before forcing himself back up to continue practicing the horse stance. Repeating this cycle, as Wan Wendy arrived at the entrance of the black market, he witnessed a gang of thugs robbing and vandalizing a stall on the right side of the street. With no one stepping in to intervene, he surmised that following the events of the previous night, Xiong Zhe had begun to encroach upon Xiong Hao's territory. Just as Wan Wendy stood by, observing, he suddenly heard a commotion from the direction of the north gate. Looking up, he saw a squad of well-equipped soldiers entering the city, numbering around 20 or 30, each clad in white armor with conspicuous feathers adorning their helmets. The leading soldier pulled out 2 wanted posters from his cloak, those of Li Zhou and Wei Rong, and affixed them to a nearby notice board before approaching a city guard, pointing at the posters and asking, Have you seen these two in Yunzhou City? The guard shook his head vigorously, indicating he had never seen them. Observing this, the leading soldier gestured for his subordinates to begin questioning every household. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wan Wendy quickly hurried towards the direction of the money exchange. At that moment, Li Zhou was pretending to be a passerby, loitering around the money exchange, surveying his surroundings. As he entered a narrow alley, he spotted Wan Wendy rushing toward him, curious to ask, "What has you in such a hurry?" Wendy, gasping for breath, exclaimed, "Boss, this is terrible. I just spotted a group of well-equipped soldiers approaching from the north, and they are inquiring about your whereabouts." No sooner had Wendy finished his words than Li Zhou noticed two soldiers passing nearby. Upon closer inspection, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "This is the White Feather Guard. They are the elite forces of our great Chud." Wendy's eyes widened in shock as he inhaled sharply, saying, "Hiss! The Emperor has truly spared no expense. He has even dispatched the Imperial Guards to capture us. What shall we do now? You must quickly find Chongqing and Zhonglei, and then gather outside the southern gate. You are not the individuals the White Feather Guard is seeking, so leaving the city should not pose significant issues. I will seek out Wei Rong and find an opportunity to exit the city with him," Li Zhou swiftly organized. Upon hearing this, Wendy nodded vigorously, responding, "All right, take care, boss." With that, he dashed towards the direction of the horse market. After Wendy had departed, Li Zhou crouched down and scooped up some dirt from the ground to smear on his face. To avoid drawing attention, he straightened his posture and walked out of the alley, making his way briskly towards the inn. Meanwhile, at the inn, Wei Rong was supervising Wei He as he practiced his horse stance in the room. Suddenly, the front door was forcefully pushed open, and in rushed a disheveled Li Zhou, who grabbed Wei Rong and said, "This is bad. The White Feather Guard has caught up with us and is currently interrogating everyone in the street about our whereabouts." Wei Rong, taken aback, asked, "We only stole 1,000 taels of silver from the Luo Yanji. Could it warrant such a commotion? Has the Emperor lost his senses?" Li Zhou shook his head helplessly and replied, "I am uncertain as to the details, but the situation is dire. We must find a way to escape promptly. I have instructed Wendy to notify the others to gather outside the southern gate." Wei Rong nodded and turned to Wei He, saying, "You should exit through the southern gate first and wait there. Once you see Uncle Chongqing and the others, you can act together." Wei He responded, "Understood. You all must be careful." Just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he nearly let something slip. As soon as Wei He climbed out of the window and dashed through the backyard, a cacophony of voices erupted from below. A member of the White Feather Guard, holding wanted posters of the two, asked the innkeeper, "Have you seen these two?" The innkeeper promptly replied, Yes, they are staying upstairs." Upon hearing this, the White Feather Guard immediately led several others upstairs, beginning to search room by room. Li Zhou whispered, "We must not make a sound. If we are discovered, it will be impossible to escape." Wei Rong understood and gestured for Li Zhou to follow him as they slipped out the window and climbed onto the roof. Just as they concealed themselves on the eaves, a White Feather Guard opened the window, peering out to scan the surroundings, completely unaware of the two hiding just above him. Having found nothing amiss, the guard turned back to the individuals inside, stating, "Report, we have thoroughly searched every room, and there is not a soul to be found." The leader of the White Feather Guard seized the innkeeper by the collar, demanding, "Did you not say they were here? How could there be no sign of them? This esteemed officer, why would I dare to deceive you? They were here yesterday, and their horses remain in the inn's backyard." The innkeeper replied, then added thoughtfully, "Could it be that your ruckus frightened them into fleeing through the window?" The White Feather Guard found some logic in the innkeeper's words and ordered one of his men to check the windowsill. Indeed, a guard approached the windowsill, examining the scattered shards of broken tiles below, picking one up to inspect the fresh breaks, which clearly indicated they had just shattered recently, still free of dust. He reported back, "Report, the shattered tiles on the windowsill are fresh. They must have escaped through here." The leader, upon hearing this, decisively commanded, "Close all the city gates. No one is to enter or exit. Furthermore, instruct all local officials to search every household. We shall catch them like fish in a barrel. Hemph, let us see where you can flee." Chapter 40. Escaping Yunzhou City. Once the footsteps faded, the two men, hidden beneath the eaves, slowly descended. Li Zhou gazed at the street ahead and said, Let us seize this moment while the soldiers have not yet flooded the streets in search of us and find a concealed place to hide until nightfall, then seek an opportunity to leave the city." Wei Rong chuckled. "Why complicate matters? Those guards just searched this inn. They likely wouldn't suspect we haven't left at all. Let us remain in the room until nightfall before making our escape. Besides, with the city gates closed, there should be no one entering or exiting, so we need not worry about anyone intruding into our room." Elijah nodded. "A splendid idea." With that, the two climbed back through the window into their room, closed their eyes to rest and prepare for the night's endeavors. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Wei Rong signaled to Li Zhou, and they silently concealed themselves behind the door. When the innkeeper entered, intending to tidy the room, he was taken aback to find Li Zhou seated at the table. The innkeeper's eyes widened in shock, and just as he was about to scream, Wei Rong swiftly stepped forward, covering his mouth with one hand while signaling for silence with the other. Quickly securing the door, Elijah beckoned the innkeeper over, saying, "Just what I need. A chat to pass the time." The innkeeper, trembling under Wei Rong's grasp, took a seat opposite Li Zhou and stammered, "Weren't you two supposed to escape?" Li Zhou lifted a cup of water, took a sip, and smiled. "The streets are filled with soldiers searching for us. Stepping outside now would be tantamount to seeking death. We shall leave once night falls. At that time, do not spread word of our presence, or else." Before Li Zhou could finish, the innkeeper nodded vigorously. "I would never dare to speak of it." Li Zhou nodded in satisfaction. "You seem to understand. Rest assured, as long as you remain compliant, we will not trouble you." After this, the room fell silent once more. The innkeeper felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, never before having experienced time passing so slowly. A while later, footsteps approached from outside, and a servant knocked on the door. Inquiring, "Innkeeper, we have guests." Wei Rong tightened his grip on the innkeeper's shoulder and whispered, "I suppose I need not elaborate further." The innkeeper wiped the cold sweat from his brow and nodded, addressing the servant outside. "You handle it yourself. I need to rest after the fright I've had." The servant acknowledged and went downstairs to attend to the guests. Elijah remarked, "Well done. Your life is spared at the hour of high." On the second floor of the inn, Li Zhou observed that it was now deep into the night. He opened the window to glance at the street, which was still brightly lit, with officials and soldiers carrying lanterns searching each house. Li Zhou closed the window, stating, "It seems they are determined not to give up until they find us. We should take advantage of the cover of night to flee, lest delays lead to complications." Wei Rong glanced at the innkeeper beside him, asking, "What shall we do with him?" The innkeeper trembled in fear, hastily waving his hands. "Please don't kill me." Elijah's eyes glinted mischievously as a strange smile crept onto his face. He moved closer to the innkeeper, who felt a chill run down his spine. Elijah patted the innkeeper's shoulder, saying, "We certainly won't kill you. However, you might have to endure some discomfort." Upon hearing the first half of Li Zhou's statement, the innkeeper felt a slight relief, but the latter half sent another wave of dread through him. What do you intend to do?" The innkeeper quivered. Li Zhou chuckled. "Wei Rong, bind the innkeeper." Wei Rong stood up, tearing strips from the curtain by the bed to swiftly bind the innkeeper's hands and feet, hanging him upside down in the room. Afterward, Li Zhou took a piece of cloth and, using a brush from the table, wrote, "We are deeply grateful for His Majesty's generous attention in dispatching the White Feather Guard to pursue us. Regrettably, by the time you read this letter, it shall signify our successful escape from the city. I advise you not to waste your efforts searching for us, but rather return home to rest. What could be more delightful than a warm hearth with family?" Signed, Li Zhou and Wei Rong. Having finished, Li Zhou crumpled the cloth into a ball and stuffed it into the innkeeper's mouth, saying, "Farewell," before he and Wei Rong slipped out the window into the night. Shortly thereafter, a passing servant heard muffled sobs emanating from the innkeeper's room. Unable to resist, he knocked on the door, asking, "Innkeeper." As soon as he spoke, the sobs grew louder, prompting the servant to push the door with all his might, only to find it stubbornly stuck. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and hurried downstairs to the street, shouting, "Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" The officers conducting the search rushed into the inn upon hearing the commotion. After the servant explained the situation, they hurried upstairs, kicking open the door to the room. There, they found the innkeeper hanging upside down, writhing like a caterpillar, a cloth stuffed in his mouth, rendering him speechless. The leading member of the White Feather Guard, hearing the disturbance, rushed over, removing the cloth from the innkeeper's mouth and urgently asking, "Were these two the ones we are searching for?" The innkeeper nodded fervently. "Yes, it was them. They bound me and then escaped through the window." The leading Bayou guard, upon hearing this, was about to instruct his subordinates to pursue the matter further when he caught sight of some words on the piece of cloth out of the corner of his eye. After picking it up and reading it carefully, the expression on his face turned crimson, and through gritted teeth he declared, "How dare they toy with us using these sinister tricks? They had better not fall into my hands, or I shall flay them alive." He then ordered, "Go to the city gate and inquire among the soldiers if they have seen any suspicious individuals." After uttering these words, he tore the cloth into shreds and, with his subordinates in tow, was about to descend when he instructed two of his men. "You two may set off to Fascia City to inform Captain Zhu that we have located the whereabouts of Li Wei and his companion. There is no longer any need to search the western cities. If those two have truly fled, we merely need to pursue them east and south. Eventually, they will have nowhere left to run." "Understood." Meanwhile, Li Zhou and Wei Rong, having evaded capture, finally reached the foot of the city wall. Most of the soldiers stationed atop the wall had been summoned inside to conduct searches, leaving only a few patrolling soldiers with lanterns, providing a fleeting opportunity for the pair. Seizing a moment when a patrol was momentarily absent, Wei Rong harnessed his inner strength, grasped Li Zhou, and leapt up to the 10-foot-high city wall, then descended into the darkness beyond. The two dashed along the southern road without pause until they spotted a horse-drawn carriage nestled in the distant woods. Wei Rong focused intently and confirmed it was indeed Yi Chongqing and the others. Upon reuniting, Wei He approached Wei Rong, patting his chest and exclaimed, "I was worried you wouldn't make it out." Li Zhou laughed. "Ha! We are seasoned in these matters. What is there to fear, right, Wei Rong?" Wei Rong, understanding the sentiment, smiled subtly and nodded in agreement. Shun Xiangyu gently patted the brand-new carriage beneath her, inquiring, "What do you think of this carriage? Although it is merely a freight wagon, it shall suffice." Li Zhou examined it closely and praised. "Not bad. This way, we can carry more supplies, though it is a pity we could not bring the two horses. By the way, how much silver did this carriage cost you?" Yi Chongqing replied with a hint of regret. "It cost me 300 taels, quite exorbitant." Li Zhou chuckled. "You need not worry. This carriage belongs to all of us. How could I let you bear the expense alone?" Li Zhou then produced a small box from his pocket, retrieving 3 gold ingots and handing them to Yi Chongqing. Yi Chongqing accepted them with a beaming smile, saying, "Indeed, following the boss has its rewards." Zhonglei, seeing this, hurriedly approached and exclaimed, Boss, don't forget about me. You see, all the pots, bowls, and utensils on this wagon were purchased with my own money." Li Zhou handed him a gold ingot, but Zhonglei quickly waved his hands, saying, "Heh, these items aren't worth that much." Li Zhou smiled and insisted, "Take it. I know these things aren't of great value. From now on, you shall be responsible for cooking for our Huangsha gang, and this extra money will serve as your salary." Overjoyed, Zhonglei accepted the gold ingot into his embrace, nodding vigorously, "The boss is generous. From now on, our meals are on me." Chapter 41. Future plans. Once Li Zhou and Wei Rong boarded the carriage, the group set off southward at a leisurely pace. After contemplating for a long while, Li Zhou remarked, "I've been thinking. We may truly need to consider the plan Wan Windy proposed about heading to the southern Yu Kingdom." Wei Rong asked, "What do you mean?" Li Zhou explained, "Consider this. The distance between Yunzhou City and Fascia City is vast, and the Bayou guards have managed to track us here. It is likely that the western cities have already been heavily monitored by the Bayou guards. Venturing there would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Our current refuge is growing increasingly confined, leaving us only the option to escape east or south. Although 100,000 taels is not a trivial sum for us, it is essential for our new beginning in the southern Yu Kingdom. We must gather that amount before we have nowhere left to run, then flee to the southern Yu Kingdom to secure a piece of land and live a stable life as landowners. What say you?" Wei Rong nodded in agreement, stating, "As I have no family ties, nor anything worth holding on to, I too wish for a stable life for little Shurtu. This plan seems perfectly reasonable to me." Yi Chongqing and Shun Xiangyu exchanged glances and said, "We are both orphans, taken in by our master. Since he has long since passed, we have no qualms." Zhonglei chimed in, "To meet such a good boss is a stroke of luck. If you lead us east, I shall not stray west." Zhonglei laughed, "To meet such a good boss is indeed a blessing. I will certainly follow your lead." Wan Windy remained silent, for it was he who initially proposed this idea. Seeing that the others had no objections, Li Zhou continued, then it is settled. Furthermore, we must not operate together from now on. Otherwise, we risk being caught in one fell swoop. Today, we were fortunate that the Bayou guards were unaware, allowing you to exit the city safely. Next time, they will undoubtedly pursue you alongside us. Li Zhou paused before continuing. For the sake of this plan, from here on out, you must allocate 20% of any profits you earn to the gang until we gather 100,000 taels for our escape. The remaining 80% is yours to distribute as you see fit according to merit. Is that agreeable? Everyone nodded in agreement, and Shan Xiangyu remarked, in that case, to be safe, we should not linger in the city too long. We must ensure we can escape. When we reach the next town, I will purchase some tents so we can camp wherever we go. Even if the officials discover us, we can pack up and flee at any moment. Li Zhou nodded approvingly. Excellent, then it is settled. Turning to Yi Chongqing, he asked, Chongqing, are you familiar with this area? Where does this road lead? Yi Chongqing pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I have only heard of this area but have never been here. I do not know where it leads. Li Zhou concluded. In that case, we shall take it one step at a time. The next day, at the north gate of Yunzhou City, a woman clad in white, Chu Ning, led her horse, Xiaobai, to the foot of the city wall. She observed that several dozen officers were blocking the main gate, scrutinizing the passers-by one by one. I never expected their pursuit to reach this far. Chu Ning mused as she approached the gate. The officers, upon seeing a woman, did not question her further and allowed her to enter. One officer, taken aback by Chu Ning's stunning beauty, momentarily froze before regaining his composure and pointed toward the notice board. Kindly advising, Miss, 2 notorious criminals are hiding in the city, and all the officers are diligently hunting them down. Given your remarkable beauty, please exercise caution to avoid falling victim to their nefarious schemes. Chu Ning chuckled lightly and replied, Thank you for the warning. I will be careful. Upon entering the city, she found it just as the officer had described. The streets were nearly deserted, with every household's door tightly shut, and only squads of officers were going door to door searching, causing widespread panic. Not long after entering the city, a patrol of Bayou guards blocked Chu Ning's path. The leading guard, about to speak, was startled into silence upon seeing her face, stepping back instinctively along with his comrades, brandishing their spears. The lead guard stammered, Princess, what brings you here? Chu Ning furrowed her delicate brows and coldly retorted, Why can't I be here? Casting a dispassionate glance at the guards, her gaze seemed to carry an oppressive weight that sent chills down their spines. What, do you think you can stop me? The guards exchanged glances, their expressions turning troubled. After a moment, they slowly lowered their weapons. The lead guard bowed his head and respectfully said, We are in pursuit of wanted criminals. We ask that the princess does not trouble us. Chu Ning replied coolly, What I intend to do is of no concern to you. I will not interfere with your business. With that, she led Xiaobai forward, gracefully weaving through the guards without sparing them a glance. Once her figure had vanished from sight, the guards exhaled in relief, their tense hearts finally at ease. The lead guard turned to his subordinates and instructed, Quickly head to Facia City and inform Captain Zhu that Princess Chu Ning has also arrived in Yunzhou City. But we do not know her intentions, and we are unable to stop her. The subordinates complied and hurried away. As Chu Ning walked, she encountered various obstacles until she finally located a medical clinic. Tying Xiaobai outside, she stepped inside, where an elderly man was reclining in a chair, engrossed in a medical text. Excuse me, sir, do you know anything about the plague in Taoyuan Town? Chu Ning inquired directly. The doctor looked up from his book, scrutinizing her before responding slowly, Taoyuan Town is not far from Yunzhou City. I am indeed aware of it. Are there any infected individuals in the city? Chu Ning pressed. The doctor stroked his goatee, contemplating for a long moment before replying, Indeed, there was one, half a year ago. He visited me seeking treatment for an illness identical to that in Taoyuan Town. Having practiced medicine for many years, I had never encountered such a disease and had no remedy to offer. He only mentioned a severe cough and implored me to prescribe a cough remedy. As the doctor recounted this, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Medicine can be 3 parts poison. It cannot be administered carelessly. If there is any miscalculation, it would be harmful to both the patient and myself. Yet, his pleas were so desperate that I reluctantly prepared a cough remedy for him. The doctor seemed to recall something, rising to approach the counter to rummage through the ledger. as he flipped through the pages. He remarked, "Speaking of this matter, the medicine I prescribe each time can sustain him for 7 days. The last time his daughter came for the medicine was 7 days ago, yet these past 2 days, she has not returned. Could it be?" Upon hearing this, Chuning hurriedly walked to the counter and inquired, "Do you know where he resides? I wish to pay him a visit." The doctor replied, "His name is Zhou, a local of our Yunzhou city, residing on South Street, though I am unaware of the exact location. You might inquire around." Chuning clasped her hands in gratitude. "Thank you, doctor, for the information." With that, she retrieved a one-tael silver ingot from her pocket and placed it on the counter, saying, "I apologize for the disturbance. Please accept this." After speaking, Chuning swiftly turned and departed. Chapter 42. The many missed opportunities in life. After much effort, Chuning finally located Zhou's residence. She gently knocked on the door, and after a while, Zhou, clad in mourning attire and with tear-stained cheeks, opened the door and softly asked, "What brings you here, young lady?" Seeing the situation, Chuning's heart sank, and she silently lamented, "If only I had arrived a few days earlier." However, she still politely asked, "Is this the Zhou residence?" Zhou nodded in response, "Indeed, but my father passed away yesterday. If you seek him, I fear you shall be disappointed." Chuning said, "I came regarding the plague in Taiwan town. I heard that your father had contracted the illness, and I might possess a remedy. Alas, it seems I have arrived too late." Zhou, unable to hold back her tears, replied, "My father could have held on a bit longer. But unexpectedly, the debt collectors from Yinyu Tower came yesterday and beat him to death. Why, poor father, during his lifetime, would always go to help those in distress, yet he has met such a tragic end. Now we have sold the house just to afford a coffin and find a place for burial. Young lady, do you not think that good people truly receive no reward for their kindness?" Chuning frowned and said, "What kind of evil befalls Yinyu Tower? They deserved it for being robbed a while back." However, seeing Zhou's pitiable state, Chuning took out 2 tin-tail silver ingots from her pocket and handed them to Zhou, saying, "Use this to give your father a proper burial and take this money to start anew." Zhou wiped her tears and knelt in gratitude. "Thank you, young lady, for your life-saving grace. I am unable to repay you at this moment. But in the future, if the opportunity arises, I shall repay your kindness." Chuning hastily helped Zhou to her feet, saying, "There is no need for such formalities if you truly wish to assist. Could you tell me about the current situation in Taoyuan town? I have only heard that those who died from the plague were burned, and the rest are nowhere to be found." Zhou sighed and said, "If only everyone were as kind as you. After my father contracted the illness, we have not returned to Taoyuan town, so we are unaware of the situation. If you wish to go, you may head out from the west gate and walk along that road for 200 to 300 miles. Chuning clasped her hands in thanks. "Thank you. I shall not trouble you further. Farewell." Zhou, seeing Chuning hurriedly mount her horse and turn to leave, waved her hand and said, "Young lady, take care on your journey." 3 days later, at the black shop, Chuning walked along the path leading to Taoyuan town and noticed a tavern not far ahead. Having traveled for several days and feeling fatigued, she decided to rest there. As she approached the tavern, she found the entire place in a state of disrepair, with wooden boards sealing the windows. Chuning couldn't help but frown slightly, her vigilance heightened. She retrieved her spear from the saddle of her horse, Xiaobai, walked to the door, and knocked, but received no response for a long time. With her left hand channeling her spiritual energy, she gently pushed the door, which was already on the verge of collapse, and it fell with a resounding crash. Seeing this, Chuning could only shake her head in resignation. Upon entering the premises, she found it as chaotic as she had anticipated, with clear signs of a struggle. Squatting down to inspect, she noticed that the remnants had not yet dried. Muttering to herself, "It seems someone lingered here not long ago. Perhaps someone from Taoyuan town." She stood up, pushed open the back door, and walked into the courtyard, where she saw remnants of chickens and ducks scattered about. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that these fowl had been killed by wild beasts, suggesting that, being unattended, they had been devoured by predators. How strange! What could have happened here? How could they abandon their livestock and leave? Chuning furrowed her brow and wondered, as she ascended to the second floor. A chilling sensation enveloped her. The second floor was as dark as the first, with all the windows boarded up, rendering the corridor pitch black. Channeling her spiritual energy into her spear, a white dragon manifested. Coiling around the weapon, in an instant, The corridor was illuminated by her energy. Entering the first room, she found a patch of dried blood on the darkened floorboards. Upon closer inspection, the stench of blood had long dissipated, suggesting that a murder had occurred some time ago. After exploring the remaining rooms, she found no further useful information. Could this place be a den of robbers? Connecting the numerous clues she had gathered, Chu Ning envisioned a scenario. One or more individuals had left Taoyuan town, passed through this black shop, and engaged in a confrontation with the owner for some reason before departing. However, what puzzled Chu Ning was the absence of bodies despite the struggle. If the owner had been killed, there should have been evidence nearby. If the guests had been slain, why would the owner flee in this desolate area? Could it be that a group had come from Taoyuan town, sharing a common interest with the owner and departed together? Chu Ning pondered deeply, arriving at this relatively plausible explanation. Yet it still felt amiss. Surely there could be no living souls left in Taoyuan town. So how could anyone emerge from it? With these thoughts lingering, Chu Ning descended and mounted Xiaobai, continuing her journey toward Taoyuan town, her mind filled with questions. Before sunset, Chu Ning finally reached Taoyuan town. Before her lay a scene of utter desolation, devoid of any signs of life. It confirmed what Sister Jiang had said. Chu Ning shook her head and sighed. Reflecting on her experiences at the black shop, she began to search through the houses one by one. Her diligence bore fruit, as she uncovered something unusual in one household's bedroom. A thin layer of dust coated the surfaces, and beside it lay blood-stained bandages, indicating that someone had once occupied the space. Based on the footprints, it was evident that more than one person had been there. It seemed a group had somehow arrived in Taoyuan town, one of them sustaining an injury. Given the bandages, they must have stayed here for some time to recover. Chu Ning picked up the bloodied bandages and mused, calculating the time. It seems this group must have clashed with the owner of the black shop. If they could unite in such circumstances, it was likely they were no saints either. Chu Ning contemplated, feeling an increasing sense of unease. Could it be that they were the same group I encountered at Luoyan Gathering? After I injured them, they fled south to this Taoyuan town to recuperate, and once healed, they ventured east to the black shop, where they fought the owner, who then joined them. Subsequently, they headed toward Yunzhou City, only to encounter the Bayou guards there. Everything began to make sense as she paced back and forth. Chu Ning spoke aloud to herself. They must have been the last individuals to have passed through Taoyuan town. If I could find them, perhaps I could glean some useful information. After concluding her thoughts, Chu Ning intended to search for them, but seeing that night had fallen, she decided to rest for the night and set off again the next day. Chapter 43, Bayun Town. Meanwhile, Li Zhou and his companions gazed into the distance and spotted a small town. The entrance archway prominently displayed the words Bayun Town. Wan Wendy raised an eyebrow, slightly lifting his right hand to point at the town, saying, "Ah, I have some knowledge of this place," Li Zhou inquired. "Do tell." After a moment of contemplation, Wan Wendy replied, "Are you familiar with the Sihai Escort Agency?" Li Zhou and Wei Rong, having been in the military, had heard of it but knew little. They shook their heads, indicating they were unaware. Yi Chongqing scoffed. Who doesn't know the two major escort agencies of the Great Chu? The Sihai Escort Agency specializes in escorting goods for merchants in the southern regions, while the Jinyuan Escort Agency serves the north. Wan Wendy nodded. Exactly, and there is a branch of the Sihai Escort Agency in Bayun Town. It serves as a trading hub where merchants transporting goods from the east often rest at these branches. Li Zhou, curious, asked, "If Yunzhou City is not far, why not establish a branch there?" Wan Wendy explained. It is likely due to the crowded city. Unless reaching their destination, they wouldn't enter the city. Only the headquarters is located within the city. Yi Chongqing, pondering for a moment, asked, "Are you planning to rob the escort?" Wan Wendy glanced at Wei Rong and said, "In the past, I would never have dared to think that, but with you all here, it may be possible." Yi Chongqing frowned and replied, "This escort agency is deeply entrenched in both the underworld and the legitimate world. If we fail, we might find ourselves in deep trouble. Also, let us not forget that we are still being pursued by the Bayou guards." Wan Wendy laughed derisively. "If we handle it cleanly, who would know it was us?" Noticing Li Zhou still deep in thought, Wan Wendy continued to entice him. "Brother, once we gather enough to reach 10,000 taels, relying on our previous little thefts could take ages. But with an escort carriage, it's different. It's not high-value goods. Who would hire escorts for such? We might just hit the jackpot in one go." Li Zhou, after listening, was evidently moved by Wan Wendy's words. after deep contemplation. He turned to Yi Chongqing and said, "We initially intended to leave Dechu. What does it matter if we attract some trouble along the way? However, there is no urgency in robbing the convoy. Let Xiangyu disguise us first, and then we shall investigate whether it is worth the risk." Yi Chongqing shrugged and replied, "Very well. Since the leader has spoken," Li Zhou continued, "as we are merely gathering intelligence, it is best not to bring too many people. It will suffice for Chongqing and me to go. If you wish to head to town, do so in shifts. Avoid clustering together to prevent arousing suspicion." After speaking, Li Zhou turned to Xin Xiangyu and said, "I appreciate your assistance in this matter." Xin Xiangyu smiled and replied, "It is no trouble at all. What role do you wish to play?" Li Zhou pondered for a moment and responded, "I shall pretend to be a merchant." Upon hearing this, Xin Xiangyu retrieved a set of exquisite garments from the carriage and handed them to Li Zhou. She then took out 2 jade rings from the jewelry box they had previously stolen from the money shop and placed one on each of Li Zhou's thumbs. Stepping back a couple of paces, she examined him closely. Seemingly unsatisfied, she turned back to the carriage and selected a few fake gold chains. Holding the chains in her hands, she approached Li Zhou and adorned him with them, before taking out some rouge and powder from her sleeve, meticulously enhancing his appearance. Finally, satisfied, she nodded and remarked, "Though they are fake, they do suit the pretense well. Look at you, a veritable nouveau riche." Li Zhou, adjusting his neck, which was somewhat burdened by the weight of the chains, said, "Just one would suffice. Why drape me with so many? My neck can hardly bear it." Xin Xiangyu chuckled behind her hand. "Your straightforward nature makes you less likely to be suspected as a nouveau riche. Just continue to act as you normally would." With no choice but to acquiesce, Li Zhou nodded. Seeing this, Yi Chongqing hastily interjected, "I shall not pose as a nouveau riche. With my refined appearance, I must assume the role of a young gentleman." Xin Xiangyu beckoned him with a hint of mystery on her face, saying, "Come here, this outfit will suit you perfectly." Curious, Yi Chongqing hurried over and craned his neck to peer into the carriage. To his astonishment, Xin Xiangyu produced a plain yet elegant white gown, embroidered with faint silver threads that shimmered like moonlight. The hem of the gown flowed gently, swaying with the breeze, seemingly imbued with the spirit of its own. Yi Chongqing staggered back 2 steps, waving his hands vigorously. No, this is unacceptable. I cannot dress as a woman." Xin Xiangyu replied, "A beautiful and delicate woman is indeed the most likely to capture a man's heart. Should the leader falter in his performance, you might yet save the day." Yi Chongqing, unhappy, retorted, "If that is the case, why do you not take on the role yourself?" Xin Xiangyu giggled, "How could I compare to you? You would embody femininity far better than I ever could. You clearly intend to tease me and watch me make a fool of myself." Yi Chongqing countered as their disagreement escalated. Li Zhou intervened. "Xiangyu has a point. Let her accompany me. If we are discovered, escaping would be quite difficult." With no alternative, Yi Chongqing sighed heavily and resignedly walked to the back of the carriage to change. After Shan Xiangyu's careful styling and embellishment, before long, a serene and graceful young lady stood before them, supported by Xin Xiangyu. Her brows resembled distant mountains, and her eyes shimmered like water, sparkling with a captivating allure. Her skin was as fair as snow, glowing softly under the moonlight. Her long, dark hair cascaded down her shoulders, with a few stray strands framing her delicate neck, adding to her charm. Zhong Lei was momentarily mesmerized, his eyes wide open. Once he regained his senses, he shook his head and exclaimed, "If you were a woman, you would surely be a beauty of unparalleled grace. Alas, you are in a man's body, wasting such exquisite features." However, the others remained unfazed, having seen Chu Ning's beauty before. Although Yi Chongqing was stunning, he still paled in comparison to Chu Ning. Li Zhou said, "Chongqing and I shall proceed first. You all should exercise caution." After Li Zhou and Yi Chongqing departed, Xin Xiangyu remarked, "I also need to purchase some tents in town, along with additional winter clothing for you all. It's nearly November, and the weather is becoming increasingly frigid." Wei Rong turned to Zhong Lei and said, "You should accompany her. With so many items, she cannot carry them alone." "Understood, boss," Zhong Lei replied, following Xin Xiangyu toward Baiyun town. "Uncle Wei, may I join you?" asked Xiao Shitu. "You must stay put and practice your horse stance. You haven't even finished the first lesson yet. How can you afford to be so inconsistent?" Wei Rong replied. Hearing this, Xiao Shitu could only squat obediently in the corner at this moment. Only Wei Rong and Wan Windy remained in the carriage. Wei Rong asked, "What do you think are our chances of successfully robbing the convoy?" Wan Windy replied, "That depends on the value of the convoy we target. If it carries treasures of immense worth, it is undoubtedly escorted by the elite guards of the escort agency. However, if it is merely common goods, it is likely to be accompanied by guards who appear fierce but are, in reality, all show without substance. After all, without real strength, they must maintain a faade, mustn't they? What if we encounter the elite you mentioned?" Wei Rong inquired. "They may be termed elite, but their strength is generally comparable to that of Zhong Lei. After all, individuals with your caliber of strength are exceptionally rare. They are all renowned figures. Not to mention they likely cannot afford to hire such talent, and even if they could, those individuals would not wish to demean themselves by engaging in this line of work. You, however, are a peculiar exception, akin to a desperate outlaw like myself. That said, while the elite strength may not be extraordinary, we must consider their numbers. If they are heavily guarded, it could pose a significant problem," Wan Windy explained. Wei Rong nodded, saying, "Once they gather information, we shall know more." Chapter 44. Sihai Escort Agency. Li Zhou and Yi Chongqing arrived at the archway of Baiyun town just as the hour of the dog struck, and the streets were sparsely populated. The Sihai Escort Agency was easy to locate, situated directly across from the inn. Its grand entrance was adorned with a gilded plaque inscribed with Sihai Escort Agency. As Li Zhou and Yi Chongqing approached the entrance, they were halted by a guard. The guard scrutinized Li Zhou, who exuded an air of nouveau riche, and inquired, "Sir, are you here to hire an escort? Where is your carriage?" Li Zhou clasped his hands and replied, "This young brother, I am Zhou Li, and this is my daughter, Zhou Qingqing." After stepping aside, Yi Chongqing advanced and performed a respectful bow. The guard's eyes widened upon seeing Yi Chongqing. Clearly captivated by her beauty, Li Zhou cleared his throat, and once the guard regained his composure, he asked, "I am not here to transport goods. I merely wish to inquire where your next destination might be." The guard responded, "I am afraid I cannot disclose that information. The escort agency cannot reveal client itineraries. Given your attire, you must also be a merchant and should understand." Li Zhou chuckled. "I understand. My purpose here is to explore various cities for business opportunities. However, it has become rather unsettled in the northwest, and I am unfamiliar with the other regions. I worry about unexpected events along the way, so I thought to seek your agency's assistance in escorting me for a stretch. If there are other merchants traveling along, it would save you the trouble of sending out additional personnel, allowing you to earn double the fees. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Upon hearing this, the guard nodded and stepped aside, saying, "In that case, please come in and speak with our escort leader." "Thank you," Li Zhou replied, bowing his head as he entered the courtyard with Yi Chongqing. Inside, there were 3 carriages parked. The first was covered with an oilcloth for transporting goods, while the other 2 appeared to be for passengers, though it was uncertain if they contained anyone. Each carriage was guarded by 2 escorts standing watch. Not far away, a middle-aged man in splendid attire was discussing something with one of the guards. As Li Zhou approached, the guard gestured for the middle-aged man to hold his tongue, briefly sizing up Li Zhou before clasping his hands and asking, "Sir, do you require an escort?" Li Zhou inquired. "Are you the escort leader here?" The guard nodded. "I am Wang Hu, the leader for this convoy." Li Zhou recounted what he had previously discussed with the guard outside and asked, "What is your view on this matter?" "Esteemed leader," Wang Hu replied, "I cannot make this decision alone. I must consult with my companion, Chen Feng, to see if he agrees." Chen Feng clasped his hands and asked, "Might I inquire what business Mr. Zhou is engaged in?" Li Zhou retrieved the jewelry box he had stolen from the money shop and opened it, exclaiming, "Ah, I am involved in a small jewelry business." "Pray tell, what business do you engage in?" "Mr. Chen?" Chen Feng replied, "I deal in silk, and this batch was transported from the eastern part of Sichuan. I intend to head to the western part of Sichuan to produce garments for sale." Li Zhou smiled. "With 3 or 2 carriages, it must have cost quite a bit. Why small business pales in comparison to yours, Mr. Chen?" Flattered by Li Zhou's praise, Chen Feng chuckled, "Not at all. The jewelry business you run, Mr. Zhou, is indeed a big venture. The gold chains around your neck alone are worth several bolts of silk." Li Zhou continued, "I used to conduct business in Fengning City in the northwest, but it has become quite unstable there lately. I am concerned it may affect my business, so I wish to seek opportunities elsewhere. This jewelry box contains the products I intend to promote." Upon hearing that Li Zhou hailed from Fengning City, Chen Feng lamented, "Ah, if there were no conflict in the west, I would surely be transporting this silk there for sale abroad. The profits would be astronomical. It is truly a pity, Li Zhou expressed his surprise. The profit margins on silk are that substantial. Although I have never ventured far from the Great Chu, the jewelry business yields merely a profit of around 20 to 30%. Chun Feng shook his head and remarked, though the profit appears substantial, the journey requires several years for a round trip. Not to mention the expenses along the way and potential losses of goods, one must constantly worry about sand bandits. In reality, only 1/10 of the silk can be successfully delivered to its destination. When calculated, the profit amounts to merely a little over 10 times, Li Zhou responded. That is still quite considerable. However, may I ask, Mr. Chun, if I could accompany you to Sichuan? Chun Feng smiled and replied, of course, let us go together. Wang Hu interjected, in that case, both of you shall need to pay me 20 taels for escort fees. It is approximately a half-month journey from here to Sichuan City in Sichuan. We shall rest a while tonight and set off from the western main road tomorrow. Li Zhou let out a bitter laugh and said, such an exorbitant fee. The cost of my box of jewelry alone is 200 taels, and I am uncertain if it will even arrive safely. Wang Hu chuckled, ha ha, Mr. Chun has paid us 500 taels for this shipment, and I have 10 bodyguards escorting you, so you need not worry. Li Zhou handed Wang Hu 2 silver ingots of 10 taels each, stepped aside to let Yi Chongqing pass, and clasping his hands, said, this is my daughter, Zhou Qingqing. Please continue your conversation. I will step out to bring our luggage. Only then did Wang Hu truly notice Yi Chongqing's beauty, and for a moment, he was taken aback. Recovering his composure to tease, ha ha, no wonder Mr. Zhou fears encountering danger along the way. It turns out he has such a stunning daughter. Why? Yi Chongqing blushed and said, please do not jest, escort leader. After speaking, she turned to Chun Feng and said, might I ask if I could see the cart containing your silk? If I find something to my liking, I wish to purchase a piece for clothing. Seeing her delicate demeanor, Chun Feng paid her no mind and replied with a smile, come, let me show you. I had a delightful conversation with your father. Should you find something appealing, I shall sell it to you at cost. You are too kind, Mr. Chin, Yi Chongqing expressed with a respectful bow. Following Chun Feng, she arrived at the foremost cart laden with goods. Chun Feng instructed a bodyguard to unveil the oil paper covering it, revealing neatly stacked, vibrantly colored silk inside. Yi Chongqing gently caressed the silk and inquired, may I ask how much this piece is worth? Chun Feng smiled and replied, if you like it, I shall sell it to you at a cost of 100 taels. Yi Chongqing's expression turned to one of astonishment as she asked, is one piece truly so expensive? This cart appears to contain at least 100 pieces of silk. Would that not mean the cost exceeds 10,000 taels? Ha ha, there are exactly 120 pieces, worth 12,000 taels in total, Chun Feng chuckled. And what of the 2 carts behind? Yi Chongqing inquired further. Alas, the middle cart was originally my resting place. After departure, I shall clear it for your use. You and your father can squeeze into the cart carrying miscellaneous goods behind. Chun Feng smiled. Yi Chongqing once again performed a respectful bow, casually gesturing towards a piece of silk, saying, thank you, Mr. Chun, I am particularly fond of the color of this silk, so I shall reserve it for now and purchase it upon our arrival in Sichuan City. Chun Feng replied, no problem. I shall set this piece aside for you. Yi Chongqing said, I will return to my father now and bring our luggage along. Chapter 45. Preparations. Before long, Li Zhou quietly returned to the tranquil woods outside the small town. At this moment, Wei Rong was waiting atop the cart and, upon seeing Li Zhou's return, eagerly asked, how did the inquiries go? Where is Chongqing? Li Zhou replied, she remains at the escort agency. I have learned that a silk merchant intends to transport a shipment to Sichuan City. With a convoy of 10 bodyguards, and the escort fee alone amounts to 500 taels. They will set off along the main road west of North Cloud Town tomorrow. You must swiftly depart to scout the route and find a suitable place to ambush. I will blend in with the merchant convoy to act as your inside informant. Having said this, Li Zhou adeptly leaped onto the cart, grabbed his belongings, and carefully retrieved a glinting dagger from his luggage. Placing it cautiously in his bosom, Wan Wendy, upon hearing this, stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, 500 taels. 10 people. This heist should not be too challenging. Wei Rong asked, what of this cart? After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Zhou replied, once Xiang Yu and Zhong Lei return, inform them of the situation, then drive the cart to park near the ambush point for loading afterward. If we use the merchant's cart, it could lead to trouble if recognized. Wei Rong nodded. Once Xiangyu and Zhonglei return, we shall set off first. Just as Li Zhou was about to return to the escort agency, Yi Changqing hurriedly approached. Before Li Zhou could inquire, Yi Changqing excitedly exclaimed, "Brothers, do you know how much this batch of silk is worth?" Wan Wendy scoffed and teased, "Seeing you so thrilled, could it be worth 10,000 taels? This silk is valued at a whopping 12,000 taels, and that is merely the cost price. We might earn even more with a quick turnover," Yi Changqing declared, dancing with Joy. Li Zhou's eyes brightened, proclaiming, "I knew this batch would be of significant worth." After seeing Yi Changqing retrieve her luggage from the cart, Li Zhou said, "Let us blend into the merchant convoy as informants." Yi Changqing nodded and followed Li Zhou back to North Cloud Town. After the two had departed for quite some time, Shen Xiangyu and Zhonglei finally returned. After a lengthy absence, Shen Xiangyu and Zhonglei eventually made their way back. Zhonglei forcefully tossed his bundle onto the cart and asked, "How did the investigation go, boss?" Wei Rong elegantly flicked the reins and replied, "First, get in the cart. We will discuss as we travel, Little Stone. Class is dismissed." Upon hearing this, Little Stone eagerly nodded, straightened his posture, and attempted to climb onto the cart. However, after standing in a horse stance for too long, his legs felt weak, and he struggled several times without success, appearing quite comical. Wei Rong, seeing this, helplessly pulled him onto the cart. After Shen Xiangyu and Zhonglei climbed aboard, they inquired, "Where are we headed?" "To find a concealed location for an ambush. The merchant convoy is set to depart at dawn. We are pressed for time and must hasten," Wei Rong replied. Zhonglei scratched his bald head and asked, "Wouldn't it be faster to run directly there?" Wan Wendy mocked, "You fool. We are robbing the merchant convoy. We want their goods. Do you think we can just carry the loot away on our hands after the heist?" Zhonglei awkwardly chuckled, saying, "Heh, I, old Zhong, have never engaged in this sort of business before and am not very experienced. However, speaking of which, how much is that batch of goods worth?" Wan Wendy extended his hands, holding one up to signify one and the other to signify two. Zhonglei inquired, 1,200 taels. That is even less than the amount we extorted in Yunju City before. Wan Wendy, exasperated, covered his eyes and exclaimed, "It is 12,000 taels. Hiss! Zhonglei gasped, standing there dumbfounded, seemingly calculating how high a mound of silver could be made from 12,000 taels in his mind. Shen Xiangyu also gasped, 12,000 taels? I have never seen such a vast fortune in my life. After speaking, Shen Xiangyu, much like Zhonglei, fell into a stupor, perhaps envisioning the sheer delight of lying amidst a mountain of silver, peacefully slumbering. Until dawn, the sun gradually rose from the distant horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues. The group traveled tirelessly and ultimately discovered a valley not far ahead. Upon closer inspection, the valley was slightly wider than the main road, with apparent signs of human excavation on both sides. Wan Wendy gazed at the valley, nodding in satisfaction as he said, "This place will do nicely. We shall block both ends, and they will not escape." Wei Rong decisively leaped from the cart, methodically assigning tasks. "Xiangyu, you and Little Stone drive the cart and hide it well in the nearby woods, then await our news. Zhonglei and Wan Wendy, each of you find a large tree to fell. One will be used to block the front path, while the other will sever the retreat once the merchant convoy enters the valley." The three replied in unison, "Understood, boss, and what about you?" Wei Rong, maintaining a calm demeanor, stated, "I will enter the valley to scout. If there are any abnormalities, I can prepare in advance." With that, Wei Rong walked into the valley, continuing until he reached a deeper area, observing his surroundings for any irregularities. Finding nothing amiss, he settled down near a massive rock, stretched lazily, and murmured, "Ah, after driving the cart all night, I can finally take a good rest." Before long, the sound of snoring echoed from behind the boulder. Meanwhile, Wan Wendy and Zhonglei swiftly chopped down 2 pine trees, placing one near the valley entrance, while the other was carried into the valley with great effort. Not long after, Zhonglei, leading the way, faintly heard some unusual sounds coming from behind a large rock not far ahead. He cautiously raised his hand to signal Wan Wendy to stop. Drawing out his 2 sharp axes from his waist, he crouched low and stealthily approached the rock. Peering around the edge, he could not help but chuckle softly, for it was Wei Rong, soundly asleep at that spot. Zhonglei, filled with helplessness, sheathed his dual axes and approached Wei Rong, gently rousing him from his slumber. "Boss, Did you not proclaim your intent to investigate the circumstances within the valley? Why, then, are you idling away your time here in slumber? Wei Rong rubbed his bleary eyes and replied. After a long night of driving the cart, I grew weary and merely dozed off for a moment. Have you all completed the tasks I assigned? Zhong Lei gestured towards a nearby pine tree and remarked. All is prepared. We await the arrival of our guests. Wei Rong nodded in approval. Very well, let us now remain patient. I shall rest a while longer. You keep watch outside the valley. Once the merchant convoy enters, you shall drag the tree to block their escape route. Just to be prudent, we must cover our faces before we act, and Wan Windy will be responsible for notifying me. Understood, boss. You must conserve your strength. The success of our venture hinges entirely upon you, Zhong Lei replied. After finishing his words, he and Wan Windy worked together to position the tree trunk across the path, then turned to await patiently outside the valley. Chapter 46. The Roadblock Bandit. The night prior, in Baiyun Town, at the Sihai Escort Agency, Li Zhou and Yi Chongqing returned to the agency and found Wang Hu. Li Zhou clasped his hands together and said, Master Escort, we have made all necessary preparations for our journey. Wang Hu nodded slightly and replied, Since everything is in order, you should retire early. The eastern side of the building has been cleared for your accommodation. For the next fortnight, we will find no other branches to rest at along the way. You shall have to endure the hardships of travel. Li Zhou smiled softly and responded, We are traveling by cart. So it is quite comfortable for us, but my fellow brothers must trek over mountains on foot for half a month, which is indeed arduous. Wang Hu waved his hand dismissively, stating, It is merely part of our duty. And we have long since grown accustomed to it. The hour is late. You should take your rest. Li Zhou nodded in agreement and returned to his chamber with Yi Chongqing. The following dawn, the sun appeared like a colossal fireball, slowly rising from the distant horizon, casting a crimson hue across the sky. The clouds, illuminated by the sun's rays, seemed to bleed, suffusing the air with an ominous aura. While the others remained blissfully unaware of the impending disaster, at this moment, the merchant convoy had gathered, with 3 carts standing in readiness. Each cart was flanked by a guard, while at the forefront were 2 escorts. Wang Hu and another, leading the way, and at the rear, the deputy escort and another guard held the rear guard. Chun Feng waved his hand, signaling Li Zhou to join him in the last cart, which had originally been used for carrying goods. He then turned to Yi Chongqing and kindly said, Miss Zhou, please take the middle cart. The one I previously rode is more comfortable. Yi Chongqing gracefully performed a curtsy, her smile radiant as she replied, In that case, I thank you, Mr. Chun, though it is a slight inconvenience for you and my father. Chun Feng waved his hand and laughed. Oh, it is but a trifling matter. Nothing to be concerned about. After all, I have struggled from the very bottom to attain my current position. What hardship have I not faced? Wang Hu called out loudly, All right, if there is anything you wish to discuss, let us do so on the road. We must depart. With that, the guards of the branch agency slowly pushed open the doors of the escort agency. Once the 3 of them climbed aboard the carts, the guards took hold of the reins and set off towards the west. By midday, the sun hung high in the sky, and outside the valley, there was an eerie stillness. Wan Windy crouched low, concealed behind a large tree, and after a considerable time, he finally spotted shadows moving in the distance to the east. He squinted his eyes for a better view, and saw the Sihai Escort Agency's flag fluttering in the wind atop the cart. He hurriedly made his way to the valley's entrance, only to find Zhong Lei sleeping soundly. Anger surged within him, and he slapped Zhong Lei's face hard, shouting, Prepare yourself. They are nearly here. Zhong Lei, bleary-eyed, murmured, Who is almost here? Wan Windy, furious, felt an urge to unsheath his blade and carve him into pieces, but, out of desperation, merely pinched Zhong Lei's ear and shouted closely, The merchant convoy is approaching. Be ready. Do you understand? Instantly alert, Zhong Lei rubbed his painfully pinched ear and replied, Oh, I understand. I understand. With that, he swiftly pulled up the cloth around his neck to cover his face and nimbly darted into the nearby grove where the tree trunks lay. Wan Windy shook his head in exasperation, saying, Hide well. Do not let them discover you. I shall inform the boss. With that, Wan Windy hurried into the valley, approaching the still sleeping Wei Rong, gently shaking him and saying, Boss, they are almost here. Prepare yourself. Wei Rong opened his eyes, rubbed them, and replied, I will guard this spot. You should take cover behind that stone over there. I will confront them directly. You remain hidden and act as the situation demands. Wan Windy nodded in agreement, lifted the cloth around his neck to mask his face, and swiftly concealed himself behind the stone as directed by Wei Rong. Wei Rong then gradually rose, walking calmly to the tree trunk that lay across the path. Sitting down at ease, with his right hand, he drew the tiger sha blade from his back, firmly planting it beside him, while with his left hand, he gently lifted the cloth around his neck to obscure his features. Then quietly awaited the arrival of their prey. Before long, the merchant convoy drew near to the mouth of the valley. Wang Hu, the seasoned escort leader, honed by years of experience, sensed something amiss as they approached the valley. As if being watched by hidden eyes, his brow furrowed in concern, and he scanned the surroundings warily, raising his hand to signal, "Everyone, be cautious. I feel something unusual here." The escort beside him dismissed his concern, saying, "We have taken care of all the nearby gangs, have we not? Moreover, we have traveled this road countless times. We could navigate it with our eyes closed. What is there to worry about?" Wang Hu remained unperturbed, tightly gripping the long knife at his waist, carefully scrutinizing the woods on either side, stating, "I cannot shake off this feeling of unease. It is better to be cautious." Seeing Wang Hu's grave demeanor, the escort nodded, tightening his grip on his own knife. After all, Wang Hu's ascent to the position of escort leader was not without merit, built upon years of hard-earned experience. Shortly after the group entered the valley, they spotted a tree trunk lying across the road, and upon closer inspection, a masked figure was perched atop it. Wang Hu's heart sank, and he thought, "To dare to rob us alone. I wonder what this individual is capable of. Let's test the waters." He steadied himself, turned to the others, and instructed, "You keep an eye on the carts and remain vigilant for any signs of trouble. I will approach him and engage in conversation." With that, Wang Hu firmly grasped the long knife at his waist and approached Wei Rong slowly, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "May I inquire which gang you belong to?" Wei Rong appraised Wang Hu from head to toe, dismissively responding, "How about you take a guess?" Wang Hu, realizing the individual was unwilling to disclose his identity, pressed forward, "If you are from the Dachuan gang, we have already settled matters with you some time ago. Should you rob us, it would violate the code of the martial world, and you must not blame the Sea-High Escort Agency for taking action." As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly serious, and he quietly summoned his inner strength, hoping to intimidate the individual. Wei Rong saw through Wang Hu's little ruse and disdainfully chuckled, "With such meager strength, do not flaunt it before me today. I seek only wealth. If you can offer a suitable price, I might spare your lives." Wang Hu, sweating profusely, thought to himself, "This person is formidable. He cannot possibly be from the Dachuan gang. If we do not part with a substantial sum today, it seems we shall face dire consequences." He steadied his nerves and forced a smile, saying, 100 taels. "Will you consider letting us go?" Wei Rong scoffed, mocking, 100 taels? Are you trying to dismiss me with pennies?" Wang Hu clenched his fists, stating, 200 taels. "That is the utmost I can offer, he'll be frank. We were only paid 500 taels for this escort job, and the agency takes 50%. That leaves us with 250 taels, and if I give you 200, we shall each receive a mere 5 taels. This venture would be a loss." Wei Rong merely shook his head in silence. Wang Hu gritted his teeth and warned, "I advise you to reconsider. Otherwise, we shall be forced into a violent confrontation, which would be detrimental for both parties." Wei Rong remained unfazed. He stood up, unsheathed the tiger sha blade, resting it on his shoulder, and exuded an overwhelming aura that nearly suffocated Wang Hu. Wei Rong approached slowly, a playful smile on his lips. "Oh, you think you can harm me? Why don't I propose a price, and you can tell me if it suits your fancy?" Wang Hu, alarmed, pondered, "Oh no, this presence. How can someone with such strength stoop to this?" He gritted his teeth and replied, "In that case, please name your price. As long as it is not exorbitant, I am willing to comply." Wei Rong's lips curled into a smirk as he nodded. "A wise choice. I will only require this amount." With that, Wei Rong planted the tiger sha blade into the ground, holding one hand up to signify 1, and the other to signify 2. Chapter 47. The Heist. Wang Hu, hearing Wei Rong's demands, gasped, 1,200 taels? However, he quickly clenched his jaw, thinking to himself, "If I do not part with this sum, it seems we shall all perish today." At present, he feigned calmness. nodding and stating, 1,200 taels it is then. Grant me a little time to gather with my brethren. I wonder if that could be permissible? Wei Rong, however, slowly shook his head and replied, I never mentioned 1,200 taels. Listen carefully. What I seek is 12,000 taels. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu was initially taken aback, his mind swiftly engulfed in suspicion. Was this shipment not exactly valued at 12,000 taels? Could it be that there is a traitor among us? Yet, they had traversed the route from Chuandong unscathed. Could it be that in an instant, he seemed to have grasped something, abruptly turning to the bodyguard behind him and bellowing, Hurry and seize those two from last night. They are making a run for it. I will hold him off with that. Wang Hu drew his waist knife, attempting to strike Wei Rong while he was unprepared. However, Wei Rong merely raised his blade with a slight motion, effortlessly deflecting Wang Hu's attack. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he said, You discovered that much, didn't you? Your wits are quite sharp. But where do you think you can flee? Indeed, no sooner had Wei Rong spoken than the two bodyguards at the rear of the group cried out in panic, Head guard. It's bad news. Our retreat is blocked by fallen trees. At that moment, Zhong Lei, wielding a pair of axes, strode forth with great strides, laughing heartily. I shall see who among you can escape. One of the bodyguards in the middle of the group, sensing the dire situation, hurriedly opened the rear door of the cart, intending to capture Yi Chongqing. Just at that critical juncture, a throwing knife shot forth like lightning, piercing through his throat and causing blood to spatter. The bodyguard clutched his neck in agony, staggering back 2 steps before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, another bodyguard at the rear, having opened the cart's door to apprehend Li Zhou, peered inside only to find Li Zhou holding a shimmering dagger steadily pressed against Chan Feng's throat, coldly warning, Do not move. Otherwise, do not blame this dagger for being unmerciful. The bodyguard, taken aback, found himself at a loss for action. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as a straight knife pierced through his chest like a blade through silk. It was Wan Wendy, who had sprung forth from behind a rock, delivering a lethal blow. Wang Hu turned around to see 2 of his subordinates fall in an instant, his eyes wide with rage as he cursed. You beasts! I shall fight you to the death. With that, Wang Hu unleashed his inner strength, feeling a thin stream of energy coalesce around his long knife. He shouted fiercely and struck down toward Wei Rong. Having served in the military for many years, Wei Rong was not one to show mercy. Seeing Wang Hu's ferocity, he did not flinch or evade, but instead chose to counterattack in an instant. A crimson aura surged like a tidal wave along his blade, and he swung forward with force. A resounding clash echoed as Wang Hu's long knife was shattered to pieces by the blood-red energy. Wei Rong's Tiger Slayer knife maintained its momentum, piercing through Wang Hu's chest with the force of a battering ram. With a stoic expression, Wei Rong withdrew the Tiger Slayer knife and flicked it lightly, erasing the blood without a trace. Wang Hu's eyes widened in disbelief, yet they remained unclosed in death. His legs buckled, and he fell forward, lifeless on the ground. Meanwhile, Zhong Lei faced 2 enemies alone, yet appeared utterly at ease. Moving with confidence, he raised an axe high and, with a mighty shout, brought it crashing down like a mountain. The bodyguard, filled with terror, could only raise his long knife in a futile attempt to block the ferocious blow, only for it to splinter like rotten wood, cleaved in 2 by the overwhelming force. The impact left the bodyguard's hands trembling and blood streaming from his split palms, rendering him completely numb. Just as Zhong Lei prepared to finish him off, he noticed another bodyguard charging at him with a knife. Unfazed, Zhong Lei infused his left-hand axe with inner strength and hurled it toward the oncoming assailant, the axe transforming into a streak of white light, akin to an arrow in flight. Fortunately, the bodyguard was not too close, and he managed to narrowly evade the deadly strike. Undeterred, he lunged at Zhong Lei, intent on delivering a blow, yet found Zhong Lei unflustered, merely sneering at him. Suddenly, the bodyguard felt a prickling sensation at his back, a surge of ominous premonition rising within him. Before he could turn, he was struck by agonizing pain. Glancing down, he saw the returning flying axe pierce through his chest. Zhong Lei stepped forward, grasping the axe embedded in his chest, and with a forceful kick to his stomach, yanked the axe free. The bodyguard, filled with despair and spitting blood, struggled briefly before succumbing to silence. Meanwhile, Wan Wendy wielded his straight knife, enveloped in a sinister aura. One bodyguard, summoning his courage, swung his knife at Wan Wendy, only to see him deftly sidestep the attack in one fluid motion. Wan Wendy raised his knife, severing the arm holding the weapon with precision. The bodyguard clutched his severed limb in agony, rolling on the ground. Observing this, Wan Wendy flipped the blade and thrust downward, the straight knife striking like a venomous snake, piercing the bodyguard's throat. With a forceful pull, it seemed to slice through the carotid artery, blood erupting like a fountain and staining Wan Wendy's face crimson, rendering his already grotesque features even more fearsome. The remaining bodyguards, witnessing their companions fall one after another, were utterly terrified, casting down their weapons and begging for mercy. Wei Rong, seeing them defenseless, felt his murderous intent wane, merely commanding them to crouch aside, awaiting Li Zhou's arrival to decide their fate. Hearing the silence outside the cart, Li Zhou, holding Chun Feng hostage, slowly descended. Wei Rong approached and inquired, "Elder brother, how shall we deal with these men?" The bodyguards, upon realizing that Li Zhou was their leader, hastily turned to him, bowing their heads in supplication and pleading, "Hero, spare our lives." Chun Feng, trembling with fear, stammered, Good sir. All these goods are yours. Might you spare our lives? We promise not to speak of this to anyone. You need not worry." The other bodyguards quickly echoed, "Indeed, good sirs, we swear we will not breathe a word." Though Wei Rong was known for his ruthlessness against enemies, he was not a bloodthirsty individual. Seeing that these men had already lost their will to fight, he threatened, "I have memorized your faces. Should any word of this escape, do not blame me for being merciless." The men nodded vigorously, assuring him they would forget the incident, pretending nothing had occurred. Wei Rong, satisfied, turned to Li Zhou and remarked, "Elder brother, these men are so frightened they have lost their courage. Killing them would merely add to the bloodshed, devoid of significance. Moreover, they have not seen our true appearances. It would be better to let them go." Wan Wendy interjected, "Boss, you must not. Our situation is already precarious. If we let them return to inform others, would that not invite trouble upon ourselves?" Chun Feng, alarmed, insisted, "Hero, you need not worry. We merchants value integrity above all else. We would never betray you. I will ensure nothing happened upon my return." Wan Wendy pointed at Chun Feng and scolded, "On what basis should I trust your word?" He then turned to Li Zhou, attempting to persuade him, "Boss, do not let them deceive you. 12,000 taels of wealth have vanished. How could they keep such a secret? If we release them, tomorrow the escort agency and the authorities will start hunting us down." Wan Wendy's words struck a chord deep within Li Zhou, his expression momentarily contorting with ferocity before returning to calm. Li Zhou casually swiped at Chun Feng's throat and then released him. Chun Feng staggered forward, clutching his bleeding neck, turning to glare at Li Zhou, as if to voice 1,000 words, but blood surged in his mouth, rendering him speechless before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Seeing this, Wan Wendy rejoiced, drawing his straight knife and without hesitation, slaughtered the nearby unarmed bodyguards. Wei Rong, observing the turn of events, shook his head in resignation and whistled. Soon, Shan Xiangyu drove the cart into the valley. The group began to clear the traces of the struggle, carrying the bodies to the nearby woods for burial. They then loaded all the silk they could fit onto the cart, burying the rest alongside the corpses. Chapter 48. Lost Path. Once all matters were settled, Li Zhou sat firmly atop the cart, gripping the reins tightly, momentarily at a loss, uncertain of where to proceed. The city of Zichuan was certainly off-limits. Any misstep might raise suspicion, potentially unleashing a storm of bloodshed and chaos. Li Zhou turned to Yi Chongqing on the cart and inquired, "Chongqing, do you possess any knowledge of the western Sichuan region?" Yi Chongqing shook his head, replying, "If it were central or eastern Dechu, I would be familiar. However, I have never ventured to this remote southwestern region of western Sichuan. I only know that heading south from there leads to the territory of the southern Chu King." Wan Wendy chimed in, "There is a city in southern Sichuan. If I recall correctly, it is called Nanshan City. Though I have never been there, I have heard that the journey is perilous, with treacherous paths that require traversing narrow walkways. A moment's inattention could send one plummeting into the abyss, meeting a gruesome fate. I cannot say whether this cart can navigate those routes." Li Zhou pressed further. "How far is it approximately from here?" Wan Wendy stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before responding, "It is roughly 300 to 400 li away. If we set off immediately, we should arrive before November." Li Zhou nodded slightly and resolutely stated, If that is the case, let us proceed to this location. Though I am uncertain whether we can safely reach Nanshan City, the east, west, and north are all unfeasible. We must venture south. With that, Li Zhou raised his whip and urged his horse forward. The carriage slowly making its way out of the valley. Upon reaching a crossroads, they decisively turned south. Throughout the journey, Wei Rong remained silent, his head bowed in contemplation of the previous debt collection and the recent events. Li Zhou glanced at Wei Rong beside him and inquired, "Since our departure, why have you said nothing? Do you blame me for slaying those men?" Wei Rong shook his head, lifting his gaze, bewildered, and replied, "I find myself somewhat lost, much like the road ahead, uncertain of where it leads." He then turned to Li Zhou and remarked, "It seems we have become mere slaves to wealth, and in pursuit of it. We have abandoned all principles." Li Zhou patted Wei Rong's shoulder and said, "Such is the nature of this world. If you do not consume others, they will consume you." Wan Wendy's words hold a measure of truth. Had they not perished, we would likely have faced calamity ourselves. As the leader of our group and your elder brother, I would never wish for any of us to encounter misfortune. I trust you can understand my well-intentioned motives." Wei Rong sighed and nodded, saying, "I certainly understand. Otherwise, I would have stopped you earlier. However, I have followed you for over 20 years, believing I knew you well, yet upon witnessing your gaze before you killed that merchant, I realized that I can no longer see through you. That gaze seemed to be envy." Li Zhou again patted Wei Rong's shoulder, chuckling, and replied, "Are you doubting your elder brother? I merely wish for us to lead a better life." Wei Rong shook his head, saying, "I would never doubt you, elder brother. Since our father perished on the battlefield and our mother succumbed to despair, you have taken care of me. For the past 20 years, I have regarded you as my second father. Even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, I would leap into the fray without hesitation alongside you." Li Zhou laughed heartily. "Oh, come now. It is not as dire as you say. Once we amass 100,000 taels of silver, we shall promptly take flight, indifferent to the floods." In the 11th month, the capital city presented a scene of silver-clad splendor within the imperial palace. Chu Xian sat quietly in the courtyard, the snow-laden landscape picturesque before him, a warm cup of tea in hand, intending to leisurely enjoy the scenery and soothe his mind. However, at that moment, the captain of the White Feather Guard, Zhu Yu, hurriedly approached, kneeling on one knee, his head bowed, an expression of guilt upon his face, and beseeched Chu Xian, "Your Majesty, recently we traced the whereabouts of those two individuals in Yunzhou City, yet they left only a provocative note before vanishing without a trace. We closed the city gates and searched every household, yet we found no sign of them." Upon hearing this, Chu Xian's anger surged, and he hurled the teacup at Zhu Yu, rebuking, "A bunch of useless fools. What use are you to me?" Why was Chu Xian so furious? It was because Yunzhou City lay adjacent to the fiefdom of King Chu Xiong of the Southern Chu. Chu Xiong had once been close to Chu Jun. But ever since Chu Jun was secretly harmed by Chu Xian, Chu Xiong had harbored suspicions against him, harboring displeasure yet lacking evidence to openly oppose the new ruler. In the wake of Chu Xian's hasty ascension, many officials in the court were still loyal to Chu Jun, although Chu Xian had spent 6 months employing both soft and hard tactics to win over some officials. Several obstinate ones remained unyielding. At this precarious moment, it was not only that he had no time to attend to Chu Xiong. Even if he wished to address it, Chu Xiong commanded an army of 40 to 50,000, presenting a formidable challenge. Recently, reports from scouts indicated that since Chu Xian's ascension, Chu Xiong had been actively recruiting soldiers, and it was difficult to gauge the current strength of his forces in such a sensitive period. The disappearance of Li Zhou and Wei Rong from Yunzhou City posed a significant threat. If they had fled elsewhere, it would be one matter, but if they had sought refuge in Chu Xiong's territory and were discovered, it would not take much for Chu Xiong to fabricate a reason to present them as evidence against Chu Xian's legitimacy. By enticing other ambitious lords, it could result in him relinquishing his newly acquired throne before he had even settled into it. Zhu Yu observed Chu Xian's prolonged silence, concern etched on his brow, and after a moment's thought suggested, "Your Majesty, relying solely on our White Feather Guard to search for these two across such vast territory is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Perhaps we should send word to various martial arts sects, enlisting their help in locating them." Chu Xian, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, I have heard those martial arts sects are unruly, disregarding the law, and often engage in misconduct. In many towns, rival factions frequently clash, causing chaos and endangering innocent civilians. Local officials are already troubled by this, yet those individuals possess formidable martial skills, rendering ordinary constables powerless against them. Do you have any strategies to ensure their compliance? Zhu Yu replied, I have heard that these martial arts sects engage in fierce competition every year for the title of Martial Arts Alliance Leader. Your Majesty might consider offering a small incentive. Whichever sect can present the heads of those two individuals to you will be supported in ascending to that position. This way, we would not only save ourselves the effort and resources in the search, but also curb the misdeeds of those factions. It is indeed a brilliant strategy that serves two purposes. What do you think, Your Majesty? Chu Xian stroked his chin thoughtfully and mused, It is worth a try. You should hasten to inform the major sects of this news, stating that whoever can procure the heads of these two will be supported in becoming the Martial Arts Alliance Leader. Zhu Yu bowed in acquiescence. I happen to have acquaintances among the martial arts community. I shall go and make the attempt. Chu Xian nodded slightly, approving good. Should you succeed in this matter, I shall reward you handsomely. Chapter 49. A new era. Once Zhu Yu departed, Chu Xian beckoned a eunuch nearby and instructed, Bring Feng Yi to me. I have important matters to discuss with him. Shortly thereafter, Feng Yi arrived accompanied by the eunuch. Chu Xian waved his hand, signaling the eunuch to withdraw, and then personally poured a cup of tea for Feng Yi. As he handed the tea to Feng Yi, he asked, It is now November. I assume the trials of the new weapon have concluded. Feng Yi accepted the teacup with trepidation, taking a small sip before nodding. Your Majesty, it has indeed been completed. Might Your Majesty wish to accompany this old minister to observe? Chu Xian raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. I find myself with leisure at present. I shall accompany you on this excursion. Feng Yi slightly bowed and added, Your Majesty, to prevent any leaks of confidential information, I have painstakingly selected a secluded valley outside the capital for the trials, as its terrain is exceptionally concealed. Moreover, to avoid drawing attention, I request that Your Majesty don plain clothes for a discreet journey, keeping our presence under wraps. Chu Xian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. If that is the case, I shall change my attire and then ride with you. Not long after, dressed in plain clothes, Chu Xian, under the protection of several white feather guards, followed Feng Yi to a valley surrounded by mountains. Traversing a hidden path, a residence came into view. Feng Yi dismounted and said, Your Majesty, we have arrived. The white feather guard assisted Chu Xian in dismounting and was about to knock on the door when a sudden loud bang echoed from within the residence. Akin to thunder, the unexpected noise startled the white feather guards, prompting them to draw their swords and swiftly encircle Chu Xian. Chu Xian was equally taken aback and turned to Feng Yi, asking, What was that commotion? Feng Yi chuckled, stroking his beard, and replied, Your Majesty, do not be alarmed. That sound is produced by the new weapon. With that, Feng Yi pushed open the door and led the group through the residence to the backyard. There, several soldiers were wielding rod-like objects, and as the burning fuse touched the black powder, thick smoke billowed forth, followed by another loud bang as the wooden board opposite them collapsed. Unfazed, Feng Yi picked up a similar object from a nearby table and presented it to Chu Xian, explaining, Your Majesty, this is the new weapon we have painstakingly developed, called the flintlock gun. Its use is quite simple. One merely needs to properly load gunpowder and lead balls within, then pull the trigger to fire instantly, delivering formidable power. Chu Xian took the flintlock gun, examining it with interest, seemingly assessing its capabilities. After a moment, he raised his gaze and asked, What advantages does this flintlock gun possess compared to traditional weapons? Upon hearing Chu Xian's inquiry, Feng Yi ordered that a finely crafted set of armor be carefully placed at a distant target, then signaled a soldier to take aim.as. The soldier pulled the trigger. A crisp gunshot pierced the air, and once the smoke cleared, the soldier hurriedly retrieved the armor, presenting it to Chu Xian with both hands. Chu Xian took the armor, inspecting it closely, soon identifying the point of impact. To his astonishment, the once impenetrable armor had been pierced through, with cracks spreading along its edges. Chu Xian could not help but exclaim in awe, This power is indeed astonishing. Ordinary arrows would find it impossible to penetrate such armor. Only a powerful bow could achieve that. Feng Yi replied with a smile, Those capable of drawing a heavy bow are quite rare in the entirety of Dechu. Even if one possesses the strength, it would take at least a year and a half of training to achieve accuracy. However, with this flintlock gun, even a rural farmer could master its use within half a month of training. Chu Xian, elated, exclaimed, "If that is the case, does it not mean that anyone could become an elite fighter? Hasten to commence the production of these matchlock guns. By the arrival of spring, we must at least yield 3,000. Equipping the entirety of the White Feather Guard, followed by rigorous training, Feng Yi offered a slight bow, yet a faint smile of distress graced his countenance. Your Majesty, although the matchlock gun has been successfully crafted, the precision required in its manufacturing is exceedingly stringent. Any slight miscalculation could easily result in catastrophic explosions. In prior experiments, several soldiers nearly met their demise due to such failures. Thus, given the current circumstances, it is highly improbable to produce such a substantial quantity within 2 to 3 months. Chu Xian furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "If that is the case, please provide an honest account. How long will it truly take to produce 3,000 matchlock guns?" Feng Yi pondered momentarily before responding. "Your Majesty, if we expedite the process, it would require approximately 6 months. The maximum monthly output would be a mere 500. It is quite difficult to increase this further." Chu Xian contemplated silently. "Humph, let those scheming princes enjoy their leisure for another 6 months. I wonder if this weapon will prove effective against Chu Ning." He then regained his composure, nodding slightly. "In that case, commence arrangements forthwith. I have numerous matters to attend to and shall return to the palace." On a narrow path along the mountainside, Li Zhou and his companions, clad in heavy cotton garments, cautiously traversed the precarious walkway. The path was barely wide enough for a single cart to pass, and with each step, the wheels emitted a creaking sound. Wei Chongqing glanced back at the seemingly bottomless abyss, feeling dizzy, and quickly withdrew his neck. Turning to Li Zhou, "Boss, do you truly believe this path can support our cart? My heart is in a constant state of turmoil, with no certainty in sight." Li Zhou, hearing this, replied with exasperation, "Since we stepped onto this path, you have asked that question every moment. My ears are nearly calloused. Is Wei Rong not ahead scouting the way? What is there to worry about?" At that moment, Wei Rong, walking ahead of the cart, would stomp on the wooden planks every few steps to ensure their solidity. Zhong Lei, rummaging through a nearby bag, remarked, "Boss, our rations are nearly depleted. At this rate, we might starve to death on this journey." Li Zhou, upon hearing this, turned to Wan Wendy and asked, "Did you not say we would arrive in half a month? Yet here we are, still unsure how much longer this path will take." Wan Wendy gritted his teeth and replied, "Under normal circumstances, we would have arrived. However, with the cart's slower pace, it should be achievable in a few days." Li Zhou sighed. "Given the current situation, we cannot turn back. We must press on regardless." Thus, 3 days later, the group finally emerged from the arduous path, revealing a winding mountain trail. At this moment, everyone appeared exhausted, and even the horses seemed to have grown obstinate, refusing to budge despite Li Zhou's vigorous pulling of the reins. Seeing this, Li Zhou concluded, "Let us find a concealed spot nearby to set up camp and rest for a few days before departing. Traversing that path for 4 to 5 days without a moment's respite has truly drained our strength." The others nodded in agreement and promptly set about their tasks. By evening, they had pitched several tents near a tranquil pond. Zhong Lei kindled a fire in the center of the camp and began boiling water in a large pot, then called for Wei Rong, who was nearby instructing little Shirtu. Wei Rong inquired, "What do you need from me?" Zhong Lei rubbed his cold hands together and replied, "Boss, we finished our rations yesterday, and today we have gone hungry. I wonder if we will reach South Mountain City by tomorrow. I must trouble you to find some food nearby." Wei Rong nodded in response. "Very well, it is currently the season when animals venture out to forage. I will search diligently in this vicinity." With that, Wei Rong turned to Li Zhou's tent, borrowed a hunting bow, and plunged into the dense forest. Chapter 50. South Mountain City. After 2 days of rest, the group successfully arrived at South Mountain City on the 3rd day, nestled amid mountains on 3 sides. The city only had a wall facing north. Before the city gate, a suspension bridge hung precariously, with a bottomless cliff beneath it and a rushing river flowing from west to east. The bridge was approximately 200 feet long, yet only 10 feet wide, with a few villagers from the surrounding mountains crossing back and forth. Li Zhou halted the cart on the opposite side, stating, "Just as Xiang Yu mentioned before, we shall no longer enter the city. Instead, we will find a concealed spot ahead to set up camp. I will not accompany you into the city. Zhong Lei, Shun Xiangyu, and little Shirtu will assist me in erecting the camp." Your sole task is to devise a means of acquiring funds. Do you understand? The group nodded, and Wei Rong dismounted the cart, saying, "While I am away, please train little Shirtu as we did in the camp before." Li Zhou nodded in agreement and then turned to Yi Chongqing, instructing, "Take a piece of silk and search for a tailor in South Mountain City. If any merchants are willing to buy it at a fair price, sell it." Yi Chongqing complied, shouldering the silk and responding, "Understood. No problem." Li Zhou then cast a serious glance at Wan Wendy, cautioning, "You are the one I worry about the most. Do not provoke any trouble." Wan Wendy shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Boss, do not worry. As long as others do not provoke me." Only then did Li Zhou nod, driving the cart deeper into the forest while saying, "I will find a spot ahead to set up camp. When you return, look for me in that vicinity." The three stepped onto the suspension bridge, and Yi Chongqing pulled out a stack of IOUs, carefully searching until he extracted 2 and handed them to Wei Rong, stating, "Boss, there are 2 families in South Mountain City indebted to Yinyu Tower. Take a look. Wang Lu, a resident of South Mountain City, lives in the 33rd alley of the West Street. In September of the year 185 of the Great Chu, he borrowed 100 taels of silver with a 1-year term and owes 130 taels upon repayment. Hong Fei, a resident of South Mountain City, lives in the East Street's 41st alley. In April of the year 185 of the Great Chu, he borrowed 120 taels of silver with a 1-year term and owes 156 taels upon repayment." As Wei Rong held the IOUs, he recalled the previous debt-collecting venture in Yunzhou City, furrowing his brow before nodding and stowing the IOUs away. Yi Chongqing rubbed his hands together, grinning, "Hey, boss, if we collect the debts, can I have a share?" Wei Rong chuckled, "You did not lift a finger. Why should I share with you?" Yi Chongqing quickly replied, "Consider it a reward for my covert acquisition of these IOUs." Wei Rong patted Yi Chongqing on the shoulder. "Fine. You shall not be left out." Wan Wendy chimed in, "Then I will wander about and see if there's any fun to be had." Upon entering South Mountain City, despite its mountainous location, the city appeared to be quite developed, significantly better than Yunzhou City. Wei Rong picked up Wang Lu's IOU and remarked, "This fellow should not be far. I will head over first. Let us part ways for now." Following the path indicated on the IOU, Wei Rong soon stood before a slightly weathered wooden door, raising his hand to knock and calling out, "Is anyone there?" Before long, a dark-skinned, frail middle-aged man opened the door slightly and peered at Wei Rong, asking, "Who are you? What do you want?" Wei Rong held up the IOU and said, "You are Wang Lu." "Correct. Last September, you borrowed 100 taels from our Yinyu Tower. According to the timeline, you are 2 months overdue, and an additional 20% interest applies. You owe 157 taels." Upon hearing this, Wang Lu swiftly shut the door and cursed, "I'll give you nothing. You heartless wretches, I borrowed 100 taels from your Yinyu Tower and only received 90. Now you demand I repay 157? Why don't you just rob me?" Wei Rong chuckled at this, condensing his inner strength and breaking down the door with a single strike, stepping into the yard and smiling at Wang Lu. "Robbery is far less enjoyable than lending money. I advise you to settle the debt promptly, lest you face a severe beating." Wang Lu, alarmed at how easily the door had been breached, retreated into the house, locking the door behind him and shouting, "I have no money. Even if you beat me to death, I won't have a single coin. You should just leave." Wei Rong retorted, "If that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite with that." He strode forward, kicking open the wooden door along with its copper lock. Wang Lu, leaning against the wall, quickly grabbed a rusted hatchet hanging nearby and trembled. "Don't come any closer, or I'll chop you." Wei Rong, unperturbed, advanced confidently, snatched the hatchet away and tossed it aside, gripping Wang Lu's neck with a hand as strong as iron while the other hand delivered a heavy blow to Wang Li's face, causing blood to erupt from his nose. Wang Lu clutched at Wei Rong's arm, attempting to break free, but found it as immovable as iron. Wei Rong threatened, "Repay the debt? Otherwise, I will knock out all your teeth." Upon hearing this, Wang Lu quickly pleaded, "Hero, please, don't hit me anymore. I truly have no money." Wei Rong shook his head with a smile. No, you do have money. You simply cannot recall where you placed it. Allow me to assist you in remembering." Upon concluding his words, Wei Rong cast Wang Lu to the ground, delivering a swift kick to his face, which resulted in the immediate loss of his 2 front teeth. Subsequently, Wei Rong squatted down, gripping Wang Lu by the collar, and inquired, "So, Have you remembered anything yet? Wang Lu, speaking with a voice that betrayed his despair, pleaded, Heroed, I truly have no money left. Wei Rong released Wang Lu and stood, declaring, It appears I must seek the funds myself. You had best hope I do not uncover any money, for with each coin I find, I shall deliver a kick to you. However, if you divulge the whereabouts of your funds before I discover them, I might consider sparing you. With that, Wei Rong commenced a thorough search of Wang Li's home, leaving no corner unexamined. He began by rifling through jars and containers, followed by overturning boxes and cabinets. Yet he found not a single coin. Wei Rong's mind brimmed with doubt. Could it be that he truly was a pauper? How could the Yinyu Tower possibly lend money to someone so destitute? After thoroughly scouring the bedroom, having turned the bed upside down with no success, he proceeded to the main hall. At this moment, Wang Lu had managed to rise, leaning against the wall while covering his face in pain. Wei Rong, with a dark expression, approached and seized Wang Lu by the collar, demanding, Where on earth is the money hidden? Wang Lu shook his head and replied, I genuinely have no money left. Please spare me. Upon hearing this, Wei Rong forcefully pushed Wang Lu against the wall, and as Wang Lu collided with it, a faint sound echoed from the wall. Wei Rong, with keen perception, detected this anomaly, tossing Wang Lu aside, and began to gently tap the bricks on the wall. Wang Lu, witnessing this, was alarmed and urgently clung to Wei Rong's leg, pleading, Hero, even if you tear down this wall, there is no money. Chapter 51. The mantis catches the cicada. While the yellow bird awaits, Wei Rong kicked Wang Lu away and continued his gentle tapping on the brick wall. After a brief moment, upon striking a particular brick, a clear sound resonated. Wei Rong pressed down on this brick, noticing it was slightly loose. He then concentrated his inner strength in his fingertips and forcefully pressed down on the brick, causing it to shatter and revealing a hollow space behind it. Inside, he discovered a small wooden box. Upon opening the box, he counted the contents, which were predominantly fragments of silver, roughly estimating around 40 to 50 taels. After stowing the silver in his bosom, Wei Rong remarked, See, there is still silver here. If you had revealed it earlier, you could have avoided this physical torment. Wang Lu, in tears, lamented, That was my savings to marry a wife. You have taken it all. How am I to survive now? Wei Rong snorted disdainfully, stating, Humph, debts must be repaid. This is the way of the world. However, I am a merciful person. I shall waive the interest, and if you provide me with 100 taels, we shall consider your debt settled. Where is the remaining silver? No sooner had he finished speaking than a cacophony erupted outside. The noise escalated. 2 burly men entered the courtyard. One of them, upon seeing the pitiful state of Wang Lu, couldn't help but sneer, Oh, look at you in such a dismal condition. You must owe this man money, right? Wei Rong, intrigued, asked, Oh, does this fellow owe you money as well? The man replied, He lost a full 100 taels at our gambling house a fortnight ago but has no means to repay it. So he signed a paper and provided the deed to this house as collateral. We have come today to either collect the debt or take the deed. After glancing at Wang Li's wretched appearance, he remarked, Given how you've been beaten to a pulp, it seems you have no money to repay. Thus, hand over the deed. Wang Li's eyes darted, and suddenly he pointed at Wei Rong, shouting, He is a bandit. He has stolen the money I was going to repay you. Wei Rong, upon hearing this, could only chuckle in disbelief. The 2 henchmen burst into laughter, mocking, What kind of bandit would be interested in a pauper like you? Besides, even if he were a bandit, what does that have to do with your debt to us? After speaking, one of the henchmen produced a piece of paper, pointing at the writing and warned, Consider the consequences of not having money to repay. Either pay up, hand over the deed, or point 1 finger equals 10 taels. Choose wisely. Wang Lu, trembling, curled up in a corner, muttering, I. As Wang Lu hesitated and failed to respond, the 2 henchmen, growing impatient, seized a nearby stool, advancing towards him. They forcibly pulled Wang Li's right hand out and pressed it down onto the stool. The other henchman drew a small knife from his waist and viciously stabbed it into the stool. Threatening, I will count to 3. If you do not provide a clear answer, let's see, 100 taels is just enough for 10 fingers. Wang Lu, in a state of sheer terror, desperately attempted to withdraw his arm. But it was held fast, and no amount of struggle could free him. 1. The henchman raised the knife above Wang Li's hand. Please, don't cut my fingers. Wang Le cried out in desperation. Point 2. The henchman paid no heed to Wang Li's pleas. Bringing the knife closer to his pinky, as the words left his mouth, the blade's edge was poised against Wang Li's pinky. In a frenzy, Wang Le began to thrash, shouting, "Don't cut! Don't cut! I will give you the deed." Upon hearing this, the two henchmen nodded in satisfaction, releasing Wang Lu and lifting him up, brushing off the dust on his clothes, and grinning. A wise man knows when to submit. Wei Rong, arms crossed, leaned against the wall, observing the scene with great interest, and gave an approving thumbs up, exclaiming, "I've learned. You truly are professionals." Point 1. Of the henchmen chuckled in response, "Haha, we have been in this line of work for over a decade. Naturally, we know how to handle these scoundrels. But speaking of which, how much does he owe you?" Wei Rong replied, "I am here on behalf of the Yinyu Tower to collect a debt. He owes us over 150 taels, and he still has 100 taels outstanding." Upon hearing this, the henchman slapped Wang Lu on the head, exclaiming, "Damn it, you seem to be living quite comfortably, huh? Owing gambling debts yet still having money to drink and indulge at the Yinyu Tower?" Wang Lu, clutching his head, stammered and failed to articulate a coherent response. The henchman barked, "Enough! Stop your whining and quickly hand over the deed." At this, Wang Lu retreated into the bedroom, followed curiously by Wei Rong, who was eager to see where the deed was hidden. Wang Lu lifted the bedboard and retrieved a folded, yellowed piece of paper from a crevice, handing it to the henchman. Wei Rong stroked his chin in contemplation, thinking, clearly, "I underestimated him. I must be more thorough in future searches." The henchman accepted the deed, unrolling it for a closer inspection, nodding in approval. "Yes, this is indeed the deed to this house." Having secured the deed, the henchman turned to leave, but Wei Rong stepped back, blocking their exit. With a slight smile, he remarked, "As I mentioned earlier, he still owes me 100 taels." The two henchmen exchanged glances, instinctively taking a step back while drawing their knives. One of them declaring, "His debt is his problem. You should seek repayment from him." Wei Rong shook his head slowly, stating, "Look at him. Does he appear to have money? Why not hand over the deed to me? And you can devise another way to collect your debt from him." Realizing that Wei Rong was not willing to relent, the henchmen, aware of his confidence and unyielding demeanor, quickly lunged forward with their knives aimed at Wei Rong's vital points. However, Wei Rong moved like lightning, evading their strikes with ease, simultaneously seizing their wrists and twisting forcefully. With agonized cries, the knives fell from their grasp. Wei Rong, unfazed, said calmly, "I have come only to collect a debt and do not wish to stir up trouble. Had this been a different time, you two would already be corpses. Now, leave." With that, Wei Rong snatched the deed from the henchman's possession, placing it into his own garments, before tossing the two men outside. They scrambled to their feet, nursing their arms while shooting Wei Rong a furious glare, before retreating in silence, utterly humiliated. Wei Rong merely shrugged, uninterested in how they might plot their revenge. Turning back to Wang Lu, he stated, "Your debt is settled. I take my leave." With that, he turned and strode away. Chapter 52. Exceptional talents in an exceptional place. Wei Rong withdrew another debt note from his pocket, following the address to Hong Fei's residence, which appeared somewhat dilapidated. He approached and rapped on the door. Shortly, a girl of about 15 or 16, with a delicate appearance yet a troubled expression, opened the door. She was slender, clad in thin, patched clothing, shivering in the cold weather. "Are you Hong Fei?" Wei Rong inquired, his brow furrowing with slight suspicion. "What business do you have with my father?" the girl asked softly, her voice tinged with trepidation as she regarded the robust Wei Rong. Wei Rong produced the debt note from his pocket, pointing to the text, "Your father borrowed 120 taels from the Yinyu Tower a year ago. It is time for repayment. My father is not at home. Please return another day." The young woman, upon hearing his words, maintained a stoic expression and, having finished speaking, was about to close the door. Wei Rong, noticing this, placed his hand against the door, stating, "You may evade the first day, but not the 15th. If your father is at home, summon him to meet me. If he is not, then I must trouble you, young lady, to escort me to him." The young woman pushed against the door with force twice, yet it did not budge. With a resigned sigh, she relented, saying, "Very well, I shall take you to see him." Wei Rong nodded slightly, withdrew his hand, and stepped aside to allow passage, inquiring, "May I ask for your esteemed name, young lady?" The young woman replied calmly, Hongyu. Before long, the two arrived at the heart of South Mountain City, where a gambling house stood boldly at the center. Surrounded by a cacophony of bustling traffic, I must say, South Mountain City is indeed a place of remarkable talent and spirit. For a gambling house to operate so openly and prominently, Wei Rong remarked as he stood before the establishment. Gazing up at the sign emblazoned with the words Wanjian Gambling House, his curiosity piqued. At that moment, Yi Chongqing approached from a distance and, upon seeing Wei Rong, greeted him with a smile. "Ah, why have you come here, boss? Looking to indulge in a game or two?" Wei Rong gestured towards Hongyu, stating, "Not quite. I have accompanied her to seek her father regarding a debt. What of you? Have you completed the task assigned to you by the elder brother?" "Of course, I was merely looking for a diversion," Yi Chongqing replied with a grin. "Once you settle the debt, why not join me for a game afterward?" Wei Rong replied, "Let's settle the debt first. Here, take this. You can figure out a way to convert it into silver later." He produced the land deed from his pocket and handed it to Yi Chongqing. Yi Chongqing examined the deed, nodding appreciatively. "Truly, you are the boss, willing to go to great lengths to reclaim what is owed. It's a shame you do not pursue a life as a thug. Had it not been for the enforcers of this gambling house seeking debts at his residence, I might never have recovered this deed," he continued. "But enough of this chatter. Let us step inside and see for ourselves." With that, Wei Rong signaled for Hongyu to lead the way. Upon entering the gambling house, they were met with a sea of humanity, a raucous atmosphere enveloping them. Dice were rolled, pai gao was played, and mahjong tiles clattered. Various games filled the space, with shouts of excitement, laughter, and sighs blending into a vibrant tapestry of sound. Yi Chongqing was immediately captivated, glancing about at the various tables in quick succession. Hongyu guided the two directly to a table where dice were being cast. She gently tapped a middle-aged man beside her, who reeked of alcohol and appeared disheveled, resembling a beggar. "Father," Hongyu called softly. However, Hong Fei seemed oblivious, his gaze fixated on a porcelain bowl before him as he bellowed, "Big, big, big, 2, 3, 3. 8 points, small," the dealer announced loudly. Watching the money on the table being collected by the dealer, Hong Fei, in frustration, grabbed a nearby wine jug and took a swig, turning to say irritably, "What do you want?" At a loss, Hongyu stepped aside. Wei Rong approached, producing the IOU from his pocket, and stated, "You are Hong Fei, are you not? Last April, you borrowed 120 taels from our Misty Rain Pavilion, which should have been repaid as 156 taels. However, you have defaulted for 6 months, accruing an additional 10% interest for each month overdue. Therefore, your total debt amounts to 276 taels." Upon hearing this, Hong Fei's expression contorted in anger, revealing a set of yellowed teeth as he pointed an accusing finger at Hongyu. Cursing, "You ungrateful wretch, after all I have done for you. I told you to say I was not home if anyone came to collect debts, and yet you brought them here. Do you not realize how you have humiliated me?" The surrounding gamblers laughed heartily at the outburst, some idlers gathering to witness the spectacle. Embarrassed and enraged, Hong Fei felt his pride wounded and sought to reclaim his dignity. Yet, upon seeing Wei Rong's imposing stature, he felt a flicker of fear and in a fit of rage. He raised his hand to strike Hongyu. Seeing this, Hongyu, terrified, did not flinch but lowered her head, closing her eyes and trembling in anticipation of the impending blow. However, after what felt like an eternity, she felt no pain and opened her eyes to find Wei Rong's hand firmly gripping Hong Fei's thin wrist, his gaze calm as he addressed him. "It was I who compelled her to seek you out. If you wish to strike, direct your anger towards me." Hong Fei struggled to free his wrist but found himself unable to move. He glared at Hongyu with malice, vowing, "You will regret this when I return home." At this, Hongyu trembled further, retreating behind Wei Rong, too frightened to speak. Wei Rong scoffed, "You are truly a fine father. Enough of this bravado. Return the money you owe." "I have no money," Hong Fei retorted. "Do you know what the last debtor said?" Yet he still repaid his dues. "Care to guess why?" Wei Rong asked with a sly smile. "Humph. I doubt I only have this much left," Hong Fei declared, gesturing to the small pile of coins and loose change on the table. Just as Wei Rong reached for the money, the rotund dealer blocked his hand, saying, "Hey, you can collect your debt, but this money belongs to me." "Oh? How can this money be yours when it rests in his space?" The dealer produced a piece of paper from his sleeve. Placing it on the table, Half an hour ago, old Hong lost everything and borrowed 100 taels from me. You see, he signed here. The dealer then leered at Hong Yu, stating, I cannot lend money without assurance. So I proposed purchasing his daughter for 100 taels. However, since I have yet to acquire her, this money should not be counted as his. Upon hearing this, tears welled in Hong Yu's eyes, and she covered her face, sobbing silently. Wei Rong smiled gently, withdrawing his hand. He looked at Hong Fei and bowed slightly, saying, if there is a contest for who is the least human among us, I doubt anyone here would dare claim the title before you. The onlookers erupted in chatter, some vehemently condemning Hong Fei, while others mocked him. A few lecherous souls even clamored to raise their bids for Hong Yu. Hong Fei's face flushed with rage and humiliation as he clenched his fists tightly, knuckles whitening. Suddenly, he drew a small knife from his waist and lunged at Wei Rong's abdomen like a rabid dog. As the blade neared contact with his clothing, Wei Rong seized his wrist, remarking, how pitiful you are, do you realize that? He then twisted forcefully, a sickening crack echoing as Hong Fei's arm was broken. Chapter 53. A farce. Hong Fei let out a piercing scream, the knife clattering to the ground as he clutched his severed limb, writhing in agony. Wei Rong turned to Hong Yu, stating, this is his own doing. He has no one to blame but himself. Hong Yu gently wiped her tears and knelt to assist Hong Fei, nodding, I understand. However, I have no money and am utterly unable to repay such a large sum. Might you grant me a little more time? Wei Rong waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Over 200 taels is beyond the means of a fragile young woman like you. Yet, you still defend a father who intends to sell you like a beast? How can you be so loyal to him? With a sorrowful sigh, Hong Yu replied, regardless of his faults, he is still my father. I can only hope that this incident brings him to his senses and prompts him to amend his ways. Should he remain unrepentant, I shall. Seeing her hesitance, Wei Rong interjected, enough, let us depart. That moment, the dealer sprang to his feet, waving the document in his hand, exclaiming, hey, she cannot leave. Her father has already sold her to me. Yi Chongqing snatched the document, tearing it to shreds, then picked up 3 dice from a bowl and weighed them in his hand, saying coolly, some matters are understood between us. Let us not push our luck further. It would be wise to know when to retreat. The dealer and several gamblers exchanged glances, reluctantly sitting back down, though their eyes still lingered on Hong Yu. Observing the clever onlookers grasping the situation, they realized Hong Fei had been ensnared in a trap orchestrated by the dealer and his accomplices. However, as Yi Chongqing did not expose the scheme, they opted for silence. Wei Rong lifted Hong Fei and led Hong Yu out of the gambling house, with Yi Chongqing following closely behind. Upon reaching Hong Fei's home, Wei Rong unceremoniously dropped him to the ground and turned to Hong Yu, advising, those men are not to be trifled with. Be safe. You should pack your belongings and leave South Mountain City before the heavy snow seals the mountains, seeking refuge elsewhere. Having said this, Wei Rong produced 2 10-tael silver ingots from his pocket and handed them to Hong Yu, saying, take these to purchase warm clothing. Do not let yourself freeze. Hong Yu hastily waved her hands in refusal, protesting, no, there is no need. We already owe you money. How can I accept more of your silver? Wei Rong, undeterred, pressed the ingots into her hands, insisting, in this thin attire, should you traverse the mountains, you would surely perish from the cold within days. Would that not render my efforts today in vain? To quell her objections, he added, consider this silver alone. One day, I shall expect double the repayment. Understanding the underlying sentiment in Wei Rong's words, Hong Yu accepted the silver with a nod. Then, as if recalling something, she said, benefactor, please wait a moment. With that, Hong Yu hurried into the inner room, returning shortly with the land deed in hand, offering it to Wei Rong, as my father and I are about to leave South Mountain City. This deed holds little value to us. Please accept it as partial repayment of the debt. Wei Rong nodded as he accepted the land deed and handed it to Yi Chongqing beside him, then remarked, in that case, we shall part ways here. After receiving the deed, Wei Rong turned and passed it to Yi Chongqing, saying, since this is the case, we shall bid farewell, as the two walked down the street. Yi Chongqing reflected on the earlier events and could not help but chuckle. How amusing it is that we went to collect a debt, only to become benefactors instead. Do you know where this land deed can be sold? Wei Rong inquired. Of course, the black market has dealers who specialize in various intermediary trades. They will take on any business as long as there is profit to be made. And do you know where the black market is located? I inquired with the shopkeeper at the tailor's earlier. It is situated on South Street. Let us go and find out the details. Upon arriving at South Street, the two inquired with passers-by and located a dealer in the black market. Yi Chongqing took out the 2 land deeds from his pocket and presented them to the dealer, asking, "Boss, how much are these 2 properties worth?" The dealer examined them closely and replied, "Sir, these 2 properties are rather remote and small in size, making it difficult to fetch a high price. I can offer 80 taels for the property on North Street and 50 taels for the one on East Street. What do you think?" Wei Rong frowned slightly upon hearing this and said, "From what I know, the property on North Street is worth 100 taels. Your offer of 80 seems rather inappropriate." The dealer clasped his hands and responded, "Indeed, the property is worth 100 taels. But as middlemen, we must earn something, correct? Moreover, the risk of this transaction falls entirely upon us. If it does not sell and we are left holding it, it would be worthless." Wei Rong pondered for a moment and declared, 150 taels. If you agree to this price, the 2 land deeds will be yours. There are other dealers in the black market. We can simply seek another buyer. The dealer mulled it over, considering that one deed could be sold for 120 taels and the other for 80, yielding a profit of 50 taels, which was indeed enticing. Seeing the dealer still hesitating, Wei Rong and Yi Chongqing exchanged glances and pretended to rise to leave. The dealer, noticing this, quickly raised his hand to stop them, exclaiming, "All right, it's a deal. I will go fetch the money." Yi Chongqing added, "We only want cash. We won't accept a promissory note." The dealer chuckled. "Having been in business for so many years, I certainly understand your rules." Soon, Wei Rong emerged from the dealer's courtyard with a bag of coins in hand, tossing a 10-tael silver ingot to Yi Chongqing, saying, "This time we earned 200 taels. 100 must be kept for the gang, and the remaining 100 will be divided, giving you 10 taels." Yi Chongqing accepted the ingot and tucked it away, grinning, "Great. I'm planning to head to that gambling house. Would you like to join me for some fun?" Wei Rong patted Yi Chongqing on the shoulder, advising, "It would be wise for you to gamble less. The recent incident with Hong Fei is still fresh in our memories. Do not make the same mistake again." Yi Chongqing rolled his eyes, responding, "I'm not like him, completely oblivious to being set up." Wei Rong scoffed, "I still remember how you were set up in Fengning City, leaving you with a debt of 100 taels, forcing you to flee to Lianji to escape your creditors." Yi Chongqing's face flushed slightly at the mention, and he awkwardly scratched his head, retorting, "Everyone trips at some point. I managed to win it back after all. Since there are no other matters, I shall return to the camp." Wei Rong concluded, preparing to turn away. Yi Chongqing interjected, "When you return, tell the boss that I've negotiated with the tailor's shopkeeper. They are offering 80 taels per bolt of silk. Ask the boss if he is interested in this deal." Wei Rong nodded in acknowledgement, then turned and walked towards the outskirts of the city. Chapter 54. A surprise? Truly a challenge to find. Wei Rong scooped a ladle of hot soup from the nearby pot and savored it before leisurely stating, "Had I not caught a whiff of this delightful aroma, I would have searched until nightfall." Upon hearing this, Zhong Lei's face lit up with pride as he chuckled, "Hee hee. My soup-making skills have indeed garnered your approval. Haven't they? Though I must admit, it still pales in comparison to Songha Tower. You are too generous in your praise. My skills are modest at best. If I could rival Songha Tower, I would surely be wealthy by now." Zhong Lei replied with a sheepish grin. Wei Rong scanned the surroundings and inquired, "Where is Xiangyu? Why is she not here? She went to the city after setting up the camp. Did you not encounter her on the way?" Zhong Lei asked in confusion. Wei Rong shook his head, took a few more sips of soup, casually tossed the ladle back into the pot, and approached Li Zhou, who was training Xiao Shitu. He tossed a bag of silver ingots to Li Zhou and asked, "So, has this boy been slacking off?" Li Zhou gestured for Xiao Shitu to continue his horse stance, pulling Wei Rong aside to his tent and placing the ingots in a nearby box. He shook his head and said, "Brother, I do not mean to dampen your spirits, but this Xiao Shitu has a weak foundation. Even with diligent practice, he may find it hard to achieve significant accomplishments. Even if he trains for several more years, he would not qualify to be a mere foot soldier in our former Chisha camp." Wei Rong nodded slightly, acknowledging, "I understand. Consider it a way for him to strengthen his body. By the way, Chongqing has negotiated with the tailor, securing 80 taels per bolt of silk. What do you think? We have 65 bolts of silk. At this price, that amounts to 5,200 taels. Keeping these silks serves no purpose and takes up space. Let us sell them tomorrow, Li Zhou suggested. Well, it's still early, I'll continue training Xiao Shitu, Wei Rong replied, waving to Xiao Shitu to join him as he led him to a tranquil pond. Wei Rong carefully observed Wei He, noting that although he still appeared slender and weak, he had improved significantly from the skeletal figure he once was in Taoyuan town. Today, I will begin to teach you the method of cultivating qi, laying a solid foundation for your future practice of the Tiger Sha skill, Wei Rong stated solemnly. Hearing this, Wei He's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's wonderful. Father is finally willing to teach me martial arts. Do not rejoice too soon. Cultivating martial arts requires a certain innate talent. Although my Tiger Sha skill is not overly demanding in terms of aptitude, the foundational techniques are not easily mastered. Wei Rong cautioned as he motioned for Wei He to sit cross-legged by the pond and softly instructed, close your eyes, focus your mind, and observe your breath. Clear your thoughts, take a deep breath, and then exhale slowly. Continue this cycle. Wei He complied, closing his eyes to meditate. The gentle sound of the flowing water echoed in his ears, momentarily distracting him. With each deep breath, the sound of the water seemed to fade, and a peculiar sensation enveloped him. Yet when he reached out to grasp it, he found nothing. Hey, Wei He opened his eyes and grabbed at the air, only to find his hands empty. Looking at his empty palms, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Father, I clearly sensed something swirling around me just now, but I couldn't catch it. Wei Rong smiled and comforted him. That was cute. Do not be disheartened. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Mastering martial arts is not an overnight endeavor. As dusk approached, Wei He suddenly realized how dark it had become, and his stomach began to rumble. He asked, how long did I meditate? 3 hours. Does it feel like only a moment has passed? Wei Rong chuckled. Wei He nodded in agreement, marveling indeed. It's quite remarkable. When Wei Rong returned to the camp with Wei He noticed Li Zhou and Wan Wendy whispering in a corner of the tent. Upon seeing Wei Rong, Li Zhou quickly gestured for him to come over. You should eat first. I have some matters to discuss, Wei Rong said, gently patting Xiao Shita's head. Wei Rong sat down next to Li Zhou and asked, what's going on? Wan Wendy lowered his voice, looking slightly anxious as he said, this afternoon, I overheard some news at the brothel in South Mountain City. Boss, do you remember the Dachuan gang? They were mentioned when we intercepted a convoy that I recall. What about the Dachuan gang? While at the brothel, I overheard some members of the Dachuan gang chatting at a nearby table. It seems they were visited by the Sea escort on the previous day, likely regarding the convoy that was intercepted on their territory half a month ago. I suspect it pertains to our job. Wan Wendy explained. Wei Rong furrowed his brow, puzzled. How could the Sea escort arrive so quickly? Not to mention that it takes half a month to transport goods from Bayonne town to Sichuan City. Even if the escort received news, it would still take them considerable time to reach here. That is where the problem lies. Could there be a loose end? Wan Wendy pondered deeply. That's impossible. The merchant convoy had 10 escorts and 1 head escort. We let none escape, Li Zhou asserted firmly. That is indeed strange. Perhaps we should investigate the Dachuan gang situation. It might not even be the same incident. Wei Rong suggested. I have already inquired about the Dachuan gang's location. It's at the end of the path on the mountain, in our direction. To be cautious. We should set out immediately, Wan Wendy proposed. Yes, until this matter is clarified, I will remain uneasy. Wei Rong, you and Wan Wendy go together, Li Zhou said. Very well, during our absence, please keep a vigilant eye on the surroundings, Wei Rong replied, and then, alongside Wan Wendy, they harnessed their internal energy and swiftly sped towards the direction of the plank road. A day later, at the hour of Chun, outside the gate of the Dachuan gang stronghold, Wei Rong and Wan Wendy lay in concealment behind a thicket, quietly observing the mountain stronghold of the Dachuan gang. The stronghold resembled Nanshan City, encircled by mountains on 3 sides, with only a singular entrance to the west, reinforced by wooden walls. Its position was exceedingly concealed. Had it not been for the stealthy following of a Dachuan gang member midway through, they would have found it nearly impossible to locate. Wan Wendy, showing signs of fatigue, said, Boss, my internal energy is not as profound as yours, and after a continuous day of travel, I am utterly exhausted. Moreover, now that it is daytime and there are many eyes about, it would be unwise for us to act. It would be better to wait until nightfall for an opportunity. What do you think? You should rest for now. I will keep watch nearby, Wei Rong replied. Upon hearing this, Wan Wendy found a large rock. lay down, and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 55. A botched job at the hour of Su. Outside the Dechuan gang stronghold, Wan Windy awakened slowly, stretched his limbs, and felt invigorated. He glanced around and saw Wei Rong hidden in the nearby thicket. Intently focused on the gate of the stronghold, he stealthily approached and softly inquired, "How is the situation? Any abnormalities?" "It remains relatively calm, though I just saw a dozen or so bodyguards enter. I intended to follow them in, but since you are awake, let us go together." With that, the two men pulled their face coverings up to obscure their identities and cautiously made their way toward the stronghold. Both were highly skilled in combat. However, their lightness of foot was lacking, and they exerted considerable effort to evade the patrolling personnel before finding a low wooden wall to climb over and enter the stronghold. The two, adept in combat, yet lacking in agility, struggled significantly to avoid the patrols and found a relatively low wooden wall to scale into the stronghold. They stealthily navigated their way to the cargo stacks near the main house. There, they observed a dozen or so bodyguards alongside members of the Dechuan gang guarding the exterior, which posed a dilemma for Wei Rong. The main house was surrounded by mountains, and the only entrance was heavily guarded. After surveying the area, Wei Rong retrieved a length of hemp rope from the cargo, tying one end into a loop. Finding a vantage point hidden from sight, he swung the rope forcefully twice before casting it, successfully ensnaring a protruding rock on the mountainside. After confirming its sturdiness with a firm tug, he ascended the rope, leaping toward the main house, soaring over the heads of the guards below, and landing lightly on the roof. Producing only a few faint cracking sounds, fortunately unnoticed. From a distance, concealed beneath the cargo stacks, Wan Windy observed this feat and gave a thumbs up in admiration. He then emulated Wei Rong, scrambling up to the rock on the mountainside and preparing to leap with all his might. To his dismay, as Wan Windy leapt onto the rooftop, his foot suddenly slipped, crashing down and creating a hole as he fell. Wei Rong instinctively reached out to grasp his arm, but unexpectedly, the pull caused him to tumble down as well. The individuals conversing within the main house were startled by this sudden turn of events, swiftly drawing their weapons and encircling the two intruders. Wei Rong and Wan Windy hastily regained their footing. Standing back to back in a defensive posture, "You fool, you will be the death of me," Wei Rong muttered, rubbing his sore backside. A mistake. However, it seems this is not the time for banter," Wan Windy replied, glancing at the throng surrounding them. Upon hearing the commotion, the guards outside rushed in to investigate, resulting in the two being encircled by over 20 people, their situation perilous. A burly man with a brutish demeanor and a wicked expression brandished a large knife, menacingly pointing it at them and demanding, "Who are you?" Wei Rong sighed in resignation and replied, "We are merely passers-by who accidentally fell from the mountain. I wonder if you would believe us." The burly man's companion, a middle-aged man clad in the attire of a bodyguard, clapped his hands and coldly remarked, "Wang Dachuan, what skill you possess, aware that you are no match for me. You resort to hiring 2 assassins for an ambush? Unfortunately, you have chosen 2 fools." Wang Dachuan's eyes widened in anger at this accusation, retorting, "Speak not nonsense, Lu Zhengqing. I have no acquaintance with these 2. Lu Zhengqing let out a cold snort, his face twisted in derision. Who would admit to hiring assassins? It appears that the merchant convoy from Qingfeng Mountain was indeed your doing with that. Lu Zhengqing waved his hand, and several of the bodyguards who had surrounded Wei Rong and Wan Windy redirected their weapons toward Wang Dachuan's men. "Hemph, I have received payment from your bodyguard agency. Naturally, I would not engage in such disreputable conduct, but you." Wang Dachuan stroked his chin, his eyes darting. "Could it be that you, tempted by money, attacked that merchant convoy and then sought to frame me?" With that, Wang Dachuan also gestured broadly, his men turning their weapons toward the bodyguards. Lu Zhengqing, enraged, bellowed, "Nonsense! Would our agency partake in such underhanded dealings? You, Dechuan gang, have committed numerous wrongdoings, and our Sea-High bodyguard agency has suffered under your tyranny for far too long. Today, I shall rid the world of you." With that, he swiftly drew his long knife, channeling his internal energy, and swung it fiercely at Wang Dachuan. Wang Dachuan dodged the strike, laughing mockingly. "Ha ha! Have I exposed your intentions? Are you now flustered? I have been enduring your hypocritical lot for long enough. Today, I shall annihilate you all in a few days." I will lead my men to Sichuan City and ensure not a single one of you from the Sihai Bodyguard Agency remains. A fierce battle was imminent. This Wan Windy observed the fierce clash between the two leaders, momentarily rendered speechless. Just moments ago, they had been tightly encircled, yet suddenly the two factions were engaged in a fierce battle. Leaving the two of them unnoticed, Wei Rong gently nudged Wan Windy with his elbow, signaling him to stealthily crawl toward the main gate, cautiously moving his feet in search of an opportunity to escape. However, just as the two began to quietly crawl out of the crowd, a voice called out, "Stop!" Wang Dachuan and Lu Zhengqing, locked in fierce combat, caught sight of the two attempting to flee and shouted in unison. "Run!" Wei Rong shouted, and with a powerful surge of energy, he and Wan Windy dashed toward the gate like arrows released from a bow. Yet, as they escaped the building, they were astonished to find that over 100 members of the Dechuan gang had gathered outside, blocking their path completely. Feeling utterly helpless, the two raised their hands in surrender and slowly retreated back into the building. Seeing that the premises were almost entirely filled with Wang Dachuan's men, Lu Zhengqing regained his composure, fully aware that if the fighting continued, his side would likely be annihilated. Thus, after evading a strike from Wang Dachuan, he shouted, "Hold! Since we all deny any connection to these two, why not first clarify who they are?" Wang Dachuan, upon hearing this, snorted in disdain, sheathing his sword and signaling for everyone to cease hostilities. He then turned to the two, his eyes filled with suspicion and wariness, and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Wan Windy, thinking quickly, replied, "We are from the Sihai Bodyguard Agency, here to investigate a case." Lu Zhengqing scoffed, "Just moments ago, you claimed to be mere passers-by. How now do you declare yourselves as members of the Sihai Bodyguard Agency?" Wei Rong hastily explained, "We fell from above and, in the chaos, were caught off guard and instinctively concealed our identities." Lu Zhengqing furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What are your names?" "Zhou D1, the two responded in unison. "I have never heard of such names within our agency," Lu Zhengqing remarked. "We are from the North Yun Town branch. Naturally, you have not heard of us, mere unknowns. Half a month ago, our convoy was ambushed by the Dechuan gang outside North Yun Town, and Lord Wang who tragically fell beneath their blades. We have come today to seek justice," Wei Rong stated, his expression calm as he clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. Wan Windy, taken aback, whispered, "Why did you reveal that?" Wei Rong subtly signaled with his eyes, indicating for him not to panic. Lu Zhengqing, upon hearing Wei Rong's words, frowned slightly, pondering for a moment, yet believing only half of it. He thought to himself, a month ago, a merchant from the east indeed hired Wang Hu and his men to escort goods to Sichuan City. Considering the timeline, it would indeed be about right for them to have reached North Yun Town by now. Could it be that what these two say is true? Lu Zhengqing lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing as he scrutinized Wang Dachuan, coldly asking, "Half a month ago, we indeed had a convoy in North Yun Town. And the head of the convoy was Wang Hu, with witnesses present. What do you have to explain?" Wang Dachuan's heart sank, and he privately mused, "Wang Erchuan, you fool, could it be that you truly ambushed them? Why not do it earlier or later, but at this critical moment? Now, the incident at Qingfeng Mountain cannot be clarified, and I fear it will be impossible to wash my hands of this matter." As this thought crossed his mind, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Wang Dachuan's eyes, and he silently cursed, "Since I am already to be wronged, I might as well strike first." Just as this thought settled in his mind, Wang Dachuan seized the moment when Lu Zhengqing was off guard, channeling his internal energy, and swung his large knife with a fierce wind toward Lu Zhengqing. Yet, Lu Zhengqing seemed to have anticipated this. At the instant Wang Dachuan drew his knife, he deftly shifted his body and swiftly drew his own long knife, clashing it against Wang Dachuan's attack with a resounding clang. He then sprang back a few steps and shouted to the bodyguards below, "Do not linger. Look for an opportunity to break through." Wang Dachuan, upon witnessing the situation, donned a malicious grin and bellowed, "None of you shall escape. Close the door." At this moment, Wei Rong surveyed his surroundings, observing the densely packed crowd of the Dachuan gang encircling them. Leaving no avenue for escape, he took a deep breath, slowly drawing the Tiger Slayer blade from his back, shrugged, and remarked, "At the very least, we've managed to deceive the escort agency's men, preventing us from fighting alone." Wan Windy gritted his teeth, unsheathing the straight sword from his waist, his hand trembling slightly as he inquired with a quiver in his voice, "Boss, we 1T fall here. Will we?" Wei Rong cast a sidelong glance at Wan Wendy and retorted, "I would rather you meet your end here. Hey." "Hee, boss, you jest." Wan Wendy chuckled awkwardly, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere. The two men stood back to back, tightly encircled by the members of the Dachuan gang. The situation growing ever more dire. Wei Rong's eyes sharpened, silencing further words as he began to channel his inner energy into the Tiger Slayer blade. In an instant, crimson energy spiraled from the blade's tip, swiftly enveloping his entire body, exuding a chilling aura. Wan Wendy similarly infused his inner strength into the 100-ghost blade, its dark energy instantly staining the blade as black as ink, within which faint echoes of sorrowful wails could be discerned. Meanwhile, on Wang Dachuan and Lu Zhengqing's side, Wang Dachuan wielded his large knife, the wind howling around it, as he struck towards Lu Zhengqing with the ferocity of a descending tiger. The blade glinted ominously, as if it could sever the very air. Lu Zhengqing's gaze was fierce. He swiftly evaded the deadly blow, his long knife carving a crescent arc in response, clashing against Wang Dachuan's blade with a resounding ring, sending sparks flying. Immediately after, Wang Dachuan roared, his muscles tensing as he thrust his large knife upward, attempting to disarm Lu Zhengqing and close the distance for a counterattack. Lu Zhengqing would not allow this, deftly leaping back with a light footfall, akin to a soaring swallow, creating distance between them in midair. He flicked his wrist, the long knife humming ominously as several sharp currents of blade energy shot towards Wang Dachuan. Wang Dachuan remained unflustered, rapidly spinning his large knife before him, forming an impenetrable curtain of blades. The incoming energy struck against this barrier, producing a cacophony akin to a torrential downpour upon metal. Before the blade energy could dissipate, Wang Dachuan propelled himself forward with a powerful thrust of his legs, raising his knife high to strike down upon Lu Zhengqing's head with tremendous force. As if intending to cleave him in two, Lu Zhengqing's gaze hardened. His inner strength surged, causing his garments to billow despite the stillness. Gripping his long knife tightly, he shouted and met Wang Dachuan's descending blade with a fierce upward thrust. With a crack, a minuscule fissure appeared where their weapons collided, a powerful shockwave emanating from the two, causing those nearby to stagger. The two exchanged blows in a relentless flurry, their figures moving rapidly within the confines of the room. A blur to the eye, blades flashed, fists collided, and the sound of their clashes resonated deafeningly, stirring up clouds of dust that obscured their forms. Turning to Wei Rong, one could see his Tiger Slayer blade vibrating with ominous energy. Its blood-red glow blinding. With a swift motion, he swept the blade horizontally, unleashing a force akin to splitting mountains, causing several members of the Dachuan gang to collapse instantly, blood misting the air with a pungent scent. Each of his strikes was precise and lethal. The thugs barely registered his movements before falling prey to the blade's edge. Like a tiger amidst sheep, wherever he went, foes fell before him, and soon he and Wan Wendy carved a path through the bloodshed. Seeing this, Lu Zhengqing urgently commanded his beleaguered subordinates, "Follow those two and break through. I will hold off Wang Dachuan." The mountain stronghold echoed with the sounds of battle, and after an indeterminate time, Wei Rong and Wan Wendy finally broke free from the building, trailed by the last two remaining escorts. Inside, Lu Zhengqing ceased his struggle, unleashing a wave of blade energy toward Wang Dachuan, seizing the opportunity to leap through a hole where Wan Wendy had fallen moments before. The five of them disregarded the chaos behind them, sprinting down the mountain path. They ran for what felt like an eternity until the surrounding silence finally enveloped them. Wei Rong withdrew his inner energy, feeling lightheaded and on the verge of collapse, pondering, "Though I have not fought using the Tiger Slayer technique for this long before, I shouldn't feel such intense weakness afterward. What could be the cause?" Lu Zhengqing, having exhausted himself from his fierce battle with Wang Dachuan, leaned against a tree, gasping for breath, and addressed Wei Rong, "Brother Zhou, your strength is remarkable. While I do not know who you truly are, I am grateful for your assistance. Is it true what you mentioned about Bayonne Town?" Wei Rong took a moment to catch his breath and replied with a smile, "Indeed, it is true, though it was not Wang Dachuan who orchestrated the robbery. You have wronged him." Lu Zhengqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Then who? Suddenly, with a sharp thrust, the 100-ghost blade pierced through his chest. Wan Wendy, wickedly grinning from behind Lu Zhengqing, declared, "Of course, it was our doing." Lu Zhengqing, upon hearing this, extended a finger towards Wei Rong, attempting to utter something, but blood gushed from his mouth, rendering him speechless. The other two escorts, startled, prepared to retaliate, but Wan Wendy, seeing that Wei Rong did not move, swiftly withdrew the 100 ghost blade from Lu Zhengqing's chest and dispatched the two men with haste. "Boss, why did you not intervene?" Wan Wendy asked. The two escorts, taken aback, were about to counterattack, but Wan Wendy, noticing Wei Rong's inaction, quickly pulled the blade from Lu Zhengqing's chest and eliminated the two men. "Boss, why did you not act?" he inquired again. Wei Rong, sitting on the ground, gasping for air, waved his hand dismissively. "The battle was too prolonged. I lack the strength to continue. A moment's rest will suffice." Indeed, you have endured greatly, boss. Without you, we would never have escaped," Wan Wendy replied, sheathing his 100 ghost blade and sitting down to rest as well. Chapter 57. In distress, the two had barely rested when a sudden flare of firelight ignited behind them. Wan Wendy turned to look, his expression shifting to one of horror. The members of the Dachuan gang were in pursuit. As fiery lights flickered one after another, Wan Wendy urgently shook Wei Rong, exclaiming, "Boss, there's no time to rest. We just killed many of them. If we are caught, we will surely be skinned alive." Wei Rong nodded slightly, struggling to rise as Wan Wendy supported him towards the path. They sprinted along the trail, shouts ringing out behind them. "We found them. Quick, pursue." Noticing Wan Wendy's anxious demeanor, Wei Rong gestured for him to release his grip, placing his hands on his knees as he panted, "You go on ahead. It is better that I am captured alone than for both of us to perish here." Wan Wendy quickly agreed, "Boss, take care. Do not provoke them. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. I shall return with reinforcements." With that, Wan Wendy gathered his energy and dashed swiftly towards the south. Disappearing in the blink of an eye, no sooner had Wan Wendy departed than the members of the Dachuan gang caught up, surrounding Wei Rong. Wang Dachuan, his face a mask of fury, pushed through his subordinates to confront Wei Rong, swinging a fist that struck him squarely in the face, causing him to spit blood and collapse to the ground. Wang Dachuan drew his long knife, pointing it at Wei Rong, cursing, "Damn it, you've killed so many of my brothers. Now I want to see what kind of deity you are." As he spoke, Wang Dachuan ripped away the mask covering Wei Rong's face, and upon seeing his features, hesitated, feeling a sense of familiarity yet unable to recall from where. A nearby lackey reminded him, "Boss, he is Wei Rong. We saw his wanted poster in Yunzhou City. Capturing him alive would earn us 3,000 taels." With this reminder, Wang Dachuan smacked his forehead, exclaiming, Yes, I remember now." He then turned back to Wei Rong, saying, "What a stroke of luck. Speak quickly. Where is your accomplice Li Zhou? If you tell me early, you might spare yourself a beating." Wei Rong wiped the blood from his mouth and sat silently on the ground. Wang Dachuan sneered, "Oh, you won't speak, will you?" Before he could finish, he kicked Wei Rong squarely in the face, eliciting another spray of blood from him. Seeing Wei Rong remain mute, Wang Dachuan continued to kick him repeatedly, until the final blow rendered Wei Rong unconscious, yet he still did not utter a word. "Damn it, you are quite stubborn. Even after all this, you still refuse to speak. Tie him up and bring him back. We'll keep beating him until he reveals Li Zhou's whereabouts. Tsk, 6,000 taels. That's enough for us to live lavishly for quite some time." The next day, at the Dachuan gang's dungeon, with a splash, a bucket of cold water was thrown upon the unconscious Wei Rong, jolting him awake. He found himself suspended upside down, while a nearby thug discarded the bucket and picked up a long whip, pointing it threateningly at Wei Rong with a cold smirk. "Heh, did you sleep well? I advise you to reveal your accomplice's whereabouts soon, or you'll be in for a world of pain." "Go ahead, kill me if you dare," Wei Rong scoffed, his face flushed from hanging upside down. "Damn it, you're asking for it." The thug lashed out with the whip, striking Wei Rong's side, tearing through the cotton garment and leaving a bloody mark on his skin. Crack, crack, crack. With each successive lash, Wei Rong's cotton coat was shredded, and the cotton stuffing danced in the air. His body bore countless bloodstains. "Damn it, what a tough mouth he has." The henchman, exhausted from delivering dozens of blows, gasped for breath, believing Wei Rong had been beaten to death with his eyes tightly shut. Wei Rong clenched his teeth, cold sweat dripping from his forehead onto the ground. Hearing the comments, he opened his eyes and scoffed. Is that all you've got? It feels more like a tickle. You might as well bring someone more formidable. And no sooner had he spoken than the dungeon door swung open, and Wang Dachuan entered with several subordinates. Observing his breathless mien, he inquired, "What's the situation? Is he still refusing to speak?" Yes, boss, look, the whip is nearly broken, and he hasn't uttered a word. One henchman wiped the sweat from his brow. Unless I die. I want to reveal Li Zhou's whereabouts. But you, do you dare to kill me? Wei Rong taunted. Damn it, do you really think I wouldn't dare? Wang Dachuan unsheathed his long knife, pressing it against Wei Rong's neck, glaring as he cursed. Come, kill me. I want to see whether you intend to claim 6,000 taels or just 1,000. After Wei Rong spoke, he stretched his neck towards the blade, causing Wang Dachuan to sheepishly withdraw the knife. Fearing Wei Rong might plunge into it and die. What's the matter? Are you already scared? Wei Rong laughed. Bring me chilly water. Wang Dachuan barked in frustration. Two henchmen quickly dashed out of the dungeon, and shortly returned with a bucket of chilly water, setting it down beneath Wei Rong. Come, give him a thorough wash. Wang Dachuan sneered. One henchman untied the ropes binding Wei Rong to the pillar, and as the ropes loosened, he sank down, his upper body submerged in the chilly water. Gurgle, gurgle. After a few breaths, Wei Rong was lifted up, his eyes reddened from the spice, his nose and throat ablaze from the chilly water that had choked him, and the wounds on his body burned even more fiercely from the contact. Cough, cough, duh. Just as Wei Rong managed to catch his breath, Wang Dachuan waved his hand, signaling to lower him again, as the henchman prepared to loosen the ropes. A commotion erupted outside. One henchman rushed down, clasping his hands together and reported, "Boss, it's bad. Those bodyguards have come knocking again. There are dozens of them, and it seems they mean business. Damn it, what a persistent bunch. Hang him up for now. We'll continue the interrogation when we return," Wang Dachuan declared, leading his men out of the dungeon. Once they had departed, Wei Rong endured the pain coursing through his body, laboriously turning his head to quickly scan the surroundings. Upon spotting the Tiger Slayer knife hanging on the distant torture rack, he thought to himself, "This chilly water truly is tormenting. If they come at me a couple more times, I might not be able to withstand it." Thankfully, the Tiger Slayer knife is still here. Resolving this in his mind, Wei Rong took a deep breath, suppressing the agony throughout his body, and with all his strength, he twisted his body towards the ropes binding him to the pillar. With each swing, it felt as though he was exhausting every ounce of strength, the wounds on his body tearing painfully, blood seeping out and staining his clothes. His hands gripped the ropes tightly as he struggled to untie the knots above him. With a soft pop, the knot came loose, and Wei Rong's body instantly lost support, crashing heavily to the ground, knocking over the bucket of chilly water, which spilled across the floor with its pungent aroma. Ignoring the pain, Wei Rong forced himself to sit up, hurriedly untying the ropes binding his feet. Staggering to his feet, he swiftly approached the torture rack, retrieving the Tiger Slayer knife and slinging it over his back. He cautiously crept towards the dungeon door, listening intently for any sounds from outside. And upon confirming there was no danger, he quietly slipped out of the dungeon. Chapter 58. Breaking the deadlock as Wei Rong emerged from the dungeon, dragging his battered body, he raised his eyes to see a throng of figures bustling near the main gate of the mountain stronghold. Wang Dachuan was engaged in a heated argument with a man resembling a bodyguard, both red-faced and on the brink of violence. Wei Rong understood that this was not the opportune moment to flee. Thus, he bore the pain and quickly scanned for an escape route, soon discovering a storage room. He slipped inside, concealing himself at the mountain stronghold's entrance. Wang Dachuan, seething with rage, pointed at the bodyguard who bore a striking resemblance to Lu Zhengqing, now identified as Lu Zhengyuan, and shouted, "Lu Zhengyuan, do not spout nonsense and make baseless accusations. How could I conspire to harm your brother? This is utterly absurd." Lu Zhengyuan's face darkened, and with a cold gesture, he signaled two bodyguards to bring forth Lu Zhengqing's lifeless body for all to see. Glaring at Wang Dachuan, he demanded, "Just last night, I was perplexed as to why my brother had not returned, only to discover his corpse near the mountain path this morning. This place is under your Dachuan gang's influence. If it were not your doing, then who else could it be?" Wang Dachuan felt a jolt of panic. smacking his forehead in despair. Oh no. I was so preoccupied with the 3,000 taels reward for Wei Rong that I completely forgot about this matter. Wang Dachuan quickly concocted a response. I assure you, I did not kill Lu Jingqing. Last night, I was discussing matters regarding Qingfeng Mountain with him when suddenly, 2 people fell from the roof. Later, I learned that one of them was the wanted criminal Wei Rong, who has already caused the deaths of many of my men. Your brother may very well have met his end at his hands. In fact, I captured him last night on the mountain path. If you don't believe me, come to the dungeon and ask. Lu Zhengyuan scoffed at this, saying, Humph, I have heard of Wei Rong. Even the heir of the Star Sword is no match for him. With your skills, how could you possibly capture him? Are you trying to lure us into the dungeon to catch us off guard? Upon hearing this, Wang Dachuan grew anxious, shouting, I captured him without him even putting up a fight. If you don't believe me, I will have my men bring him out for you to see. Lu Zhengyuan nodded slightly, stating, very well, I will wait here and see what tricks you have up your sleeve. It will be interesting to see what this 3,000 tael character is really made of. Wang Dachuan waved his hand, and several henchmen turned to head towards the dungeon. However, upon entering, they were met with a scene of chaos. Finding only scattered ropes and spilled chilly water, with no sign of Wei Rong. Oh no, how did he vanish in the blink of an eye? One henchman exclaimed in terror. Another quickly urged, stop talking nonsense. Hurry and search everywhere. This man is highly skilled, and if found, make sure to call out to us immediately. With that, the group scattered in search of Wei Rong, resembling headless flies in their frantic search. Meanwhile, Wang Dachuan, having waited a considerable time without seeing his men return with Wei Rong, began to pace anxiously, thinking, could something have gone wrong? Lu Zhengyuan, noticing the delay, unslung his long spear and pointed it coldly at Wang Dachuan, saying, are you trying to play us for fools? I will go see for myself. Wang Dachuan shouted back, wait, we haven't resolved this matter yet. You can't just leave, damn it, I'm going to find Wei Rong. If it weren't for the bounty on his head, I would have already devoured him alive for killing so many of my brothers last night. Wang Dachuan cursed angrily, his face twitching with rage. Fearing for his own skin, he pointed an accusing finger at Lu Zhengyuan, shouting, if I lose this 3,000 taels, you'll be the one to pay for it. With that, disregarding Lu Zhengyuan's protests, Wang Dachuan stormed back into the stronghold with his men, only to discover that Wei Rong had vanished without a trace, sending him into a furious rage as he began frantically searching for Wei Rong. Akin to a pack of wild wolves on the hunt, Lu Zhengyuan, observing the chaos, felt a mix of doubt and concern, and led his own men into the stronghold to join the search for Wei Rong. A henchman from the Dachuan gang and a bodyguard cautiously pushed open the door to the storage room. Wei Rong, hidden in a dim corner, was cultivating to heal his injuries. Hearing the commotion, he quickly ceased his practice, holding his breath and concealing himself behind the shelves, quietly watching the toot. The bodyguard whispered to the henchman, is it true you caught Wei Rong? I've heard that even the heir of the Star Sword, Si Chen, was rendered mute by him and refuses to come out of hiding. What kind of formidable character is this Wei Rong? The henchman patted his chest confidently, replying, why would I lie to you? I was just interrogating his accomplice, Li Zhou, about his whereabouts. But that guy is tough as nails. Even after I broke the whip, he remained silent. I'll go check the other end. After saying this, the henchman swaggered towards the shelves, completely oblivious to the danger. Wei Rong, concealed behind the shelves, recognized the henchman who had interrogated him and thought with a cold smile, at last, you've fallen into my hands. Today shall be your end. As the henchman turned a corner and their eyes met, Wei Rong smiled and lightly waved at him. The henchman was instantly struck with terror, about to call for help when Wei Rong swiftly covered his mouth with one hand while the other clutched his throat like a vice, silencing him completely with a clang. The long knife in the thug's hand fell to the ground as he desperately clawed at Wei Rong's iron-like grip with both hands, his feet pushing forcefully against the ground in a futile struggle. The terror on his face twisted his features grotesquely, turning his complexion a deep shade of red and purple, his eyes bulging with blood. As his strength waned, his attempts to pry away Wei Rong's hands grew weaker until, with a final push of his legs, he gasped his last breath. The moment the long knife clattered to the floor, the escort swiftly turned to shout towards the shelves, hey, did you find something? Receiving no reply after a considerable pause, the escort cautiously approached the shelves, only to find the thug lying motionless on the ground. Just as he was about to scream in alarm, Wei Rong circled around from the other side of the shelves, wrapping his hands around the escort's head and twisting violently. With a crack, the escort's neck snapped in response. Subsequently, Wei Rong dragged both bodies to the doorway, arranging them in a pose of mutual slaughter. He then wreaked havoc among the cluttered items in the storage room to create noise before hastily hiding among the piles of goods, waiting. Soon, the commotion attracted nearby individuals. Lu Zhengyuan pushed open the storage room door and, upon seeing his men had perished alongside members of the Dachuan gang, was consumed by rage. Forgetting to examine the scene closely, he felt he had fallen into Wang Dachuan's trap. He pierced the chest of a Dachuan thug behind him with a gunshot. Bellowing, "Brothers, we've been tricked by that Wang Dachuan. Today, let us cleanse the Dachuan gang with blood." Chapter 59. The clam and the snipe struggle, and the fisherman gains. At the moment Lu Zhengyuan thrust his spear into the chest of the Dachuan thug. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a tranquil lake, stirring up waves. Both sides became engulfed in chaos, with the glint of blades flashing and the sounds of shouting and killing rising in a crescendo. Hearing the commotion, Wang Dachuan rushed over with his men. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation, Lu Zhengyuan, like an enraged lion, with bloodshot eyes ablaze, raised his spear high, its tip swirling with white vapor, and lunged directly at Wang Dachuan's face. However, having spent many years navigating the underworld, Wang Dachuan reacted swiftly, ducking and sidestepping just in time to evade the deadly strike. Nevertheless, his topknot was not spared. As the sharp tip of the spear sliced through it, scattering his neatly tied long hair wildly in the wind, creating a disheveled appearance. "You son of a bitch, have you gone mad?" Wang Dachuan exclaimed. Shaken, Lu Zhengyuan paid no heed to his curses, pointing at the two corpses in the storage room and shouting hoarsely, "What more do you have to say? The blood for my brother's murder will be avenged today." Without giving Wang Dachuan a moment to defend himself, Lu Zhengyuan lifted his spear again, its tip slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, fueled by his surging anger, and struck fiercely at Wang Dachuan once more. Wang Dachuan, glancing at the bodies in the storage room, felt a wave of despair wash over him. Realizing he was at a loss for words, his heart brimming with grievances like a tidal wave. Yet, in this life-and-death moment, he could not afford to ponder. He swiftly drew his sword, and with a loud clash, he parried Lu Zhengyuan's powerful blow. At that moment, his anger ignited completely, his eyes turning equally red as he gritted his teeth. Cursing, "I've never felt so humiliated in my life. I won't back down. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end." Wang Dachuan swung his long knife, fueled by pent-up rage and frustration, delivering a mighty horizontal slash toward Lu Zhengyuan, the blade cutting through the air like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. Lu Zhengyuan, undeterred, thrust his spear forward, its tip striking at Wang Dachuan's throat, boldly countering the attack without regard for his own safety. Startled, Wang Dachuan quickly withdrew his blade and dodged, the sharp tip of the spear grazing his neck and drawing blood. Lu Zhengyuan, refusing to give him a moment's respite, shouted and twisted his spear, aiming for Wang Dachuan's temple. Wang Dachuan bent down to evade, attempting a sweeping kick to trip Lu Zhengyuan. Lu Zhengyuan leapt into the air, twisting his body, and, using his downward momentum, thrust the spear sharply toward Wang Dachuan's chest. Wang Dachuan raised his sword to block, yet the spear's tremendous force sent shockwaves through his arms, causing him to stagger back several steps. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he let out a roar and charged forward again, his long knife dancing wildly, creating a dense curtain of blades that enveloped Lu Zhengyuan. Rather than retreating, Lu Zhengyuan pressed forward, his spear swirling ahead, the whirling white vapor intensifying as it tore through Wang Dachuan's blade curtain, aiming straight for his chest. Wang Dachuan quickly sidestepped, the spear narrowly grazing his skin and leaving a long gash that stained his clothing with blood. Yet, blinded by fury, he ignored the pain and lashed out a kick at Lu Zhengyuan's wrist, trying to disarm him. Lu Zhengyuan twisted his wrist, evading the attack, and retaliated by striking the spear's shaft forcefully against Wang Dachuan's back. Wang Dachuan stumbled forward, nearly falling to the ground. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, locked in a battle with no clear victor. Around them, their subordinates fought fiercely, the sounds of clashing swords and anguished cries merging into a cacophony. as blood painted the ground of the stronghold crimson. The fierce battle raged on until midday, the clamor of combat gradually subsiding, eventually falling silent. Wei Rong cautiously peered out from the dusty, cobweb-laden window of the storage room. Surveying the scene before him, what he beheld was a horrific spectacle. Over 100 bodies lay sprawled across the blood-soaked ground, severed limbs scattered throughout, and the acrid scent of blood permeating the air, inducing nausea. Amidst this mountain of corpses and sea of blood, only the battered Wang Dachuan and Lu Zhengyuan remained standing, both utterly exhausted from their prolonged struggle, propping their weapons against the ground as they gasped for breath, their chests heaving violently. Sweat and blood mingled, trickling down their faces and splattering onto the pool of blood below, creating splashes of crimson. Suddenly, a crisp sound of applause rang out from within the storage room, causing both Wang Dachuan and Lu Zhengyuan to startle, their faces registering shock. They quickly turned towards the sound to find Wei Rong casually leaning against the doorframe, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, rhythmically clapping his hands as their gazes fell upon him. Wei Rong gradually ceased his applause, folding his arms across his chest, his eyes gleaming with amusement, and remarked, "What a splendid performance! It has been ages since I witnessed such a riveting battle." It was indeed Wei Rong leaning against the doorframe, smiling as he applauded. Upon catching the attention of both men, he halted his clapping, folded his arms, and exclaimed, "What a splendid performance! It has been ages since I witnessed such a riveting battle." Lu Zhengyuan's face turned as pale as a sheet, his lips trembling as he recalled Wang Dachuan's words from that morning. In a weak and quavering voice, he asked, "Did my brother perish at your hands?" Wei Rong shrugged nonchalantly, a sardonic smile on his lips as he replied, "Why bother with such details when you're about to die? Your seemingly ambiguous answer is, in fact, quite clear." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhengyuan felt as if all the strength had drained from his body, his legs buckling as he collapsed heavily into the pool of blood, tears streaming down his cheeks as he murmured, "Brother, my brothers, it's all my fault. I let you die in vain." Wang Dachuan, swaying unsteadily, still managed to point at Lu Zhengyuan and scold, "You brainless fool. If you wish to keep your life, quickly join forces with me to kill him." Wei Rong leisurely drew the tiger slaughter knife from his back. Stepping closer to Lu Zhengyuan, the blade pointed downwards towards him, and said, "What is there to mourn? Don't you find your previous self quite laughable? Such a clumsy scheme to sow discord. Had you been a bit more composed, you would have noticed the oddities. When you meet your brother in the afterlife, make sure to learn from him how to use your brain." Before Lu Zhengyuan could utter a word, Wei Rong thrust the tiger slaughter knife into his chest with a sudden force. Lu Zhengyuan's eyes widened in shock, his head tilted as he succumbed to death, his gaze forever unblinking. Wei Rong expressionlessly withdrew the knife, thick blood dripping slowly from its blade. Turning to Wang Dachuan, he smirked and coldly remarked, "I trust you found great pleasure in tormenting me this morning." Wang Dachuan pondered inwardly. Earlier, Wei Rong had appeared weak and was subjected to our relentless torture. So it was unlikely he had recovered so swiftly. It seemed he was merely putting on a show. With this thought, Wang Dachuan rolled his eyes, quickly dropping to his knees and bowing his head. Weeping as he pleaded, "Hero, I was wrong. You are magnanimous. I have substantial wealth in my storeroom. If you spare me, it shall all be yours." Wei Rong internally scoffed, having already seen through Wang Dachuan's ruse. Yet, he feigned interest and stepped closer, questioning, "Oh, if I kill you, won't that wealth still belong to me? Plus, I would be rid of a future threat." Wang Dachuan, head bowed and sensing Wei Rong's proximity, steeled himself and, in a sudden burst of desperation, lunged forward with all his remaining strength, shouting, "Take this, old man!" in an attempt to disrupt Wei Rong's focus. However, Wei Rong had anticipated this and nimbly sidestepped the strike, easily evading the blow. Swiftly, he flicked his wrist, raising the tiger slaughter knife, its cold blade poised against Wang Dachuan's neck, coldly gazing at him. That moment, Wang Dachuan was truly gripped by fear. His hands trembled as he dropped the long knife he held. Pleading desperately, "Hero, I truly erred this time. If you could spare me, I would be willing to serve you like a beast of burden. I dare not rely on a capricious villain such as you. Let me strive to be a good person in my next life." Wei Rong, tightening his grip on the tiger slayer knife, exerted force, and a flash of cold light glinted. Wang Dachuan felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and after a dizzying whirl, he beheld his own headless corpse kneeling on the ground, before slowly closing his eyes. Chapter 60. The return. As Wang Dachuan collapsed with a resounding thud, the tense nerves of Wei Rong finally relaxed. He exhaled deeply, his body feeling as though all strength had been drained from it, and he involuntarily sank to the ground. Without a moment's delay, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate his energy to heal his wounds. Time passed quietly until the evening, when the currents of energy surrounding Wei Rong gradually retracted, eventually settling in his dantian. He opened his eyes slowly. Although his wounds had yet to fully heal and every movement still brought a twinge of pain, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, regaining at least some semblance of mobility. Recalling Wang Dachuan's desperate words from the morning, Wei Rong approached his corpse and searched through his belongings. Retrieving a heavy set of keys, he immediately began to seek the storeroom he had mentioned. Upon entering the main house, Wei Rong took his first proper look at the surroundings. The furnishings, though somewhat disordered, exuded a hint of luxury. The floor bore remnants of last night's battle, still stained with blood, and despite having been washed, a strong metallic scent lingered in the air. Navigating around a tiger-skin chair on a raised platform, he approached a door at the back and pushed it, but it did not budge. Frowning, Wei Rong leaned closer to the gap, peering into the darkness beyond. Unable to see anything, he attempted to insert each key into the lock, and after several tries, he finally heard a satisfying click as the door unlocked. This must be the storeroom. Inside, the storeroom housed various weapons and some items of uncertain origin, possibly plundered. In a corner stood a wooden chest. Wei Rong stepped forward and gently brushed off the dust from its surface, revealing a copper lock. Retrieving the keys once more, he tried several until, with a creak, the lock opened. Lifting the lid of the chest, he found it neatly filled with silver ingots. Grabbing a handful, he noticed some of the silver had dried bloodstains, hinting at the dubious origins of this wealth. After a quick count, he estimated around 1,000 taels of silver. Initially perplexed by how such a large gang could possess so little wealth, he quickly realized that the expenses of daily sustenance for over 100 people, along with the costs of weapons and maintaining connections, amounted to a significant sum. Finding a relatively clean piece of cloth nearby, Wei Rong emptied the chest's contents onto it, carefully wrapping the silver before hoisting the heavy bundle onto his back. Adjusting his posture, he set off towards the exit, the hour of the dog. On the plank road, Wei Rong walked alone, feeling a sense of relief that he had not encountered any members of the Sihai Escort Bureau along the way. Otherwise, given his still unhealed condition, he might have found it quite challenging to manage. Before long, he spotted 4 dark figures approaching swiftly from a distance. Wei Rong's heart raced. With a steep wall to his left and an abyss to his right, there was nowhere to hide or escape. His gaze sharpened, fixating on the rapidly approaching figures. Upon closer inspection, he felt a sense of familiarity with them, as if he had seen them before. Coincidentally, one of them seemed to recognize him and waved excitedly. The figures quickened their pace and soon stood before Wei Rong. It was Li Zhou and the others. Li Zhou rushed forward, tightly grasping Wei Rong's arms, his voice trembling with excitement. "It's so good to see you safe. Wan Wendy returned and told me everything. I was too suspicious and caused you suffering." Wei Rong gently waved his hand, a broad smile gracing his face. "It's merely a trifling matter. I have faced countless storms alongside my elder brother for over 20 years. Such words feel rather unfamiliar now." With that, he handed the heavy bundle to Li Zhou. Li Zhou, puzzled, opened the bundle to find it filled with silver, glimmering enticingly in the moonlight. Li Zhou was momentarily lost for words, his expression one of astonishment. Seeing this, Wei Rong recounted the entire sequence of events. Wan Wendy listened in amazement, and once Wei Rong finished, he exclaimed with admiration, "Boss, you're incredible. When you were captured last night, I thought it was all over for you. I never imagined you could single-handedly take down over 100 men and bring back this much silver. I truly admire you." Yi Changqing and Zhong Lei nodded in agreement, praising him. They were all aware that if this tale were to be shared, few would believe it. Li Zhou, regaining his composure, remarked with a grin, "So, not only do we have no lingering worries, but we have also drawn the trouble back to the Dachuan gang? Truly, a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Splendid." Yi Changqing chimed in, "Moreover, The Dachuan gang has now been utterly destroyed, and the escort members who knew of this incident are dead. Even if the Sihai Escort Bureau wishes to investigate, it will likely be in vain, ultimately fading into obscurity. Wei Rong nodded. Indeed, it was this very thought that motivated my decision to eliminate them, preventing future troubles, even if there are any remnants of the Dachuan gang. Upon returning to their hideout, they will only assume they have clashed with the Sihai Escort Bureau. That said, these past days have been quite taxing. I must take some time to recuperate. Absolutely, let us return to the camp where you can rest properly. As long as Bai Yue doesn't T-track us here, we can afford to linger in Nanshan City for a while, Li Zhou said, assisting Wei Rong as they and the others made their way toward the camp, their figures gradually vanishing into the night. 3 days later, at Qingfeng Town, Sihai Escort Bureau branch. The head of the Qingfeng branch, Lin Feng, paced back and forth in the hall, his brow furrowed as he muttered to himself. It has been 7 or 8 days, yet there is still no word regarding the escort from Qingfeng Mountain. After a few more agitated steps, Lin Feng clenched his fist and struck the table beside him, causing the teacup to rattle. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, could something have gone awry? I can no longer delay this. It seems I must personally inquire at the Dachuan gang. Following this, Lin Feng strode out of the hall and into the courtyard. Taking a deep breath to suppress his irritation, he gestured for the busy workers to pause. Lin Feng clasped his hands in a salute, forcing a smile as he concocted an excuse. Esteemed guests, the Escort Bureau has just received word that I must attend an urgent matter in Nanshan City, which will delay my journey for a few days. Might I request that you stay at my humble abode for a while? Of course, to compensate for any inconvenience caused, the costs of your stay will be covered by our Bureau. One merchant frowned slightly and stepped forward, asking, what is this matter that will take so long? The days are passing, and our business is being delayed. Lin Feng explained with a smile, you understand the Bureau's regulations. This is an internal matter, and I cannot disclose details. However, I assure you the delay will not exceed 5 days. I hope for your understanding. Another merchant, dissatisfied, replied, you must expedite this. The new year is approaching, and if we do not reach our destination before then, your bureau will have to compensate for my losses. This business is my sole source of income. Observing the merchant's discontent, Lin Feng inwardly scoffed, humph, typical merchants, always seeking to profit. Reluctantly, he adopted a tone of veiled threat. There have been bandit troubles at Qingfeng Mountain recently, and we are currently investigating. If you cannot wait, you may venture there yourselves. But should you find yourselves bereft of both goods and wealth, do not blame me for not having warned you. The merchants exchanged glances, some feeling a twinge of fear at Lin Feng's words. Unsure of the truth behind his statements, they dared not risk their lives to confirm them. Reluctantly, they acquiesced to Lin Feng's proposal. Seeing that the merchants had quieted, Lin Feng summoned a few escort members, relayed a few brief instructions, and then mounted his horse, heading toward Nanshan City. Chapter 61. The Turning Tide. Meanwhile, in Sichuan City, the headquarters of the Sihai Escort Bureau. The chief of the Sihai Escort Bureau, Ling Feng, appeared to be in his 50s, with a few strands of white hair that did not betray his age. He stood tall and upright like a resilient pine, with the passage of time etching lines upon his face. He lifted a teacup, taking a sip, his brow furrowing slightly as he inquired, what has delayed the escort from Chuankou City for so long? Chen Feng has been our long-standing client. Could something have gone amiss? Beside him, Ling Yun, who bore a striking resemblance to Ling Feng but appeared more youthful, listened attentively. His expression remained composed as he spoke. The territories of Chuandong, Chuannan, and Chuanxi all fall within the influence of the Dachuan gang. We have established connections with various mountain strongholds, so we should not encounter any unforeseen circumstances. However, to be on the safe side, I dispatched someone yesterday to investigate, and I believe news will arrive shortly. After saying this, Ling Yun lifted his gaze to Ling Feng, his eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. Elder brother, what insights might you have regarding the information revealed by His Majesty a few days ago? Although we are one of the 2 leading escort agencies, without the support of the court, we would not have survived to this day. The leader of the martial arts world may be merely a figure to observe. With our meager skills, how could we possibly compete with those sects? Ling Feng shook his head in response to as he pondered further. He added, I have heard that the last known location of Li Zhou and Wei Rong was in Yunzhou City, and Beiyun Town happens to be a necessary route for this escort. Given how close they are, could there be some complication? Ling Yun stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, "It is difficult to say. Previously, I heard that the successor of the Star Sword, Si Chun, is no match for Wei Rong, and Wang Hu and the others may find it equally challenging. However, they have been silent for the past half-month, so perhaps this matter is unrelated to them. 3 days later, at the Duchuan Gang stronghold, Lin Feng stepped inside and was immediately struck by a chilling sight that made him feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. The ground was littered with severed limbs and countless bodies laid out haphazardly, while crows and vultures feasted indiscriminately. The blood had long since dried, yet the acrid scent of carnage lingered in the air, causing the escort members behind him to retch involuntarily. Lin Feng struggled to maintain his composure, though his lips quivered with rage as he muttered, "What on earth has happened here? How could it be so brutal?" After uttering these words, he commanded the escorts to disperse and search for the whereabouts of Lu Zhengqing and Lu Zhengyuan. Near the storeroom, they finally located their target. Lu Zhengqing's corpse lay on a stretcher, a gruesome blade wound piercing through his chest. Not far away, Lu Zhengyuan was found lying beside a headless body. Lin Feng bent down to pick up the severed head that had rolled aside. It was Wang Dechuan. It seemed evident that the events at Qingfeng Mountain were orchestrated by the Dechuan gang. "I never imagined these beasts would disregard the rules. They shall not escape our vengeance," Lin Feng declared bitterly. He then took out paper and ink from his pouch, moistened the tip of his brush with his tongue, and meticulously detailed the events that had transpired. He handed it to the escort behind him and gravely instructed, "You must mount your horse immediately and ride swiftly back to Zichuan City to deliver this message to the chief escort." Next, he turned to another escort with resolute determination in his gaze. "You should return to Qingfeng Town to gather our forces and head to Nanshan City. In a few days, we shall go to Beiyun Town and demand an explanation from Wang Erchuan." The escort first acknowledged him, but then hesitated and asked, "What should we do about the merchants in Qingfeng Town?" Lin Feng slapped him on the head and scolded, with the flames of urgency burning, "You still ask this? Let them remain where they are or figure it out on their own." The escort covered his head in response and hurriedly mounted his horse, galloping southward. Lin Feng carefully wrapped the bodies of Wang Dachuan, Lu Zhengqing, and Lu Zhengyuan in cloth and kept them close. The remaining corpses were ordered to be buried on the spot, and then the group hastened towards Nanshan City. Outside Nanshan City, near a pond by the camp, Wei Rong sat leisurely on a large rock by the water's edge, fishing with a bamboo pole. Beside him, Wei He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, meditating. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint halo surrounding Wei He. After a while, Wei He slowly opened his eyes, causing the halo to dissipate. Wei Rong turned to him and inquired, "How is your internal energy flowing?" Wei He scratched his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. "I can mobilize the internal energy, but curiously, once I direct it to my arms, it seems to vanish without a trace." Wei Rong appeared slightly taken aback, recalling Wei He's physical condition. He approached and unwrapped the cloth binding Wei He's arms. Upon seeing the horrifyingly dark and thorny veins, Wei Rong raised his hand to channel his internal energy, pressing it against Wei He's arms. The moment the immense energy surged into his limbs, it felt as though it had sunk into a bottomless sea, yielding no response. Frowning, Wei Rong exerted his internal energy again, attempting to break through the obstruction in the channels. In an instant, Wei He's arms began to tremble violently. He looked up at Wei Rong, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his face flushed, teeth clenched tightly, clearly enduring immense pain. Wei Rong was alarmed and quickly withdrew his energy, which allowed Wei He's expression to ease a little. Observing this, Wei Rong thought to himself, "How strange, this ailment also obstructs the meridians. I have never heard of such a thing." Wei He opened his eyes and, seeing Wei Rong in deep thought, weakly asked, "Father, what is happening to me? Why does it feel so unbearable in my arms? I never felt anything like this before." Wei Rong's heart softened, and he hesitated to reveal the truth. Instead, he gently replied, "You have a unique constitution, and I will teach you a different method of training." With that, he unfastened the Hu Sha blade from his back and handed it to Wei He. Wei He grasped the Hu Sha blade. Feeling its tremendous weight, he struggled to lift it and swung it a couple of times, but the momentum caused him to lose balance and fall to the ground. Wei Rong shook his head slightly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In the art of warfare, stability is paramount. Lift the blade until your arms no longer tremble before proceeding to the next stage of training. Wei He obediently nodded, getting back on his feet, gripping the Husha blade firmly before him. Remaining perfectly still, however, within mere moments, the blade's tip began to quiver slightly as the trembling intensified. The ache in Wei He's arms grew more pronounced until he could muster no strength at all, causing the Husha blade to clatter to the ground. Wei Rong bent down to retrieve the blade, rewrapping Wei He's arms with cloth, and softly said, "We shall end today's practice here. Let us return to the camp." Though Wei He's arms ached unbearably, he still responded with joy. Observing Wei He's youthful yet resolute demeanor, Wei Rong sighed inwardly, pondering whether there might be a way to cure this peculiar ailment. Chapter 62. The Celestial Trap. Upon returning to the camp, Wei Rong was greeted by Li Zhou's cheerful inquiry, "How are you? After resting for these past few days, is your health improving?" Wei Rong nodded slightly and replied, "I am doing better. What about the others?" "They all went to the city. After resting for so long, they need to find a way to make some money. You should also take a stroll in the city." Li Zhou suggested, "I will go later. By the way, how much silver did you manage to sell that batch of silk for?" Wei Rong asked. "There's truth in the saying that there's no business without deceit. We initially agreed on 80 taels per bolt, and we managed to sell 65 bolts for 5,200 taels, but the shopkeeper insisted on finding faults and was only willing to offer 5,000 taels. If you weren't still recuperating, I would have worried about an incident and might have even killed him on the spot," Li Zhou exclaimed, smacking his thigh. "As long as it sells, that's better than letting it rot in our hands." Wei Rong replied, standing up and heading towards Nanshan City. Just as he reached the suspension bridge, he noticed several escorts approaching on horseback along the nearby path, with 2 of them carrying a bundled item on their mounts. Wei Rong's intuition stirred as he observed the shape of the package. Lin Feng reined in his horse before Wei Rong and clasped his hands together, asking, "Might I inquire if Nanshan City has been peaceful these past few days?" Wei Rong feigned contemplation for a moment before responding, "Nanshan City has been relatively uneventful, but a few days ago, I overheard some members of the Dechuan gang discussing matters concerning the escort carts. From your attire, you appear to be escorts, correct? You must exercise caution." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's heart tightened, and he pressed urgently, "I have come precisely for that reason. Could you share what they said in detail?" Wei Rong was aware that speaking too much could lead to trouble, so he waved his hand dismissively and replied, "The surroundings were noisy, and I did not catch the specifics, but I did hear them discussing the division of wealth. Given your anxious demeanor, could it be that they have robbed your escort cart?" Lin Feng tightened his grip on the reins, then relaxed his hold, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your warning. But this matter cannot be disclosed, I hope you understand." With that, he hurriedly led his men towards Nanshan City. Wei Rong watched their retreating figures and called after them, "The Dechuan gang has many members and is not to be trifled with. You should refrain from provoking them unnecessarily." Afterward, Wei Rong shook his head and chuckled, recalling Lin Feng's earlier actions. It seemed these escorts were already convinced that the Dechuan gang was behind the incident. Upon entering the city, he sought out an inn, seated himself by the window, and poured himself a cup of wine, gazing quietly at the bustling scene outside as pedestrians hurried by, lost in thought. Memories of his escape from Facia City flooded back, prompting him to reflect on how only today could he live so comfortably and peacefully. He wondered if there would be more days like this in the future. As the wine slipped down his throat, its sweetness spread across his palate, seemingly dissipating the confusion and worries that had clouded his mind. He was uncertain how much time had passed when the last drop of wine had been consumed. A nearby waiter approached and asked, "Sir, would you like me to bring you more wine?" Wei Rong came back to his senses, gently waving his hand to indicate that no more wine was needed. His hand slowly reached into his bosom, rummaging for a moment before producing a piece of broken silver, placing it on the table with a soft clink. He then straightened his attire and made his way towards the inn's exit. The waiter quickly snatched up the silver and called out, "Sir, wait. This wine bill is not that much. I still need to give you your change." Wei Rong's footsteps paused momentarily, yet he did not turn around. Instead, he asked in a detached manner, "There is no need to search any longer. Allow me to inquire. Would you do anything for the sake of wealth?" The young attendant did not respond directly, but countered with a question of his own. "Might I ask if the esteemed guest wishes to hear the truth or a fabrication?" "I am uncertain." Upon hearing this, Weirong stood in a daze for a moment before he slowly exited the inn. The young attendant weighed the silver coins he had collected and murmured to himself, "In this bustling world, all is for profit. In this clamoring realm, all is for gain. Who among us is not a slave to wealth?" At the hour of Shen, Weirong wandered listlessly down the street. After a short while, a strikingly beautiful woman tapped him lightly on the shoulder from behind. Turning around, he found her somewhat familiar, yet he could not place her. Thus he inquired, "Miss, do you require assistance? I merely altered my appearance. Is it so difficult to recognize me?" Shen Xiangyu replied, her laughter enchanting. "I thought you looked somewhat familiar. Why are you not with Chongqing?" Weirong asked. "He has gone to the gambling house, a place I do not fancy. I have a scheme to earn some money and am in need of an accomplice. Will you join me?" Shen Xiangyu's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Since I have nothing pressing, I shall accompany you," Weirong replied. Shen Xiangyu led Weirong to a location not far from a brothel, her gaze flitting through the crowd of comers and goers. "Could it be that your scheme involves us robbing the brothel? That would be quite impossible," Weirong remarked with skepticism. "Of course not. I merely disguised myself to glean some information. I learned that the county magistrate's son in Nanshan City has a penchant for visiting such establishments." Much to his father's dismay, Shen Xiangyu whispered, "Oh? So, you intend to extort this young master?" Weirong grasped the implication. "Precisely. We shall execute a clever trap and thoroughly fleece this plump sheep. Look there, that is the county magistrate's son. Wang He." Shen Xiangyu pointed to a young man clad in fine garments, slightly plump, with a fair complexion, appearing to be around 20 years of age. Wang He, fearful of his father discovering his escapades, stealthily emerged from a narrow alley, glancing back nervously. "You are sharp-witted. I need not elaborate further. Observe the situation and act accordingly," Shen Xiangyu instructed before approaching Wang He. Weirong followed her to the alley's entrance. Leaning against a wall as he awaited developments, at that moment, a passerby approached, intending to enter the alley. Weirong raised his hand to stop him, stating, "This path is not accessible. You would do well to take a detour." The passerby, initially ready to retort, upon noticing Weirong's formidable presence, lost some of his ire and asked, "Is this path yours? Why can I not proceed?" Weirong seized the passerby by the collar and declared, "I said you cannot pass. Do you have an objection?" With that, he shook a fist threateningly near the man's face. "Will not go this way," the passerby stammered in fear. Only then did Weirong release him, muttering a low scram. Meanwhile, within the alley, Shen Xiangyu feigned the demeanor of a lost maiden, approaching Wang He and gazing up at him with doe-like eyes, inquiring, "Young master, might you know the way around here? I have just arrived and have become separated from my father." Wang He was initially startled, fearing he had been discovered by his family. However, upon regaining his composure and gazing down upon the exquisitely beautiful woman before him, he became utterly entranced, forgetting all else. Wang He felt his heart race and his breath quicken as he observed the glimmer in Shen Xiangyu's eyes, akin to a well of autumn water, overflowing with allure. Trembling slightly, he asked, "Might I inquire where you are headed, my lady?" His voice betrayed a hint of urgency and anticipation. Shen Xiangyu gracefully stepped closer, lightly intertwining her arm with his, her voice a soft murmur laced with feigned timidity. I am uncertain. This alley is so dark, and I feel quite frightened." Hearing her voice, tinged with warmth and trepidation, made Wang He feel as though his very bones were melting. His gaze greedily roamed Shen Xiangyu's form, and as he scanned the now desolate alley, wicked thoughts began to take root in his mind. He patted his chest confidently, declaring, "Fear not, my lady. I shall protect you. Come, I shall escort you to find your father." "Then I must trouble you, young master," Shen Xiangyu replied, tilting her head slightly, her eyes shimmering as she breathed those words into Wang He's ear. The warmth of her breath caressed the lobe of his ear, stirring a tumult of emotions within him, akin to 1,000 ants crawling restlessly upon his heart, igniting an insatiable itch. Observing this exchange from the alley's entrance, Weirong glanced around at the passers-by before stealthily slipping into the alley, maintaining a prudent distance as he shadowed the pair. Shortly thereafter, Wang He led Shen Xiangyu further into a secluded alley, away from prying eyes. Seeing that the area was deserted, Wang He grew bolder. Abruptly halting and blocking Shen Xiangyu's path, his gaze lecherously appraising her form. Shan Xiangyu's lips curved into a beguiling smile as she extended a slender finger to gently lift Wang He's chin. Her eyes glinting with playful mockery as she purred, "Young master, this seems to be a dead end. Do you not know the way?" Wang He, overtaken by this unexpected advance, lost all sense of reason. Believing his moment of fortune had arrived, he eagerly reached for Shan Xiangyu's hand that had graced his chin, his expression one of uncontainable eagerness. Yet, with deftness, Shan Xiangyu twirled her wrist, leaving Wang He grasping at thin air. She swayed gracefully, retreating toward the end of the alley, her laughter ringing like silver bells. "Young master, you truly possess an audacity that knows no bounds. Do you not fear being discovered in broad daylight?" At this moment, Wang He was utterly consumed by desire, heedless of the consequences. He advanced steadily, a wicked grin adorning his face, chuckling. "Ha! There is no one around to witness. Even if we are caught, a little money can easily resolve the matter." "Oh? And how much do you plan to spend to avert disaster?" Weirong interjected, leaning against the wall behind Wang He, blocking his escape. Wang He was taken aback, but, upon recognizing Weirong's imposing figure, he relaxed slightly and inquired, "Who are you?" "Humph! In broad daylight, you dare to seduce my daughter. You may either pay for your indiscretion or accompany me to the authorities. Choose wisely," Weirong retorted with a cold smile. Wang He felt a wave of panic wash over him, his legs growing weak as he nearly collapsed. Fearing that this formidable man would drag him before his father, he stammered in a quivering voice, "I did not. Your daughter enticed me." "Nonsense. Just look at your unsightly appearance. My daughter would never take a liking to you," Weirong exclaimed, stepping forward, his towering figure shadowing Wang He as he raised a broad hand and, with a resounding crack, struck Wang He across the face. The blow was delivered with such force that it left Wang He seeing stars, his head ringing as a crimson imprint blossomed upon his cheek. Wang He clutched his face, eyes wide with terror and rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Shin Xiangyu as he shouted, "It was she who seduced me. Just ask her." Shin Xiangyu's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice trembling as she spoke, "Father, thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, with that, she darted behind Weirong like a frightened rabbit, her shoulders shaking as she began to sob, her vulnerable demeanor evoking a sense of pity. At this moment, if Wang He had not realized he had fallen into a trap, he truly had no hope of understanding. Yet, Wang He feared that they might report the matter to his father. Setting aside the impressive acting skills of the two, he knew all too well what kind of reputation he held in his father's eyes. He would be left utterly defenseless. Moreover, if his friends were to learn of this incident, he would never be able to hold his head high again. In light of these thoughts, Wang He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Cursing his own folly for succumbing to temptation, he swallowed hard and asked, "Please, do not report this. How much silver do you require? I shall pay to resolve this matter." Weirong extended a single finger, declaring 1,000 taels, and this matter shall be settled. Wang He's eyes bulged in disbelief as he stammered, "Oh, 1,000 taels? Surely you jest. That amount could sustain a common family for a lifetime. Is that to say you refuse to pay?" Weirong pressed closer, seizing Wang He by the collar and lifting him off the ground, as if to drag him toward the magistrate's office. Wait. I will give you everything I have. Please, do not report this," Wang He exclaimed, hastily producing a pouch of coins from his clothing. Weirong opened the pouch and counted the contents, discovering 2 gold ingots weighing 1 tael each, alongside 10 silver coins of 10 taels each, and a handful of small silver pieces, totaling approximately 320 taels. Weirong weighed the pouch in his hand and remarked, "Is this all you value my daughter's reputation at? You might as well be sending a beggar on his way." Wang He, with a pained expression, lamented, "I sneaked out in secret, and this is truly all the money I possess." Before he could finish, Wei Rong stepped forward, seized his hand, and removed the jade ring, tucking it away into his own pocket. Wang He looked on with a face full of anguish but dared not utter a word. Subsequently, Wei Rong began to pat him down, and as he had claimed, there was indeed not a single coin to be found. Reluctantly, Wei Rong decided to relent, not wanting to push him too hard. Should Wang He, in a fit of anger, choose to rebel, it would spell trouble. "Humph, begone," Wei Rong said, delivering a kick to Wang He's backside. Wang He stumbled forward a few steps before regaining his balance, one hand covering his face and the other his rear, scurrying away from the alley in disgrace. Once he was far enough away, Wei Rong retrieved a gold ingot from his money pouch and handed it to Shen Xiangyu, stating, "You have played a significant role in this endeavor. Take this 100 taels along with the other loose silver, while the remaining 100 taels shall be mined at AS for this ring. Judging by that lad's expression, it must be quite valuable, but it's not convenient to exchange it in the black market of Nanshan City right now. So let us keep it for the camp. Is that agreeable?" Shen Xiangyu smiled as she accepted the gold ingot and planted a kiss on it, replying, "I have no objections without you. This plan wouldn't have gone so smoothly. However, it's getting late. I must return to the camp now. Will you join me?" Wei Rong waved his hand and replied, "No, I've only just left the camp and still have other matters to attend to." "All right, do take care on your way," Shen Xiangyu said before heading towards the city gate. Chapter 64. An unexpected encounter. Meanwhile, within the Wang residence, Wang He walked hurriedly, head bowed, hand pressed against his swollen face, trying to remain inconspicuous, fearful of being seen in such a disheveled state. "Halt! Sneaking around in broad daylight, like a thief. Have you dared to sneak out for mischief again in my absence?" A stern-looking middle-aged man emerged from the house alongside Lin Feng, instantly spotting Wang He's furtive demeanor and bellowing, "I did not." Wang He shrank back, stammering in defense. Wang Su stepped forward and forcefully swatted Wang He's hand away from his face, pointing at the handprint left by the slap and glaring fiercely as he demanded, "Where did that mark come from? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall break your legs." Wang He gritted his teeth and decided to shut his eyes, thinking to gamble on Wang Su's paternal instincts. "Humph, playing mute, are we? It's all my fault for indulging you in the past. If I don't break your legs today, I shall not bear the Wang surname. Bring forth the family law," Wang Su shouted angrily, gesturing for two servants to come forward and pin Wang He to the ground. Another two servants approached, each wielding a long stick, and with each command from Wang Su, the stick struck Wang He's thighs. The courtyard echoed with a cacophony of sounds, a scene of chaotic revelry. Despite the excruciating pain, Wang He remained resolute, enduring the blows in silence, embodying a spirit of defiance, determined to preserve his integrity amidst suffering. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Feng stepped forward and clasped his hands, saying, "My lord, enough is enough. If this continues, the young master's legs might truly be broken." Wang Su, observing Wang He's pitiable state, sighed in resignation and waved his hand, signaling for him to be taken away. The two then approached the front door, and Lin Feng bowed, saying, "My lord, please hold on. Now that we've reached an agreement, once our escort agency has gathered its forces in a few days, we would appreciate your assistance in exterminating the remnants of the Dazhong gang in Sichuan. Rest assured, by eliminating the Dazhong gang outside Nanshan City, you will be doing us a great service. Moreover, given the substantial losses your agency has suffered, I shall ensure that henceforth, your agency will be exempted from 50% of the tariffs when passing through Nanshan City." Wang Su replied with a smile that in that case, I express my gratitude on behalf of the escort agency, and I take my leave. Wei Rong settled near the money exchange, taking a seat at a small stall. The stall was adorned with coarse earthen bowls filled with steaming noodles, emitting a rich aroma. As he savored his meal, Wei Rong discreetly surveyed his surroundings. The money exchange was situated across from a gambling den, and the street was bustling with traffic, alive with the sounds of voices. Even the narrow alleys on either side were teeming with people, leaving no opportunity for mischief. Just as he was deep in thought, two men clad in blue cotton robes sat down across from him, placing their long swords on the table, their sheaths embellished with intricate designs. Wei Rong cast a glance, but paid them no mind when one of the men said, "I am Li Tianming of the Qingshan sect, and this is my junior brother Wu Chan. May I inquire your name, friend?" Wei Rong leisurely slurped a noodle and replied, "We are merely strangers crossing paths. What significance is there in knowing each other's names?" Wu Chun, being of an impatient nature, suddenly pulled out a wanted poster from his robe and slammed it onto the table, exclaiming, "Are you unwilling to speak? Or are you afraid? You must be Wei Rong." At this moment, the surrounding crowd turned their attention, drawn by the commotion, and gathered curiously. Wei Rong glanced at the wanted poster but chose to ignore it, continuing to eat his noodles while stating, You ought to take a page from your senior brother's book and not overreact to every little thing. Wu Chun, his face flushed with anger, was about to retort when Li Tianming raised his hand with a smile, signaling him to calm down as he patiently awaited Wei Rong to finish his meal. Wei Rong, while still eating, inquired, "How did you find me here? Moreover, isn't your sect typically at odds with the court? What interest do you have in my head?" Li Tianming replied with a smile, "Our Qingshan sect is not far from Nanshan City. We just arrived today and did not expect to encounter you here. You have no idea how enticing your and Li Zhou's heads are to us. Oh, I would love to hear more." Wei Rong said, intrigued. "A few days ago, I attended a martial arts convention in Wuyang City with my master, where Zhu Yu proclaimed that whichever sect captures your heads will receive the court's backing to ascend to the position of the Martial Arts Alliance leader. I am merely curious as to what abilities you possess that have attracted the Emperor's attention so." Li Tianming explained with a smile, "Oh, your words have left me perplexed as well. I am unaware of what crimes we have committed to warrant such imperial interest." "Did Zhu Yu fail to enlighten you?" Wei Rong asked, astonished, while his heart raced. Being targeted by various sects was hardly a favorable situation. Li Tianming shook his head, saying, "He did not. However, none of that matters now. You must be finished eating by now. It is time for you to come with us." Wei Rong drained the last of the broth from his bowl, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and extracted a few coins from his pocket to hand to the stall owner while stating, "When did I ever say I would accompany you?" Rising to his feet, he looked at Li Tianming and Wu Chun, reiterating, "When did I ever say I would accompany you?" Wu Chun, already filled with pent-up frustration, could no longer contain himself upon hearing Wei Rong's words. His eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead, and with a swift motion, he drew his sword, its blade shimmering with a cold blue light as he bellowed, "You are refusing a toast and opting for punishment instead." With that, he lunged forward, his sword aimed directly at Wei Rong. Reacting swiftly, Wei Rong kicked the table in front of him over, propelling himself backward with a powerful push from his legs. The table flew through the air, intercepting Wu Chen's thrust, splintering wood flying in all directions. Accompanied by a loud crash, Li Tianming unsheathed his sword, a swirling blue energy enveloping the blade, and his clothes billowed as if caught in a breeze. Smiling at Wei Rong, he said, "Our Qingshan sect has long since investigated you. It is said that none of the successors of the Xingqian sword are your match, thus sending my junior brother and I to apprehend you. I advise you to surrender quietly, lest you endure unnecessary suffering." Upon hearing this, Wei Rong unsheathed his tiger sha blade, channeling his internal energy, a crimson aura swirling around him. The onlookers, taken aback by the fierce energy, instinctively recoiled in fear. Holding the blade before him, Wei Rong laughed heartily. "Then allow me to see if you possess the capability to keep me here." Chapter 65. A greater crisis. Wu Chun glared furiously, roaring as he wielded his sword, striking at Wei Rong with the agility of a striking serpent. Wei Rong intercepted the blow with his tiger sha blade, the clash producing a shower of sparks. Simultaneously, he channeled his profound internal energy into his legs, delivering a powerful kick to Wu Chun's abdomen. The force of the kick was tremendous, akin to a 1,000-pound weight. Wu Chun, unable to evade, felt his protective energy dissipate in an instant, and a violent surge of blood surged through his organs, resulting in an involuntary spitting of blood. He was sent flying, spinning through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground, rolling several times amidst overturned tables and chairs, finally colliding with the wall, his eyes rolling back as he fell unconscious. Wei Rong, fully aware of Li Tianming's formidable nature, swiftly incapacitated Wu Chun to focus entirely on his opponent. Li Tianming, taken aback by the sudden defeat of his junior brother, quickly regained his composure. With a swirl of blue energy beneath his feet, he leaped into the air, his body enveloped in a whirlwind of sword energy. Resembling a blue dragon coiling around him, he then aimed his sword directly at Wei Rong, descending rapidly from the sky, shouting, "Blue dragon enters the sea." With a resounding clang, Wei Rong raised his tiger sha blade above his head, bracing for the impact. The clash of their energies produced a deafening shockwave, toppling nearby tables and sending startled bystanders sprawling to the ground. With a single strike failing to land, Li Tianming swiftly executed a backflip to evade the confrontation. He then bent his knees, channeling his azure inner strength with fervor, and roared, "Azure Dragon probes the clouds." In an instant, he surged towards Wei Rong at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Reaching him within the blink of an eye, Wei Rong, having just withstood a blow that forced him to kneel and shatter the floor beneath him, found himself faced with Li Tianming once more. In a reflexive motion, he collapsed onto the ground, performing a roll to narrowly evade the attack. Seeing his strike go awry once again, Li Tianming retreated rapidly with another backflip, maintaining a safe distance from Wei Rong. At this moment, he did not rush to attack, but instead reversed his grip on the sword, pacing slowly as he quietly gathered his inner strength anew in preparation for the next offensive. Wei Rong rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his attire, and remarked, "This marks the second time I have been so thoroughly bested. You are far more formidable than that Si Chen." Li Tianming chuckled, "Oh, and whom did you encounter the first time?" Wei Rong replied with a grin, "It was a young girl, quite tall, towering over me by half a head. The pressure she exerted was unlike anything I have ever faced. Should you cross paths with her, I fear you would scarcely survive a single exchange." Li Tianming inquired, "Could it be that you speak of Chu Ning? Do you know her?" Wei Rong expressed curiosity. "You are acquainted with her?" Li Tianming clarified, "Acquainted is a stretch. I merely encountered her at the Martial Arts Alliance conference. Should she desire to contend for the position of alliance leader, I doubt anyone would stand a chance against her." As he spoke, Li Tianming had successfully gathered his inner strength once more. Without waiting for Wei Rong to respond, he twisted the sword in his hand, unleashing a gust of azure sword energy that sliced through the air towards Wei Rong. Simultaneously, he propelled himself forward at a speed surpassing that of the sword energy. Twin dragons emerged from the sea. Li Tianming thrust his sword towards Wei Rong's lower body, not concerning himself with whether it struck true. As he bent backward, allowing the sword energy to soar just above his head towards Wei Rong. Having just withstood Li Tianming's strike, Wei Rong realized that this maneuver was merely a feint, and the true lethal blow was that sword energy. Unable to evade in time, he turned his face slightly, allowing the sword energy to graze his cheek before it cleaved through a nearby stall. Splitting it in two, the stall owner, taken aback by the chaos unfolding above him, found himself heartbroken as his family's livelihood was destroyed. Sitting amidst the wreckage in despair, Li Tianming landed from his knee bend and executed a somersault to maintain distance. He remarked, "You are quite strong. Any ordinary expert would struggle to withstand my series of attacks." Wiping the blood from his face, Wei Rong discerned that Li Tianming consistently sought distance before each assault. Instantly grasping his intent and no longer inclined to engage in idle chatter, Wei Rong leapt into the air, raising his Tiger Slayer blade high above his head, aiming to strike down upon Li Tianming. Realizing that Wei Rong had seen through his ruse while he was stalling for time, Li Tianming sidestepped, narrowly evading Wei Rong's powerful strike. Wei Rong's blade struck the ground with a thunderous crash, sending shards of stone flying. Seeing Li Tianming evade, he swiftly redirected his blade to swipe at him from the side. Having just dodged one blow and not yet regained his footing, Li Tianming had no choice but to raise his sword to block the incoming strike. Clang! The impact jolted him backward, causing him to stagger a few steps, his right hand vibrating from the force. Such immense power. "I cannot afford to take this man's attacks head-on," Li Tianming thought, while covertly switching his sword grip. His right hand hidden behind his back, continuously shaking to alleviate the numbness, all the while maintaining an expression of calm to prevent Wei Rong from detecting any weakness. "Boss, we are here to assist you." At that moment, Yi Changqing, Zhong Lei, and Wan Wendi emerged from the crowd. "Oh no, his reinforcements have arrived." Li Tianming observed the trio rushing towards Wei Rong and, on a sudden impulse, shouted, "Everyone, this man is named Wei Rong. A wanted criminal. Whoever can capture him alive will be rewarded with 3,000 taels of silver from the court." As he spoke, Li Tianming tossed Wei Rong's wanted poster into the crowd, which sparked a wave of excitement among the onlookers. As the adage goes, a generous reward begets brave and in an instant, the surrounding martial artists drew their weapons, surging towards Wei Rong and his companions like a tidal wave. The four, acutely aware of their disadvantage in numbers, despite their formidable skills, dared not linger and hastily sought an escape, sprinting towards the city gates. Just as they reached a short distance from the gates, a multitude of martial artists behind them shouted to the guards, "Quickly, shut the city gates. Do not let these criminals escape." Hearing the cries, several soldiers stationed by the gates sprang into action, frantically operating the mechanisms to close the gates. The four had no time to ponder, swiftly dispatching the soldiers attempting to close the gates, dashing through the partially shut entrance. Upon reaching the far side of the drawbridge, Wei Rong and Zhong Lei severed the ropes supporting it. Some martial artists still on the bridge plummeted into the abyss below, swept away by the roaring waters of the Luo River. Those fortunate enough to survive stood on the opposite bank, hurling curses at Wei Rong and his companions, their words brimming with anger and resentment. This South Mountain city is no longer tenable. Let us pack our belongings and seek refuge elsewhere, Wei Rong declared. Gazing at the crowd across the river, "Boss, what in the world has happened to cause such a ruckus?" Yi Changqing asked, curiosity evident in his voice. "We are now not only being pursued by the court but also by the entire martial arts community." "It is as simple as that," Wei Rong replied with resignation. Chapter 66. The Great Battle. Upon returning to the camp, Wei Rong recounted the events to Li Zhou, and the group began to gather their belongings. Li Zhou inquired, "Since we can no longer remain in South Mountain City, do you know of any other places we can go?" Wang Wendy responded, "During my time in the city, I inquired about our options. South Mountain City has only two main roads. The north leads back to where we came from, which would be walking into a trap, while the south is a must if we are to exit. However, someone mentioned that there are actually mountain trails nearby that local villagers use when they go to market. If we search around, we should be able to find one." Li Zhou nodded thoughtfully and said, "In that case, let us head eastward to seek a mountain path." 3 days later, at South Mountain City, Lin Feng arrived at South Mountain City with dozens of bodyguards to AT this time. Wang Su was waiting outside the city with several soldiers. Upon seeing Lin Feng's arrival, Wang Su approached, clasping his hands and saying, "Brother Lin, I apologize for the inconvenience of having you stay in the city these past few days." Lin Feng, puzzled, asked, "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Wang Su sighed helplessly and explained, "A few days ago, a wanted criminal named Wei Rong appeared in the city. He and his accomplices severed the drawbridge to the north in their escape, which is currently under repair and will likely take a few more days." Meanwhile, at Sichuan City, at the headquarters of the Sihai Escort Bureau, a bodyguard rushed into the hall, panic written on his face as he gasped for breath. "Sirs, it's terrible. I rushed all the way to Baiyun town and did not see the escort cart. According to the branch office, they set out half a month ago." Ling Feng frowned and asked, "Were there any clues along the way? If they were ambushed, there should be some trace left behind." The bodyguard shook his head, expressing his helplessness. "No, nothing at all." Just as Ling Feng was about to press further, a commotion erupted outside. Another bodyguard hurried into the hall, addressing Ling Feng with cupped hands. "Sir, I am a bodyguard from the Qingfeng town branch. Lord Lin Feng asked me to deliver this letter to you." Ling Feng took the letter, read it, and his expression darkened. He abruptly stood up and slammed the letter onto the table, exclaiming, "These beasts, do they truly believe the Sihai Escort Bureau is easy to bully? They not only robbed the escort cart but also murdered dozens of our brothers. This is intolerable. Quickly summon everyone. We shall eradicate the Dachuan gang today." Seeing his usually composed elder brother in such a rage, Ling Yun curiously picked up the letter and after reading it, he too seethed with anger. Slamming his hand on the table, he shouted, "These ruffians! If I do not annihilate the Dachuan gang today, I shall not bear the surname Ling." Moments later, over 100 elite bodyguards from the Sihai Escort Bureau gathered in the courtyard, all of them the finest among the ranks. Ling Feng raised the letter high and proclaimed, "The Dachuan gang has gone too far. Not only did they rob the escort cart from Baiyun town half a month ago, but they also simultaneously attacked the cart from Qingfeng town. The timing of these incidents clearly indicates premeditation. We are to blame for repeatedly yielding, allowing them to become more audacious. Today, we shall avenge our fallen brothers." In unison, the crowd raised their weapons, shouting, "Revenge! Revenge! Revenge!" Ling Feng continued, "A Dachuan gang stronghold in Chuanan has already been eradicated. The remaining tasks will be handled by the Qingfeng town branch. We will take charge of eliminating the remaining Dachuan gang strongholds near Sichuan City and Baiyun town. Split into 2 groups and pursue the bandits at the Dachuan gang stronghold outside Sichuan City. Report. It's bad. Second boss. The perimeter of the stronghold is swarming with bodyguards from the Sihai Escort Bureau. They are attacking indiscriminately without explanation." A Dachuan gang lackey stumbled into the hall, clutching his wound, and reported to the brawny man seated in the tiger chair. "What madness has the Sihai Escort Bureau descended into? Let us go. Follow me to see." Wang Erchuan ordered, signaling his men to bring him his weapon. Grasping a broadsword, Wang Erchuan swung it onto his shoulder and swiftly approached the wooden walls of the stronghold. He shouted down, "Why do you slaughter my brothers? Have we offended the Sihai Escort Bureau in any way?" Ling Feng, spotting Wang Erchuan, did not offer an explanation. Channeling his inner strength, he leaped 2 or 3 steps onto the wooden wall. Landing right in front of Wang Erchuan in the blink of an eye, Ling Feng appeared before him, raising his long knife high, delivering a blow imbued with tremendous force aimed directly at Wang Erchuan. Wang Erchuan's eyes widened fiercely, unwavering and unflinching, as he gripped the broadsword tightly and thrust it upwards with great force. In an instant, the sound of metal clashing erupted, and sparks flew in all directions. Ling Feng, possessing profound internal power, felt Wang Erchuan's hands go numb from the tremendous force that surged through the moment the blades made contact. Yet, Ling Feng's onslaught did not cease. With a swift pivot of the blade, he aimed for Wang Erchuan's fingers, gliding along the handle of the broadsword. Startled, Wang Erchuan hastily released his grip and rolled backward, seeking refuge among the crowd behind him. His face flushed with rage. He bellowed, "What are you all standing around for? Attack! Humph! A futile endeavor!" Ling Feng sheathed his sword before his chest, extending his left hand to press 2 fingers against the back of the blade, infusing it with an even purer internal force, causing the entire sword to radiate with brilliance. With a fierce cry, Ling Feng swung the long sword horizontally, unleashing a visible wave of blade aura that instantly dispatched the minions of the Dachuan gang. In mere moments, the stronghold was breached, and a multitude of bodyguards swiftly surrounded Wang Erchuan, leaving him with no escape. Ling Feng approached Wang Erchuan, his gaze icy, as he brought the long sword down without hesitation. A flicker of terror crossed Wang Erchuan's eyes as he opened his mouth to utter a word, only for his head to fall, leaving him bewildered until his last breath. Ling Feng sheathed his long sword and turned to proclaim, "This stronghold has been dismantled. Leave a portion of you to ensure our comrades are properly buried, while the rest accompany me to Baiyun town to support Ling Yun." Thus, in a single night, the vast territory of the Dachuan gang in Sichuan was eradicated by the forces of the Sihai Escort Agency. The air thick with the stench of blood, the former clamor and vibrancy replaced by an eerie silence, leaving the bandits of the Dachuan gang oblivious to the calamity that had befallen them. Meanwhile, the instigators, Li Zhou and his companions, traversed the mountain paths, the surroundings unervingly quiet, punctuated only by the occasional chirp of insects, which felt particularly jarring in the stillness of the night. Upon emerging from the forest, they were greeted by the expansive plains illuminated by moonlight. One Windy pointed ahead with excitement, exclaiming, "Boss, that must be Nankou town up ahead. We have entered the territory of the king of Nanchu." Li Zhou lifted his gaze, the silhouette of the town faintly visible in the moonlight, as if beckoning to them. He nodded slightly and said, "Then we shall set up camp here in the forest." Chapter 67. Nankou town as dawn broke, Wei Rong, deep in slumber, was roused by Li Zhou's voice. "Come on, it's been rather dull at the camp. Join me for a stroll in the town." Wei Rong rubbed his eyes and rolled over, retorting, "What is the rush? We spent considerable effort setting up camp last night. Can't we have a bit more sleep this early in the morning?" "I wish you could sleep longer, but you must see what I've discovered," Li Zhou insisted, forcibly pulling Wei Rong to the tree's rear and pointing towards the main road outside Nankou town. There, several figures were sprinting westward, pursued closely by a few men clad in the garb of constables. Wei Rong scoffed, "It's just a few constables chasing after criminals. What's so interesting about that?" He prepared to turn back for A&AP. Li Zhou quickly grabbed his arm, saying, "What if we help the constables catch those criminals? What do you think would happen? Are you out of your mind? We ourselves are wanted fugitives. Helping the constables would be like leading sheep into a tiger's den," Wei Rong exclaimed. "But this is the territory of the king of Nanchu. What is there to fear? The emperor has no authority here. Perhaps we could live here in peace," Li Zhou replied with a grin. "Fine, as long as you don't mess it up again," Wei Rong sighed, shaking his head. Li Zhou clapped him on the shoulder, chuckling, "Ha! What child cries every day? What gambler loses every time? We had our flops before. Surely this time we'll succeed." With that, Li Zhou called the others over. Pointing to the distant figures, Xiangyu and little Shirtu will stay at the camp. The rest, Let Yi Chongqing join me, and Wei Rong to assist the constables in capturing the fugitives. After glancing at Wan Wendy and Zhong Lei, who he deemed untrustworthy, he ultimately decided to only bring Yi Chongqing. Curious, Yi Chongqing asked, "Oh, boss, are you turning over a new leaf?" Li Zhou smiled enigmatically. "I wish I could, but it's not so simple. You'll find out soon why I want to assist the constables." With that, the three dashed out of the woods, positioning themselves in the path of the fleeing criminals. Upon seeing someone blocking their way, the criminal shouted frantically, "Get out of the way if you don't want to die!" Li Zhou smirked, taking a swift step forward, kicking one of the criminals down, drawing his long knife and pointing it at him, sternly commanding, "Don't move if you want to live." Wei Rong and Yi Chongqing quickly subdued the other criminals. When the constables caught up, they handed the criminals over. The leading constable, Zhao Kai, clasped his hands in salute, saying, "I am Zhao Kai. Thank you, gallant heroes, for your assistance. May I ask your names?" Li Zhou waved his hand, smiling. "It was merely a small favor. No need for thanks. My surname is Zhou, and my given name is Li. This is my second brother, Zhou Hu, and my third brother, Zhou Qing. By the way, what crimes have these individuals committed?" Zhao Kai glanced at the criminals behind him, his voice laced with anger. "Humph, these men belong to the Yulong Gang, a notorious group that has wreaked havoc across Nanchu, committing every conceivable atrocity." He pointed to three of them. These three were apprehended in Nankou town for robbing and killing passers-by. They were to be executed soon, but their accomplices attempted a jailbreak at midnight. Thankfully, thanks to the assistance of these gallant heroes, we managed to prevent their escape. Suddenly, one of the Yulong Gang members shouted, "Let us go if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, we'll wash Nankou town in blood." Wei Rong furrowed his brow and swiftly knocked the Yulong member unconscious, irritated. "Shut your mouth. You're driving me insane." Li Zhou, intrigued, asked, "Is the Yulong Gang really that audacious? Can't you do anything about them?" Zhao Kai sighed helplessly. "Alas, the Yulong Gang has many members scattered throughout Nanchu. Many fear retaliation and dare not offend them, making it impossible to recruit allies. Our constabulary in Nankou town consists of only a few dozen men. If they truly intend to retaliate, we would be hard-pressed to withstand it." Li Zhou inquired further, "Does the king of Nanchu simply allow the Yulong Gang to act with impunity on his territory?" Zhao Kai shook his head. "Recently, the king of Nanchu has been busy recruiting soldiers, leaving little time to address such matters." Li Zhou pondered for a moment and smiled. "We are somewhat confident in our martial abilities. Might we join your ranks?" Zhao Kai's eyes brightened with excitement. "Oh, really?" Li Zhou nodded. "Of course. My brothers and I are fiercely opposed to evil and can hardly tolerate the existence of wicked men like the Yulong Gang." Upon hearing this, Wei Rong and Yi Chongqing nodded solemnly. "In that case, please follow me back to the town. We are in urgent need of capable individuals," Zhao Kai said, recognizing the three as unlikely villains due to their impressive appearances. After securing the captured criminals in the jail, Zhao Kai led them back to the yamen, retrieving 3 sets of constable uniforms for them to don. Once Li Zhou, Wei Rong, and Yi Chongqing had changed into the constable attire, they exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle, not to say, "But we look quite respectable in these outfits." As the three emerged from the building, Zhao Kai awaited them outside with the constables of Nankou town. Upon their arrival, Zhao Kai clasped his hands and declared, "Congratulations to Nankou town for gaining 3 new valiant warriors." After a round of flattery, Zhao Kai continued, "Since you have become constables of Nankou town, allow me to outline our daily duties." He gestured toward a nearby room, explaining, "Our daily accommodations are within this yamen, and our primary task is to patrol the town. Normally, the annual salary is 8 taels of silver. However, due to the recent unrest caused by the Yulong Gang, many are reluctant to be constables for fear of losing their lives, so the county magistrate has increased the salary to 12 taels. This extra 2 taels is an advance on your salary, which you may keep." Zhao Kai produced 6 pieces of silver and handed them to each of the 3, after accepting the silver. Wei Rong inquired, "So, our next task is to patrol the streets?" Zhao Kai nodded. "Indeed, however, patrols will be in pairs. I have other matters to attend to, so Zhou will pair with Zhou Qing. For you. Zhou Hu, while I may not possess your martial prowess, I can see that you are the strongest among the 3. You shall pair with her for her protection." With that, Zhao Kai beckoned to a slender constable, around 16 or 17 years of age, who stepped forward. She appeared delicate, with fair and smooth skin, her round face resembling a perfectly ripened apple, exuding cuteness. Her bright, clear eyes resembled a tranquil spring, filled with determination yet subtly revealing a hint of sorrow. Chapter 68, Nankou Town, Part 2. Yi Chongqing raised an eyebrow, casually draping his arm over Wei Rong's shoulder, teasingly remarked, "You've got a little beauty accompanying you on patrol. What a stroke of luck." Wei Rong scoffed, muttering, "I wouldn't mind if you were with her, but you better not let Xiang Yu see. Otherwise, I fear he might poison your food, and will end up suffering with you." At that moment, the young constable stepped forward, clasping her hands in respect, and said, "I am Meng Jiao. I have the honor of meeting the three esteemed gentlemen." Zhao Kai gently patted Meng Jiao's head and remarked, "This girl is rather unfortunate. 6 months ago, her family was ambushed by the Yulong gang on that main road to the east. Fortunately, we stumbled upon them, but alas, we were ultimately a step too late, leaving her as the sole survivor." Wei Rong inquired, "She joined your ranks seeking vengeance, did she not?" Zhao Kai nodded and replied, "Indeed. Yet it is regrettable that this child lacks any foundation in martial arts, and she has surpassed the age for training. After 6 months with us, she has only managed to grasp a meager bit of farming techniques. I fear that if she encounters members of the Yulong gang, she might recklessly rush in for revenge and lose her life in vain, which is why I always keep her by my side. She constantly clamors to accompany us on missions, but in the event of unforeseen circumstances, it would be truly challenging for us to ensure her safety. However, since your martial prowess surpasses mine, I feel reassured with you taking her along." Wei Rong shrugged and said, "So you're just passing the burden to me? Well then, let us be on our way." As Wei Rong passed by Li Zhou, he noticed a fleeting glimmer in Li Zhou's eyes, who subtly gestured towards him while lightly weighing the silver in his hand. Wei Rong understood and pretended to dust off his chest, indicating that he comprehended. He then proceeded towards the exit. Meng Jiao looked up at Wei Rong's retreating figure, her eyes filled with determination as she shouted, "Brother Zhou, I promise I will not hold you back." Wei Rong paused momentarily, did not turn back, but nodded before continuing down the street. Soon, the two of them arrived near the pawn shop, one following the other. While walking, Wei Rong surveyed the surroundings of the pawn shop. As a border town, under the jurisdiction of the Southern Chu King, Nankou Town was not particularly populous. Coupled with the Yulong gang's rampant misdeeds, the common folk were suffering greatly, and the pawn shop's business was dismal, with no customers seen entering or exiting for quite some time. If someone truly intended to rob the pawn shop, it seemed no one would be able to intervene. "Brother Zhou, you've circled the pawn shop 3 times now. Is there something unusual?" Meng Jiao quietly reminded from behind him. "Oh, it's nothing. The pawn shop is a place where wealth gathers in every town. It is wise to observe closely and be prepared." Wei Rong offered a casual excuse. Meng Jiao, somewhat confused, nodded in understanding. Thus, the two continued their patrol until dusk, the sun having already set in the west. After committing the terrain to memory, Wei Rong began making his way towards the government office. Just a few steps onto the main street, Wei Rong felt an unsettling sensation, but he did not pause, merely slowing his pace slightly while discreetly observing the pedestrians around him, pondering, could it be another attempt to break someone out of prison? It seems the person they captured holds significant status within the Yulong gang. Perhaps we can draw them out. Resolving this in his mind, Wei Rong sought out a narrow alleyway. By now, darkness had fallen, and the alley was shrouded in pitch blackness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Meng Jiao, gazing into the obscured depths of the alley, could not help but swallow hard, yet she remained silent, closely following Wei Rong. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air from behind. Wei Rong swiftly turned, grabbing Meng Jiao's arm with his left hand, pulling her back, while his right hand reached forward, effortlessly catching a short arrow that had flown toward them. He lifted his gaze toward the courtyard wall, where a shadow flickered and vanished. Meng Jiao felt her arm being yanked painfully and could not suppress a gasp. Upon seeing the short arrow in Wei Rong's hand, she realized the gravity of the situation, her face paling in an instant. Had it not been for Wei Rong, her life would likely have been forfeit. Before Meng Jiao could regain her composure, Wei Rong hoisted her by her clothing as though she were a chick, channeling his internal energy to leap toward the courtyard wall, looking up in the direction of the vanishing shadow. It appeared the individual hadn't fled far. Their lightness of foot was not remarkable, and Wei Rong easily closed the distance, merely a few feet apart. Soon, the figure landed in an abandoned courtyard. And Wei Rong understood that this person had deliberately led him here. Yet, he was undeterred and instructed Meng Jiao, "Stay behind me." Meng Jiao nodded in acknowledgement, and Wei Rong followed the figure into the courtyard, placing Meng Jiao safely behind him. Just then, a rustling sound surrounded them as 5 or 6 members of the Yulong gang closed in. The leader appraised Wei Rong from head to toe and remarked, "It seems that what that lad said was indeed true. A capable person has indeed come to Nankou town." Hearing this, Wei Rong chuckled. "Why does it sound to me as if there are hidden meanings in your words?" The man did not respond to Wei Rong's query. Instead, he attempted to entice him, saying, "I see you possess some skills. It would indeed be a waste for you to serve as a constable in this rundown place. Why not join our Yulong gang?" Upon hearing this, Meng Jiao, gripping Wei Rong's clothing tightly, instinctively tensed, seemingly worried that he might betray them. "Oh, I wonder what kind of compensation your Yulong gang offers?" Wei Rong inquired, seeking to glean information about the gang. Meanwhile, he subtly reassured Meng Jiao by patting her arm behind him, signaling her to remain calm. "Haha, even the worst of our earnings far exceeds your annual salary of 12 taels. One successful heist would yield enough for you to live comfortably for several years," the man laughed. "Very well, I shall join you." "What will my duties entail?" Wei Rong asked. The man, taken aback by Wei Rong's prompt agreement, scrutinized the two of them before pointing at Meng Jiao and saying, "If you kill her, I will trust you. You do possess some wit, but since I cannot extract information from you, I shall interrogate you later." "And you will reveal it," Wei Rong retorted, drawing out his tiger-slaughtering blade. Channeling his internal energy into it, a crimson aura swirled around him, causing Meng Jiao to shiver at the intense bloodthirst emanating from him, her body trembling slightly. "Hold tight," Wei Rong whispered, then charged forward, aiming his blade at the leader. The man, sensing the imminent threat from Wei Rong's aura, trembled in fear, realizing he was up against a formidable opponent. Yet he was caught off guard and barely managed to roll aside to evade the attack. Before he could regain his bearings, he felt a sharp pain in his neck as Wei Rong turned the blade and struck him heavily with the back of the sword, rendering him unconscious. The surrounding henchmen, being cowardly individuals, saw their leader subdued in an instant and quickly scattered, fleeing toward the courtyard's exit. Wei Rong coldly commanded, "Anyone who dares to move another step shall die." Upon hearing his threat, the remaining members froze in place, resembling wooden statues. Seeing this, Wei Rong softly reassured, "Do not fear. Should they dare to act recklessly, I shall ensure their heads roll." Initially, the gang had intended to seize Meng Jiao as leverage, but after hearing his words, they promptly abandoned that idea. After all, they were all cowardly souls, none willing to wager their lives against Wei Rong's blade. Meng Jiao exerted herself to securely bind the hands of the captured Yulong gang members. As she looked at the gang members she had personally apprehended, the images of her parents flashed through her mind, causing her to involuntarily place a hand on the long knife at her waist, gripping it tightly until her knuckles turned white. Now was not the time for bloodshed. Wei Rong approached with the unconscious leader in tow, pressing down on Meng Jiao's hand. The flicker of struggle appeared in her eyes. But ultimately, she slowly relaxed her grip on the knife and nodded. Instead of taking the captured members to prison, Wei Rong led them back to the government office. That moment, Zhao Kai happened to return from the prison and, seeing Wei Rong, remarked, "I interrogated that thief for an entire day but failed to extract any useful information. By the way, did you encounter any unexpected events?" Wei Rong gestured toward the Yulong gang prisoners bound by Meng Jiao's rope and said, "We have encountered an unexpected turn of events." However, as he spoke, he glanced at the two constables behind Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai understood and signaled for his two companions to escort the prisoners to the jail. Subsequently, Wei Rong and Meng Jiao followed Zhao Kai into a room within the government office, where Wei Rong closed the door, ensuring there were no eavesdroppers, and asked Zhao Kai a seemingly unrelated question. "How long have you been a constable?" Zhao Kai, puzzled, replied, "About 10 years, I suppose." "Why do you ask? I thought you had uncovered some secret." Leaning against the door, Wei Rong stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "Do you know when the Yulong gang first emerged?" Zhao Kai shook his head. "I'm not quite sure, but they only began to spring up like mushrooms after the rain this year." After clarifying Wei Rong's inquiry, Zhao Kai noticed that Wei Rong seemed poised to ask something more and frowned, saying, "Stop keeping me in suspense. If there's nothing else, I shall go interrogate those criminals." Are you aware that you harbor a ghost among you? Wei Rong's words were startling. Meng Jiao gasped, startled, and hurriedly hid behind Wei Rong, clutching his arm tightly, her eyes darting nervously from side to side as she stammered, "Where are there ghosts?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Kai's pupils contracted, and he stood frozen in place, eventually regaining his composure to ask, "Are you suggesting there is a traitor among us? Do not take it too seriously. I am merely speculating," Wei Rong replied with a smile. Hearing this, Meng Jiao finally understood that Wei Rong was not referring to literal ghosts, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, upon hearing the mention of an internal traitor, her heart raced once more. Zhao Kai inquired, "You just joined us today. You cannot make such claims without evidence. Do you have any proof?" When she and I were patrolling the vicinity, we were ambushed. They lured me to a secluded spot and surrounded us. Their demeanor suggested premeditation. Would you not agree that this is rather coincidental? I just arrived today, and within half a day, I've uncovered our entire situation. If there were no traitor among us, could it be that they possess some divine abilities to foresee the future? Wei Rong chuckled. Is this true? Zhao Kai asked seriously, looking at Meng Jiao. Meng Jiao promptly nodded and said, "Indeed, at that time, the six of them surrounded us. Had it not been for Brother Zhou's exceptional martial prowess, I fear I would not be standing here before you, Brother Zhao." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kai nodded thoughtfully and turned to Wei Rong, saying, "In that case, this matter must remain confidential. We must avoid alarming the enemy for the time being. Once I have thoroughly investigated, I will unearth the traitor among us." At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. Wei Rong turned to peer through the crack of the door and saw that Li Zhou and Yi Chongqing had returned. "Since there are no other pressing matters, I shall take my leave now. Xiaoyao, come with me." Zhao Kai stepped forward, pushed open the door, called for Meng Jiao, and headed in the direction of the prison. Once Zhao Kai had departed, Wei Rong approached the two men and inquired, "Did you encounter any assassination attempts today?" Li Zhou replied, "Not at all. With your question, are you suggesting you faced one?" Wei Rong nodded and recounted the events to them. Li Zhou stroked his chin and chuckled. Well, it seems that Nankou town is quite intriguing. What should we do next?" Wei Rong asked. "You have thoroughly surveyed the routes around the bank, haven't you?" "I was waiting for an opportune moment. But hearing you mention there is a traitor among the constables, is that truly the case?" Li Zhou pondered for a moment and replied, "It is highly likely. I have investigated the periphery of the bank, but it has been challenging to probe the interior due to their presence. Please, share your plan with me." "Perfect, we can make some use of this traitor. However, we do not know who the traitor is. How can we leverage this?" "We do not need to identify the traitor. We only need to have him relay a message to the Yulong gang." Li Zhou paused momentarily before continuing, while patrolling with Chongqing. "I was contemplating the substantial number of members in the Yulong gang. Unless a captured individual holds a significant position within the gang, they would not risk their lives for a mere foot soldier. Now, considering your mention of an assassination attempt, it is evident that the fugitive we apprehended this morning possesses a noteworthy identity. Let us seize this opportunity to stoke the flames of chaos. And amidst the turmoil, we can masquerade as members of the Yulong gang to rob the bank, subsequently shifting the blame onto them." Yi Chongqing deliberated on the feasibility of the plan and, after a moment, inquired, "That is indeed a clever strategy, but how shall we implement it specifically?" Li Zhou patted Yi Chongqing on the shoulder and said, "Plans seldom survive contact with reality. It is premature to delve into the specifics of execution. For now, let us take one step at a time." He then turned to Yi Chongqing and added, "Your lightness of foot surpasses ours. Seize an opportunity to return to the camp and inform Wan Wendy and Zhong Lei of our plan. Their assistance will be invaluable." Yi Chongqing nodded in understanding. Subsequently, the three of them found a restaurant to satiate their appetites. Upon entering, they were greeted by the delightful aroma of food. They chose a table and ordered a few simple dishes. Before long, their meal was served. Wei Rong picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of the dish, and after chewing a few times, grimaced. The taste of this food pales in comparison to Zhong Lei's culinary skills. Yi Chongqing also sampled a bite and chuckled, "Indeed, our palates have been spoiled by Zhong Lei's exquisite cooking. If we were to endure a month of mere flatbreads, returning to this fare would surely feel like a feast fit for royalty." Li Zhou, overhearing their banter, burst into laughter and remarked, "It seems that bringing Zhong Lei into our ranks was indeed a wise decision. Ha ha ha." Chapter 70. Sin. As they enjoyed their dinner, Yi Chongqing retrieved a stack of IOUs from his pocket, pulled out 2 sheets, and placed them on the table, saying, "What do you think? Should we pursue these debts?" Wei Rong picked up one of the notes. Examining it as he asked, Fengning City lies in the northwest of the Great Chu, while Nankou Town is in the south. Given such distance, what brings someone here specifically to borrow money? Yi Chongqing chuckled. I heard during my visits to the gambling den in Nanshan City that Yinyu Tower does not only lend in Fengning City, they have agents throughout the Great Chu. They are quite astute, targeting impoverished souls with daughters of decent beauty. Wei Rong pondered for a moment and asked, could it be a lie? Yi Chongqing nodded, just as you suspect. With their exorbitant interest rates, no ordinary family can repay such debts, let alone the destitute. When they inevitably default, the only recourse is to sell their daughters. The people at Yinyu Tower are thoughtful indeed. Should someone be unable to repay their debts, they merely need to agree to sell their daughter to them. And the debt is wiped clean, Li Zhou inquired. And what if they refuse to borrow? Ha! Those lenders have seen all kinds of people. Through deception and trickery, they will find a way to ensnare you. Yi Chongqing replied, before joining you, Xiang Yu and I engaged in such dealings. The destitute are the easiest to deceive. Having seen little of the world and lacking education, they fall for the ruse every time. Take Hong Fei from Nanshan City, for instance. He was initially quite honest. However, when the people from Yinyu Tower caught sight of his daughter's beauty, they began to investigate his background. They then bribed his friends and set up a gambling scheme, allowing him to win 100 taels at first. His annual wages amount to only 5 or 6 taels, and so in just a few rounds, he had won the equivalent of 20 years' earnings. Then they suggested he wager larger sums. Hong Fei, having heard tales of gambling being a perilous endeavor, was warned against it. But who could resist the temptation of winning so much on their first try? Yi Chongqing shrugged, yet he lost that 100 taels before he could even warm them in his hands, and lost all the savings he had amassed over the years for his daughter's dowry. It was then that Yinyu Tower seized the opportunity to lend him money, and in his desperation, he signed the contract without a second glance. The Hong Fei we encountered subsequently found himself in dire straits, burdened with insurmountable debt and a gambling addiction that will likely haunt him for the rest of his life. Wei Rong chuckled as he recalled their debt collection efforts in Nanshan City. When Hong Fei saw us, he blamed his daughter. I suspect he owes more than just to Yinyu Tower. If the people from Yinyu Tower come to collect, Hong Yu might truly find herself sold by her father. Yi Chongqing raised his cup of wine, gazing into it as he murmured, it is uncertain whether we are helping her or harming her. Wei Rong curiously asked, what do you mean? Is selling her into a brothel truly a blessing? Once one falls into the clutches of gambling, it becomes an addiction that is nearly impossible to break. Hong Yu has a straightforward disposition. If we help her, it is likely that before long, her father will swindle her out of her money to fuel his gambling habit. Yi Chongqing shook his head as he spoke. If she were to end up at Yinyu Tower, with her looks, she might not struggle too much, at least. However, the girls in that profession often come to take the easy money for granted, and as they age, they find themselves with nothing to show for it. Many women from brothels end up leading miserable lives in their later years, with no savings and an inability to break the habit of spending recklessly. That said, should she catch the eye of a wealthy lord or young master, she might be able to turn her fate around, but such chances are exceedingly rare. Yi Chongqing sighed. Everyone has their fate. We have done our utmost to assist her. We cannot be expected to clean up after her as well. Besides, we must first ensure our own safety. Wei Rong shrugged. Speaking of which, what are your plans regarding the 2 debtors in Nankou Town? Yi Chongqing inquired. Given our current circumstances, it is unwise for us to engage in such matters. When you return to the camp, hand over the IOUs to Zhong Lei or Wan Wendy and let them handle it, Li Zhou suggested. That won't do. Those 2 are brutish and lack cunning. I do not trust them to handle this properly. They might end up killing the debtors instead of collecting the money. If the constables here catch wind of it, we might find ourselves in a rather embarrassing predicament. Yi Chongqing shook his head. Li Zhou laughed. Ha ha, do not be so harsh on them. I actually have a certain admiration for those 2. However, this task requires a deft touch, which they lack. Let us set the debt collection aside for now. Enough of that. Let us eat. As the hour of the rooster approached, the 3 companions strolled down the main street of Nankou Town, making their way towards the yamen. Soon, Wei Rong spotted Meng Jiao returning from the direction of the prison. Her head bowed in contemplation. Wei Rong stepped forward, placing a hand on her shoulder, and smiled. What are you thinking about? At this rate, you'll walk right into a wall. Meng Jiao jolted, looking up to see Wei Rong and the others. Her heart finally settling, she stammered, "In nothing." "What a well-behaved young lady, albeit a tad timid. If you encounter an enemy in the future, will you be so frightened that you cannot even stand your ground?" Wei Rong teased with a smile. Lai Zhou chimed in from the side. "She is but a young maiden, and the matters of fighting and killing are hardly suited for her. It is perfectly natural for her to be afraid." Hearing Li Zhou's jest, Meng Jiao clenched her fists, recalling her earlier experience with Wei Rong. After a moment's hesitation, she took a deep breath, looked up at Wei Rong, and said, "Brother Zhou, could you teach me martial arts? I do not wish to be a burden to everyone." Wei Rong nodded. "If I have some spare time in the future, I can certainly offer you a few pointers. You haven't eaten yet? Have you? Would you like me to take you for a meal?" Meng Jiao, upon hearing this, joyfully clasped her hands together and said, "Thank you very much, Brother Zhou. You needn't worry about the meal. We shall meet again." With that, she skipped away towards the street. Lai Zhou watched as Meng Jiao's figure receded into the distance and, stroking his chin, turned to Wei Rong and inquired, "You have only known her for less than a day. Yet you trust her so readily. She is a rather innocent young girl, and it is somewhat pitiable that she is all alone at such a tender age. Teaching her a thing or two would do no harm. After all, one must have something to aspire to in life." Wei Rong replied with a shake of his head and a smile. A few days later, in the courtyard of the yamen, Wei Rong was seated on a chair basking in the sun. Enjoying the tranquility of the past few days, devoid of any disturbances, he gazed up at the azure sky and murmured to himself, "With the new year approaching, the weather grows ever colder. Hey, ha! Who?" At that moment, Meng Jiao was practicing with a long knife, her hands gripping the hilt tightly as the blade glimmered with a cold sheen in the sunlight. The knife sliced through the air. The sound of rushing wind accompanied her movements. Although her actions appeared somewhat awkward, each strike was imbued with a tenacity that suggested an indomitable spirit. Sweat trickled down her forehead, dampening the stray hairs at her temples. Yet she remained oblivious, wholly focused on wielding the long knife. Observing Meng Jiao, Wei Rong thought to himself, "She possesses the makings of a fine martial artist, albeit she has started a tad late. I wonder how he is faring." Just then, the commotion of hurried footsteps outside the courtyard interrupted Wei Rong's musings. Zhao Kai rushed in. "Brother Zhou, we have discovered the location of the Yulong gang. It lies just to the west of the town," Zhao Kai announced. "Oh? What are your thoughts on this?" Wei Rong inquired as he rose to his feet. Meng Jiao, who had been practicing, paused her movements and stepped forward. "Eager to listen, I intend to take down their hideout once and for all," Zhao Kai declared, clenching his fist. "Do you truly believe that a mere 10 of us can confront them without falling into a trap?" Wei Rong questioned. "No. I have confirmed that it is merely a small stronghold with only 20 to 30 individuals, comprised mostly of petty thugs and ruffians. We, with our numbers, can easily handle them," Zhao Kai responded. Wei Rong shrugged and replied, "You are the captain. I shall defer to your judgment. To avoid alarming them, we shall proceed tonight. With only 10 days until the new year, we ought to ensure that the people of Nankou Town can celebrate in peace. You have laid out the plan without fear." Wei Rong began, glancing around. "Do not worry. This plan is known only to the 3 of us. We shall gather at the hour of Su tonight and set off directly," Zhao Kai concluded before hastily exiting the courtyard. Wei Rong regarded Zhao Kai's departing figure, reflecting on his words, when he was interrupted by Meng Jiao. "Brother Zhou, I wish to join as well. I want to avenge my parents," Meng Jiao declared, her gaze steadfast as she looked at Wei Rong. Wei Rong nodded with a smile and said, "It is only just that one pays for taking a life and repays debts. While your skills may not be sufficient at present, if you are not allowed to resolve this inner conflict, it may ultimately harm you. Thank you, Brother Zhou. I promise I will not be a burden." Meng Jiao replied, her spirits lifted. However, she soon lowered her head, lost in thought. Noticing her demeanor, Wei Rong assumed she was feeling apprehensive and gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I will ensure your safety." Meng Jiao looked up at Wei Rong's smiling face, her mouth opening as if to speak. Yet she shook her head and said, "I am not afraid." Seeing her conflicted expression, Wei Rong chuckled nonchalantly. "If you do not trust me, then do not share your thoughts and know, it is just that after spending these days together, I certainly trust you, Brother Zhou," Meng Jiao exclaimed excitedly. After a moment of hesitation, she stammered, "Actually, Zhao Kai assigned me to your side to monitor you." Wei Rong raised an eyebrow and asked quietly, then why did he not send someone else? What purpose does he have in monitoring me? Meng Jiao glanced around furtively, and Wei Rong chuckled as he gently pressed her head down, saying, do not look around. There is no one else here but the two of us. Meng Jiao nodded and whispered, I do not know. It is just that Zhao Kai insists I report your situation to him daily. And what do you report? Wei Rong inquired. I simply provide normal updates. After all, you have not gone out much in recent days. Meng Jiao answered truthfully. After pondering for a moment, Wei Rong bent down to meet her gaze, placing his left hand on her shoulder as he slowly enunciated. So, do you trust him, or do you trust me? I do not know. Meng Jiao replied, her expression revealing her inner turmoil. After all, Zhao Kai was her savior and had imparted martial skills to her. Meanwhile, Wei Rong had also saved her life and taught her some techniques. Though their time together had been shorter, do not worry. You still have time to think. But remember this. Wei Rong extended his right index finger towards Meng Jiao. Speaking deliberately and softly, he continued, your choice is of utmost importance to yourself. Whether you trust me or not, tonight's operation against the bandits is far more complex than it appears. Remember, what we discuss must not be shared with anyone else, should any unforeseen events arise. I can manage to extricate myself, but you? Wei Rong's voice trailed off, the implication clear to Meng Jiao. After listening intently to Wei Rong's words, Meng Jiao nodded and said, I understand. To avoid raising suspicion. Continue your practice, Wei Rong suggested before returning to his chair, closing his eyes to savor the rare moments of leisure. Meanwhile, Meng Jiao found herself preoccupied with Wei Rong's earlier words, her focus wavering during her practice. As evening approached, Li Zhou and Yi Changqing returned from outside. Wei Rong turned to Meng Jiao and said, you should go report to Zhao Kai now, just as you usually do. Meng Jiao nodded. Silently making her way towards the exit. Think it over carefully. Time is of the essence, Wei Rong reminded her before she left. Meng Jiao paused momentarily before continuing her path to the prison. Yi Changqing, curious, asked, what is going on between you two? You seem rather secretive. Wei Rong then recounted the earlier conversation, adding, Zhonglei and Wang Wendy are in town, right? Yi Changqing nodded, yes, they are still at the inn with Xiao Shitu and Xiangyu. The carriage is parked in the inn's courtyard, and we can act at any time. Wei Rong nodded slightly, his gaze steady as he remarked, let them rest well. Now is not the time for action. If my suspicions are correct, something will soon transpire in Nankou town, and when that happens, we can take advantage of the chaos to rob the bank. Li Zhou stroked his chin and added, in that case, for tonight's operation, you all must remain vigilant. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, ensure a swift retreat. We are here to seek fortune, not to eradicate evil. Wei Rong and Yi Changqing nodded in agreement. Understanding the gravity of the situation, it's the hour of Su. Within the courtyard of the Yamen, the constables of Nankou town stood in orderly formation, ready for action. A prisoner from the Yulong gang was bound by ropes. His mouth gagged, emitting muffled sounds of distress. Time is of the essence. Lead the way, Zhao Kai commanded, and the group swiftly followed the prisoner into the depths of the night, heading towards the Yulong gang's stronghold. After a considerable time, they arrived at a dense forest at the foot of a mountain. The thick foliage completely obscured the moonlight, rendering the surroundings pitch black, where one could not see their own hand before their face. The group moved cautiously, the only sound being the occasional crack of twigs underfoot, which seemed alarmingly loud in the stillness of the night. Before long, the guiding prisoner halted abruptly, making urgent muffled noises. Zhao Kai raised his hand to signal the others to stop, scanning the area, which appeared void of life. Just as he was about to inquire, the prisoner moved towards a massive rock. When the group approached, they discovered a cave hidden behind the rock, with an opening wide enough for a person to enter sideways. Suddenly, the prisoner seized the moment of distraction and desperately darted into the cave. Scurrying deeper within, this is bad. We are going to be exposed. One constable exclaimed anxiously, Do not panic. The individuals in this stronghold are not particularly formidable. I chose to act at night precisely to catch them off guard. Since we have been discovered, we shall proceed with our plan. Everyone, follow me, Zhao Kai declared, leading the charge into the cave. The constables followed suit, with half of them already inside when a strange noise echoed from deep within the cave. Those outside could not discern the source of the sound. Wei Rong, positioned at the back of the group, instinctively shielded Meng Jiao behind him. Li Zhou and Yi Changqing entered the cave, hastening to keep pace with the front lines. Once inside, they were enveloped in darkness. Wei Rong could only guide Meng Jiao along the stone wall as they pressed onward. As Wei Rong ambled along, he soon sensed something amiss. Though he was closely trailing behind Li Zhou and Yi Chongqing, their footsteps were conspicuously absent. A whirlwind of confusion enveloped his mind, yet his pace remained unwavering. Before long, a flicker of light appeared ahead. Concealing himself behind a stone wall, Wei Rong cautiously peered towards the source of illumination, only to discover a campfire. The flames danced vigorously, surrounded by a pile of firewood, along with several carpets and bedding. Approaching the warmth, he crouched down, thrusting his hand into the bedding, which was still pleasantly warm, indicating recent occupancy. Contemplating this, he retrieved a half-burned log from the fire and, with Meng Jiao in tow, proceeded towards the cave ahead. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from below. Wei Rong's brow furrowed deeply, and he muttered softly, "This cave is indeed a labyrinth. It poses quite the conundrum." Having scarcely taken a few steps, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted around them. Meng Jiao trembled in fear, clutching Wei Rong's arm, her voice quavering as she exclaimed, What is happening? They must be engaged in combat. We need to hasten our pace," Wei Rong replied, quickening his steps. They soon arrived at a narrow passage, flanked by a steep rock face on one side and a sharp incline on the other. As Wei Rong leaned forward to survey the situation below, a ruffian from the Yulong gang suddenly lunged out from behind the rock wall, colliding with him. Hearing footsteps behind him, Wei Rong turned just in time to be knocked off balance. In the ensuing chaos, he grasped the ruffian's arm, and together they tumbled down the steep slope. Meng Jiao, witnessing Wei Rong and the ruffian tumble down, was about to scream when a hand suddenly covered her mouth, whisking her away. Oblivious to the turmoil above, Wei Rong, upon hearing Meng Jiao's cry, felt a twinge of dread, but there was no time to ponder. As they fell, sharp stones tore through Wei Rong's padded clothing. He clung tightly to the ruffian's arm, landing a powerful punch to the ruffian's face. The ruffian emitted a wretched scream, blood gushing from his mouth. Wei Rong raised his left hand to strike again. But suddenly, his back slammed violently against a protruding stalagmite, a wave of intense pain washing over him, causing him to grunt involuntarily, momentarily stalling his movements. Then, the two of them continued to roll uncontrollably, splashing into a pool of water with a resounding thud. The frigid underground water instantly soaked Wei Rong, the biting cold piercing his skin like countless steel needles, causing his body to shiver uncontrollably. Swiftly, he circulated his internal energy to dispel the chill, using both hands and feet to swim towards the shore. Once ashore, he glanced back to see the ruffian also struggling to reach the bank. Wei Rong stepped forward, extending his hand to forcefully push the ruffian's head back under the water just as it was about to break the surface. At first, the ruffian flailed desperately, hands thrashing on the water's surface, accompanied by gurgling sounds as splashes erupted around them, but gradually, his struggles weakened and silence fell, leaving only a lifeless body floating in the pool. Wiping the water from his face, Wei Rong was suddenly drawn to a commotion not far away. Following the sound, he soon arrived at an expansive area illuminated by torches affixed to the walls. Scattered across the ground were several corpses, some clad in constable attire, while others bore unfamiliar faces, most likely members of the Yulong gang. Not far ahead, a figure stood out prominently. It was a man wielding a white dagger, who had a constable in a vice-like grip with his left hand, choking the life out of him. The constable's face turned a ghastly shade of blue, eyes rolling back, hands futilely clawing at the man's arm, on the verge of losing consciousness. Upon noticing Wei Rong's arrival, the constable seemed to seize the last glimmer of hope, stretching out a hand and flailing it desperately in the air, signaling for help. Oh, more souls come to meet their demise, the man sneered coldly, lifting the constable higher, the latter's feet kicking helplessly against the ground. In one swift motion, the man's right hand flicked the dagger, its blade glimmering menacingly as he thrust it upward into the constable's chin, the entire dagger disappearing into the constable's skull, who immediately slumped lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 73. The trap. Wei Rong's expression darkened as he observed the man's swift and brutal method of killing. His brow furrowed deeply as he inquired, "Who are you?" "I am him. You look somewhat familiar." "You must be Wei Rong, correct?" the man replied, stepping closer. As he approached and recognized Wei Rong's visage, his previously nonchalant tone shifted to one of astonishment. As the man drew nearer, Wei Rong finally discerned his features, an exceedingly effeminate countenance. Skin as pale as snow, delicate and refined features that appeared even more beautiful than those of a woman. Yet, an ominous aura lingered about his brow, deepening Wei Rong's frown, prompting him to take 2 steps back and draw his tiger sha knife. Fixating his gaze on the man, upon noticing, darkened his expression. I despise being called a woman. You seek death. With that, he deftly sprang forward, his form ghost-like, the dagger gleaming ominously as it lunged towards Wei Rong's throat. With no time to evade, Wei Rong gritted his teeth and forcefully summoned his internal energy. In an instant, his energy erupted like a torrential river, radiating outward from his core. The man felt a tremendous force surge towards him. Though the dagger was mere inches from Wei Rong's throat, he was still compelled to retreat, inwardly lamenting the missed opportunity. Seizing the moment, Wei Rong executed a horizontal slash with his knife, cleaving the man in half. Just as Wei Rong marveled at his own astonishment, the man's figure began to blur, revealing itself to be merely an afterimage. In that split second, Wei Rong felt a prickly sensation on his back. Without the luxury of time to turn, he instinctively rolled forward. The dagger narrowly grazed his scalp, severing several strands of hair that drifted down like feathers. Still shaken, Wei Rong had yet to rise when the biting cold returned with a vengeance. Alarmed, he rolled to the side with all his might. Almost simultaneously, the man's dagger plunged down fiercely into the ground, sending dirt flying, while the blade sliced through Wei Rong's shoulder garment. The man's eyes flashed with a fierce determination upon realizing his consecutive attacks had failed. Instead of retracting his dagger, he twisted his wrist, sending the blade slicing towards Wei Rong's neck with chilling ferocity. Sensing imminent danger, Wei Rong swiftly turned his neck, barely avoiding the dagger as it skimmed past his ear. A few more strands of hair falling to the ground. In that fleeting moment, with his gaze locked, Wei Rong seized the opportunity, extending his hands with lightning speed. One hand grasped the man's collar while the other clutched his wrist. Then, using the momentum, Wei Rong lunged forward, ramming his shoulder into the man's chest, propelling him into the stone wall with the force of a released arrow. With a resounding thud, the man crashed against the wall, emitting a pained grunt as the impact sent his internal energy spiraling chaotically, causing him to uncontrollably spew forth a mouthful of blood. The man felt as though his internal energy had been shattered by the blow, leaving him unable to concentrate, and the dagger fell from his grip with a clatter. Wei Rong swiftly kicked the fallen dagger away and pressed his arm against the man's throat, nearly choking him. All flashy moves, yet you possess a modicum of skill. You nearly caught me off guard, Wei Rong remarked. Indeed, this 3,000 taels of silver is not easily obtained, the man, pale and bloodied at the corners of his mouth, managed to utter with great difficulty. If the Yulong gang had someone of your caliber, Nankou town would have fallen long ago. Who exactly are you? Wei Rong pressed, tightening his grip slightly, causing the man's face to turn crimson, blackness encroaching upon his vision as his body began to tremble from lack of oxygen. Noticing he was on the brink of unconsciousness, Wei Rong finally loosened his grip. The man gasped for air as if granted a reprieve, inhaling deeply to regain his composure. Wei Rong's intentions were unmistakable. Should he fail to provide honest answers, death awaited him. I am Lan Mengdai, one of the leaders of the Yulong gang, he gasped reluctantly. Ha! Even your name sounds feminine. You detest being called a woman, yet perhaps you feign disdain outwardly while secretly reveling in it. Wei Rong scoffed, mercilessly mocking him. Are you the leader of this stronghold? He inquired further. Upon hearing this, Lan Mengdia's forehead throbbed with veins, his complexion alternating between red and pale. Yet, pressed by the situation, he could only suppress his rage. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to appear calm as he replied. I am not the leader of this outpost. A few days ago, someone visited my branch, claiming that troublesome individuals had arrived in Nankou town and fearing the situation might spiral out of control. They asked me to lend assistance, not realizing that the people they spoke of were you. The one who tipped you off must have been Zhao Kai, correct? Wei Rong chuckled. How did you know? Did he tell you? Lan Mengdai asked in astonishment. Wei Rong, with a glint in his eye, replied, Of course, he informed me. He was willing to infiltrate your Yulong gang for the sake of the citizens of Nankou town. With that, Wei Rong bound Lan Mengdia's hands with a rope taken from his waist. Subsequently, he stripped the blood-soaked garments from the corpse of a member of the Yulong gang nearby and donned them over his own drenched attire. Although the garments were tattered and worn, they provided a measure of warmth, alleviating the need to constantly circulate his internal energy for warmth. Wei Rong urged Lan Mengdi onward, navigating the winding and intricate cave with deliberate pace. Walking ahead, Lan Mengdi was consumed with doubt, replaying Wei Rong's earlier words in her mind. Before long, they arrived at a bend in the cave. Seizing the opportunity while leading the way, Lan Mengdi discreetly gathered her internal energy. And as she momentarily slipped out of Wei Rong's line of sight, she unleashed her power, darting forward like an arrow released from its bow. Wei Rong furrowed his brow, sensing trouble, and immediately propelled himself in pursuit. Aware that Lan Mengdia's lightness of foot was on par with Yi Chongqing's. With a swiftness akin to having wings, she vanished from his view in mere moments. Wei Rong found himself in a spacious area, surrounded by numerous interconnected caverns, leaving him at a loss. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony erupted from the surrounding caverns, as throngs of Yulong gang minions surged forth from every direction, encircling Wei Rong in an instant. Leaving him trapped, this predicament was dire. Cursing under his breath, Wei Rong rapidly surveyed his surroundings, and suddenly an idea struck him. He was clad in the very garments stripped from the fallen Yulong gang member. With a quick twist of his eyes, he shouted, "Do not attack. We are one of your own." Chapter 74. A difficult choice. The Yulong gang members paused momentarily at his words, then erupted into uproarious laughter. Clearly unconvinced by Wei Rong's ruse, the leader among them laughed so hard he nearly doubled over, eventually regaining his composure to scold, "Do you truly believe that donning our ragged attire would allow you to pass as one of us? However, if you genuinely wish to join our ranks, it is not entirely out of the question. Kneel before me, bow your head a few times, and sincerely pledge your loyalty. If I am in a good mood, perhaps I shall grant you that opportunity." Ha ha ha. Wei Rong's expression darkened, and he retorted, "You insolent wretch. You have truly overstepped your bounds." His eyes darted over the dense throng of over 100 individuals. A chill creeping over him, his heart sinking in despair, he involuntarily recalled Zhao Kai's earlier words, suggesting that the Yulong gang here numbered no more than 20 or 30 ruffians, but it seemed that only the latter half of that statement held any truth. In this critical moment, Wei Rong gritted his teeth and once more forcefully summoned his internal energy. In an instant, a powerful surge erupted from him, scattering the surrounding Yulong gang minions like leaves caught in a tempest. Propelling them several feet away, he then channeled all his internal energy into the Hashideo, watching as the intricate, blood-red patterns on the blade pulsated as if alive, akin to vibrant veins. Gradually, the veins quickened their rhythm. And at the blade's tip, a blood-red eye formed, resembling a black hole that began to voraciously absorb Wei Rong's internal energy, draining his dantian in an instant. With his internal energy depleted, Wei Rong felt his legs weaken, and he teetered on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, the now charged Hashideo trembled in his grip, emitting a haunting hum, as if poised to break free from his control at any moment. Gritting his teeth, Wei Rong summoned every last ounce of his strength, wielding the Hashideo in a powerful horizontal slash. A roar akin to the shattering of stone reverberated as a vivid, blood-red crescent of blade energy surged forth with tremendous force. Where the blade energy passed, the air seemed to tear apart, rippling visibly. The Yulong gang minions, just regaining their footing, were struck with sheer terror by the approaching bloodlust, and before they could react, the blade energy reached them, cleaving through them in an instant, resulting in a gory downpour. In the brief span of a breath, the once noisy cavern fell eerily silent. The ground was strewn with severed limbs, the stench of blood permeating the air. Inducing nausea, the blade energy continued its relentless path, carving deep, grotesque gashes into the surrounding stone walls before finally dissipating. Wei Rong slumped to the ground, his vision darkening as he neared unconsciousness. The commotion would surely attract others to the cavern before long. Struggling to catch his breath, he fought to remain conscious. After a while, he began to regain some strength, yet his dantian remained void of energy, preventing him from restoring his vitality. As he finally managed to rise, a faint rustling emerged from a nearby cave. Turning to look, he saw Zhao Kai and Meng Zhiyao approaching. Wei Rong gazed at Meng Jiao, weakly inquiring, "Are you unharmed?" Just as he managed to stand, a faint noise from the adjacent cave caught his attention. Wei Rong turned to see Zhao Kai and Meng Jiao emerge. His gaze fixed on Meng Jiao, he asked hoarsely, "Are you all right?" Upon seeing Wei Rong, Meng Jiao's face lit up with surprise. She was about to speak when her gaze fell upon the carnage surrounding them, causing her stomach to churn violently, threatening to expel its contents, suppressing her discomfort and nausea. She hurried forward and whispered, "I am fine. It was Zhao Gu who saved me." Upon hearing this, Wei Rong instinctively pulled Meng Jiao behind him, fixing a fierce glare upon Zhao Kai as he coldly stated, "You truly overestimate you. Go put us in peril. You've orchestrated such a grand scheme." Zhao Kai's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, feigning confusion as he stepped closer to Wei Rong, asking, "What do you mean, Zhou Xiong? If I were one of the Yulong gang, why would I have saved her?" As he spoke, Zhao Kai had already reached Wei Rong, his demeanor suddenly turning cold as he barked, "It is you, Zhou Xiong, who dons the garb of the Yulong gang. Are you attempting to play the victim?" No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Kai ruthlessly drew his sword, a fierce gust accompanying his strike as he aimed at Wei Rong, simultaneously calling out, "Xiao Yao, come here quickly. He is undoubtedly one of the Yulong gang." At that moment, Wei Rong, drained of internal energy and weakened, could do little to evade the deadly blow, instinctively gripping the blade with both hands. The sharp edge sank deeply into his flesh, crimson blood streaming down his arms. Zhao Kai, witnessing this, let out a cold laugh, exerting more force downward, the blade inching ever closer to Wei Rong's head. Enduring the excruciating pain in his hands, Wei Rong gritted his teeth, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to hold on. Seeing Meng Jiao still frozen in place, Zhao Kai shouted, "What are you waiting for? Kill him!" Meng Jiao trembled at his command, disbelief and hesitation etched on her face, her hands instinctively clenching as she wrestled with her conscience. Yet both had saved her life, and how could she bring herself to harm either of them? Stammering, her voice quivered with uncertainty, "But that you both saved me." Zhao Kai's eyes narrowed, a glint of malice flashing as he urged, "He is one of the Yulong gang. What are you hesitating for? If you do not kill him now, when his allies arrive, we will both perish here." Meng Jiao instinctively took a step back, her gaze filled with confusion and fear, her eyes darting between Wei Rong and Zhao Kai, torn in her decision. Wei Rong clutched the blade, his face twisted in agony, rasping, "If I were truly one of the Yulong gang, why would I have slain all these comrades? Xiao Yao, do you remember what I told you before? Do not listen to him. Please hurry, I can barely hold on." Hearing this, Zhao Kai's expression darkened, and he cursed, "You deceitful scoundrel. Just because you claim to have killed these men, does that make it true? Preposterous." Chapter 75. Using a blade to kill suddenly, Zhao Kai exerted his strength, pressing the blade closer to Wei Rong's head. Meng Jiao, seeing Wei Rong at his limit, gritted her teeth and lunged forward, aiming the long knife directly at Zhao Kai. Startled, Zhao Kai's eyes widened as he shouted, "What are you doing?" Instinctively, he attempted to wrench the knife from Wei Rong's grasp to block Meng Jiao's sudden attack, yet no matter how hard he pulled, the knife remained steadfast, as if welded to Wei Rong's hand. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Zhao Kai cursed under his breath, reluctantly relinquishing the handle and retreating just in time to evade Meng Jiao's thrust. The knife clattered to the ground, sending dust swirling in the cavern. Wei Rong's hands lost all strength, collapsing to the ground as blood poured from his wounds like a fountain. Meng Jiao, frantic, tore a strip of cloth, intending to bind Wei Rong's wounds. Wei Rong, weak and breathless, murmured, "You saved my life." Nearby, Zhao Kai seethed at this scene, shouting furiously, "You traitorous wretch! If you do not kill him now, we will all die." After hurling his insults, he surged forward, extending his hands to forcefully shove Meng Jiao aside, and then firmly grasped Wei Rong's neck, coughing. Wei Rong struggled to catch his breath, his weak hands futilely clawing at Zhao Kai's grip, the crimson blood quickly staining both their hands. Sensing Wei Rong's lack of resistance, Zhao Kai grew increasingly unrestrained, suddenly exerting his strength to slam Wei Rong down onto the ground, one knee pressing heavily against Wei Rong's chest, mercilessly pinning him down while his hands continued to choke Wei Rong, intent on strangling him to death. Unwilling to yield, Wei Rong summoned the last ounce of his strength to raise his hands. Frantically clawing at Zhao Kai's face, aiming to gouge out his eyes, blood flowed incessantly from his fingers, staining Zhao Kai's face a ghastly red. Appearing monstrous in the dim light, at that moment, Wei Rong's eyes rolled back. His breath growing faint, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, his attempts to pry Zhao Kai's hands away becoming increasingly feeble and sluggish. Beside them, Meng Jiao was consumed by anxiety. In her panic, she picked up a stone and, summoning all her might, hurled it at Zhao Kai's head. With a piercing scream, Zhao Kai felt a jolt of pain in his skull, involuntarily releasing his grip as he clutched his head in agony. In that instant, he felt warmth on his cheek, a warm stream trickling down. Slowly, he pulled his hand away from his head, revealing it drenched in blood, the stone having cracked his skull open. Wei Rong lay on the ground, greedily gasping for air, his chest heaving violently. "I truly regret saving you." Zhao Kai spat in exasperation, his head spinning from the blow, seeing double as he gazed at the two figures before him. "I truly regret saving you," he cursed again, his vision blurring, the two figures appearing as mere shadows, his entire body swaying precariously. Meng Jiao, tears streaming down her face, cautiously tended to Wei Rong's wounds, her voice quaking with emotion. "I really can't tell." Filled with a sense of grievance and helplessness. You have done enough." Wei Rong weakly reassured her. Struggling for breath, he mustered all his strength to sit up, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Kai. His mind racing to devise a way to eliminate this troublesome adversary. Unconsciously, his eyes flickered, and he spotted Lan Mingdai, who had returned unnoticed. A chill ran down Wei Rong's spine, realizing that the minions of the Yulong gang were likely sent by this individual. At that moment, Lan Mingdai stood within the cave behind Zhao Kai, her steps unsteady, evidently still recovering from her previous injuries. Upon witnessing the horrific scene before her, filled with dismembered limbs and bloodshed, her legs trembled slightly, clearly shaken by the gruesome sight. She quickly surveyed the three figures, instantly recognizing Zhao Kai standing at the forefront. Could it be that these three had dealt with the situation? That seemed far too improbable, Lan Mingdai pondered, recalling Wei Rong's earlier words. Realizing she had not yet been detected, she contemplated seizing the opportunity to ambush Zhao Kai and eliminate him. Observing this, Wei Rong's eyes gleamed with purpose. He suppressed the excruciating pain in his hands, suddenly rising with all his might, shouting, "Zhao Captain, watch out behind you!" Both Zhao Kai and Lan Mingdai were taken aback. As Zhao Kai instinctively turned around, a shadow flashed past. With a dull thud, a blade swiftly sliced through the artery in Zhao Kai's throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Terror etched on his face, he frantically clutched his neck, attempting to staunch the flow of blood, while his other hand trembled as it pointed at Lan Mingdai, his mouth opening and closing as if trying to speak, but blood poured from his lips, rendering him unable to articulate a coherent sound. Ultimately, his body slowly toppled backward, crashing to the ground, his eyes wide open, forever unblinking. What a splendid display of self-destruction! Wei Rong gasped, chuckling. It was then that Lan Mingdai realized she had fallen into Wei Rong's trap. Left momentarily speechless as she gazed at Zhao Kai's lifeless body sprawled in a pool of blood. Everything had unfolded too suddenly, and Meng Jiao was just beginning to regain her composure. Upon seeing Zhao Kai's lifeless form, her eyes turned red, tears streaming down her cheeks as she cried out in anguish, "Brother Zhao!" Before she could finish, she dashed toward Zhao Kai's body without a second thought. Wei Rong grasped Meng Jiao's arm, saying, "Don't you see? They are all in cahoots." At his words, Meng Jiao froze, her face a mask of shock and confusion, tears continuing to flow as she gradually calmed down. Wei Rong seemingly nonchalantly glanced behind Lan Mingdai, shaking his head slightly while signaling Meng Jiao to remain silent. He then fixed his gaze on Lan Mingdai, his voice weak yet resolute. "What have we done to deserve your relentless attention? Look at me now, utterly incapable of resistance. Before you decide to end my life, allow me to die with clarity." With that, Wei Rong slowly spread his blood-soaked hands, the fabric already soaked in crimson,